Chapter 1. Past and Present. In the land of Bashu, renowned as a realm of immortals, a perfect haven for cultivating one's character and refining one's chi, countless martial arts sects both great and small have flourished since ancient times. In the present day, the Tang sect boasts the most extensive heritage and formidable strength, having maintained an unassailable position amidst the turbulent tides of the martial world for centuries, shielded by its towering cliffs and treacherous peaks. However, the Tang sect's traditions are stringent, resulting in a scarcity of inner disciples. The once celebrated Buddha's Raftang lotus has not bloomed for decades, while the rapidly ascending sect of Xiang Hao, specializing in body refinement and divine weaponry, has been eagerly accepting disciples, witnessing a surge in its prominence. Particularly in recent years, its might has grown to rival that of the Tang sect. At this moment, at the precipice known as Ghost Despair, Xiang Hao's cold gaze fixated upon the man before him. Clad in gray, with a large character Tang emblazoned on his chest clearly, he was an outer disciple of the Tang sect. Damn it, is this truly an outer disciple? Xiang Hao thought, observing his fallen companions behind the man, some frothing at the mouth, others pierced by hidden weapons, all meeting a swift demise. As a prodigy of Xiang Hao, Xiang Hao had been tasked with rescuing several disciples abducted by the Tang sect. Unexpectedly, within the sect's gates, a Tang outer disciple had seen through their disguise, and his group fell victim to a sudden ambush, succumbing to the adversary's insidious poison. One by one, his companions collapsed around him. Although he fought his way through the encirclement, he found himself cornered by this opponent at Ghost Despair. You have no path left to retreat. Those who trespass upon the Tang sect shall be executed without mercy. Xiang Hao's gaze remained fixed on the man before him, the one responsible for his devastating defeat, the one whose poison had claimed the lives of his brethren, a formidable adversary indeed. Merely gazing at the man caused Xiang Hao's blood to surge within him. He quickly summoned the qi within to protect his vital channels, knowing he too had been poisoned, and his protective shield was on the verge of failing. To be driven to such a desperate point by an outer disciple of the Tang sect revelation that would strip him of all dignity in the martial world was something Xiang Hao could scarcely bear. He had devoted his life to the pursuit of martial arts, never having been defeated by a worthy foe, only to fall at the hands of this treacherous poisoner. Ha ha, heavens, how can I accept this? Xiang Hao laughed bitterly towards the sky, a rush of warmth flooding his mouth as he spewed forth a torrent of toxic blood. Do not struggle, this poison is a concoction of my meticulous design. The more agitated you become, the deeper it seeps into your being, the man proclaimed with pride. Is that so? You've truly put in a great deal of effort, Xiang Hao retorted. Flattery aside, I did not expect you to endure for such a length of time. Most succumb to this poison within mere moments. Tang San gradually approached Xiang Hao, an unexpected admiration forming for this adversary. I shall grant you a dignified demise, he continued, drawing closer as Xiang Hao discerned the sinister smile upon his opponent's face. Rascal, today I shall embrace death and take you, this wretch, to accompany me in the netherworld. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiang Hao could no longer concern himself with the poison coursing through him. If he were to die, he would at least take someone with him. With determination, Xiang Hao activated the Shenwu secret art, achieving the 8th level of Mastery Shenwu Dharma. In an instant, golden light erupted around him, transforming his form into a radiant golden figure that expanded immensely, reaching heights of several dozen zhan. A colossal golden statue tore through the night's veil, descending from the heavens, manifesting at Ghost Despair. As the saying goes, the divine martial path leads to enlightenment. The golden Buddha serves as the judge. Xiang Hao channeled all his remaining inner strength into his right palm, withdrawing the protective shield around his heart, allowing the poison to course through his meridians. He only needed to unleash his most potent strike to obliterate the Tang disciple who gazed at him with cold indifference, bidding him to accompany him to the grave. Divine Martial Qian Kuan Palm. With a roar, the golden giant in the sky struck down with a colossal palm print, illuminating half the sky in an instant, a massive golden hand descending from above. Tang San's gaze tightened at this sight. He had not anticipated that his opponent, despite being poisoned, could still unleash such a technique, exceeding his expectations. Gazing at the enormous palm looming above, he realized he could not withstand at the distance was simply too short to evade. Hesitating for barely a second, Tang San retrieved a slender metallic object from his sleeve. The golden light above grew ever closer, the gust from the descending palm stirring the leaves at the cliff's edge, blinding him with its brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San launched the item directly at the golden palm. In the next moment, the silver metal collided violently with the golden hand, producing a mechanical grinding sound. The front of the silver object bloomed into a beautiful yet deadly lotus in the night sky of Buddha's Wrath-Tang lotus. A deafening explosion ensued, the exquisite petals piercing through the body of the golden giant, while the golden palm gradually dissipated into nothingness. As the golden light faded, Xiang Hao plummeted helplessly downward, his meridians thoroughly corrupted by the poison, the foul, toxic blood seeping from his body. I still lost, didn't I? Xiang Hao mused bitterly, feeling no more pain as his body fell like a withered tree towards the abyss. Reflecting on the past 26 years, he realized there was nothing in this world that he held dear. His parents had passed away early, and his wandering master had discovered his talent for martial arts, bringing him to Shinwu Hall. Since then, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts had been his sole pursuit, now shattered by this adversary. Despair and anguish crushed Xiang Hao's heart. He could not accept such a conclusion. I am still too weak, but I refuse to yield. I refuse. Xiang Hao roared internally. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged through his mind like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by an ancient, hearty laughter. At last, after searching for so many years, I have found a worthy contender. Ha 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 ha. As he listened to the booming laughter, Xiang Hao, whose consciousness was in disarray, gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the intertwining of time and space quietly unfolded. At this moment, the victor, Tang San, stood atop the cliff, gazing at his departing adversary with a mix of emotions, a powerful opponent, yet regrettably insufficiently cautious. Just then, a Tang sect elder and his entourage arrived, prompting Tang San to kneel in respect. Reporting to the second elder, that villain has hastily fled and fallen into ghost despair. The elder slowly walked past Tang San, peering into the unfathomable depths of ghost despair, letting out a cold snort. Spread the word the disciples of Shinwu Hall should remain subdued for a few days. The following day, the Tang sect publicly declared that the prodigy Xiang Hao of Shinwu Hall had led a night raid on the Tang sect, only to be besieged by outer disciples, gravely injured and falling to his death from a cliff, causing the Tang sect's prestige to soar once more. 3 years later, on the same day, at Ghost Despair. Tang San, you have committed the grave offense of stealing the sect's secrets. What punishment do you deserve? Tang San acknowledges his heinous sins, and the gratitude of the Tang sect is not forgotten. Today, Tang San shall return his life to the Tang sect. With that, a figure leaped from Ghost Despair. The individual who had once fallen here had also met their demise. Perhaps it was fate. At this moment, a new story was just beginning. Chapter 2. Rebirth. On a bright afternoon, within the branch of the Spirit Hall in Suodo City, a child no more than 6 or 7 years old, heedless of the astonished gazes of the adults around him, made his way directly into the library. Xiao Hao, back to read again, are you? Aunt Qin. The middle-aged woman spoke with a hint of fondness as she looked at the 6-year-old boy. This child had grown up within the Spirit Hall, already towering over children of 8 or 9 years. However, he was exceptionally quiet, not engaging in the playful antics of other children. He loved to read, to train, and never cried or fussed like the others, making him a favorite among the uncles and aunts. All right then, thank you, Aunt Qin. With that, Xiang Hao casually picked a book and settled into a corner to read. This quiet child was none other than our fallen Xiang Hao, who, after plummeting into oblivion, opened his eyes to find himself gazing upon a rugged, bearded man grinning widely, alongside a woman of striking beauty. He had inexplicably become an infant. Indeed, he had traversed into another world. After several years of understanding, Xiang Hao realized he was in a realm known as Douluo continent. Here, individuals are born with a unique entity called a martial soul, which they use for cultivation. The continent is divided between 2 nations, Xingluo and Tiando, and there exists a powerful force known as the Spirit Hall, which spans the entire land. The 3 major forces maintain a balance, resulting in decades of peace across the continent. In this life, his parents serve as caretakers for the Spirit Hall in Suodo City. His father, Xiang Qian, was a rank 56 battle soul king with the martial soul of a mountain axe, while his mother, Song Wan, was a rank 51 healing soul king wielding a jade flute. Xiang Hao had gained a preliminary understanding of this world, a time where the strong reign supreme, their status revered beyond measure. Legends of ascension to godhood persisted throughout the continent. Given the opportunity for a second life, he had but one goal: to become a god. Upon arriving in this world, Xiang Hao reflected on his previous lives' failures. He had been careless, falling prey to the poison and concealed weapons of his adversary, ultimately succumbing to those whom he had always regarded as beneath him. However, my own failures stem from a profound lack of understanding regarding my adversaries and a wavering confidence in myself. Thus, upon my rebirth, I have been fervently absorbing the knowledge that this world has to offer, particularly in the realm of phytotherapy. In my previous life, the Divine Martial Hall possessed an unparalleled compendium on pharmacology, the 100 Herbs Elixir Canon. Regrettably, I was solely captivated by martial arts and neglected to study it adequately. Otherwise, I would not have faced such a complete defeat. In this life, I dare not be negligent. Since I learned to read, I have compelled myself to delve into the realms of pharmacological knowledge and the records of soul beast subjects I once found utterly uninteresting. After all, soul masters in this world acquire soul rings by hunting soul beasts, and only by thoroughly understanding various soul beasts can one effectively plan their hunts. I have studied the 100 Herbs Elixir Canon and have begun to experiment with concocting antidotes and healing potions. With a wealth of knowledge about this world, I soon perused all the books in my family's collection. Thanks to my parents' status, I later discreetly frequented the library of the Martial Soul Hall to study more about soul beasts. Like reading a book, I have also resumed my practice of the divine martial arts. My foundation in this world lies in the martial arts skills I mastered in my previous life. The Divine Martial Hall is renowned for its emphasis on strengthening the body, boasting 5 legendary techniques: the Divine Martial Art for physical enhancement, the Inner Strength Technique, known as the Diamond Sutra, the weapon crafting method called the Forging of Divine Arms, the footwork technique named Thunderstep, and the 100 Herbs Elixir Canon. In this life, I diligently practice these techniques daily. While the Divine Martial Art remains stagnant at the first stage for half a year, the others have progressed significantly. In my past life, I broke through 2 stages in a mere month. Otherwise, I would not have been hailed as a prodigy in martial arts. Reflecting on this, I cannot help but feel a bit restless. Unlike previous days, I left the library earlier today. The Divine Martial Arts are my trump card and my source of reliance. In this unfamiliar world, only the familiar flow of energy coursing through my meridians can bring me peace. I must head to the training grounds. Only by continually strengthening my physical prowess can I solidify the foundation of the divine martial art. The essence of this art lies in the relentless honing of one's own physical strength. Only with sufficient power can one fully unleash the might of other techniques. Upon entering the training grounds, I saw my father, Xiang Qian, already waiting. He is a strength-based soul master, and in terms of sheer brute force, he faces few rivals among soul kings of the same level. It is through my battles against my father that I have consistently pushed my physical limits. Xiang Hao, come on. I donned my training attire and stepped onto the field, gazing at my rugged father, whose scruffy beard left me puzzled as to how he won the heart of my gentle and lovely mother. As soon as I took my stance, Xiang Qian launched a powerful fist towards me. I dare not be careless, activating the divine martial art, bending my arm to block, and immediately counterattacking. My father swiftly deflected my strike and retaliated with a palm strike. I did not evade, but met his attack head-on. Xiang Qian was somewhat surprised by the solid force emanating from my palm. It seemed my strength had notably increased, and he thought he could afford to exert a bit more power. With that, he struck me back several dozen steps. Haha, good lad, your strength has indeed grown. Come again. Once I regained my footing, I retaliated with a punch, while silently channeling the divine martial art, allowing energy to flow throughout my body. Xiang Qian positioned his fist defensively before his chest, absorbing my strike and using the force to send me flying once more. Thus, I was sent sprawling time and again, only to rise and charge back relentlessly. My father showed no mercy, and within half an hour, I was utterly exhausted, struggling to rise and gasping for breath. Xiao Hao, that's enough for today. No, father, I still have strength left. Just one more punch. With that, I stood up again, silently channeling the divine martial art, feeling the flow of energy within me, and concentrating it into my right fist, while my feet emitted faint flashes of lightning. Suddenly, I shot forward, delivering a heavy punch. Xiang Qian hurried to block, but unlike before, I did not fly backward. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation in his arms and found himself retreating a few steps. Xiang Qian couldn't help but laugh heartily, and I joined in, only to succumb to exhaustion and fall asleep. Xiao Hao. Oh dear, Xiao Hao, are you all right? Please wake up. I'm fine, father. I'm just tired and need a little rest. With that, I drifted off to sleep. As Xiang Qian looked down at his slumbering son, he felt a tingle in his arms and couldn't help but chuckle. His child resembled him in physique, sturdy and robust, while his features were strikingly similar to his mother's, handsome beyond measure. If he could also inherit his father's charm, he would undoubtedly become a fine young man. Alas, it seems the world is indeed fair, albeit regrettable. In the evening, carrying his child home, Xiang Qian found his wife, Song Wan, waiting for them. You practice so late every day, and the child is exhausted from training. Dinner hasn't even been served. Song Wan reproached her husband. This father-son duo trained diligently, seemingly oblivious to the child's fatigue. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually her precious son who insisted on training with his father while keeping it a secret from her. Each time, Xiang Qian would sheepishly smile and accept the blame. After laying Xiang Hao in his room, the couple gazed fondly at their child. He had always been exceptionally well-behaved, never crying or fussing, and was dedicated to training. However, this very obedience caused a flicker of unease in the couple, for in this era, prodigies often found themselves at the center of tumultuous events like the infamous killer from 3 years ago, whose actions had sent ripples of unrest throughout the martial soul hall. Xiang Hao will soon awaken his martial soul. I can hardly imagine what news this obedient child will bring us. He has already given us so many surprises, Song Wan mused. Regardless of what Xiang Hao's martial soul may be, he will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master in the future. He is a determined and competitive child, Xiang Qian affirmed, crossing his arms resolutely. The couple continued to watch over Xiang Hao in silence for a while before slowly retreating. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment they closed the door, Xiang Hao opened his eyes, sat up, and began to meditate. This practice had become second nature to him over the years, and he quietly resumed his training with the divine martial art, for the pursuit of cultivation could never be neglected, no matter the time or circumstance. Chapter 3. The Innate Martial Soul. Xiang Hao, don't be nervous. Just do whatever the bishop instructs you to do. Song Wan continued to chatter outside the hall. All right, mother, you've reminded me several times already. With that, I strode confidently into the hall. The Soul Hall in Suotawa City, a major metropolis, was indeed grandiose. The main hall spanned several dozen meters in width and rose 5 stories high, offering a panoramic view of the entire city from its rooftop. Upon entering the hall, I spotted a line of children standing at the far end. These were the children of the Soul Hall. Before the main seat stood a tall, pallid elder, whose narrow, icy visage rarely displayed a smile. This was Bishop Fran of Soto City, a Soul Emperor of the 63rd rank. With the martial spirit of a bat, realizing he had arrived late, Xiang Hao hastily took his place at the far right of the line. Children, I shall be your guide on the path of soul masters. I will channel soul power into your bodies to awaken your martial spirits. Do not be anxious, for you shall all become the pillars of the spirit hall, Fran proclaimed. With that, he began to summon his martial spirit. Instantly, his already pale complexion turned even more ashen, elongated fangs protruded from his mouth, and a pair of brown bat wings sprouted from his back, while his crimson pupils widened. Do not fear. Feel the power within you, Fran encouraged, approaching a small, slender child on the far left. Scarlet soul power surged into the child, and soon, a beam of white light emanated from his hand, revealing a small silver sword. Xiang Hao recalled that the child's father had the same martial spirit, known as the Silver Dagger, a swift-type weapon spirit. Fran sighed softly, producing a crystal ball to test the child's soul power. The child placed his hand upon it, and a faint glimmer flickered. The result was a meager level 2 soul power, indicating poor talent. Fran shook his head and moved on to the next child. One by one, beams of light flashed, and Fran's disappointment deepened. The 10 children whose martial spirits had awakened possessed only ordinary and common spirits, with even some manifesting the worthless blue-silver grass. None exceeded level 5 in soul power. As he approached the final child, Fran had already resigned himself to the notion that this child, whose parents had unremarkable martial spirits, would likely be no different. The thought troubled him further. Soto City had not produced a talent for the Spirit City in years. Each return to the Spirit City intensified his dread of the Pope's reprimands. Grandfather, what about me? Xiang Hao's voice interrupted Fran's thoughts. Fran began to guide the soul power into Xiang Hao's body. As the gentle energy flowed within him, Xiang Hao felt a warm current enveloping his entire being. At that moment, he sensed every vein and muscle awakening, as a heated rush of blood coursed through him. Externally, the transformation was striking. Crimson veins appeared all over his body, his skin took on a dark red hue, and his eyes glimmered with a blood-like tint, his visage resembling that of a fearsome entity. The surrounding children were taken aback, some trembling in fear and others crying out. However, Xiang Hao felt as if he had entered an extraordinary state, never having felt so invigorated. Every muscle responded to his will, an endless reservoir of power surged within him. And the divine martial technique seemed to receive some form of guidance, breaking through its current realm and racing towards the pinnacle of the second realm. In a sea of consciousness, a peculiar light flickered, startling Xiang Hao. Was the old man awakening? Yet, he heard no voice from the elder. Soon after, a shadowy figure of deep crimson emerged within his mind, Xiang Hao could not discern the figure's features, but noted its imposing stature. Wielding a large halberd in one hand and resting a sword in the other, its gaze flashing with crimson light before Xiang Hao was expelled from the sea of consciousness. Fran was equally astonished by the unfolding events, yet he could not identify the child's martial spirit or discern any soul imprint. An unsettling feeling soon overshadowed the earlier surprise, as this martial spirit emanated a disquieting aura of bloodlust. "Grandfather, we haven't tested my soul power yet," Xiang Hao reminded him. The nature of the martial spirit was unprecedented, and Fran pondered its innate soul power. If the innate soul power was low, even a superior martial spirit would struggle to thrive. Just as he contemplated, Xiang Hao placed his hand on the crystal ball, which immediately radiated a dazzling light. "Innate full soul power," Fran exclaimed in astonishment. This indicated the child's exceptional talent for cultivation, coupled with the enigmatic martial spirit. Suddenly, Fran felt a profound interest in the boy. Every year, the Pope sought out gifted children for the Spirit City, aiming to cultivate the next generation of strong warriors for the Spirit Hall. This child before him exhibited remarkable potential. Yet the nature of his martial spirit remained unknown. With this in mind, Fran closed his eyes, and a purple soul ring shimmered beneath his feet, his third soul skill. Batwave detection. This ability allowed Fran to perceive the fluctuations of the opponent's soul power. Upon reopening his eyes, despite having anticipated it, Fran was still taken aback by the sight before him. Xiang Hao emanated a blood-red light, the intensity of his soul power surpassing even that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon he had previously encountered. Regardless of the true nature of this child's martial spirit, it was undoubtedly a top-tier spirit. Xiang Hao gradually retracted his martial soul and gazed at the still-dazed grandfather Fran before him. "My martial soul is my very own body. When the martial soul manifests, all my abilities are significantly enhanced." As he spoke, a crimson soul mark appeared on his chest. Splendid. A magnificent martial soul, a remarkable child. Xiang Hao observed the excitement radiating from Fran, whose pale, elongated face bore a smile that was unsettling. Fran then took Xiang Hao's hand and led him out of the grand hall, where they encountered his anxious parents waiting outside. "How is it, Xiao Hao? Even if your martial soul is not exceptional, it can be improved through later training. Do not let it trouble you," Song Wan comforted him. Fran approached, saying, "Do not be alarmed, for Hao possesses innate full soul power and a rare body martial soul, a talent unparalleled in a million. Please prepare yourselves, tomorrow. Xiang Hao shall accompany me to Martial Soul City to meet His Holiness the Pope." With that, Frank slowly departed. But the fervent gaze he cast at Xiang Hao sent a shiver down his spine. Xiang Qian and his wife were still grappling with the reality that their son was a prodigy destined to meet the Pope. A tinge of melancholy flickered in their eyes. They had anticipated this day, yet its arrival still weighed heavily on their hearts. That night, as the couple prepared luggage for Xiang Hao, a poignant conversation unfolded between father and son. "Xiao Hao, now that you are over 6 years old and have awakened your martial soul, you are now a soul master. A man. Henceforth, face all challenges with courage. There are many geniuses in Martial Soul City, so do not neglect your training. You have always been independent and obedient. Take good care of yourself." Meanwhile, Song Wan, hidden behind the door, was already in tears. Xiang Hao felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and had never experienced parental love. His rescuing master had departed early. The absence of affection in his past life rendered the love from his parents in this life immensely precious. The following morning, adhering to the rituals from his previous life, Xiang Hao performed a deep bow of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations, which brought tears to his parents' eyes as he departed. On the carriage, Fran wore a beaming expression, eagerly engaging Xiang Hao, who, however, chose to meditate cross-legged instead. At this moment, Xiang Hao's greatest joy was not merely his body martial soul, but the instant he awakened it yesterday, the breakthrough of his divine martial art. It seemed as though the martial art was guided by soul power. Akin to a dam bursting open, the divine martial art swiftly achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the second stage, 9th transformation. Xiang Hao gleamed that in this world, the cultivation of the divine martial art appeared to complement his soul power, allowing him to refine his soul power continually. This time, he aimed to progress steadily, with the divine martial art also advancing to the 5th transformation of the second stage. Yet, this was not all. The elder who had entered his consciousness during his fall in his previous life had not appeared in the 6 years since his arrival here. However, yesterday, something within his consciousness had awakened, and his right hand seemed on the verge of manifesting something, though he suppressed it. Whether it be the great halberd or the elder, both remained his most profound secrets. Chapter 4. Apprenticeship with Bibi Dong. After 2 days and nights of arduous travel, Xiang Hao finally arrived at Martial Soul City. Having grown up in the Martial Soul Hall, he was nonetheless awestruck by the resplendent splendor of Martial Soul City. The main city of the Martial Soul Hall, perched atop a mountain, was 10 times larger than Soto City. If only the library were 10 times larger. Frang led Xiang Hao through the city gates to the very end, where they finally beheld the main hall housing the Pope. The 6 emblems displayed prominently before the hall signified its status as the highest echelon of the Martial Soul Hall. Frang respectfully approached the guard at the entrance. Please announce. Bishop Frang of Soto City has urgent business to discuss with His Holiness the Pope. The guard promptly entered to relay the message, and after a half-hour wait, the grand door swung open, allowing Frang and Xiang Hao to enter. At the far end, the woman seated upon the throne left Xiang Hao utterly captivated. In 2 lifetimes, he had encountered many beauties, yet none could rival the cold elegance and commanding presence of this woman. Clad in a form-fitting garment that accentuated her graceful figure, her exquisite features framed by slightly curled long hair cascading to either side, she held a scepter firmly in her left hand. Her legs crossed as she sat upon the throne, her piercing gaze surveying all below. This was the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Beside her, Frang trembled as he knelt, and Xiang Hao followed suit behind him. Your Holiness, Bishop Frang of Soto City presents to you this exceptionally gifted youth. He possesses a body martial soul, innate full soul power, and he is one of our own within the Martial Soul Hall. I believe he may serve your grand ambitions well. Hence my reason for reporting to you. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed intrigued, leaning slightly forward as a cool, melodious voice resonated. Child, rise and unleash your martial soul. Xiang Hao unleashed his martial spirit, feeling his soul power and the divine martial art operate in unison. Suddenly, a Shura, covered in blood patterns, materialized before him. Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, was taken aback. This was a martial spirit she had never encountered before. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Xiang Hao's strength appeared to amplify significantly in her eyes. This was indeed an exceptionally gifted martial spirit, and moreover, this young man seemed to harbor additional secrets. How intriguing. Bibi Dong rose gracefully, approaching Xiang Hao. Child, unleash your full power and strike me with your best punch. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao understood that she sought to test his capabilities. He was aware that on the path to success, mere strength was insufficient. One must also seize opportunities, and he had always been adept at doing so. The road to godhood required a formidable ally, and this woman, possessing immense power, was undoubtedly qualified to be his mentor. However, he needed to prove himself worthy of being her disciple. With no further words, Xiang Hao harnessed the power granted by his martial spirit while simultaneously executing the divine martial art. Shadows of thunder manifested beneath his feet, and in an instant, a crimson figure shot forth, reaching Bibi Dong in a heartbeat. The force of his punch surged forward, yet it met an invisible barrier, as if striking a wall. Xiang Hao's crimson eyes widened momentarily, but he swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches. Still, he could not inch closer. Bibi Dong merely waved her staff, sending him flying. As she scrutinized the young man before her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but be astonished by his martial spirit. His speed and strength were remarkably impressive, rivaling that of a god-level martial spirit. Was this the innate power of the human body? Meanwhile, Xiang Hao felt an increasing, intangible pressure from the woman standing before him. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm, locking eyes with Bibi Dong. At that moment, he refused to falter. If she sought to test him, he would demonstrate that her judgment was not misplaced. Observing the child enduring the weight of her pressure, Bibi Dong suddenly smiled. This child possessed extraordinary talent. His inherent martial spirit was even more formidable than the angel martial spirit. Perhaps he was her opportunity. With that thought, Bibi Dong withdrew her oppressive aura and gently asked, Child, do you wish to become my disciple? As the pressure lifted, Xiang Hao felt a lightness in his body and realized that the Pope intended to accept him as her student. With no hesitation, he knelt before her, declaring, Teacher, I pay my respects. Bibi Dong smiled at this display, proclaiming, From this moment forth, Xiang Hao shall be my direct disciple, and the Spirit Hall will treat him as the Holy Son. There must be no mistake. Franco, you shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold soul coins for your recommendation. I hope you will continue to be diligent in your duties. Thank you, Your Holiness. We shall strive even harder to discover talents for the Spirit Hall, Franco fervently replied. You may all withdraw. From now on, Xiang Hao shall remain here to train under my guidance. With that, Franco and the guards exited. leaving only Bibi Dong and Xiang Hao in the vast palace. However, it is just you and your teacher now. There is no need for pretense. Understanding that he could no longer hide, Xiang Hao noticed Bibi Dong glance at his right hand. He then opened his palm, revealing a magnificent golden halberd, which he could barely lift. Bibi Dong was astonished, sensing that this weapon was on par with the legendary Haotian hammer, indicating it was a martial spirit even more powerful than that. Could it be a twin martial spirit? Bibi Dong mused. Does anyone else know of this? Only my teacher. Xiang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong utilized her soul power to conceal the soul imprint on Xiang Hao's right hand. In the future, this martial spirit must not be used casually, nor should you apply soul rings to it. Focus on cultivating your primary martial spirit. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. The cultivation of a twin martial spirit differs from that of a typical soul master. You must not affix a soul ring to your second martial spirit until you attain the rank of title Douluo, lest it adversely affect your training. Twin martial spirits are exceedingly rare, and fortunately, your teacher possesses one as well. I understand. I shall heed your words. Very well. I will now introduce you to your new environment. For the coming years, you will train alongside me. With that, Bibi Dong guided Xiang Hao to her quarters, where she designated a spacious room for him. She familiarized him with the training area and various facilities, but the most impressive aspect for Xiang Hao was the vast library. By the way, Hao, you have yet to acquire your first soul ring. In a week, I will personally accompany you to hunt for it. Prepare yourself. Yes, teacher. This will be your training ground from now on. You are my second disciple, and you have an elder sister named Hulaina, who is currently on another mission. Your sister is also exceptionally talented. She is 3 years your senior and already a 2-ring soul master. You must practice diligently and not fall behind. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will periodically assess your soul power, so ensure you keep pace. With that, Bibi Dong gifted Xiang Hao a splendid gemstone ring. This is a storage ring with approximately 100 cubic meters of space. Consider it a token of your apprenticeship. Xiang Hao tightened his grip on the ring as Bibi Dong departed, allowing him to begin his daily training. The Spirit Hall, being the most powerful force on the continent, offered an abundance of resources. After just 2 days of training, Xiang Hao experienced the richness of their provisions. Each day concluded with a specially concocted medicinal bath, filled with precious herbs that made him exclaim about his teacher's wealth. Utilizing these herbs, Xiang Hao also experimented with concocting basic elixirs, such as detoxifying potions and healing remedies. This was the first time in both his lives that he had engaged in alchemy, yet the results were quite satisfactory. 2 days later, as promised, Bibi Dong returned to escort Xiang Hao to the Stardew Forest. Are you prepared? This time, we shall venture to the outskirts of the Stardew Forest to select a suitable century-old soul beast for you. Yes, teacher. With that, the pair set off in a carriage, accompanied only by 2 control system soul saints. They arrived at the forest's edge by nightfall, establishing camp outside. However, during this hunt, I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. You must engage the soul beast on your own. Do not disappoint me. Understood, teacher. The next morning, they set out, the 2 soul saints safeguarding them from the shadows while Bibi Dong observed from a distance. Xiang Hao ventured deeper into the forest, formulating a clear objective for his first soul ring, to enhance his body's defensive capabilities, ideally achieving immunity to certain special attacks. Suddenly, a vision struck him. Chapter 5. Light Spirit Rhinoceros. Years ago, when he first encountered the introduction of this soul beast, he was captivated by its unique attributes, the Light Spirit Rhinoceros. A power-type soul beast. While it may not be the most powerful among its kind, it possessed the rare holy attribute, granting it an extraordinary ability, holy body armor, which provided complete immunity to abnormal states for a brief period. Additionally, this soul beast exhibited remarkable resistance to toxins. Thus, they frequently inhabit regions teeming with toxic swamps, where they not only evade their natural predators, but also feed on rare medicinal herbs that thrive in such perilous environments. However, despite this advantageous adaptation, the population of the Radiant Spirit Rhinoceros remains exceedingly sparse, primarily due to human interference. While the Radiant Spirit Rhinoceros possesses unique abilities to elude its foes, it has unfortunately attracted the attention of many spirit masters. Regrettably, it has been a considerable time since any traces of the Radiant Spirit Rhinoceros have been discovered. Yet, just last week, a team of spirit masters from the Spirit Hall stumbled upon several Radiant Spirit Rhinoceroses in the toxic swamps located in the northwestern corner of the Stardew Forest. including a young specimen approximately 500 years old. This news undoubtedly brings immense joy to Xiang Hao. Another individual equally delighted by this discovery is Bibi Dong, who evidently regards this as an exceptional first spirit ring. Thus, Xiang Hao is determined to venture to that toxic swamp in the northwestern corner. Accompanied by 2 adept spirit saints, for the radiant spirit rhinoceros must be secured. Thus, under the perilous foresight of the 2 soul saints, Xiang Hao skillfully evaded the Millennium Soul Beast, taking a circuitous route and arriving near the toxic marsh by that evening. Your Excellency, the target's location lies just ahead within the toxic marsh. However, we have already surveyed a 3-kilometer radius and found no trace of the soul beast. Xiang Hao nodded slightly. The meticulous organization of soul beast information by the Spirit Hall was undeniably rigorous. Soul masters who reported falsehoods would face severe repercussions. Thus, the news regarding the light spirit rhinoceros was likely authentic. However, within a mere week, and given the strong territorial instincts of such soul beasts, it was improbable that it would abandon its territory under normal circumstances. This left only one conclusion: Xiang Yu had been intercepted. Xiang Hao was utterly despondent, feeling as if he were on the verge of tears, for the succulent roasted goose he had anticipated had slipped away. The frustration he experienced was beyond description. Having lived 2 lives, his guiding principle had always been to seize every opportunity. On the path of cultivation, he firmly believed that while geniuses may not solely arise from innate talents, such talents could certainly be cultivated into genius. If one aspired to be the strongest, then no opportunity should be relinquished to others. Now, to his dismay, before he could even begin, someone else had already plucked the fruit of his labor. Despairing, he gazed at the toxic marshland before him. He resolved to investigate further. Your Excellency, the light spirit rhinoceros has vanished. It would be unwise to venture recklessly into the toxic marsh. Our martial souls are better suited for exploration, and we have strayed far from the forest's edge. If a ferocious 10,000-year soul beast were to appear, it would be difficult for us to ensure your safety, cautioned a soul sage with an all-martial soul. Since we have come this far, I must take a glance within. Fear not, I have prepared ample antidotes. You shall wait for me at the periphery. Should my search yield no results, I will signal you. Xiang Hao was naturally indignant. Since time immemorial, it had been his practice to seize others' opportunities, not the other way around. Ignoring the protest of those around him, he consumed a Qingling pill and plunged headlong into the toxic swamp. The area of the swamp was not extensive, yet the noxious gases that had accumulated over the years permeated the air, rendering it inhospitable even for formidable warriors of the soul Douluo caliber. The effects of the Qingling pill he had prepared would not last long. Once immersed in the swamp, Xiang Hao realized he had indeed underestimated the toxicity of the miasma. The potency of a single Qingling pill could only sustain him for 10 minutes. After searching the vicinity, Xiang Hao felt increasingly despondent. There was ample evidence of the existence of the Guangling rhinoceros, yet the footprints suggested that the intel provided by the Soul Master was erroneous. It appeared that 2 Guangling rhinoceroses inhabited this area, one aged between 6,000 to 8,000 years, while the other seemed to boast a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years. Even if he were to find them, such a soul beast would not be suitable for him. Should he encounter one, it was uncertain who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. Nevertheless, the sensation of having his opportunity snatched away was profoundly disheartening. After signaling with his arrow, Xiang Hao prepared to return, but suddenly he noticed a footprint by the roadside, followed closely by a few drops of fresh blood. This individual was still nearby. Excellent. I have caught up with him. I am eager to discover who this audacious thief is, one who dares to steal from me. Following the trail of blood, Xiang Hao arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave, where the toxic miasma from the poisonous swamp seemed to be warded off by some unseen force. Indeed, that person must be here. However, since neither of the soul saints had detected him, it was apparent that he possessed some artifact capable of cloaking his presence. It seemed he intended to forcibly absorb a soul ring in this very spot. Xiang Hao entered slowly and was greeted by the sight of a jade vase holding a vibrant Qilua flower, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The grandeur of such an arrangement truly astonished him. He had not anticipated that this individual could procure such a rare bloom. Although it was merely a mortal specimen, flowers of this nature were treasures of heaven and earth, encountered only by chance. All existing records describe this flower with a singular phrase: a nemesis to all poisons. Xiang Hao picked up the jade vial and was immediately enveloped by the delicate fragrance emanating from the flowers, causing the noxious mists surrounding him to dissipate. In his previous life, although he had not meticulously studied the 100-herb elixir canon, he was aware that the fragrant beauty flower held a unique place in the compendium of celestial herbs, ranking as the 4th essential ingredient in the art of alchemy. Indispensable for crafting the scented pursuit pill, this fragrant beauty flower was merely a seedling, yet it possessed considerable value. Legend spoke of an exceedingly rare variant within the fragrant beauty flower, known as the celestial fragrant beauty flower. Its medicinal potency was said to be 100-fold that of the ordinary fragrant beauty flower, yet such an extraordinary herb was beyond reach, a treasure not easily obtained. Xiang Hao grew increasingly curious about the individual within. Their extravagant display of wealth suggested they might belong to a prominent sect or a prestigious family. However, rather than relying on connections, he was determined to ascertain who possessed true strength. As he ventured deeper into the cave, it became apparent that the descent was growing more pronounced. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally rounded the last bend and beheld the person he had been contemplating. Before the colossal corpse of the radiant spirit rhinoceros, the figure sat cross-legged, their back turned towards Xiang Hao. Golden tresses cascaded to the ground, obscuring most of their form. The 6 wings on their back appeared somewhat dimmed, with faint traces of blood staining their shoulders. It was evident that this individual had sustained injuries during their confrontation with the radiant spirit rhinoceros, their breath unstable. Above them, a violet soul ring flickered incessantly, revealing 6 faint lines, a testament to the soul ring of the 6,000-year-old radiant spirit rhinoceros. Well, it seems you have fallen into my hands. Although this radiant spirit rhinoceros is no longer suitable for me, your audacious strike has left me quite unsettled. I am eager to discover your true identity. Xiang Hao stealthily approached the individual, eager to discern the truth. Yet, upon that very glance, Xiang Hao found himself irrevocably ensnared. Upon first laying eyes on the young woman, Xiang Hao found himself at a loss for words. He could not conjure any term to aptly describe the enchanting figure before him. Though she appeared to be merely 12 or 13, her beauty was breathtaking, and her delicate form was exquisitely refined. The ethereal wings upon her back and her flowing golden hair added an air of sanctity, making her seem almost otherworldly. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glistened, heralding her as a potential 4-ringed soul master at such a tender age. It was truly astonishing. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Qian Rinxue, the girl's extraordinary talent left Xiang Hao utterly astounded. She appeared to be only 5 or 6 years his senior. Yet she had already attained the remarkable cultivation of a 4-ringed soul master. Her prowess was nothing short of monstrous. However, her lovely visage was marred by a frown. Her complexion pale. It seemed she was suffering from the backlash of her soul rings. Absorbing a 4th soul ring amidst this toxic mist was an arduous task, made all the more perilous by her injuries. If she continued down this path, complications were inevitable. Given the girl's audacious endeavor, it was evident that she hailed from a prestigious sect. One could hardly fathom why such a noble scion would recklessly attempt to absorb soul rings in such a treacherous environment. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, indicating that her condition was dire. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Hao retrieved a medicinal pill and, channeling his soul power, gently infused its essence into her body. Xiang Hao is not a virtuous man. On the contrary, judging by the moral principles he has adhered to in 2 lifetimes, he can be regarded as an unmitigated scoundrel. His heart is not expansive. If you inflict a wound upon him, he will repay you with 3-fold vengeance. Yet if you save him, he will return the favor with equal measure. This time, having borrowed your fragrant and ethereal plant, he decides to save your life. Placing his hand on the girl's back, a gentle medicinal energy flows into the golden-haired maiden, gradually restoring her complexion and healing her external injuries. As one of the most commonly used elixirs in the herbal alchemy scriptures, the Jade Harmony pill's efficacy is beyond doubt, possessing formidable healing properties for external wounds. This is also the first potion he has attempted to concoct after practicing the herbal alchemy scriptures in this lifetime. After a light cough, the girl's breathing steadies. Observing her recovery, Xiang Hao begins to toy with the fragrant plant in his hand. Though still in its infancy, the plant emanates a remarkably pure medicinal energy. He recalls that in his previous life, an elder from the Divine Martial Hall possessed a similar plant, which he wore around his neck to ward off all poisons. This elder once ventured into a perilous poisonous swamp unscathed, and now it seems that the claims were not unfounded. With the fragrant plant in his possession, toxins find it difficult to penetrate his body, allowing him to come into contact with various poisons, thus expanding his alchemical possibilities. Turning to glance at the girl still absorbing her spirit ring, Xiang Hao unconsciously draws closer. What a delicate girl she is, although merely 11 or 12 years old. Even in her unbloomed state, she is strikingly beautiful. One can scarcely imagine how radiant she will be when she blossoms. Furthermore, her visage seems somewhat familiar. As he leans in for a closer look, he can hear her steady breathing, but alas, he cannot behold her enchanting eyes. Suddenly, the purple spirit ring atop the girl's head descends to the ground. Oh no, she is about to awaken. Xiang Hao has no confidence in escaping the grasp of a four-ringed soul master. It would be wise to slip away quietly. With a swift motion, he distances himself 100 steps in the blink of an eye. How careless of me. I should have departed immediately. If she were to pursue me, I would surely meet my end here. Fortunately, I refrained from engaging in any peculiar activities. Yet, as the saying goes, fear brings forth what one dreads. Just as he reaches the cave's exit, a sharp sword energy surges towards him from behind. The golden-haired girl flutters 6 luminous wings, wielding a long sword. Her radiant purple eyes filled with indignation. This is disastrous. She has misunderstood my intentions, Xiang Hao thinks, hastening his steps with the thunder mirage technique, instantly transforming into numerous flickering shadows. Thief, you have sullied my honor. You shall not escape. Qianrenxue's heart races with agitation. Today, forcibly absorbing the spirit ring was already a desperate act, and to her astonishment, she suffered backlash. Fortunately, a warm flow had entered her body, alleviating her pain and facilitating the absorption of the spirit ring. Just as she prepares to express her gratitude to her benefactor, she feels a warm breath upon her lips. Drawing closer. In her panic, she opens her eyes only to find the fleeing scoundrel is but a child of 7 or 8 years. Qianrenxue is immediately unsettled, summoning her 6-winged angel martial soul to pursue him. A life-saving grace and a slight against her honor are 2 separate matters. While a death sentence may be avoided, a living crime cannot go unpunished. At such a tender age, he should learn better. However, this child possesses some skill. Though the fluctuations of his soul power barely reach the 10th level, his speed is remarkable. Yet, attempting to escape from a soul master is exceedingly naive. But in the next moment, the figure before her suddenly multiplies into dozens of indistinct shadows, all darting away. Qianrenxue cannot help but smirk, realizing she has underestimated him. A yellow spirit ring flares beneath her feet. Her second soul skill, Angel Wings, activates. Countless beams of light surge forth from all directions, shattering Xiang Hao's illusions, while she sustains 2 new wounds. This is untenable. The disparity in power is too great. Sister, I have saved your life. I do not seek your gratitude. But surely you need not take revenge, Xiang Hao calls out. Oh, did you not already collect your reward for saving me with your own ring? Now let us simply tally the accounts of your transgressions. Prepare to face my blade. Qianrenxue offers him no opportunity, determined to teach this little rogue a lesson. She unleashes several sword strikes, and unable to evade them, Xiang Hao receives another deep wound on his shoulder. This girl is serious. It seems escape is no longer an option. With that thought, Xiang Hao channels his soul power, crimson veins appearing on his body, his black eyes subtly tinted with blood, enhancing his entire being. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue, hovering above, witnesses this transformation. So this is his martial soul? It is neither a weapon nor a beast martial soul, truly unique. Yet it is all for naught. In the face of absolute power, everything else is rendered meaningless. Again, she unleashes a flurry of sword energies. But the spectral figure on the ground skillfully evades each blade. Just as Qianrenxue prepares to strike again, that figure astonishingly springs from the ground, a blood-red fist hurtling towards her. Qianrenxue hastily raises her sword to block, but the force of the punch still leaves her astonished. This strike's power would likely overwhelm even a non-strength-type soul reverent, yet alas, I am not among them. Qianrenxue channels her soul power to knock Xiang Hao to the ground, ready to activate her 3rd soul skill. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A colossal figure bursts into the fray, its tremendous impact catching Qianrenxue off guard. Damn it, how did it return? A few soul saints cannot even contain a 1,000-year soul beast. Qianrenxue feels a pang of frustration. The current situation is exceedingly precarious. Xiang Hao, now on the ground, observes this scene unfold as an 8,000-year radiant spirit rhinoceros charges forth. This is troubling. The creature, bearing numerous scars, must have just emerged from a fierce battle. Its foul temper now poses the worst possible scenario. Chapter 7. The colossal beast as he gazes at the immense creature barreling towards him. Xiang Hao internally laments the escalating trouble. How could this brute appear at such a moment? The radiant spirit rhinoceros lets out a thunderous roar, shaking him to his very core. The overwhelming intimidation stemming from their disparity in strength is palpable. Should this beast strike him, he would undoubtedly collapse. In the next instant, the rhinoceros's horn begins to radiate, waves of light scattering outward, a manifestation of its innate skill, sacred radiance. In a heartbeat, wherever the light touches, scorched earth is left in its wake. Xiang Hao exhibited no hesitation as he summoned his martial soul, the flickering phantom of thunder beneath his feet. His nerves were highly strung, for this was the closest he had come to death since his reincarnation. A wave of light had just whizzed past his ear. Having already faced death once, Xiang Hao cherished his life dearly and was determined not to meet his end here. In stark contrast to Xiang Hao's desperate evasion, Qianren in the air found herself in a precarious state. Her garments were tattered, her 6 wings had lost 2 of their feathers, and her once vibrant face now bore a pallor, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Most of the recent attacks had been directed at her, and with no cover in sight, she had been forced to endure a direct hit after failing to evade an assault, causing her wounds to reopen. Blood trickling down her armored form to the ground below. She struggled to maintain her balance, fighting to avoid plummeting from the sky. This bunch of useless fools. Even together, they cannot slay this luminous spirit rhinoceros. Qianren exclaimed in frustration. Miss, you lured the soul beast here. Xiang Hao realized that those around the girl had drawn the ancient luminous rhinoceros away, granting her the time to eliminate a lesser soul beast. In this light, he felt terribly trapped by her actions. The situation was dire. The massive form of the luminous rhinoceros blocked their only escape route, sealing off their chance of survival. A wounded soul master of the 4th ring and a full-powered soul warrior now had to confront this soul beast, which had existed for millennia. Miss, will you trust me? We have but one chance, Xiang Hao said earnestly. The sole vulnerability of the rhinoceros lay in its eyes. When I give the signal, unleash your strongest attack on its right eye, while I strike its left. We have but this single opportunity. There could be no room for error. The luminous rhinoceros, breathing heavily, fixated its gaze on the 2, continually assessing its adversaries. At that moment, a glimmer appeared in Xiang Hao's hand as he conjured a fragrant flower, the aroma instantaneously captivating the rhinoceros. Indeed, this heavenly treasure possessed an immense allure even for soul beasts. Seizing the moment, Xiang Hao hurled the fragrant flower into the air, diverting the rhinoceros' attention. Now, he swiftly activated the divine martial decision within him, transforming into a streak of light that darted towards the rhinoceros. Almost simultaneously, Qianren surged forth, wielding her sword in a fierce thrust. In an instant, they flanked the rhinoceros's head. Xiang Hao's right hand shimmered with golden light, summoning a golden halberd, which he plunged with all his might into the rhinoceros's left eye. At the same time, Qianren pierced through the rhinoceros's right eye. Xiang Hao immediately leapt back as the rhinoceros entered a state of fury. Despite its formidable vision, its sense of smell was notably dull, presenting him with an opportunity. Indeed, once blinded, the rhinoceros began to thrash about wildly, its massive body slowly retreating from the cave's entrance. This was his chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated toward the opening. However, as he neared the exit, he glanced back to see the rhinoceros charging towards Qianren, its bloodlust drawn to her overpowering scent. At that moment, she had exhausted all her soul power and could only collapse to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, the rhinoceros let out a pained roar and turned to charge at Xiang Hao. For reasons unknown, he found himself halted, as if the motivations that had driven him had vanished. Summoning the golden halberd once more, he hurled it with all his strength at the beast's hind leg, landing a hit before fleeing towards the cave's mouth. The rapid succession of events left Qianren, barely a teenager, in shock. Just moments before, she had pursued him, and now he had come to her aid. Growing up amidst the treachery of the spirit hall, she felt a sense of confusion, accustomed to feigned sentiments and deception. She could not comprehend why someone would risk themselves for her. In her life, the only one who had ever protected her was her grandfather, and now, a boy 5 or 6 years her junior had done the same. The image of that boy was already fading from her memory. I truly owe him a great debt, Qianren thought with a wry smile. She struggled to rise and pursue him, but soon succumbed to her exhaustion and fainted. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao faced a perilous predicament. He consumed the remaining spirit elixirs and sprinted towards the toxic swamp, but the rhinoceros relentlessly pursued him. What foolish heroism is this? Saving a stranger while endangering my life. His soul power was nearly depleted, and the enhancement effect of his martial soul was waning. He was reaching his limits. Just then, the rhinoceros flared with golden light. unleashing a flurry of light waves once more. Though the beast was blind, its indiscriminate attacks still overwhelmed Xiang Hao. 2 waves struck his shoulder and waist, the tremendous force toppling him into the toxic swamp. He rolled several times before coming to a halt, his skin scorched and bleeding. Unable to discern whether the warmth coursing over him was blood or mud. This time, I've truly gone too far, he thought wryly. Struggling to rise and catch sight of the approaching luminous rhinoceros. It seemed escape was futile. Suddenly, the rhinoceros, seemingly enraged, barreled out of the toxic swamp in the direction it had just come from. Xiang Hao was taken aback, glancing down at his muddy form. The swamp had concealed his presence. With a mix of disbelief and relief, he realized he had narrowly escaped death. Xiang Hao no longer dared to hesitate, mustering all his strength to slowly crawl out of the toxic swamp. Why had it been 2 hours since he sent the signal? Yet the 2 soul saints had not come to find him? And why had that luminous spirit rhinoceros suddenly dashed back into the poisonous mire? It was improbable that the golden-haired girl would attempt to forcibly hunt another luminous spirit rhinoceros in the presence of this one. The most plausible explanation was that her companions had diverted its attention. Suddenly, a multitude of questions flooded Xiang Hao's mind. Shortly thereafter, he recalled a crucial detail: the fragrant silk placed at the cave's entrance by the golden-haired girl during her soul ring absorption. An unfortunate hypothesis began to take shape within Xiang Hao's consciousness. Chapter 8. The Savage Crocodile Dragon Turtle. A troubling thought suddenly surfaced in Xiang Hao's mind. The ethereal fragrance of the spirit treasure would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the soul beasts, leading to a chaotic struggle for dominance. If the young girl had placed the fragrant essence in the toxic swamp even for a brief moment, countless soul beasts would be drawn to its alluring scent, converging upon it in a wild stampede. The radiant spirit rhinoceros must have been lured away, only to return upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma. If even a creature with a less acute sense of smell, such as the radiant spirit rhinoceros, could detect the scent, it was reasonable to assume that soul beasts within a radius of several miles had also picked up its trail, yet remained trapped outside the toxic barrier. The prospect of a soul beast riot awaiting him outside was indeed alarming. With this thought, Xiang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. All he could do now was hope that his fears were unfounded. Should a beast wave occur, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. In this toxic swamp, the noxious fumes incessantly eroded his body, and the effects of the clear spirit pill would last no more than half an hour longer. After painstakingly crawling a considerable distance, Xiang Hao finally glimpsed the boundary of the toxic barrier. To his relief, the anticipated scene of soul beasts roaring in chaos did not materialize. Perhaps he had overestimated the situation. He hastened to the edge of the barrier, where he sat down to regulate his breathing, sensing that the immediate danger had passed. Nevertheless, this area remained perilous. After a few moments of meditation, he rose slowly, limping toward the outskirts of the forest. However, as he ventured further, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. The path was strewn with broken trees, disordered footprints, and signs of fierce combat. Splintered wood lay scattered all around. Gradually, the remains of lower-aged soul beasts began to appear, some 10 years old, others a century, and even a few millennia. Yet, every corpse bore a similar wound, almost uniformly severed by another soul beast. It appeared that a beast wave had indeed transpired. However, given that he was at the forest's edge, the fallen were merely low-tier soul beasts, all vanquished by a more formidable predator. This potent creature was the very source of Xiang Hao's growing unease. In Xiang Hao's mind, a particular spirit beast emerged, a creature that thrived near toxic marshes, feasting on carrion, relishing the act of burying its prey in the mire until it decayed, only to unearth it later for consumption. This beast, the barbaric crocodile dragon turtle, is a rarity even more elusive than the light spirit rhinoceros, possessing an exceptionally formidable lineage. It boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, its shell adorned with menacing spines, and exhibits impressive speed and strength. Most astonishing is its enormous maw. A century-old barbaric crocodile dragon turtle can overpower an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast, often cleaving foes in two with a single bite. In the archives of the Spirit Hall, its rarity and ferocity rank it among the top 10 elite spirit beasts. Undoubtedly, it would make for an exceptional spirit ring. However, now, as an adversary to Xiang Hao, it poses a significant challenge. Xiang Hao advanced cautiously, soon reaching the edge of a pond, where a moderately sized turtle-like spirit beast came into view. Indeed, this was the ferocious dragon turtle, its shell floating on the water's surface, the spines glinting menacingly and a pair of blood-red beastly eyes peering just above the water. Fixated on him, both parties recognized each other simultaneously, and Xiang Hao felt a surge of dread. He immediately raised his halberd. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the pond revealed a tinge of crimson. The dragon turtle had sustained significant injuries during its recent skirmish with a pack of beasts, and neither dared to make a rash move. However, if Xiang Hao turned to flee, the creature would undoubtedly pounce and rend him asunder. Thus, the two remained locked in a tense standoff, each wary of the other. The one who faltered first would become the prey. Xiang Hao was already at the end of his strength, his right hand gripping the halberd tightly, striving to keep his body upright. His teachers were likely entangled with the beast tide, searching for him even now. He had to endure. The dragon turtle, too, was not in a better state. The small pond had turned a deep crimson, and its once vibrant eyes were growing dim. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. Suddenly, the barbaric crocodile dragon turtle emitted a low growl and slowly rose from the water. Xiang Hao immediately prepared his halberd in response. He clearly observed the beast's wounds. A massive gash marred its abdomen, exposing a segment of intestine, while its hind leg had been partially bitten off by other spirit beasts. It swayed unsteadily, its once impenetrable shell now nearly shattered, though its spines remained sharp. With a slow, deliberate gait, the barbaric crocodile dragon turtle approached Xiang Hao, each step becoming more labored. Xiang Hao maintained his unwavering gaze, his hands gripping the halberd protectively before him. With a thunderous crash, the dragon turtle collapsed onto the ground, its breath coming in slow, heavy gasps. Gradually, those breaths faded into silence, as if the dragon turtle had simply succumbed to its injuries. As Xiang Hao was about to retract his spear, in the blink of an eye, the ferocious crocodile dragon tortoise opened its massive maw and lunged directly at him, intent on meeting its demise alongside him. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao thrust the spear forward, piercing the creature's wide-open mouth in an instant. At that moment, he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his back, as he gazed at the yellow soul ring slowly forming on the carcass of the dragon tortoise. A smile crept across his face, a delightful surprise, a 600-year-old soul ring from the crocodile dragon tortoise. Xiang Hao felt his eyelids growing heavier, the experiences of just a few hours surpassing all the time he had spent in his previous lives. Countless brushes with death had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He knew he had to persist. Rest was not an option. He needed to absorb the soul ring quickly. For once other soul beasts realized that the crocodile dragon tortoise was dead, this place would become even more perilous. Resolutely, he began to guide the soul ring above his head, feeling the flow of soul power, and commenced the absorption of his first soul ring. Yet, a tearing pressure coursed through his body. Despite practicing the divine martial art, the pressure from the 600-year-old soul ring was still overwhelming. The Soul Master community generally believed that the upper limit for a first soul ring was around 400 years. However, Xiang Hao, confident in his enhanced physique from practicing the divine martial art, had not taken this limitation to heart. No, I refuse to accept this, he thought. Channeling the divine martial art, streams of true energy surged through his meridians, as the energy from all directions began to flow into his body, gradually alleviating the tearing pressure. At that moment, his spiritual sea began to stir again, as the resentment of the crocodile dragon tortoise emerged, unleashing a tempest within his mental realm. Under the intense assault, Xiang Hao felt the blood rush to his head. He steadied his breath and began to recite the Diamond Sutra. Having lived 2 lives, his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, further augmented by the practice of the divine martial art and the Diamond Sutra. Suddenly, golden light erupted as a golden figure appeared in his spiritual sea, striking at the vengeful spirit. To his astonishment, the tortoise spirit met the attack head-on, shattering the golden figure and roaring triumphantly. Xiang Hao felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The vengeful spirit was far too powerful. A sense of gravity settled over him as he silently recited the Diamond Sutra to calm his spiritual sea. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through his mind. "Little turtle, why are you shouting so loudly? You've woken me up." Upon hearing the old man's voice, the tortoise spirit immediately retracted its ferocity, and an elderly figure appeared in Xiang Hao's spiritual sea. The immense spiritual power of the elder effortlessly pushed the dragon tortoise to the edge of the spiritual realm, where it cowered in fear. "Little turtle, be quiet. You've disturbed my interest. If you continue, I shall shatter your soul," the elder warned, and the tortoise spirit, now subdued, shrank into a corner. With the elder's assistance, Xiang Hao's absorption of the soul ring gradually stabilized. From the outside, Xiang Hao appeared quite disheveled. As the immense power of the soul ring seemed on the verge of bursting his body apart, deep fissures appeared on his skin, while the true energy from the divine martial art clung tightly to him, preventing his body from exploding. The pain was indescribable. The colossal soul power relentlessly tore at his body, while the divine martial art continuously tightened the wounds. He could only feel the constant tearing and healing of his injuries. The pain had rendered him numb. All he could focus on was the relentless operation of the divine martial art, for at any moment, he could perish from the strain. Hang in there. This is a crucial period for body tempering. You must endure, the elder urged. Following his words, countless streams of spiritual energy converged from all directions, slowly enveloping Xiang Hao's body. Gradually, the sensation of tearing began to diminish. Under the elder's guidance, a significant portion of the pressure from the soul ring was countered by the surrounding spiritual energy. The operation of the divine martial art became increasingly smooth. And within his spiritual sea, Xiang Hao expressed his gratitude to the elder. Thank you, senior. Do not mention it. Our encounter is a fated opportunity. You are the descendant of the Overlord's will, and I shall protect you on your journey, the ethereal voice echoed in his mind. When you fell from the cliff, the temporal chaos inadvertently brought you to this world, and my fragmented soul suffered the same fate. Had you not forcibly activated the Breaking Heaven spear today, I fear I would have remained in slumber. The white-bearded elder continued, the spear in your right hand is named Breaking Heaven, the unparalleled divine weapon of the Overlord of countless worlds. And you, my dear boy, are his descendant. At this revelation, a spark of fervor ignited in Xiang Hao's eyes, conjuring images of the legendary Overlord wielding a massive spear, standing alone against thousands. May I be so bold as to ask for your esteemed name, senior? Xiang Hao inquired. My name? Ha ha ha. It has been so long that I scarcely remember. Perhaps I am merely a lingering thought, wandering for a millennium in search of the Overlord's heir. My spirit is nearly extinguished, yet when you fought valiantly atop the cliff, the will of the Overlord awakened once more. It is you who summoned me, the bearer of the Overlord's will. To become the Overlord, you must endure countless trials and tribulations. Are you ready for this? The elder responded solemnly. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Hao's spiritual essence knelt within his consciousness. The young man expressed his willingness and readiness at all times. Ha ha! Good lad. Xiang Wang has not chosen wrongly. In the future, you may call me Elder Yan, and I shall guide you step by step to inherit the mantle of the Overlord. Xiang Hao's gaze was ablaze with fervor. He was determined to become the Overlord. Ha ha! You have successfully navigated through the crisis of absorption, and your teacher will soon arrive here. Her strength is formidable, and I shall take my leave for now. Should you have any doubts in the future, simply summon me. Elder Yan's voice dissipated from Xiang Hao's consciousness as if he had never been there at all. The absorption of the soul ring was nearing its conclusion. Thanks to Elder Yan's assistance, Xiang Hao's divine martial art had broken through to the second level. The skin on his body began to shed like a molting shell, peeling away to reveal firm, tender new skin. The divine martial art primarily focuses on body refinement. Those who master it attain a physique of copper skin and iron bones, impervious to blades and immune to toxins. Upon breaking through to the second level, one sheds the old body to emerge with new skin, akin to copper, hard and resilient. This fortuitous opportunity enabled Xiang Hao to successfully break through to the third level, cultivating the external release of qi. At that moment, Bibi Dong arrived quietly, observing her disciple as he absorbed the soul ring. She was somewhat taken aback. This soul-hunting expedition had turned out to be more perilous than anticipated. She had originally believed that the outskirts of the forest posed little danger. Yet the age of the light spirit rhinoceros was inconsistent with reports, and the sudden surge of beasts had thrown the entire operation into chaos. By the time she reached this location, her disciple had already lost contact. After urgently searching the toxic marsh, a long trail of blood had guided her direction. Following the blood trail, Bibi Dong's anxiety intensified as she encountered disordered signs of battle and bloodstains strewn about. She prepared herself for the worst, but suddenly, a small figure by the pond alleviated the weight in her heart. Gazing at her disciple, who was gradually absorbing the soul ring, all her heavy emotions vanished. With a flick of her hand, a domain unfolded once more. Bibi Dong approached Xiang Hao, and upon seeing the corpse beside him, panic surged anew. This savage crocodile dragon turtle had nearly 700 years of cultivation. How could this child be so reckless? However, upon observing that Xiang Hao was nearing completion of the absorption process, the deep yellow soul ring began to stabilize and rotate around him. Bibi Dong felt reassured. This child's talent was indeed astonishing. With such potential, 20 years hence, a peerless Douluo would emerge on the Douluo continent, rendering her plans even more foolproof. Thus, Bibi Dong sat beside Xiang Hao, personally guarding him throughout the night. The following morning, the soul ring that had been swirling around Xiang Hao gradually diminished, retracting into his body. The absorption was complete. Slowly, Xiang Hao opened his eyes to behold a radiant and captivating visage. It was his teacher, here to protect him. Last night, upon Bibi Dong's arrival, he had sensed her presence, realizing that she had watched over him throughout the night. In Xiang Hao's heart, warmth overflowed. In his previous life, the teacher who took him in had imparted wisdom with such care, yet sadly, the teacher passed away before witnessing the brilliance of his disciple's future, a significant regret lingering in Xiang Hao's soul. In this lifetime, he vowed to make his name resound across the continent. Resolutely, he felt the abundant power coursing through his body and, with a swift punch, struck the towering tree beside him, which promptly toppled over. His strength had nearly tripled. "Shower, is your body still unwell?" The languid voice of Bibi Dong echoed. Xiang Hao immediately knelt in reverence. "As a student, I have endangered myself, causing concern for my teacher. I implore for your forgiveness." Hearing his words, the complex emotions within Bibi Dong dissipated entirely. Upon reflection, had she acted in time, none of this would have occurred. With her anger quelled, she gazed at the fallen tree, recognizing that this child's power had indeed grown significantly. Chapter 10. The First Soul Skill, Barbaric Armor. "Shower, what is the soul skill granted by your first soul ring?" Bibi Dong inquired, curious about the abilities bestowed by the 600-year-old barbaric crocodile dragon tortoise. "Teacher, the first soul skill granted to me by this soul ring is called Barbaric Armor. Upon activation, it summons a protective armor that envelopes my entire body, increasing my defense by 100. Additionally, my strength and speed are augmented by 30%. And the armor absorbs half of the opponent's attacks to store and release them instantaneously." Xiang Hao elaborated, thrilled by how this first soul skill had dramatically enhanced his power. With that, Xiang Hao summoned his martial spirit, and as the first soul ring shimmered, a scarlet spiked armor materialized. Bibi Dong observed closely, her eyes glinting with intrigue. This soul skill further amplified Xiang Hao's strength. Contemplating, Bibi Dong gently raised her hand, sending a faint beam of light towards him. Upon contact with the spiked armor, the light vanished instantly, only to be reflected back along the same trajectory with diminished intensity. Bibi Dong gracefully sidestepped, yet her heart was tumultuous with emotion. A perfect soul skill, embodying both offense and defense. It appears my disciple has encountered a remarkable opportunity. Though the soul hunting expedition encountered unforeseen events, it ultimately bore good results. After a brief respite, they departed from the Stardow forest. During their return journey in the carriage, Xiang Hao recounted the events that transpired in the poison marsh, excluding the golden-haired girl. "Teacher, while evading the light spirit, I inadvertently lost the ring you bestowed upon me as a token of apprenticeship. I humbly request your reprimand." It was only on the way back that he realized his ring was missing, although it contained only a few medicinal pills of little value. It was a cherished gift from Bibi Dong, and he felt remorse for his carelessness. "It is of no consequence. It was merely a trinket intended for your convenience in storing items during your cultivation. I shall provide you with another." With that, Bibi Dong removed a ring from her own hand and handed it to Xiang Hao. "Upon your return, you must diligently cultivate. As my disciple, you must command respect through your strength and innate talent. I shall not disappoint you, teacher." Afterward, a silence enveloped them. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, his ring now adorned Qian Rinxue's finger. After merely a quarter of an hour had passed since Xiang Hao diverted the light spirit rhino, several soul saints arrived to rescue Qian Rinxue. "Young master, we arrived late to your aid," they expressed, having not anticipated that the light spirit rhino, which had seemingly retreated, would suddenly charge back with fervor. Despite their utmost efforts to pursue, they encountered two soul saints of unknown strength along the way, managing to evade them but still arriving too late. As Qian Rinxue lay unconscious, she began to regain consciousness under the care of her companions. Her first words were an urgent command for her subordinates to search for Xiang Hao. However, as they scoured the surroundings, they could only find a ring and a few tattered pieces of clothing. Qian Rinxue, who often considered herself to be a stoic individual, felt her heart constrict painfully at the sight, as if she could scarcely breathe. Determined to continue her search for Xiang Hao, she sensed a powerful soul master approaching, compelling her companions to forcibly escort her away for her own safety. Thus, Xiang Hao's ring fell into Qian Rinxue's possession, but at that moment, she found herself kneeling before the elder hall, where an elderly man with white hair, clad in a white robe, coldly regarded his granddaughter. This was Qian Douluo, the ultimate Douluo who commanded respect across the continent. You have greatly disappointed me in this endeavor. You recklessly used the medicine of Yoxiang Qilua without understanding its properties, nearly placing yourself in peril. Despite possessing so many treasures, you failed miserably in your attempt to slay a 1,000-year soul beast. It seems your cultivation has stagnated of late. I hereby impose a 6-month confinement upon you to diligently improve your skills. Qian Daolu, somewhat irked, expelled Qian Rinxue from the hall, yet his mind remained troubled. According to his subordinates, this mission had been exceedingly perilous. However, it appeared that she had indeed acquired a promising disciple. As he let out a disdainful scoff that echoed through the vast elder hall. Feeling dejected, Qian Rinxue entered the confinement chamber. Even though she was alone, the image of that young man continually surfaced in her mind. As she caressed the gemstone ring upon her finger, she murmured, "Please do not perish. I, Qian Rinxue, have never been fond of being indebted to anyone." From that moment forth, a small figure quietly took residence in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, our protagonist had returned to the martial soul hall and commenced an exhaustive regimen of training. The recent soul-hunting experience had imparted valuable lessons to Xiang Hao. He recognized his fortuitous circumstances this time, but understood that luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. Concurrently, he began studying the Baijiao Danjing, realizing the significant impact certain elixirs could have in practical combat. Thus, he endeavored to concoct several potions, including the chi-boosting elixir for short-term power enhancement and the illusionary pill, which produced a substantial amount of anesthetic smoke. Although his mental acuity had reached the Lingyuan realm, the success rate of his initial attempts at new elixirs was regrettably low. Fortunately, the abundant herbal stock at the Martial Soul Hall allowed him to conduct repeated experiments. Day after day, he diligently refined potions in the morning, practiced martial arts in the afternoon, and focused on enhancing his mental strength in the evening. This mechanical routine, while repetitive, brought him immense joy, as each day yielded unique discoveries. A month later, Bibi Dong unexpectedly visited the training room and informed Xiang Hao, "Your senior sister will be returning tomorrow morning. You will join me to meet her, as you two shall soon spend much time together. It would be prudent to engage in some conversation." With that, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Xiang Hao to ponder what kind of person his unfamiliar senior sister might be. During this time at the Martial Soul Hall, he had heard numerous tales about his senior sister, who was reputed to be a prodigious talent. He found himself eagerly anticipating their encounter. The following morning, Xiang Hao accompanied Bibi Dong to the main hall, standing beside her chair in anticipation. Shortly, a group entered, led by two individuals. One donned a peculiar mask that rendered him ghostly and sinister, while the other, a man, exuded an exceedingly delicate demeanor. Both were clad in the exclusive crimson attire of titled Douluos, unmistakably the rumored left and right arms of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Trailing behind them were 3 children, approximately 10 years of age. At the forefront stood a girl with lustrous black hair, enveloped in a shimmering silver robe that accentuated her flawless figure. Though still quite young, her long, slender legs hinted at her developing grace, and her enchanting visage was made even more striking by her captivating pink eyes that seemed to possess a language of their own. This must be his senior sister, Hulaina. To her left and right stood 2 boys. The one on the left bore an appearance of mischief, yet upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to his sister, while the boy on the right had a resolute countenance, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Both were similarly clad in silver robes. Approaching slowly. Chapter 11. Hulaina Teacher. We have concluded our training at the camp. Hulaina, the girl at the forefront, announced as the group knelt in respectful greeting. You have performed admirably, Laina. Your soul power has significantly improved this time, Bibi Dong replied with a slight smile. As her first disciple, Hulaina's innate talent filled Bibi Dong with pride, for at the tender age of 9, her soul power had already reached level 21. The 2 boys accompanying her were equally gifted, having attained level 22 at the age of 11. Together, these 3 children represented the pinnacle of talent in this generation of the Martial Soul Hall. However, the situation was not as certain now. Sensing the soul power fluctuations emanating from Xiang Hao beside her, Bibi Dong was astonished to realize that he had reached level 13 within just a month of acquiring his first soul ring. Such remarkable aptitude was indeed striking. This child beside me is my new disciple from last month, Hauer. These 2 are Elder Ju and Elder Gui, the law enforcement elders of the Martial Soul Hall, both of whom have attained level 95 as titled Douluos. It would be wise to greet them, as you may consult them regarding your training in the future. The group had noticed the silver-robed youth upon entering, but they had not anticipated that he was the new disciple of the Pope. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao hurriedly approached the two titled Douluo, Gui and Ju, and offered a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the esteemed Gui Douluo and Ju Douluo. The two titled Douluo began to scrutinize Xiang Hao, already having encountered one of the disciples of the Pope. A remarkably gifted young girl who had left a profound impression on them. This child appeared to be no more than 6 years old. Yet she had already attained a cultivation level of 13th rank, a talent that rivaled that of her senior sister. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gui Douluo, much like his martial spirit, nodded silently, while Ju Douluo engaged in conversation with greater enthusiasm, developing a certain fondness for Xiang Hao. Albeit this attention felt somewhat peculiar to him. Besides his senior sister, the two other young boys also greeted him. The one with a refined appearance, named Xiang Yu, was the eldest among them, and the other child bore a significant hostility towards Xiang Hao, remaining silent. It was Xiang Yu who intervened, introducing the hostile boy as Yin. After the two titled Douluo reported some matters to Bibi Dong, they departed with the two boys. However, as they left, Xiang Hao was perplexed by the intense glare cast upon him by the resolute-looking boy. The animosity directed at him was palpable. Did he possess an appearance that was particularly irksome? Xiang Hao believed himself to be quite pleasing to the eye, though he may not be strikingly handsome. He certainly did not think himself deserving of such distaste. Lost in thought, Xiang Hao looked up to find Hulayina studying him intently. He could not help but acknowledge that his senior sister was indeed captivating. What was this? Why did her face appear so flushed? The sky had taken on a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled enchantingly. No, this was not right. Hastily, Xiang Hao recited the Diamond Sutra, admonishing himself to remain calm and dispel all alluring distractions. Hulayina, cease this mischief, Bibi Dong chided, as Hulayina, whose eyes were gleaming with charm, quickly retracted her allure, playfully sticking out her tongue. Master, I apologize. I simply could not resist testing my junior brother. He easily broke through my enchantment. How impressive. Hulayina could not help but tease Bibi Dong gently. Indeed, her junior brother was remarkable. Her enchantments were nearly unmatched among her peers. Yet this mere first-ring soul master managed to shatter her illusion, which left her with a tinge of frustration. However, this is your senior sister Hulayina, whose martial spirit is the celestial fox, skilled in the art of allure. She is 3 years your senior, currently a 21st rank great soul master. Laina, your junior brother Xiang Hao possesses a primary martial spirit with innate full soul power and is currently a 13th rank soul master. This marks your first meeting. I hope you both assist each other and progress together in the future. Upon hearing their teacher's introduction, both were astonished by each other's talent. Hulayina's feelings of inadequacy began to wane. Her junior brother was indeed a prodigious young man. Throughout her life, the most gifted male she had encountered was her brother Xiang Yu, who, at 11 years old, had already reached the 22nd rank. Now, it seemed that her new junior brother might surpass even him. After sharing a meal together, Bibi Dong imparted a few final instructions before taking her leave. Xiang Hao bid farewell to Hulayina and returned to his quarters. Once there, he settled into a meditative posture to continue his afternoon training. Suddenly, the door swung open unexpectedly. Xiang Hao was perplexed. He had specifically instructed that no servants were to disturb him. What could this be? As Xiang Hao opened his eyes, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Hulayina. Oh dear junior brother, why are you running so fast? It seems you are unaware that we reside together, she exclaimed. Xiang Hao, feeling somewhat dazed, recalled that when Bibi Dong had brought him here, she had not provided a thorough explanation. No wonder one of the rooms in this suite had remained tightly closed. Seeing Hulayina's cheerful demeanor, a flicker of nervousness washed over Xiang Hao. The thought of sharing quarters with his enchanting senior sister stirred an unexpected thrill within him. What was he thinking? He needed to maintain his composure. However, Hulayina appeared quite pleased with this surprise. Initially, this spacious side hall had been his solitary abode, and the loneliness of solitary cultivation had weighed heavily on him. Now, he had a delightful junior brother to keep him company. Moreover, today, his junior brother had even managed to break through her enchantment. She pondered whether she would succeed again tonight, and a seductive smile graced her lips. As Xiang Hao watched his senior sister return to her room, an unsettling chill swept through the air behind him, leading him to believe that the days ahead might not be so easy. With that thought, he hurried to the training room to commence his afternoon practice. Xiang Hao found that only during his training sessions did he experience true fulfillment. As women merely hindered the swiftness of his blade, Old Yan, am I now capable of wielding the breaking heaven halberd? Since returning from the Stardow Forest, Old Yan had elaborated on the details of this divine weapon. The halberd's weight increased with the wielder's strength, yet its minimum weight was still a formidable 100 G. Previously, he had managed to lift it while under the influence of his martial spirit. However, after acquiring his soul ring, he found it increasingly arduous to lift the halberd even with the enhancement of his first soul skill. Old Yin had explained that as one's strength increased, the weight of the breaking heaven halberd would also intensify. If the host's strength did not surpass the increase in the halberd's weight, such difficulties would arise. Xiang Hao felt a deep sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless. Upon returning, he commissioned the forging of a hefty iron rod weighing 100 pounds, which he swung daily. Unbeknownst to him, his strength was indeed gradually increasing. Indeed, your strength is developing rapidly, but it remains insufficient, Yin Lao remarked. The breaking heaven halberd is an exceptionally domineering weapon. Though its edge may not be sharp, its sheer force can unleash torrents of destruction. In times past, the Overlord wielded the breaking heaven halberd, toppling countless armies with a single stroke. It is said that the halberd in his grasp weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds. The thought of overturning myriad armies with one strike and wielding a 10,000-pound halberd made it clear that sheer strength could rend all asunder. In the face of absolute power, all techniques become futile. He could barely lift 100 pounds. The journey ahead remained long. With this in mind, he lifted the iron rod and began to swing it with determination. Yin Lao, gently stroking his white beard, looked on with satisfaction, thinking, "This young man has a promising future." After yet another afternoon of rigorous training, as dusk fell, Xiang Hao dragged his weary body back to his lodgings. Upon entering, a pair of mournful eyes swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 12. A hint of pride. Hulaina gazed at Xiang Hao with a touch of melancholy, reproaching him. "Am I to devour you, junior brother? I turn my back for a moment, and you vanish. Do you not wish to train alongside your elder sister?" Her voice, soft yet insistent, seemed to grind at Xiang Hao's heart, leaving him momentarily chilled. Indeed, it had been rather inconsiderate of him to leave his enchanting elder sister alone in the room for an entire afternoon on his very first day. "Sister, it is not as you imagine. My training focuses on brute strength, and I become quite drenched in sweat, which is rather unseemly. I feared you might be put off by the sight," he hastily replied. "Well then, since you are apprehensive about me seeing it, I shall insist on witnessing it. Since today marks our first meeting, allow me to present you with a gift," she declared. "As a level 21 control system soul master, Hulaina seeks to impart some wisdom to you." Hulaina was indeed somewhat vexed. She had been pleased to have company. Yet this young man had evaded her all afternoon. Today, she was determined to teach her enthusiastic junior brother a lesson for his neglect. Xiang Hao found himself somewhat overwhelmed upon witnessing the grim expression on his senior sister's face. It was evident that she was genuinely incensed. The two yellow soul rings danced around Hulaina, a perfect match, signaling her serious demeanor. Left with no choice, Xiang Hao summoned his own martial soul, a soul ring silently manifesting beneath his feet. As a 13th level assault-type soul master, Xiang Hao transformed in an instant before Hulaina's eyes. He seemed to enlarge, crimson patterns sprawling across his body, with his eyes turning a deep scarlet. He emanated an inexplicable aura of strangeness, most astonishingly adorned with a deep yellow soul ring, featuring 6 shallow patterns, 600 years. However, Hulaina did not remain astonished for long, for she knew her junior brother possessed talents that far exceeded the ordinary. In an instant, her form shifted, becoming elusive as she advanced swiftly towards Xiang Hao. With both jade-like palms aimed at him, she thought, "Ah, little imp. I shall impart a lesson this time." Yet unexpectedly, the anticipated strike did not land. Xiang Hao's formidable figure moved with an uncanny agility, his upper body tilting backward, palms meeting the ground, deftly evading Hulaina's assault. Hulaina was taken aback, swiftly retreating. Wasn't he her junior brother a power-type soul master? How could he exhibit such agility akin to that of a speed-type soul master? He had just evaded her attack with a remarkable downward motion, which was utterly bewildering. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise as her ethereal form surged forward once more, graceful and swift like a fox, as she advanced towards Xiang Hao yet again. At that moment, Xiang Hao, too, sprang into action. With an illogical fluidity, he closely mirrored Hulaina's movements, consistently evading her strikes with impeccably calculated angles. As several attempts went awry, Hulaina felt a rising frustration. Her attacks became increasingly erratic. Xiang Hao seized the opportune moment, swiftly grasping Hulaina's hands. With his strength now reaching a formidable 100 pounds, he rendered any attempt by Hulaina to break free futile, leaving her without a chance to resist. "Sister, cease your actions. I am uncertain of my strength and fear I may harm you. Spare me your words. Come at me. Juliana seemed to be ignited by this challenge. As her first spirit ring shimmered, a delicate pink tail emerged from behind her, and in the next instant, a blade of light shot forth from the tail, hurtling directly towards Xiang Hao's face. Xiang Hao promptly released his hands, his body flipping backward just in time to evade the oncoming strike. Another wave of slashes descended upon him, yet with the agile application of Thunder Mirage steps, he adeptly maneuvered to avoid all assaults. Meanwhile, Juliana, watching from a distance, grew increasingly infuriated as more blades of energy surged toward him from all directions. In a moment of urgency, Xiang Hao activated the divine martial decision, forming a formidable barrier of energy around himself. Not far away, Juliana initially rejoiced upon believing her attack had struck Xiang Hao, only to witness, in the next heartbeat, that her strikes were repelled by an invisible wall of force. Although Xiang Hao successfully defended against the onslaught, he found himself utterly exhausted after an afternoon of rigorous training. He was already fatigued, and the relentless evasion had drained his stamina. He could only concede defeat to his senior sister. With a sudden surge of thought, Xiang Hao propelled himself forward, his fist flying with remarkable swiftness. Juliana, who had been on the defensive, was caught off guard by Xiang Hao's abrupt assault. His speed was astonishing, seemingly bringing him to her very presence in the blink of an eye. In a moment of urgency, her second spirit ring flickered. Activating her second spirit skill, Fox Charm, Xiang Hao suddenly perceived a transformation in his surroundings, as his senior sister's pink eyes locked onto his. Such a phenomenon had occurred in broad daylight before, a testament to his sister's allure. However, this time it lasted only a fleeting moment. Reciting the Diamond Sutra within his heart shattered the illusion. Juliana felt a powerful gust of wind rush past her ear, and her junior's face was suddenly very close, his clear gaze quietly observing her. Upon closer inspection, Juliana realized her junior had quite a charming appearance. What was she thinking? She turned her head away, declaring, All right, I concede. You can go out every day from now on. Just don't let me see you, humph." With that, Juliana stomped on Xiang Hao's foot in frustration and stormed back to her room, leaving Xiang Hao bewildered. Why was he being blamed after receiving a kick? The enigma of a woman's heart is indeed difficult to decipher. Alas, it seems that cultivation remains the only pursuit worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Juliana, hiding behind her door, felt her face flush with embarrassment. What was happening? Why did that boy lean in so close? After all, she was his senior sister. He showed no regard for her position at all. She was the one who initiated the attack. As a rank 2, she should not be outmatched by a mere rank 1 novice. Her authority as a senior sister was in jeopardy. On the other side, Xiang Hao, many years later, would come to comprehend the intricacies of a young girl's thoughts. At this moment, he was diligently practicing the Diamond Sutra, resolute in his belief that mastering his mental fortitude was paramount. Early the next morning, Xiang Hao encountered his senior sister, who appeared with dark circles under her eyes. As he approached her to express concern, he was met with a dismissive glare from Juliana, leaving him standing awkwardly to the side. Reflecting on his innocence in the situation, he sighed. Truly, a woman's heart is hard to fathom. Today marked the beginning of his studies at the Wuhan Palace Academy. Upon receiving the academy's distinctive black robe, Xiang Hao followed Juliana to the institution. As it was his first year, his robe bore a single white stripe, while Juliana's displayed 3. Upon arriving at the academy entrance, they were greeted by the waiting figures of Xiang Yu and Yan. "Why do you look so lethargic, Nana?" Xiang Yu asked with concern, observing his sister's lackluster demeanor. Yan, too, rushed forward to offer his care. "Nana, if you didn't rest well, you should take a break." "It's nothing. I just stayed up too late last night," Juliana replied dismissively. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao quietly regarded the 3 before him, beginning to grasp the source of Yan's hostility. "Kid, can you not even take care of your own senior sister?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yan's reproach seemed to reinforce Xiang Hao's resolve. "Yan, mind your words. This is my junior brother, and you have no right to criticize him," Juliana retorted before grabbing Xiang Hao and leading him away. Yan's ire intensified. Despite knowing Nana for many years, he had never held her hand. And now this boy was doing so right before his eyes. Such a grievance could not be overlooked. After helping Xiang Hao with his enrollment, Juliana returned to her classroom, while he quietly surveyed his new class. Chapter 13. Provocation. After an entire morning of classes at the academy, Xiang Hao found himself exceedingly bored. The lessons on spirit beasts felt rather rudimentary to him. However, there was a surprise. It was his first encounter with the course on the continent's history. Through the instructor's engaging narration, Xiang Hao gained a clearer understanding of the world in which he resided. This was his first systematic exploration of the development of his world and the distribution of power across the continent, the intricate balance between the two great empires in the Wuhan Palace, as well as the rise and evolution of the 7 major sects, offered a profound enlightenment. As the main instructor spoke passionately, Xiang Hao caught a whiff of something distinctly different in the air. The instructor also discussed the recent advancements of the Wuhan Palace, and his words were imbued with a fervent zeal, igniting a passionate gleam in the eyes of the youths seated before him, akin to fervent acolytes. To Xiang Hao, the governance of the Wuhan Palace appeared more rational compared to the rule of the 2 royal empires. Each year, the Wuhan Palace dispatched officials to every corner of the continent, awakening spirit souls for those at the societal bottom and offering them a chance to become soul masters. Though the competition within the Wuhan Palace was fierce, it was also remarkably transparent. He and his senior sister were both products of the Wuhan Palace's lower echelons, rising to become disciples of the contemporary pope solely through their innate talents. This was the opportunity provided by the Wuhan Palace. Perhaps, the unification of the continent under the Wuhan Palace would be the most favorable outcome for all. With this thought, Xiang Hao intertwined his fate with that of the Wuhan Palace, a notion that only grew firmer from that moment onward, with no regrets to be had. After the theoretical lessons concluded, the afternoon was dedicated to physical training. The morning had been relatively bearable, but as all the students gathered together in the afternoon, the incessant buzz of conversation around Xiang Hao became overwhelming. The children here hailed from various strata of the Wuhan Palace, having absorbed the nuances of human interaction from their parents since childhood. It is no secret that Xiang Hao is a disciple of the Pope. Consequently, in a short span, a myriad of individuals began to introduce themselves in various manners, striving to establish rapport with Xiang Hao. Holy Son, I am Jiang Tian. You hail from Soto City, correct? I visited there in my youth. Perhaps we encountered each other back then. Holy Son, I am Gui Wei. You do not possess a soul guidance device yet, do you? My father specializes in crafting exquisite soul guidance devices and would be pleased to present you with one. Holy Son, I am Wang Gui. This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. I implore you to accept it. Such phrases resounded incessantly, leaving Xiang Hao feeling somewhat helpless. He could not feign aloofness and disregard everyone's sentiments. Thus, he responded warmly, while gracefully declining the various offerings presented to him. However, amongst the crowd, there was an exception. In the periphery, a diminutive child stood alone, quietly hiding away. Compared to the other children, his stature was notably frail, and his features appeared exceedingly gaunt, likely a result of prolonged malnutrition. Xiang Hao could not help but feel a sense of curiosity, so he gradually distanced himself from the crowd and approached the child. He introduced himself with grace. I am Xiang Hao, a soul master of the assault system. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After speaking, he extended his hand, and the child, taken aback, lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. He grasped Xiang Hao's hand and, after a moment of hesitation, stammered, My name is Zhong Li Mo, a soul master of the agility system. Your Highness, do not shake hands with him. His martial soul is rather strange. It occasionally unleashes freezing winds. The last time he had an episode at night, he injured several classmates in the dormitory. The boisterous Wang Gui exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. At these words, Zhong Li Mo immediately withdrew his hand and lowered his head even further. However, Xiang Hao's interest was piqued. My classmate, what is your martial soul? It sounds quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li Mo eagerly replied, My martial soul is the ice phantom bird, but I struggle to control it, and it unintentionally releases cold winds from time to time. As he spoke, Zhong Li Mo's voice grew softer. His classmates feared him, and having been an orphan since childhood, he had no one to converse with. After awakening his martial soul, he found himself unable to control it, causing the temperature around him to drop and affecting those nearby. Gradually, everyone began to distance themselves, and today, for the first time, someone had taken the initiative to speak to him, even complimenting his martial soul. A glimmer of light seemed to pierce through Zhong Li Mo's darkened heart at that moment. The sunny smile of the boy before him became a cherished aspiration for his life. Keep striving. Every martial soul is a gift from the heavens, and yours is truly remarkable. With that, Xiang Hao turned to leave, unaware of the significant impact his simple words had on others. The ice phantom bird was indeed a rare soul beast, known for its incredible speed, and adult specimens could wield various wind and ice elemental skills. Xiang Hao was not merely offering consolation, the boy's martial soul was indeed impressive. The afternoon's physical training was trivial for Xiang Hao. While all the others were burdened with 20-pound shackles, he effortlessly outpaced his peers, as the weight felt negligible to him, whereas it was quite burdensome for the others. The essence of the divine martial art was the continuous enhancement of the practitioner's physical strength. At just 6 years old, Xiang Hao had already progressed to the 3rd level of the divine martial art. Even with 100 pounds of weight, he could complete 20 laps with ease. The physical training instructor couldn't help but commend him, noting that his physical fitness surpassed even that of the 3 third graders. However, aside from Xiang Hao, the other children were already panting heavily. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Children began to falter and collapse. By the time Xiang Hao completed his run, the others had barely reached 11 laps. Only a handful of children from his class continued to persevere, and to Xiang Hao's surprise, the seemingly frail child was still pressing on, albeit at a slow pace. What a resilient individual, he thought, but his contemplation was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Your Highness, I see you're training here as well. Since you appear to have some leisure time, may I accompany you for a few sparring sessions? As Xiang Hao turned, he beheld Yin approaching him. Although he anticipated that this unexpected visitor would trouble him, he had not expected his arrival to be so swift. Meanwhile, the teacher nearby silently withdrew, recognizing that none of the mentors behind these 2 individuals were to be trifled with. His sole concern was to ensure Xiang Hao remained unharmed. After all, the disparity in their soul power was a staggering 10 levels. Yin, having lost all patience, was irked by the fact that Nana had not been in good spirits throughout the day. Initially, he presumed it was due to a lack of rest, but during lunch, he overheard Nana confiding in Xiang Yu that she had lost a soul duel to Xiang Hao the previous night, and that Xiang Hao had even broken through Nana's enchantment. This revelation shattered his composure. How could Nana possibly lose? It must have been that scoundrel employing underhanded tactics to bully her. Nana's allure was unfathomable, and no one had ever escaped its grasp. He felt compelled to avenge her. Please, grant me your guidance, esteemed holy son. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. Merely serving as a lesson for you. Nana is under my protection. Chapter 14. As swift as the wind, the abrupt onset of battle left Xiang Hao in a state of disarray. However, Yin wasted no time with pleasantries. Launching a direct assault with his fists, Xiang Hao quickly assumed a defensive stance, recognizing that his opponent's style was as volatile and aggressive as his name suggested. With a sudden surge of determination, Xiang Hao summoned his martial spirit, positioning his hands firmly before his chest to brace against the impending strike. Upon impact, a resounding thud echoed as Xiang Hao found himself involuntarily retreating 5 or 6 steps, while Yin remained steadfast in his stance, the sheer force of the blow palpable. This marked the first occasion where Xiang Hao was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Even the golden-haired maiden had never exerted such pressure upon him. Moreover, Yin had yet to unleash his martial spirit. Is this what it means to be a power-type soul master? That long-forgotten sensation of oppression surged within Xiang Hao, igniting his fervor. Ha, lad, did you not claim to possess innate strength? How fortuitous, for I do as well. Today, I shall impart to you the meaning of respect for one's elders, Yin proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Witnessing Xiang Hao's retreat only fueled Yin's arrogance further. As he launched another fiery punch in a relentless assault, Xiang Hao was preparing to retreat, the Thunder Phantom step in motion when the dynamics of the battle shifted. The first-ring Soul Master Zhong Li Mo also wished to seek guidance from his senior. The small figure wielded ice wings, conjuring a freezing wind that diminished Yan's fierce assault. Since a second-ring Soul Master defeating a first-ring one is hardly commendable, why not let me join? Zhong Li Mo mustered the courage to shout this. The onlookers, both teachers and students, were astonished. The usually reticent boy had dared to challenge the Academy's brilliant flame master, Yin. Xiang Hao, witnessing the small figure standing protectively before him, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had unexpectedly been shielded, yet warmth blossomed within him. This was a friend worth having. Ah, you're calling for help, are you? Then I need not hold back, Yin scoffed. Yet, at that moment, Zhong Li Mo surged forward, attacking Yin with astonishing speed from the air. Though the damage inflicted was negligible, still, his extraordinary swiftness left Xiang Hao deeply impressed. Are you merely tickling me? Yin retorted, activating his second soul skill, Granite Rock. A yellow soul ring flickered beneath his feet, and the immense figure of the Flame Master appeared behind him, his arms clad in a layer of hard granite armor, rendering Zhong Li Mo's strikes even more inconsequential. In contrast, the bulky Yin found it difficult to even touch Zhong Li Mo's form. Zhong Li Mo sought to create opportunities for himself, prompting Xiang Hao to act without hesitation. With his soul rings flashing, he summoned the barbarian armor. the powerful energy of the divine martial art coursing through him. With full momentum, he unleashed a punch, while Yin remained unfazed, raising his rocky arm to block. In a flash, debris flew as Xiang Hao's fist shattered the hard granite under the impact. I concede your strength, but if you believe this will subdue me, you shall be sorely disappointed, Yin declared, fury igniting as he swung a punch towards Xiang Hao's face. Unyielding, Xiang Hao condensed his energy and met Yin's blow head-on. The collision of their fists unleashed tremendous force, sending Zhong Li Mo reeling through the air, landing far from the fray. Both combatants felt the toll of their exchange. Xiang Hao's hand throbbed painfully, akin to striking steel, while Yin's expression reflected surprise. With their initial tension dissipating, they found themselves immersed in the thrill of combat. The visceral clash ignited Xiang Hao's spirit. It had been long since he faced an opponent of equal strength. Yin, too, became increasingly exhilarated, inadvertently forgetting his initial purpose. Viewing Xiang Hao as a worthy rival, they engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with fists and feet for a considerable duration. Gradually, however, the disparity in soul power began to weigh on Xiang Hao, and rather than prolong the fight, he retreated, conceding defeat. Brother Yin, I have lost. I am willing to hear your guidance. Though defeated, Xiang Hao felt elated, having not experienced such a spirited battle in ages. No, you have not lost. Our soul powers differ by 8 levels, making my victory unmerited. Besides, I employed my second soul skill, Yin replied, surprisingly devoid of arrogance, instead expressing admiration for the young man. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Yin, what are you doing? Bullying my junior? Hulaina approached, visibly furious. Yin, how could you torment Xiao Hao behind my back? You are a second-ring soul master. She chastised. Nana, it's not like that. We merely encountered one another in the training grounds and were sparring, Yin explained, flustered. Indeed, senior sister, I was just practicing with Brother Yin. The academy's physical training is too simple, Xiang Hao added, clarifying the situation. Oh, is that so? It seems the training is insufficient. I shall request the academy to increase your training load, Hulaina huffed, taken aback by her junior's defense of Yin, and stormed off in a huff. Yin hurriedly offered reassurances, casting a grateful glance at Xiang Hao as he departed. This left Zhong Li Mo in confusion. How had the relationship between the two shifted so dramatically from hostility to camaraderie? Xiang Hao approached and patted Zhong Li Mo on the shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. Brother, you were a tremendous help just now, he praised, eliciting a smile from Zhong Li Mo. Today, he felt a surge of courage. Driven by the desire to assist Xiang Hao, his performance had begun to alter others' perceptions of him, as several individuals had approached him for conversation. Gazing at the sunset, Zhong Li Mo had never perceived the sky as so splendid. Xiang Hao draped an arm over Zhong Li Mo's shoulder, playfully guiding him away. In the golden light of dusk, their silhouettes elongated. Your martial spirit moves with remarkable speed. It is the fastest I have ever witnessed. Does that technique have a name? When I see you, I think of the phrase, swift as the wind. Though its power is somewhat lacking, would you like a weapon? Will you say a few words too? Thus, one rambled on while the other nodded in dazed agreement. Chapter 15. Silver Dragon Stab. That boy's speed was truly astonishing, even at full throttle. You cannot catch a glimpse of his shadow, Elder Yin remarked on their return journey. Alas, his power is insufficient. In this world, what you refer to as martial spirits significantly influences one's cultivation approach. Such inherent advantages and disadvantages have immense impact. Elder Yin pondered the stark differences in the cultivation systems of this world compared to the past. The afternoon's battle had left a mark on his heart. Fortunately, your martial spirit is your own body, minimizing conflicts in your training, Elder Yin continued. So, Elder Yin, how can I enhance my strength? I felt too weak in today's battle, Xiang Hao questioned, perplexed. Since his last breakthrough with the divine martial art, his progress had stagnated despite relentless training. Your divine martial art is a formidable technique centered on body tempering, aimed at cultivating formidable physical strength. Your body must continually push its limits. Breakthroughs occur when you approach the brink of physical collapse. Your last breakthrough in the divine martial art coincided with such a moment, Elder Yin explained. Beginning tomorrow, I will continuously increase the weight of the breaking sky halberd, but maintain your training intensity, he concluded, his voice fading from Xiang Hao's consciousness. Gazing up at the luminous moon above, Xiang Hao clenched his fist slightly, realizing the urgency of enhancing his strength. Today's encounter with Yin had imparted a crucial lesson. He was not the sole Xiang Hao in this vast world. Early the next morning, he stealthily slipped out of the spirit hall, seeking a blacksmith shop within the spirit city. Xiang Hao was not merely speaking in jest. He genuinely intended to present a weapon to Zhong Liemo. From the memories of his previous life, he recalled a particular weapon that was both lightweight and remarkably suited for Zhong Liemo, the Silver Dragon Spear. A slender weapon with a three-bladed tip and a hollowed middle, was exceptionally designed for thrusting, capable of inflicting grievous wounds that would bleed profusely. More importantly, the reduced weight of the spearhead rendered this weapon extraordinarily nimble, allowing for rapid succession of thrusts. Last night, Xiang Hao had sketched the spearhead's design from memory. As he wandered the streets of Spirit City, Xiang Hao scrutinized the nearby blacksmith shops and finally located one on the bustling street. It was sparsely populated, and the burly blacksmith, engrossed in his work, looked up with a smile upon hearing the door creak open. However, his expression shifted to disappointment when he realized it was merely a child before him. "We don't forge toys here," he grumbled irritably. "Not toys, uncle," Xiang Hao replied earnestly. "I wish to forge a spear." With that, he produced a pouch of gold soul coins from his ring. A generous allowance bestowed upon him by his teacher. "This is half the deposit." Upon glancing at the shimmering pouch of coins, the blacksmith's demeanor transformed, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Young master, what kind of spear do you wish to forge? Do you happen to have a blueprint?" Xiang Hao handed over the blueprint, and the burly man glanced at it, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. The design of the firearm's muzzle was exceedingly intricate. It appeared that this transaction would not be an easy profit. "I can craft it, but you may collect it in 3 days. However, the price will double. To account for the cost of materials." The man had shed his earlier politeness, recognizing the difficulty of earning such money. Xiang Hao appeared to have anticipated this outcome. The transaction was completed. At this moment, Xiang Hao was filled with anticipation. After all, in his previous life, the Silver Dragon Spear was a renowned weapon throughout the martial world, crafted from precious materials and requiring intricate forging techniques. In this life, he wondered if it could once again grace the Douluo continent. 3 days later, Xiang Hao arrived as promised, only to discover that the burly man before him was a soul master of the fourth ring. The hammer he wielded was, in fact, his martial spirit. Beneath his feet, soul rings shimmered, and with each strike of the mighty hammer, exquisite patterns emerged, leaving onlookers in awe. "Good sir, I have come to collect my spear," Xiang Hao declared. The burly man grumbled. "The fee you provided was rather insufficient. Crafting this spear nearly depleted the precious ores in my shop, and the forging process was exceedingly complex. Nonetheless, I have succeeded. This spear is a marvel of design, and there shall be no other like it across the continent." With a flourish, he produced a finely crafted box. As it opened, a brilliant light flashed before Xiang Hao's eyes, revealing a gleaming spear that captivated his gaze. "Ha ha ha, young master, do you not admire my craftsmanship? The spear's handle is fashioned from the branches of a millennium-old wind demon willow, and it now carries a hint of elemental wind power." The burly man proudly elaborated on his masterpiece, as if presenting a cherished treasure to an esteemed guest. Grasping the spear, Xiang Hao gently swung it, and silver light danced through the air, accompanied by the whisper of the wind rushing past his ears, an impeccable weapon, perfectly suited for the current incarnation of Zhong Liemo. Xiang Hao withdrew a bag of golden soul coins and set it down before picking up the silver dragon spear to head towards the academy. "Xiao Mo, this is for you. Take it," he said as he handed the silver dragon spear to Zhong Liemo outside the academy, holding the luxurious wooden box. Zhong Liemo felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was unaware of its contents, he was certain it was a highly valuable item. Yet, seeing the warmth in Xiang Hao's gaze, he hesitated to reject his good intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly opened the box, revealing a finely crafted spear before his eyes. "No, brother Hao, I cannot accept this. It is too precious," Zhong Liemo protested, though the fervor in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The spear was magnificent, and as soon as he grasped the handle, he felt a gentle resonance between the elemental wind energy and the soul power within him. It was an exhilarating sensation. "Try it out. Do not refuse me. If you don't want it, I shall discard it," Xiang Hao insisted in an unwavering tone. Upon hearing this, Zhong Liemo ceased his reluctance, took hold of the spear, and soared into the sky, skillfully wielding the silver dragon spear, producing a series of whistling sounds. Observing this scene, Xiang Hao felt immense joy. The spear had found its rightful owner. Just as he applauded, Zhong Liemo descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Xiang Hao, kneeling on one knee, a serious expression adorning his face. "Your Excellency, I, Zhong Liemo, a rank 1 soul master, pledge to follow you for life. Though my talents may be humble, I wish to serve you faithfully," he declared, fervor igniting in his eyes. From that day forth, He longed to accompany this great individual, regardless of the challenges ahead. Do not call me your excellency. Refer to me as Brother Hao. Did I not promise to look after you? A vow is a vow, Xiang Hao replied. Nay. My lord, one must repay kindness. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled, Zhong Liemo resolutely stated. Witnessing this, Xiang Hao comprehended the depth of his companion's sentiments. I understand. Zhong Liemo, heed my command. From this day forth, you shall be my wind rider, assisting me in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. At this command, the fervor in Zhong Liemo's eyes intensified. I shall faithfully execute my mission. In that moment, the fierce wind rider, Zhong Liemo, who would later become renowned among the esteemed four generals of the king, was born. The two gazed at the expansive horizon. And the journey of the king began at that very instant. Chapter 16. The Enigmatic Canyon during the 3 years of study at the Wuhan Hall's Junior Academy. Xiang Hao adhered to his former training regimen, focusing on strengthening his physique and honing his mental prowess. Over the course of 3 years, his soul power had reached the 23rd rank. 6 months prior, he acquired his second soul ring from a dark golden terror claw bear, aged 1,100 years. With the experience gained previously, Bibi Dong personally undertook the soul hunting this time. After Xiang Hao selected the soul beast, she swiftly subdued it and handed it over to him, an efficiency that left Xiang Hao astounded. Bibi Dong, aware of her disciple's exceptional physical prowess, continuously sought to explore his limits. Thus, she had initially set the age of his second soul ring to 1,000 years, yet Xiang Hao successfully absorbed it. In that moment, Bibi Dong conceived a bold plan. The second soul skill granted by the dark golden terror claw bear was indeed formidable, body domination. Within 1 minute, it rendered him immune to all forms of control and abnormal effects, while simultaneously amplifying the strength of any part of his body by 50%. As he absorbed the soul ring, transcending the limits of his body, he once again experienced the familiar sensation of bodily strain. Under the guidance of Elder Yin, the excess power from the soul ring incessantly tempered Xiang Hao's physique. The long-stagnant bottleneck of his divine martial art shattered at that moment. Now, Xiang Hao's external energy had coalesced into a robust protective barrier, impenetrable by soul masters of the same rank unless they unleashed their full strength. Meanwhile, over these 3 years, the breaking sky halberd in his possession had also grown to weigh 500 pounds. Aside from his studies at the Wuhan Hall, the place he frequented most was the medicinal herb repository, seeking materials to concoct various pills. It was here that he encountered the titled Douluo, Douluo Yuguan. Almost daily, and through their interactions, he grew familiar with this esteemed figure. Yuguan's martial spirit was the 9-flower sky chrysanthemum, a rare celestial herb. Due to this extraordinary martial spirit, Douluo possessed an acute sensitivity to rare and precious herbs. During these 3 years of exchanges, he also developed a keen interest in the alchemical methods Xiang Hao described. Witnessing countless herbs meld into a singular, wondrous pill ignited a fervent spark in Yuguan's eyes. Having harbored a passion for pharmacology since childhood, he was profoundly astonished by this remarkable art. Xiang Hao simply deflected the question, claiming that he had received the Baiqiao Danjing from an elderly man he encountered in his childhood. He then presented the Baiqiao Danjing to Douluo, which subsequently deepened their relationship significantly. It must be said that Yuguan is indeed a master in pharmacology. Within just a few months, he had nearly comprehended the operational methods of the Danjing, and the elixirs crafted by Yuguan exhibited even greater purity in their efficacy. As Yuguan continued to share his alchemical experiences, he discreetly reported this matter to Bibi Dong. What truly astonished Yuguan was the revelation that many ingredients required for elixirs, such as the Qinling Dan and Yue Dan, were remarkably inexpensive. Yet, when refined through alchemical techniques, they could unleash formidable medicinal powers. Bibi Dong was equally taken aback by this information. Consequently, the Spirit Hall quietly gathered a group of soul masters with plant-based martial souls to commence some experiments. Throughout this process, Xiang Hao remained attentive to Yuguan's teachings. To be honest, Xiang Hao's innate talent for alchemy was rather mediocre. In his previous life, he had not practiced the Baiqiao Danjing at all. In this life, despite his earnest efforts to learn, he could only concoct some rudimentary elixirs, and his success rate for more advanced concoctions was rather disheartening. In hindsight, gifting the Danjing to Yuguan seemed a prudent choice. After all, the Danjing could not truly realize its potential in his hands, and thus, fostering a connection with the title Douluo would be a wise investment. Similarly, Xiang Hao transmitted the Thunder Phantom Step to Zhong Liemo, as she was his first follower in this world. He presented her with a so-called welcome gift, especially since these techniques required individuals with talent to unlock their true value. influenced by the divine martial hall, which boasted several unique skills. The hall was known for its generosity, accepting disciples who could demonstrate their innate abilities to practice the hall's profound techniques. It is said that effective techniques only shine in the hands of the right individuals. Zhong Liemo had not given much thought to the origins of the techniques. His heart and mind were fervently devoted to Xiang Hao, as he diligently followed in his every step. Now, he had reached the 19th level of soul power. His senior sister, Hulaina, had ventured into the mysterious canyon shortly after his enrollment, which was a tradition at the Spirit Hall Academy, serving as a rite of passage for students. Each student chose a trial location based on their talents and cultivation status for a duration of 3 years. The most perilous location was undoubtedly the mysterious canyon, where students had to navigate through dense forest while avoiding attacks from soul beasts and the scheming of others. Sister Hulaina had been gone for 3 years, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was expected to return in a month. However, Xiang Hao could not afford to wait for her return, as he was slated to join the next group heading to the mysterious canyon next week. Be careful in that canyon, young man. Do not assume that others will spare you just because you are the Holy Son. The terrain is complex, and even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to locate someone there. Yuguan expressed concern during their time in the alchemy chamber. Take this soul ring. If you encounter life-threatening danger, infuse a hint of soul power into the gem on the ring, and I will know your location. Be cautious with it. I would not want you to get caught cheating by your teachers, Yuguan remarked with a charming smile. Although Yuguan's smile sent shivers down Xiang Hao's spine. He respectfully accepted the ring, recognizing it as a promise from a titled Douluo, far more precious than all the gold and silver treasures or miraculous elixirs. Such assistance from a formidable figure was essential for his growth. In the following days, Xiang Hao prepared additional elixirs, although there were fixed supply points within the canyon. It was always wise to exercise caution. It was a pity that when his sister returned, she would likely be disappointed to find him absent. Their time spent together, albeit brief, had been delightful. During that period, she had persistently challenged him, and upon her return, she would likely seek him out to spar. Alas, he would have to disappoint her. After a brief visit with his parents to update them on his assessment, he assured them that he would return home once a month while attending the Spirit Hall in the city. Following this, he had to inform his parents that his status as the Holy Son had elevated their family's standing, leading to more significant responsibilities for them, but also resulting in less frequent family time. His encounters with Bibi Dong were infrequent. Before his departure, she took a moment from her busy schedule to see him, offering some simple reminders. However, you are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. In my eyes, you embody the future hope of the Spirit Hall. Go forth, and do not disappoint your teacher's expectations. I shall not fail to meet my teacher's expectations, he vowed. A week later, Xiang Hao set off towards the mysterious canyon. Chapter 17. Tang San as Xiang Hao journeyed to the mysterious canyon. The wheels of history began to turn slowly. On the edge of the Fasnuo province, at the juncture of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, lies a small village named Holy Soul Village, where a young boy was vigorously swinging a large hammer that was ill-suited for his small frame. Had there been members of the Tang sect present, they would have recognized the boy's slightly chilled hands as the hallmark of the Tang sect's ultimate skill, Xiang Yu hand. This boy was none other than Tang San, who had once vowed to ascend after his fall from a cliff. Now 6 years old, today marked his awakening ceremony for his martial soul. The villagers relied on their martial souls for cultivation, which had given rise to the most esteemed profession on the continent, soul masters. Holy Soul Village earned its name from the legacy of a powerful soul master who once emerged from its midst. Naturally, Tang San aspired to become a formidable soul master. But it seemed his father, Tang Hao, held a different view. Xiao San, grandfather has come to take you for your martial soul awakening. Village chief Old Jack entered Tang San's home, casting a disdainful glance at the still sleeping Tang Hao and gently addressing Tang San. All right, grandfather. I've prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. Tang Hao seemed to respond with an even louder snore. Subsequently, Tang San followed Old Jack to the village's ancestral hall. Inside the hall, the children stood in a line, awaiting the officiant from the Spirit Hall to conduct the ceremony. Su Yu Tao, observing the eager faces of the children, felt little hope. He had already traversed 2 villages that day without encountering a single child possessing soul power. This village, he presumed, would likely yield no promising candidates either. Years ago, after being recommended by the Archbishop of Soto City, the children he had recommended had risen to become disciples of the Pope, elevating his own status significantly. However, in the subsequent years, no further news had emerged from the recommendations sent to the Spirit Hall. Regrettably, he felt trapped in this remote corner, devoid of opportunities for advancement, which only deepened his frustration. One by one, the children stepped into the formation, and one after another, useless martial souls were revealed. The crystal ball remained dim, devoid of any light. Finally, the last child stepped forward, revealing the blue-silver grass martial soul. Another useless martial soul, Su Yuntao lamented irritably, preparing to dismiss the crystal ball and leave. "Uncle, I haven't tested my soul power yet," Tang San interjected. This only served to further irritate Su Yuntao, who reluctantly extended the testing device. A beam of light emerged. Su Yuntao's earlier irritation dissipated, replaced by a deeper sense of frustration. Innate full soul power. This child possesses remarkable cultivation talent, but his martial soul is a useless one. A lifetime of cultivating a useless martial soul will yield no results. Su Yuntao's emotions fluctuated wildly, soaring from despair to elation and then crashing back down to despair. His disappointment was etched plainly on his face. Tang San was puzzled by this reaction. "Uncle, what's wrong? Is my soul power level not high enough?" Su Yuntao did not respond to Tang San. He strode out the door and addressed the anxious old Jack directly, stating that there was a child named Tang San who could become a soul master. Without a backward glance, he departed from that sorrowful place. After all, the disappointment of discovering a shattered gem is far greater than that of finding a mere ordinary stone. On his way back, Su Yuntao could only see countless treasures of gold and silver slipping away from him. A wasted martial spirit is indeed a wasted martial spirit, no matter how gilded it may appear. Meanwhile, in the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao held Tang San tightly. Tang San, seemingly at a loss, clutched a sprig of grass in his right hand while a small hammer materialized in his left. Upon seeing the hammer in his son's hand, his father could not help but break down in tears, simultaneously urging him to keep the hammer concealed. The following day, in a surprising turn of events, his father, who had always opposed the notion, supported Tang San in his pursuit of becoming a soul master. Shortly thereafter, the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy welcomed a remarkably gifted boy with the martial spirit of blue-silver grass. The wheels of history had begun to turn slowly. Unaware of the future that lay ahead, its sole purpose was to weave together the myriad stories. Concurrently, in the Soul Master City, Xiang Hao, his sister, has returned. Surely, he isn't training again. Hulaina stepped into their abode only to find the expansive room meticulously tidied. Since Xiang Hao had an aversion to servants, it must have been he who cleaned it himself. Upon entering, she noticed a letter left on the table. "To my dear senior sister." Upon reading this letter, Xiang Hao has already embarked on a 3-year journey of training in the mysterious canyon. Xiang Hao and Hulaina could not help but smile wryly. This succinct message truly reflected his temperament. During their recent meeting with the teacher, no mention was made of it. Who could have anticipated that after 3 years of absence, their reunion would occur 6 years later? Hulaina pondered the news of his accomplishments, having heard that he had already achieved the second ring. After 6 years apart, one could only wonder how much that little fellow had grown. Her anticipation was palpable. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao had been residing in the canyon for 2 weeks. The entire area was under the strict control of the Spirit Hall, with most of the soul beasts being domesticated by them. Due to the canyon's geographical location, large soul beasts from the outside could not venture in, which meant Xiang Hao encountered little to no soul beast attacks. Upon his arrival, he had subdued a soul beast with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation in the region. Since that encounter, the number of soul beasts in his vicinity had dwindled significantly. In recent days, he had not spotted a single one. It seemed that the remaining soul beasts had come to realize that a formidable presence had taken residence in their territory. Xiang Hao reveled in the tranquility afforded by this pristine environment, while Elder Yin vigilantly oversaw his rigorous physical training. In this untamed forested cliff, even the most ordinary exercises proved to be far more demanding than usual. Each training session pushed him closer to the limits of his physical capabilities, and the internal energy derived from the divine martial art became increasingly robust. Presently, Xiang Hao, even without the enhancement of a martial soul, could confront lower-tier 1,000-year soul beasts solely relying on his own physique and the internal energy of the divine martial art. After all, he had always adhered to the philosophy of confronting challenges head-on with a form of brutal aesthetics. After 2 weeks of observation, Xiang Hao chose to establish his dwelling atop a cliff, which also facilitated his surveillance of the area. In this region, the most formidable soul beast he encountered was a 2,800-year-old mandala snake. Utilizing the poison immunity granted by his second soul skill, he boldly closed the distance and shattered its eye sockets. Beyond that encounter, the The majority of the soul beasts were merely centuries old, with those exceeding a millennium being exceedingly rare. Historically, the Academy students would hunt their own soul rings within the 3 years of training, and considering the students' capabilities, the soul beasts in this area were not particularly formidable. The one he defeated was practically the overlord of this vicinity. However, it was somewhat awkward, as Xiang Hao was bound to hunt for his third soul ring over the course of these 3 years, yet the soul beast here did not align with his preferences. Chapter 18. Unable to emerge? Then let it be unleashed. In a moment of contemplation, Xiang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong had meticulously devised a plan for him. As a wielder of a twin martial soul, Bibi Dong drew upon her formidable abilities to absorb powerful soul rings, ultimately becoming the youngest titled Douluo in the annals of Douluo continent's history. Presently, her student possessed talents that eclipsed her own. Bibi Dong seemed to have predetermined the lifespan of each of Xiang Hao's soul rings and the optimal soul beasts corresponding to them. After Xiang Hao's journey to the mysterious canyon, Bibi Dong had ventured to the Stardow forest multiple times, systematically hunting a specific type of soul beast. She was in pursuit of a rare treasure. Yet, regrettably, just as she was on the verge of exterminating the surrounding soul beasts, the coveted item she sought remained elusive. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong's resolve remained unshaken. She understood profoundly the immense enhancement such a treasure could bestow upon a soul master. The probability of its appearance was exceedingly low, but she thought to herself, as long as I eliminate enough, it will eventually manifest. Xiang Hao is undoubtedly unaware of his teacher's profound intentions. Having spent a year in the canyon, he has adapted to the life here. In an effort to further challenge Xiang Hao's physical prowess, Master Yin has mandated that he ascend a steep peak each day without utilizing his spiritual energy. The relentless torment has rendered Xiang Hao inexpressibly weary, however. He perceives that he is undergoing comprehensive training throughout this arduous process. During his climbs, he dares not to be careless, remaining ever vigilant. For beneath him lies an abyss of unfathomable depth. The continual operation of the Diamond Heart Sutra has allowed him to advance to the second stage, the Diamond Vision. The sutra comprises 4 stages: Diamond Thought, Diamond Vision, Diamond Fury, and Diamond Heart. Upon reaching the Diamond Vision, Xiang Hao can concentrate his immense mental strength in his eyes, significantly enhancing his focus and enabling him to discern the minutiae of his surroundings. It is with the aid of this heightened perception that he consistently locates his next foothold on the rock face. Simultaneously, the act of climbing has honed his physical strength to a more balanced state. Master Yin, a stringent instructor, increases the weight of Xiang Hao's spear, the breakthrough spear, whenever he senses that Xiang Hao has a surplus of energy. Currently, the breakthrough spear weighs an impressive 1,500 pounds. Additionally, Master Yin has imparted to Xiang Hao a secret manual on spear techniques, combined with the art of refining divine weapons. In Xiang Hao's hands, this formidable spear now possesses an air of ferocity. The art of refining divine weapons, as chronicled in the Divine Martial Hall, details the legendary arms of the world and the process of weapon refinement. While weapons themselves are devoid of spirit, through the refinement process, they are imbued with a soul, allowing them to slice through iron with ease. It is said that weapons refined 100 times possess the might of divine arms, capable of vanquishing legions with a mere flick of the wrist. During this period, Xiang Hao has attempted to refine the breakthrough spear, achieving success on one occasion. Even that singular instance of refinement has allowed him to feel a deeper connection with the spear. Xiang Hao's existence was imbued with an overwhelming sense of monotony, reminiscent of his previous life. In his perspective, the pursuit of cultivation and strength was the singular ambition of his existence, and he was perpetually immersed in this endeavor. Thus, he steadily progressed in his growth. Meanwhile, in the city of Nanning, a young boy was also undergoing his own transformation. As another year slipped by, Xiang Hao's soul power ascended to the 30th level at the tender age of 11. Through 2 years of rigorous training, his physical strength became more balanced. Beneath the robes of the Spirit Hall, his physique was not particularly remarkable. However, the alarming truth lay in the tautness of every muscle in his body. Yet, at this moment, Xiang Hao found himself deeply troubled as he was about to hunt for his third spirit ring. The soul beasts in this region were merely 1,000 years old, and he could not afford to compromise. Fortunately, his distress was alleviated that very night when Bibi Dong quietly appeared by his side. Without uttering a word, she grasped him and whisked him away to a mysterious forest. "Teacher, are you here to assist me in capturing my third spirit ring?" Xiang Hao inquired with a hint of excitement, realizing that his spirit ring was within reach. However, he was puzzled as to how his teacher knew he had broken through to the 30th level. "We are nearing the territory of that beast. You will engage it in battle first, and I shall observe the fruits of your 2 years of training, Bibi Dong replied calmly. Understanding her directive, Xiang Hao ventured forth. As he proceeded, an intense and peculiar odor gradually enveloped him, and he began to comprehend the identity of the soul beast he was approaching. It was the diamond magic ape, an exceptionally formidable soul beast, its tough hide capable of withstanding any bite, and its saliva able to dissolve even the finest of webs. It was a robust creature, endowed with 4 elongated arms. Xiang Hao believed he had exercised sufficient caution in his actions, however. He was still detected by the formidable diamond demon ape. A thick stream of acidic liquid surged toward his face, and he barely managed to evade it, only to be met by a barrage of fierce punches. Raising his gaze, he witnessed the colossal figure of the beast rising and roaring, its green eyes fixated on him. Oddly, he recalled that the territorial instincts of such soul beasts were not particularly strong. Caught off guard, Xiang Hao quickly unleashed his protective aura, absorbing several punches. It was only at the moment the fist descended upon him that he realized this demon ape had likely cultivated for over 5,000 years. He could not continue to absorb its blows, otherwise he would be reduced to a mere pulp. Feeling a warmth rising in his mouth and his blood surging within, Xiang Hao resolutely channeled his internal energy, summoning his martial soul. The first soul ring at his feet shimmered, and after fortifying his body with a protective armor, he directly confronted the incoming punches of the demon ape, believing that offense was the best form of defense. Through the continuous exchanges, Xiang Hao discerned that his state, enhanced by the martial soul, adapted according to his physical strength. At that moment, his physique resembled that of his unenhanced self, yet upon closer inspection, the blood markings on his body had vanished, replaced by a metallic sheen covering every inch of his skin, with muscles taut and rippling, glistening under the moonlight. As he clashed fists, Xiang Hao felt as though his arm might shatter, while the frenzied demon ape also appeared to be struggling, its arm trembling in the air. Fingers splayed as if it could no longer form a fist. Come on, beast. With each blow, Xiang Hao's blood surged, and with a flick of his wrist, the heaven-piercing halberd manifested in his grasp. Although he could not fully master its weight of 1,500 jin, the force generated from a mere swing was sufficient to contend with the demon ape. The beast howled skyward, pounding its chest with its hands, exuding an even wilder aura. In an instant, another thick stream of acidic liquid erupted from its mouth. Xiang Hao dodged while maneuvering closer, swiftly moving with the spear tip trailing behind him, leaving a deep gouge in the ground from the immense pressure. In a series of quick steps, Xiang Hao positioned himself before the demon ape. The creature, with its forelimbs planted on the ground, was preparing to seize him with its remaining arms. He felt the beast's visage looming before him. Without delay, Xiang Hao swung the heaven-piercing halberd with all his might, evading the giant paws by pivoting to the side, twisting his waist to grip the halberd firmly. The purple soul ring behind him flickered as he brought down the weapon with full force, striking the creature's massive paws. Chapter 19. External soul bone. The giant ape roared in agony, rising as blood poured from its severed arms, crimson streaks splattering through the air. In its suffering, the rampaging aura of the diamond demon ape intensified, its once green eyes gradually shifting to a menacing red under the moonlight, its roars echoing incessantly. Yet, Xiang Hao remained undeterred. After 2 years of encounters with soul beasts, he understood that one must embody the ferocity of a beast when battling such creatures. To yield in spirit would only invite further aggression. After severing the ape's arms as it howled in pain, Xiang Hao swiftly rotated the heaven-piercing halberd, delivering a fierce strike to its leg. However, the creature's coarse fur proved remarkably resilient, and his full-force attack merely left a shallow wound. With the element of surprise lost, Xiang Hao retreated immediately, but the demon ape followed closely, demolishing trees with each strike of its remaining arms. The severed limbs flailed like iron whips, as the soul beast succumbed to madness, wreaking havoc around it. Yet, Xiang Hao felt exhilarated. The creature was now completely unhinged. A beast that could only attack blindly was a bag of vulnerabilities. Just as the demon ape was about to close in on him, its palm poised to strike, Xiang Hao abruptly halted, gathering his strength to leap high. The ape, unable to stop in time, looked up, only to see Xiang Hao soaring above its head, a brilliant golden light radiating from his hands. 1,000 jin. With a thunderous shout, Xiang Hao felt the weight of the surge dramatically. Gripping the weapon with both hands, he plunged it down from the sky. The creature below, raising its gaze in an attempt to shield itself, barely had time to lift its palms before the immense pressure shattered them to fragments. The imbued with a potent aura and an unstoppable edge. Weighing a staggering 10,000 pounds, struck decisively upon the beast's head. The tremendous force crushed the skull of the demon ape, causing blood to erupt like a geyser. The creature did not even have the chance to emit a mournful cry before it collapsed with a resounding thud. The foul, crimson blood splattered across Xiang Hao's form as he stood atop the colossal head of the ape, bathed in the sanguine tide. His blood-red eyes glinting with an eerie allure beneath the moonlight. "Ha! Those who stand against me shall perish." Xiang Hao's voice resounded through the forest. A terrifying and arrogant laughter echoing endlessly, while Elder Yin in Xiang Hao's sea of consciousness was filled with excitement. It was so reminiscent, so strikingly similar. My king is returning. At this moment, Xiang Hao felt extraordinarily well. Perhaps for the first time in 2 lifetimes, he had never felt this way before. As the blood of that beast splattered over him, a surge of joy erupted from the depths of his soul, compelling him to roar with an indescribable ecstasy. Is this the sensation of slaughter? A familiar delight washed over him as he gazed at the prey beneath his feet, an ineffable pride swelling within him. Just then, a purple soul ring flickered into existence from the body of the diamond ape, a creature that had lived for 6,000 years. At this moment, Bibi Dong approached slowly, her stunning face betraying her astonishment. She had witnessed the entire battle from a distance, marveling at Xiang Hao's combat talent and the audacity of this 11-year-old child. Yet, what struck her most was the overwhelming aura of death and blood that radiated from the boy, along with a commanding presence that seemed to look down upon all. This formidable energy even stirred the consciousness of the legendary being residing in her own sea of consciousness. That being was a deity of legend. Bibi Dong scrutinized Xiang Hao closely, realizing she could never have imagined that the disciple she had inadvertently taken under her wing would grow to such heights. "Hao, this is your 3rd soul ring. Absorb it quickly, and I shall protect you," she said with a complex expression. "Yes, teacher," Xiang Hao replied, immediately drawing the ring into his body. The deep purple soul ring flickered only a few times before stabilizing. This time, the absorption of the soul ring brought no physical strain, and even the resentful spirits within it offered no resistance, making for a remarkably smooth process. Yet, Xiang Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. Without the physical pressure of the previous absorptions, he could not further strengthen his body. However, he soon understood that the soul skill bestowed by the soul ring would not be so mundane. Moments later, the absorption of the soul ring reached its conclusion, granting him the 3rd soul skill, Diamond Destruction Cannon. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each wave possessing tremendous power, and what thrilled him most was their corrosive nature. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Bibi Dong eagerly observing him. He promptly explained the effects of his 3rd soul skill, but to his surprise, she did not seem astonished. Instead, she slowly retrieved an object from her soul guide, and with a flash of light, a bone-like item resembling 4 arms appeared before him. "Hao, this is your reward for reaching level 30, a soul bone that suits you perfectly. Absorb it quickly," she urged, prompting him to channel his soul power. Xiang Hao felt a sense of familiarity with this soul bone. The 4 arms resembled those of the diamond ape, but he thought little of it as he hastened his absorption. Meanwhile, he sensed the pressure of his soul power increasing. "Do not lose focus. I will expedite the fusion of the soul bone with your being. Endure it," Bibi Dong commanded. Xiang Hao silently channeled his soul power, feeling the mounting pressure. It felt as though something was about to burst forth from his back, and as the pressure intensified, it erupted suddenly. Bibi Dong watched with satisfaction as the 4 strong arms emerged, pleased that her efforts were bearing fruit. "My disciple will undoubtedly surpass my achievements in the future." The soul pressure she applied had reached level 40, yet this boy showed no signs of fully merging with the soul bone. 41, 43, 45, 47, 59 levels. Finally, Xiang Hao could no longer bear the strain and collapsed to the ground, a golden mark exploding from his forehead. At last, it was complete. Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief, while Xiang Hao examined the 4 arms behind him. Controlling them was still quite challenging. They flailed about in disarray. Yet, he was puzzled by the origin of this external soul bone, revered as a peerless treasure, which even the spirit hall did not possess. Before he could voice his questions, Bibi Dong turned and led him away. On the return journey, all of Xiang Hao's inquiries were answered as he caught sight of the mountain peak not far from where he had slain the diamond ape, shimmering with various shades of yellow and purple, illuminating the darkness of the night. Xiang Hao comprehended why his teacher was aware of his need for a soul ring, how she had acquired the external soul bone, and the reason behind the frenzy of that magical ape. His mentor had eradicated that group of soul beasts, procured his soul bone, and selected his soul ring. At that moment, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Xiang Hao's heart. Despite their infrequent encounters, his teacher had genuinely invested in his growth. Regardless of her motivations, this kindness would forever be etched in his memory. Xiang Hao had never been concerned with notions of righteousness or justice. What he acknowledged as true was simply right. Chapter 20. Infiltration. Having resolved his soul ring dilemma, Bibi Dong intended to depart once more, just as before. Xiang Hao understood that his teacher would not elaborate further. She would lay everything before him with unerring clarity. However, Xiang Hao found himself entangled in a significant predicament. The 4 extending appendages were exceedingly difficult to control, presenting a considerable challenge even for his current mental fortitude. Thus, from that day forth, an additional task was added to Xiang Hao's training regimen. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, a stunning blonde maiden gracefully approached the main seat. The glimmering ring on her ring finger revealed her identity as Qianrenxue, while seated above was Bibi Dong. Qianrenxue slightly parted her lips, articulating softly, "Your Holiness, the preparations for the operation are complete. I shall depart for Tiando City tomorrow." Bibi Dong, seemingly uninterested, did not even lift her gaze, coldly responding, "Understood. Be cognizant of the significance your actions hold for the grand strategy of the spirit hall. Do not falter." With that, silence enveloped the chamber. Qianrenxue appeared as if she wished to utter more, yet she sealed her lips and slowly rose to exit. Throughout this exchange, Bibi Dong kept her eyes closed, waiting until Qianrenxue had long departed before a profound sigh echoed from the depths of the hall. Another year has elapsed, and Xiang Hao's life in the Grand Canyon was nearing its conclusion. Presently, he clasped his arms, while the 4 additional limbs assisted him in ascending the steep peak. Xiang Hao had grown exceedingly adept in controlling the soul bone, and his soul power had reached level 34. As night fell, and he sat beside the campfire, excitement welled within him. At last, his training was drawing to a close. He pondered the level that the insufferable Zhang Liemo had attained. Just as he was about to indulge in a restful slumber, eager to return to the spirit hall the following day and reunite with familiar faces, his teacher stealthily emerged from the shadows of the night. Bibi Dong appeared silently behind Xiang Hao, speaking softly. "Hao, the 3-year deadline has passed. Your training is complete." Xiang Hao was startled upon hearing the voice and quickly turned over, complying with the teacher's instructions. "How did you know I intended to send you elsewhere?" Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. "I must return tomorrow. If there were other reasons for you to be here, you would not have come tonight." Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile. The child was quite astute. "Very well, let me ask you this. Can your martial soul transform its shape according to your will?" Xiang Hao couldn't help but ponder whether old Yin could manipulate not only the weight of the skybreaker but also its appearance. At that moment, a voice resonated in his consciousness. "Youngster, tell her that it can be altered, and no one will be able to discern the change." Xiang Hao immediately responded. And upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's smile broadened even further. "Excellent. The final piece of the puzzle in our plan is now ready. All right, Hao, I have a task for you. I want you to disguise yourself as the child of a minor noble from the Tiando Empire and attend the Tiando Royal Academy. This operation will have a unified command, and when the time comes, he will come to find you." After listening attentively, Xiang Hao realized that this must be a meticulously planned scheme by the Spirit Hall, and he was likely a vital part of it. An inexplicable sense of mission ignited within him, and he solemnly accepted the task. "Very well. I shall employ a secret technique to confine your spirit power to the 20th level, transforming the quality of your spirit rings into 200-year rings. Remember, you must not use your 3rd soul skill or any external soul bones." Upon uttering these words, a surge of power flowed into Xiang Hao's body, and gradually, he felt a portion of his spirit power being sealed away, while the 2 spirit rings astonishingly turned yellow. At the same time, the weapon in his right hand, known as the Breaking Heaven, morphed into a mere ordinary iron spear. Seeing this, Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding perfectly. Bibi Dong gazed at the pawn she had set in motion, knowing that the Tiando Empire would soon fall under the control of the Spirit Hall. Once that was achieved, the focus would shift to conquering the Duel Empire, and the unification of the Douluo continent would be imminent. That evening, Xiang Hao was brought to Tiando City by Bibi Dong. His nominal parents awaited him there, both subordinates of the Spirit Hall. That night, Xiang Hao assumed his new identity, adopting the name Xiang Yu. Having grown up in the Spirit Hall, he possessed a certain understanding of noble etiquette, allowing him to quickly adapt to this new persona. With the school term commencing next week, he knew he had to fully embody Xiang Yu. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Imperial Palace, in the Princess Chamber, a shadow silently appeared behind Qian Rinxue and knelt on the ground. Young Master, the Pope has sent word. She has placed a new undercover agent in the Tiando Royal Academy named Xiang Yu. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. What was this woman thinking? Inserting another spy? I understand. You may leave, she sighed softly. Having navigated the treacherous waters of deceit for so long, from the Spirit Hall to the Tiando royalty, she believed herself to be sufficiently ruthless and composed. Yet, for reasons unknown, every time she gazed at the ring on her finger, her thoughts would involuntarily drift back to that toxic gas-filled forest, recalling the young man who had once teased her. If he were still alive, he would likely be on the verge of entering an advanced academy, she mused. The infiltration had been proceeding according to plan when an unexpected visitor disrupted everything. Just 5 days before enrollment, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, suddenly sought out Xiang Hao, bringing news that left him utterly astonished. Since acquiring the Baijiao Danjing, Yu Guan had become deeply fascinated and, with Bibi Dong's permission, had gathered a group of spirit masters well-versed in plant pharmacology. They were dispatched to search for the medicinal materials listed in the prescription. Thanks to the assistance of the Qingling Dan, many previously inaccessible toxic barriers became insignificant, and indeed, several rare herbs were discovered within some of these toxic zones. However, not long ago, a spirit master reported having encountered a toxic barrier at the heart of the Sunset Forest, where the Qingling Dan's effects were completely ineffective against the poisonous gas. Yu Guan, puzzled, decided to investigate personally. Upon forcibly entering the poisonous barrier, he stumbled upon a heavenly abode. Never in his life had Yu Guan anticipated the existence of such a place, where countless exquisite celestial herbs thrived in abundance. In a realm where ice and fire converged, a spring of mingling ice and fire surrounded by the top 9 spirit herbs from the Danjing emerged, even causing Yu Guan to struggle to maintain his composure. But at that moment, the master of this realm returned, the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo. No wonder the Qingling Dan proved ineffective. The venom from this old poison master was unparalleled. Yet, this time was different. Yu Guan had discovered a method to counteract snake venom within the Danjing, Xionghuang. Utilizing this, he concocted the 14th ranked elixir, the Xianhuang Dan. This unexpected encounter culminated in Dugubo's defeat, and Yu Guan proceeded to negotiate a deal with him. Old poison master, would you care to make a trade? Do as you please. When did you, Yu Guan, become so timid? No, old poison master, you are a titled Douluo. It would be a waste to kill someone of your caliber. Yu Guan chuckled. The Tiando royal family has long been corrupt. The unification of the continent by the Spirit Hall is an inevitable trend. You are a wise man. You understand my intent. Spare me your sweet words. Today, Dugubo has admitted defeat. No more chatter. Oh, really? You, Dugubo, have offended many due to your toxic prowess. If I were to reveal that your poison skills have been broken, many enemies would come for you. So what? If I don't die at your hands, I will die at someone else's. Oh, then what of your lovely granddaughter? I recall you have an enemy who favors such underage maidens. Dugubo was struck dumb, rendered speechless for quite some time. After that day, the Spirit Hall gained a new veneration. As Yu Guan conversed with Xiang Hao, he casually produced a storage ring, grinning. With such a harvest, the credit belongs to you. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is now under strict surveillance. I have relocated the Dan room there, having gathered some spirit herbs from it that may be useful to you. In the future, you can seek me out there. Upon saying this, Yu Guan clapped his hands. Come in. A pale, green-haired elder entered, his red robe unmistakably marking him as an elder of the Spirit Hall. Elder Dugubo pays homage to the Holy Sun. Dugubo slowly knelt, speaking with reverence. The Pope has decreed that from now on, Elder Dugu shall protect you in Tiando City. Young man, we shall exchange insights on the Danjing in the future. After Yu Guan's mischievous smile, he vanished quietly. This news was indeed shocking. Now he possessed a title Douluo at his disposal. It wasn't until Dugubo began addressing him that Xiang Hao gradually emerged from his astonishment and scrutinized his new ally. With green hair and green eyes, Dugubo appeared rather peculiar. May I inquire, Elder, has your hair always been this way? Do not jest, Holy Son. This is the result of my own cultivation of poison techniques, which have unfortunately tainted my own body. I see, so you are afflicted by poison. Xiang Hao remarked as he approached closely to examine. After a long contemplation, he finally spoke. Elder, can this poison be cured? Holy Son, do not jest with me. This poison has accumulated for many years. Dugubo chuckled. You may not believe it, but the antidote to the poison that the chrysanthemum Douluo dispelled was derived from the Danjing I provided him. While my alchemical talent pales in comparison to that of the chrysanthemum Douluo, I have been well versed in this Danjing for many years. Xiang Hao explained slowly, and Dugubo's expression began to grow serious. Elder, this poison can indeed be cured. I can provide you with the antidote recipe as a token of our first meeting. Upon hearing this, Dugubo lost all semblance of calm. His breaths became increasingly labored. Just an hour ago, he might have doubted such a claim. But he had clearly heard what Yuguan had said to Xiang Hao. This holy son might genuinely possess a method for curing his poison. This is the recipe for the Jiuyang Dan. If all goes well, you should have the ingredients in your pharmacy. I will also provide you with the refining method. As he spoke, a radiant recipe materialized in front of Dugubo. At that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. His breath was rapid, and he trembled as he reached out to accept the recipe. This poison had plagued him throughout his life, leading to the ruin of his family, the loss of his wife and children. But now, hope was finally within reach. Holy Son, your kindness is akin to saving my life. Should the poison within me be resolved, I shall repay you with my life. Dugubo spoke solemnly. Excellent. This poison Douluo shall serve my purposes well in the future. In his heart, Xiang Hao silently commended this notion, a profound joy swelling within him, for he had never engaged in such an affluent endeavor. With a top-tier expert by his side during his covert operations, matters would undoubtedly be much easier. A few days later, the Tianshou Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy officially commenced its academic year. True to its reputation as the finest soul master institution in the Tiandou Empire, the entire school exuded opulence. Nestled on a picturesque mountain outside Tiandou City, the academy's decor radiated lavishness, and every student attending was of distinguished lineage and exceptional talent. Today marked the day for new students to enroll. Each year, during this period, Emperor Shuya would personally attend to host the opening ceremony for the newcomers. However, in recent years, due to his deteriorating health, this duty had been passed down to the imperial heir, Prince Xiang. Xiang Hao gazed at the gilded characters elegantly inscribed upon the pristine stone, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, merely the setting sun. Although Xiang Hao possessed the resolve of an undercover agent, he found himself uncertain about his purpose. At that moment, a striking green-haired maiden approached him, prompting Xiang Hao to scrutinize the enchanting figure. This must be Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of Dugubo, as he had been informed. Upon closer inspection, Dugu Yin was merely 2 years his senior, yet her physique had blossomed impressively, the academy uniform struggling to contain her form. Her visage was captivating, with alluring features accentuated by her emerald eyes, rendering her beguiling. Among the women Xiang Hao had encountered, she ranked just below his senior, his teacher, and that golden-haired girl. Dugu Yin was also observing Xiang Hao intently. While not strikingly handsome, he possessed distinct features, his face exuding a sense of determination, his build robust, and his skin a healthy, sun-kissed wheat tone. Yesterday, her grandfather had unexpectedly mentioned the need for her to attend to this younger brother, referring to him as the son of an old friend, though she couldn't recall her grandfather having such a companion. You must be Shui Yu's younger brother. Just call me Yin Jia. I'm here to assist you with your enrollment. Thank you, Yin Jia. I appreciate your help, Xiang Hao replied with a smile. Together, they ventured into the campus, where Dugu Yin undoubtedly alleviated many of the potential inconveniences. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy was vast, significantly larger than the Spirit Hall Academy, and Xiang Hao found himself lost in the living quarters. Fortunately, he had a guide, and the living conditions were exceptional, with all students afforded their own rooms, facilitating their cultivation. For Xiang Hao, this arrangement was ideal for attending to other matters. Once all the formalities were completed, Dugu Yin led Xiang Hao to the academy's auditorium, where the Crown Prince himself was to officiate the enrollment ceremony for the new students. They couldn't afford to be late. As they stepped into the hall, Xiang Hao felt a multitude of gazes upon them. The older students erupted into a cacophony of chatter the moment Dugu Yin entered, completely disregarding the decorum expected of nobility. It appeared that the young lady at his side enjoyed considerable popularity, while Dugu Yin seemed unfazed, guiding Xiang Hao to his seat amongst several others. Yin Jia, are you no longer with Tianhingu? Inquired a handsome young man peeking from behind, with those around him expressing keen interest in the question. What do you mean? He is the child of my grandfather's old friend. I'm merely looking after him. The others were poised to ask further questions when a strikingly handsome young man approached and took a seat beside Dugu Yin, instantly silencing the previously lively group. Chapter 22. Shuqinghe? In recent days of clandestine study, Xiang Hao has become acquainted with several prominent scions of the academy, among whom the most remarkable is the young Master Yu Tianhing of the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus family. His soul power has likely reached the 38th level, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation talent that far surpasses his peers. As Du Guyan was about to speak, an unexpected hush fell over the gathering. Xiang Hao had made his entrance. Clad in an elegant blue-green attire, his long black hair was elegantly secured with a green ribbon, cascading neatly down his back. His countenance exuded a striking charisma as he sauntered toward the main seat, his gaze sweeping slowly and meticulously across the hall before he took his place in silence. Unbeknownst to anyone, when Xiang Hao's eyes landed upon a particular spot, a subtle tremor coursed through him. Sitting in her chair, Qian Rinxue could not suppress her own shivering. He was here. He was alive. In that fleeting moment, she felt her eyelids grow warm, as if tears were poised to spill forth at any second. She had often pondered how she would react upon encountering him again. Yet, when the day arrived, the intensity of her emotions was far more potent than she had anticipated, leaving her bewildered as to why her heart surged with such fervor. Beside her, Prince Shuexing observed the prince's unusual demeanor and hurriedly inquired, "Your Highness, are you unwell? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I can preside over the proceedings in your stead." "It is nothing, merely that the sight of our empire's young talents brimming with vitality stirs my heart," Qian Rinxue replied, striving to regain her composure. Thus, Xiang Hao rose gracefully from his seat and approached the front of the stage. Addressing the assembly, "You are all the elite of the Tiando Empire, gathered here from various provinces to converge in the cradle of our empire. Many of you will, upon graduation, become the backbone of our nation. Will you join me in rekindling the glory of Tiando?" At this, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Xiang Hao could not help but acknowledge that Xiang Hao radiated the gravitas befitting a leader, yet his speech was delivered with a gentle elegance. His tone soft yet imbued with strength. Xiang Hao mused that the ancient saying about a gentleman being like jade might indeed find its embodiment in him. Though it is often said that the Tiando Empire is rife with corruption and that those in power neglect their duties, it appears there may be some truth to these assertions, for Xiang Hao seems to embody the qualities of a benevolent ruler. Xiang Hao remained somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the Spirit Hall's clandestine plans, as the only allies he knew of were himself and the poisoned Douluo. Moreover, he seemed incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. What, then, was the intent behind his teacher's arrangements? Xiang Hao could never have anticipated that his identity would render him incapable of becoming a pivotal figure. Was it possible that the teacher merely intended for him to bask in shared glory? The overwhelming influx of information twisted in his mind like a tangled skein. Yet he found himself bereft of time for such musings. For reasons unknown, he sensed Xiang Hao's gaze continually drifting in his direction, as though the latter were scrutinizing him. Had he been exposed? Impossible. The number of individuals aware of his identity could be counted on one hand, and they were all staunch adherents of the Spirit Hall. So why did he feel this way? His appearance was hardly remarkable, with a sense of perplexity. When he felt Xiang Hao's gaze sweep over him once more, he boldly met his eyes. Those irises were truly captivating. What was this feeling? To his astonishment, Xiang Hao quickly averted his gaze after their brief exchange. Was he shy? What's the matter, little brother? Is Prince Xiang Hao not exceedingly handsome, despite being a royal heir? He carries himself with such humility, often mingling with the students, Du Guyan remarked, drawing closer. Indeed, he seems destined to be a wise ruler, Xiang Hao replied. Yet, inexplicably, as he turned away, he felt a chilling stare directed at his back. Was it merely an illusion? Suddenly, the pocket watch in his possession shimmered faintly, revealing a time and coordinates, midnight tonight, by the pond in the forest outside the academy. Xiang Hao understood that this was a summons from his superior. This pocket watch was a unique soul-guiding device, comprising a master and a subordinate watch. The latter would change in accordance with the former, albeit within a limited range. Thus, his superior was undoubtedly within the hall at that moment. Unconsciously, he scanned the surroundings, searching for what he deemed suspicious targets. Could it be the advisor under the prince? Or perhaps that attendant beside him? The true architect of this situation, however, was on stage, grappling with her own tumultuous emotions. Qian Rinxue had never fathomed that she would find herself in such a predicament. Upon witnessing a green-haired beauty conversing with Xiang Hao, she felt an inexplicable urge to intervene, only to be consumed by a wave of melancholy. After all, he might be involved with someone else, and she had no justification for her feelings. The intense emotional turmoil left Qian Rinxue in a state of confusion. Why had she transformed into this version of herself? She nearly forgot the purpose of her presence here, hastily activating her pocket watch. Yet, her mind was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. She bid a brief farewell to Prince Xuexing before retreating to her quarters to compose herself. After all, her current state was hardly befitting for an audience with her subordinates. As for Xiang Hao, he had already discerned the location and had no fear of losing track of the meeting. As the group exited the hall, the crowd erupted into lively chatter once more. The handsome young man in blue exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, boss! The prince was gazing at us just now. Does he know we are from the Academy's battle team? Will he meet with us individually soon?" Haha. The group buzzed with enthusiasm, and although Yu Tianheng remained silent, the slight tremor of his hands betrayed his excitement. They were among the Academy's most exceptional talents, the heirs upon whom great expectations rested. Now, including Du Guyan, they radiated an aura of pride. At this moment, Xiang Hao comprehended that the 7 individuals seated before him constituted the elite team of the Royal Academy of Tiando, the renowned Royal Do team. In addition to Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, there were 5 others, a loquacious man clad in blue, alongside 3 nearly silent men, one slender figure partially concealing his face, a pair of burly twins exhibiting somewhat vacant expressions, and a woman seated at the far end. Enveloped in black attire with a veil obscuring her features, rendering her expression inscrutable, Xiang Hao could not help but feel intrigued. He relished the opportunity to engage with these prodigies, as they were likely to become his rivals in the future. The presence of competitors would invigorate his training, fueling his fervor. The prospect of locating these so-called geniuses and ultimately vanquishing them, shattering the halo of pride that adorned their heads, filled him with immense joy. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had acted in this manner, yet he never anticipated that he would ultimately be vanquished by others in the same fashion. He resolutely refused to permit such a scenario to unfold again. He would no longer grant his adversaries even the slightest opportunity. Chapter 23. The encounter. With this thought in mind, Yu Tianheng rose to his feet and departed, followed by several individuals who trailed behind him. Xiang Hao, eager to establish a rapport, stood up and extended his hand, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Shui." However, Yu Tianheng strode past Xiang Hao without a glance, seemingly oblivious to the outstretched hand suspended in the air. The group ambled away at a leisurely pace, leaving behind Du Guyan, who gently remarked, "That's just his nature. Please do not take offense." She then hurried after them. Xiang Hao uttered no pleasantries, and the group simply vanished from sight. How arrogant indeed. He mused darkly about how to shatter your dragon claws. A fervent intensity surged within him, as an inexplicable air of brutality enveloped his heart. It had been long since he had faced provocation. He admonished himself to maintain control, lest this savage aura disrupt his mind. It was the malevolent spirit of the Overlord. Bound to the Poxiang halberd, if he could not master it, he would remain a beast, not an overlord. The voice of Elder Yin resonated in his consciousness, and Xiang Hao's previously reddened eyes gradually dulled. Elder Yan's lesson sank in. The young man understood. The king of Xiang, despite having slain countless foes in his lifetime, never reveled in bloodshed. He merely delighted in destruction. Destruction governed slaughter, yet slaughter could not annihilate. Elder Yin's words flowed steadily, calm yet powerful, soothing the tempest within Xiang Hao's spirit. "Yes, destruction. I do not delight in killing, but I do revel in obliteration. The sight of beautiful things shattering in my hands must be exquisite." The brutal aura within him seemed to respond, coalescing into a small, crimson soul core, quietly circulating within. Upon returning to his abode, Xiang Hao felt a twinge of fear. Ever since he vanquished the diamond demon ape, he had intermittently succumbed to a frenzied state, and recently, it had become increasingly difficult to contain. As Elder Yin had stated, while the Poxiang halberd was a peerless artifact, it was also a vessel of countless vengeful spirits and curses, its blood-soaked blade having awakened that brutal aura. Now, this aura incessantly influenced Xiang Hao's body and mind. Neglecting to control it could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Xiang Hao recalled that the herbs gifted by Douluo contained a calming, clarifying spirit herb. He examined them closely and indeed found the purple jade butterfly orchid, ranked 17th among the celestial herbs, renowned for its ability to soothe the mind and bolster mental fortitude. After consuming the purple jade butterfly orchid, Xiang Hao felt the turmoil within him steadily subside. The herb's essence coalesced in his body, merging with a golden light to gradually form a small platinum sphere juxtaposed against the crimson sphere. The two entities entwined, each seemingly yearning to consume the other, yet both powerless to do so. Gradually, a balance emerged between the two forces, and Xiang Hao's body entered a harmonious state, as the scarlet soul power intertwined with a golden radiance surrounding him. When he awoke again, he found that night had fallen, having quelled the brutal aura. His soul power had also ascended to the 37th level. Alas, he had a midnight appointment with his superior and nearly missed the time. Wasting no time, Xiang Hao swiftly tidied his attire and stealthily slipped out of his residence, disappearing into the night like a specter. Xiang Hao hurriedly arrived at the lakeside at midnight. A gentle breeze rustled the trees behind him, creating a soft whisper in the night. The moonlight poured unabashedly over the lake, shimmering like a cascade of diamonds. It had been long since he had witnessed such beauty. Drawn to the water's edge, Xiang Hao gazed at his own reflection and was filled with nostalgia. Just then, he felt a hand patting his shoulder. Instinctively, he seized the hand and spun around, thrusting the person into the water. The individual, caught off guard, was unexpectedly pulled into the depths. As Xiang Hao examined the newcomer more closely, astonishment washed over him. The attire and hairstyle seemed hauntingly familiar. Recalling the prince's clothing he had seen earlier that day, a chill ran down his spine. Could this be Xiang Hao? Equally startled was Xiang Yu, who had not intended to make an appearance tonight. Given Xiang Hao's identity, it was preferable for her to remain concealed. However, her subordinate had insisted on the high-level nature of this covert operation, leaving her as the sole bearer of knowledge. Thus, she had decided to come in person. Perplexed by the woman's incessant alteration of plans. Upon arrival, Xiang Yu spotted a young man squatting by the lake, completely unguarded. She intended to teach him a lesson, but never anticipated his strength. The next moment, she found herself submerged in the icy water, its chill piercing her skin. As she rose, ready to unleash her frustration, she caught sight of Xiang Hao, equally taken aback. Recovering from his shock, Xiang Hao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. How could the prince be here? His superior had yet to arrive, and the thought of being discovered by the prince made Xiang Hao's heart sink. Unsure of his opponent's capabilities, he instinctively stepped back, contemplating an escape. It seemed his mission was destined to fail, leaving his mentor disappointed. Yet, the next words left him frozen in place. Upon recognizing Xiang Hao, Xiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for where to direct her anger, scolding. Is this how you greet your superior upon our first meeting? For Xiang Hao, the revelation that the prince was an ally was far more impactful than the potential discovery of his presence. In that instant, he realized he had underestimated his mentor. Reacting quickly, he pulled Xiang Yu out of the water, flustered in his apologies. Xiang Yu, witnessing this spectacle, found herself both amused and exasperated. Who sent such a fool to be a lookout? She mused. Raising her head, she challenged. Who has the audacity to act so recklessly? Xiang Hao, hearing her words, couldn't help but chuckle as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Xiang Yu. With her back to the moonlight, her hair fell in disarray, shimmering under the silvery glow. Her once fierce visage appeared softer in this light. More enchanting still was her porcelain skin, which seemed to reflect the moonlight, and her bright, deep-set eyes sparkled like stars. This was the second time Xiang Hao found himself utterly mesmerized by someone's beauty. The first had been a golden-haired girl. Xiang Yu, feeling the intensity of his gaze, thought to herself, this guy hasn't changed a bit. After all these years, he still dares to look at me like this. Chapter 24. Qin Ming. This fellow clearly has no sense of restraint. Has no one ever told him that staring directly at others is quite impolite? Xiang Yu pondered. Xiang Hao is unable to comprehend the depth of his fascination, perhaps due to an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the visage before him. Stop looking. Xiang Yu stated with resolve, identify yourself. I am the highest commander of this covert operation. At her words, Xiang Hao snapped back to reality and promptly reported his code name and mission. He maintained a degree of caution towards this commander. It appeared she perceived his reservations, for she silently retrieved a token from her bosom. It was an exquisitely crafted insignia, adorned with 6 intricate patterns that represented the highest echelon of the spirit hall. Xiang Hao had encountered such a token before. The chrysanthemum Douluo possessed one, a supreme insignia bestowed upon trusted confidants by Bibi Dong. To Xiang Hao's knowledge, fewer than 5 individuals held such a token, and to behold it was akin to standing before the Pope himself. Realizing this, Xiang Hao dared not harbor any secrets. This individual undoubtedly knew his true identity. I am the disciple of the Pope, Xiang Hao, currently a 37th level assault system soul master, with the martial soul of my own being. He immediately knelt, and those words stirred a tumult of emotions within Xiang Yu. Indeed, this was the very Yu she recognized, the owner of an exceedingly rare martial soul and remarkable cultivation speed. However, he was the disciple of that woman, and Qian Rinxue's heart swirled with complexity. This evening had brought forth a whirlwind of emotions: surprise, anger, joy, and sorrow. She gazed quietly at the youth kneeling before her, and truthfully, she felt utterly bewildered by her own feelings towards him. The mission seemed to have reached its conclusion. She had met Xiang Hao, and he was now aware of Xueqing's identity. It was time for her to gather her thoughts. In the past decade and more, she had never experienced such emotional upheaval due to a single individual. What had come over her? Now that you are aware of my identity, you must understand the significance of this mission. My identity is of the utmost secrecy. Do you comprehend? Qian Rinxue feigned calmness as she spoke. Rest assured, I fully understand. No matter what occurs, it will not implicate your highness in the slightest. Xiang Hao responded earnestly. That is sufficient. I shall meet with you again for further tasks requiring your cooperation. For now, you may return, but do not disclose your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao prepared to bow and turn back, when suddenly Qian Rinxue's voice called out to him once more. As an undercover agent, do not engage excessively with others. Although Dugu's senior has submitted, his granddaughter remains unaware. It is prudent to limit interactions. Xiang Hao felt perplexed. Had he and Dugu Yin appeared overly familiar today? I have had no dealings with Dugu Yin. She merely assisted me in familiarizing myself with the academy today, likely at the behest of Senior Dugu, he clarified. Xiang Hao returned, and it seemed that Xueqing revealed a look of sudden realization. He then waved his hand, signaling Xiang Hao to depart. Xiang Hao, perplexed, sensed that his superior was rather peculiar, one moment elated, the next deep in thought. Such inscrutability was indeed characteristic of a person of depth. Something that Xiang Hao felt was beyond his grasp. He silently commended the crown prince in his heart. Cautiously, Xiang Hao made his way back, arriving just as dawn broke. Today marked the commencement of formal classes, and he arrived early to the classroom. Though he had not rested long, fatigue eluded him. The class size was considerably smaller than during his time at the Martial Soul Hall, with only a handful of students scattered across the spacious classroom. Each pupil donned immaculate and opulent uniforms, exuding an air of refined nobility. However, an unexpected presence caught his eye: a tall student who had quietly taken a seat in the corner since morning, dressed in plain attire that starkly contrasted with the lavishly clad peers around him. The other students made a concerted effort to avoid him, their gazes rife with disdain. This look of contempt was one Xiang Hao had encountered countless times in his past life, having been an orphan himself. Despite his remarkable talent at the Divine Martial Hall, he lived in stark poverty, surrounded by those from illustrious families who, while feigning respect, could not conceal their hypocritical smiles and veiled contempt. It appeared that human nature remained unchanged, regardless of the setting. As the first class commenced, a youthful and distinguished teacher entered. Turning his back to the students as he inscribed his name on the blackboard, Qin Ming. From this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher, responsible for your lives and studies here. I am Qin Ming, currently a level 61 Battle Soul Emperor in the Assault Department. Upon hearing his words, the students buzzed with excitement. He is Qin Ming, reputedly the youngest Soul Emperor in the Empire's history. Our homeroom teacher is the leader of the Imperial Battle Team. We are incredibly fortunate. Xiang Hao gradually comprehended that his teacher was indeed an extraordinary individual. Qin Ming gestured for everyone to settle down, announcing, "This is our first class. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves." He then pointed to a robust boy nearby, encouraging him to stand and share his introduction. The boy, visibly excited by being called upon, declared, "I am Yin Kuei, a soul master from the 17th class specializing in offensive techniques, and my martial spirit is the Diamond Bear. I have possessed great strength since childhood, and I invite you all to spar with me in the future." With that, he flexed his muscles for emphasis. Qin Ming nodded approvingly and motioned for the next student to introduce themselves. One by one, they introduced themselves, and soon it was Xiang Hao's turn. However, none of the previous students left a profound impression on him. Most appeared to be of mediocre talent, lacking any extraordinary gifts yet brimming with the hubris of presumed genius. Their condescending remarks struck Xiang Hao as exceedingly juvenile. Next, a dapper young man seated to Xiang Hao's right rose gracefully and stated, "I am Ning Tian, a 21st level auxiliary soul master, and my martial spirit is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower." His seemingly nonchalant declaration landed like a bombshell in the classroom, instantly stirring the crowd. Hailing from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he had already reached the 21st level by the age of 12. Even the noble offspring present could not help but exhibit traces of admiration. Qin Ming scrutinized this student, acknowledging his impressive talent. He was indeed among the elite of his generation within the sect. Ning Tian cast an arrogant glance over his classmates, savoring the moment. Reveling in his identity as a genius of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, dismissing the rest as insignificant. After a brief uproar, he took his seat. And it was now Xiang Hao's turn to introduce himself. Rising slowly, Xiang Hao clearly and assertively proclaimed, "I am Shui Yu, a 23rd level offensive soul master. And my martial spirit is the Iron Sharp Spear." His words ignited even greater commotion among the class. Good heavens! He's already at the 23rd level and merely 12 years old. His soul power exceeds mine by 2 levels. Upon hearing Xiang Hao's introduction, Ning Tian's expression soured instantly. How could anyone surpass him? He believed his own talent to be unparalleled within the sect. And it was unfathomable that someone with a seemingly inferior martial spirit could possess greater soul power. Ning Tian glared at Xiang Hao with a look of resentment, as if he wished to devour him whole. Chapter 25. Jibu. In an instant, the classroom erupted with a cacophony of reactions: astonishment, envy, admiration, as well as resentment and jealousy. Ning Tian, showing no inclination to conceal his dissatisfaction, declared loudly, "So what? It's still just a useless martial spirit. An iron sharp spear is only fit for guarding the gates of the imperial palace." This remark plunged the classroom into an abrupt silence, leaving only a few murmurs of agreement lingering in the air. Xiang Hao exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Controlling his emotions had become an essential discipline for him. He refused to allow his tumultuous feelings to govern his actions. Within him resided a power now divided into 2 incompatible halves, and he constantly endeavored to maintain this precarious balance. With a faint smile, he quietly returned to his seat. Qin Ming discreetly scrutinized Xiang Hao, recognizing the boy's commendable talent, yet lamenting the inadequacies of his martial soul, which rendered him unfit for a position on the team. At that moment, the last person in the class stood up, and Xiang Hao realized that this individual was taller than he had anticipated. As he rose, he nearly matched Qin Ming's height. His face was characterized by thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, yet it bore the marks of hardship. His skin was a dark brown, seemingly a result of prolonged malnutrition, giving him a mature appearance that could easily be mistaken for someone in their 20s. "I am Jibu, a level 23 assault soul master with the Earth Dragon martial soul." Upon hearing this declaration, the class erupted in excitement. It was not merely due to Jibu's formidable talent, but rather because his Earth Dragon martial soul was a lineage from the notorious Earth Overlord sect, which had been obliterated by the Empire 30 years prior, leaving only a scant few of its members. A decade ago, the transgressions of these remnants were finally pardoned. Jibu observed the disdainful and resentful gazes of his peers with a sense of detachment. He had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Qin Ming nodded subtly, acknowledging Jibu as the student who had been specially recruited. While his aptitude was commendable, his background was regrettable. At that juncture, Ning Tian abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that such a person did not deserve to be his classmate. The uproar in the classroom intensified, prompting Qin Ming to raise his hand, causing the 6 soul rings behind him to flicker in succession. "In this class, I hold the authority. Since Jibu is a student of the academy, he is your classmate, and you shall treat him with respect." Upon hearing this, Ning Tian appeared wholly unconvinced, shouting, "Then I shall leave. I refuse to associate with a criminal." Just as he was about to rise, he felt a firm hand clamp down on his shoulder, pinning him to his seat. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, and turning to see Xiang Hao's radiant smile only added to his frustration. "Classmate, why are you not leaving?" Xiang Hao inquired with a gentle laugh. "Let me go." Ning Tian bellowed in anger. "Very well," Xiang Hao replied with a mischievous grin. As Ning Tian, fuming with rage, attempted to stand, a heavy hand descended once more, forcefully pushing him back into his chair. "Classmate, why are you not leaving? We are all classmates. Do not be shy," Xiang Hao remarked, lightly patting Ning Tian a few times. "You dare to touch me? Do you know who I am?" "You are finished," Ning Tian shouted, his eyes welling with tears of fury. "Enough. Cease this at once." Qin Ming's authoritative presence surged forth, compelling Xiang Hao to retract his hand. "You all are quite audacious, engaging in conflict on the very first day of school. If you have energy to spare, direct it towards the Soul Duel arena, rather than embarrassing yourselves here." Ning Tian, chastened by the reprimand, lowered his head, his eyes aflame with indignation, while Xiang Hao displayed no signs of remorse, chuckling and offering apologies. Qin Ming, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, shouting, with not a shred of repentance, "You shall run 20 laps around the field with added weight. I shall temper your arrogance." Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao strode out of the classroom. "This matter arose because of me. I shall accompany him in his run," Jibu declared loudly. "Fine, if you wish to run. Then you shall run an additional 10 laps, Qin Ming replied, and Jibu immediately exited the classroom. Remarkable. This big fellow possesses quite the sense of loyalty. Xiang Hao mused to himself. The two then commenced their punishment, with Xiang Hao encircling Jibu, incessantly bombarding him with words. Big guy, you needn't join in. I simply have a penchant for meddling. I can't stand that pretty boy. By the way, your martial soul must be quite formidable, given its imposing name. Oh, I heard them say you have ties to the Earth Overlord sect. At this juncture, Jibu, who had been running, suddenly halted and replied solemnly. I appreciate your assistance, but I implore you, do not speak of this matter. His words were laced with a hint of emotion. He then resumed running, prompting Xiang Hao to react quickly and chase after him. Big guy, do not be upset. I did not mean it. Thus, amidst Xiang Hao's incessant chatter, the two completed 30 laps. Although both possessed commendable stamina, by the time they finished, class had already concluded. They meandered back to their residence, where another awaited them. After class today, Ning Tian went directly to seek out a member of the academy, a level 33 battle soul master. He had never before endured such indignity. His father was an elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even the grand nobles of Heaven Do City regarded his father with a measure of deference. Yet today, he had been assaulted by the offshoot of a destitute noble family, an affront he could not swallow. Brother Lai, just act when the time comes. I will take the blame if anything goes awry, Ning Tian instructed Feng Tianlai, who stood beside him. Understood, I will assist you this time. But there shall not be a next, Feng Tianlai replied coldly. Rest assured, Brother Lai. I will speak with my father and ensure he casts a vote for you in this year's sect assessment, Ning Tian smiled. That is good to hear. I will ensure that those who offend my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School pay the price, Feng Tianlai stated before closing his eyes in contemplation. He was merely a side disciple within the sect, with annual assessments determining his fate. This young man's father happened to be the elder in charge of this year's evaluations. Otherwise, he would not have had the authority to command him. Ning Tian was a direct descendant, and therein lay the distinction. Feng Tianlai could not help but feel vexed. As although he possessed exceptional talent, opportunities to stand out were scarce. At that moment, Ning Tian suddenly called out, Brother Lai, they are coming. Feng Tianlai observed the two robust youths approaching, each more formidable than the last. No wonder one could halt Ning Tian with a single hand. Their strength must be considerable. Alas, his soul power exceeded theirs by 10 levels. He would give them a lesson, merely to fulfill his obligations. As Feng Tianlai stepped forward, Ning Tian, in a fit of urgency, dashed out to intercept the two, exuding a fierce demeanor as he proclaimed, Do you think I would let you off this easily? Chapter 26. The stalwart shield Xiang Hao gazed at the arrogant fool before him, a wry smile forming on his lips. He had never anticipated that in this world there still existed so many imbeciles who considered themselves extraordinary. In the spirit hall, he had never encountered anyone as foolish as this. Observing the henchman standing behind Ning Tian, Xiang Hao recognized this scenario from numerous past encounters. Some he could best in combat, while others proved formidable. Yet, all reached the same conclusion. This individual was a madman. Even in death, Xiang Hao was determined to seize a piece of flesh from his adversary. Navigating this familiar terrain, he raised his hand, clutching the iron-tipped spear to protect those around him. It was then that he noticed the fleeting flash of a yellow soul ring behind Jibu, who had stepped to the forefront. Xiang Hao momentarily forgot that this imposing figure beside him shared the same visible soul power. Feng Tianlai surveyed his opponent, who had already assumed a battle stance, and chose to reveal his prowess. With a swift motion, he pushed aside Ning Tian and 3 yellow soul rings materialized behind him. Feng Tianlai, a 33rd level battle spirit master, wielded the Wind Hawk as his martial spirit. As he spoke, magnificent wings unfurled from his back, their feathers brushing against his visage. Seeing this, Jibu wasted no time, his hands enveloped in a thick rock armor, his already formidable stature appearing even more imposing. Although Xiang Hao was not particularly knowledgeable about this martial spirit, he was aware that soul beasts with dragon lineage were generally immensely powerful. Undoubtedly, Jibu possessed a formidable beast martial spirit. Consider it not as bullying. You two shall face me alone. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not to be trifled with, Feng Tianlai declared with an air of arrogance. Brother Lai, teach them a harsh lesson. Ning Tian growled menacingly from the side. Yet, Feng Tianlai appeared to disregard his words, calmly gesturing for restraint. Enough of this theatrics. Hurry up. I have pressing matters to attend to, Xiang Hao interjected, unwilling to waste time on their idle banter. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianlai's fury ignited. Clearly, This young man was oblivious to decorum. "Today, I shall educate you on civility," he proclaimed, and in an instant, he lunged forward, his figure slicing through the air with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of paces to stand before Xiang Hao, lifting his leg to deliver a kick. However, someone was swifter still. At the very moment Feng Tianlai appeared before them, the first soul ring behind Jibu shimmered. With a resounding crash, Jibu clasped his hands together, and countless stones converged to form a robust rock shield before the two. The first soul skill, Earth Shield. Feng Tianlai's foot struck the rock shield with great force, sending shards of stone scattering. Yet, the shield remained unbroken. And Feng Tianlai felt a twinge of pain in his foot. Why is the shield so sturdy? He wondered, but the ordeal was far from over. The first soul ring behind Jibu flickered again, and the massive rock shield shattered, transforming into a barrage of debris that hurtled towards Feng Tianlai. The tide of battle shifted with astonishing rapidity. In midair, Feng Tianlai urgently activated his second soul skill, Feathered Defense. Instantly, countless feathers emanated from his wings, encasing him like armor and deflecting the onslaught of stones. However, his rage was now fully ignited. While airborne, his first soul ring glimmered. And with a powerful flap of his wings, he sent forth blades of wind slicing toward Jibu. Once more, Jibu raised his rock shield. But the sheer volume of wind blades was overwhelming. One final slash cleaved through, causing the rock shield to shatter into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao swiftly brandished his weapon and stepped forward, wielding the iron spear with a grace reminiscent of a serpent in motion. It deflected all the slicing winds before him with ease. The spear, despite its transformation into a formidable weapon, remained as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Xiang Hao's grasp. The relentless onslaught of wind blades had little effect on him, utilizing his fluid spear technique alongside the thunderous phantom steps. Xiang Hao parried each attack from his adversary while simultaneously launching counterstrikes. Feng Tianlai was taken aback, not anticipating that this young man could sever his assault with a mere spear and retaliate with such dexterity. The peculiar agility displayed was utterly confounding. At this moment, Feng Tianlai's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. This individual was far from simple. Such profound techniques were scarce within the lineage of prominent families. What? You claim he learned it on his own? Impossible. How could such a person exist in this world? If that were the case, could this young man be a scion of a reclusive family? Should I injure him, I would find myself in a precarious position. As merely a collateral descendant of my clan, the sect would certainly not come to my aid. Cursed be it. Why did I agree to that fool Ning Tian's request? Feng Tianlai's thoughts became more convoluted. Few students in this academy hailed from uncomplicated backgrounds, and it was not worth inciting trouble over this fool. With a measured tone, he declared, "If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, we shall consider today's affair concluded." Upon hearing this, Ning Tian erupted, "Brother Lai, what are you saying? These two have made me lose face today. They must be taught a lesson." Just then, a figure darted towards Ning Tian, a massive fist striking him squarely on the face. Taken completely by surprise, Ning Tian was sent sprawling. "Now you may be silent," Xiang Hao scoffed, clenching his fist. Feng Tianlai was equally astonished by this unexpected turn of events. This fellow possesses extraordinary audacity. It is fortuitous that the opponent struck first. Now I have no lingering concerns. Struggling to rise from the ground, Ning Tian appeared disheveled, his once fair visage now marred by swelling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes tinged with fury. "I will kill you. How dare you strike me? Even the sect master would not dare. Who do you think you are?" he bellowed, charging at Xiang Hao with a dagger materializing behind him. "Ah, quite the tenacious spirit you possess. I have encountered many fools, but you are the most unique among them. I am curious how your father raised you," Xiang Hao remarked, and with that, he delivered another punch, sending Ning Tian crashing to the ground, speechless. "This is more like it. Had you met me a few years earlier, I assure you, you would have been far more refined," he added, satisfied as he dusted off his hands. Feng Tianlai watched this scene with a frozen stare, fury igniting within him. "I am still here, with Ning Tian injured. I cannot escape responsibility. You shall not escape unscathed either." Chapter 27. The Crown Prince arrives in an instant. Feng Tianlai unleashed a flurry of sharp wind blades towards Xiang Hao, their intensity markedly heightened. Xiang Hao dodged perilously, twisting his body to evade several attacks before hurling his spear with precision. The piercing sound of the weapon sliced through the air as it narrowly missed Feng Tianlai's ear, leaving him with a faint feeling of warmth on his face. Upon touching his skin, he discovered a trace of blood. The spear, seemingly imbued with sentience, veered away only to return swiftly to Xiang Hao's command. Having refined the weapon multiple times, Xiang Hao had achieved a remarkable synergy with it. In this short distance, he could control the spear adequately, albeit at a significant toll on his mental energy. The spear lunged repeatedly at the opponent under Xiang Hao's guidance, while Jibu silently summoned boulders to hurl into the air. Feng Tianlai, in a desperate bid, dodged and evaded, appearing increasingly frantic. Finally, with a powerful flap of his wings, he shattered the incoming stones with his soul force, deflecting the spear. Looking down at the two, rage burned in his eyes. Excellent. You have drained my last reserves of patience. Young man, you remain oblivious to your transgressions. After today, you shall taste the wrath of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile clan. Is that so? Then bring it on. I fear your fury may lack flavor, Xiang Hao retorted with a smile. Feng Tianlai sneered, knowing that no matter the force, attacking the eldest son of the Grand Elder would have dire consequences. I might forgive your recklessness, but I cannot condone your foolishness. Prepare to pay for your ignorance. Hovering in the air, Feng Tianlai summoned his 3rd soul skill, Heavenly Demon Feathers, as purple soul rings glimmered around him. Feathers shot forth from his wings like arrows, aimed at both Xiang Hao and Jibu. Xiang Hao quickly called back his spear, spinning it defensively to ward off the feathers, while Jibu raised his shield. Though his remaining soul energy was dwindling fast, soon the shield dissipated, leaving him to brace against the onslaught with his bare hands. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao hastily raised his weapon in defense. Despite his efforts, the onslaught was relentless, and numerous feathers slipped past the protection of his agile movements, leaving him with an increasing number of wounds. One by one, the feathers penetrated the defenses of both men, embedding themselves deeply into the ground behind them, creating a dense carpet of projectiles. Gradually, the barrage from Feng Tianlai diminished, the assaults becoming sporadic. Just as Xiang Hao and Jibu prepared to counterattack, Feng Tianlai revealed a scornful smile, taunting, "Pay for your foolishness, little imp." Upon hearing these words, an unsettling feeling crept over Xiang Hao. At that moment, the feathers scattered across the ground seemed to come alive, trembling as they rose from the earth, swiftly returning to the sky. Not good. Watch your back, Xiang Hao shouted, unleashing his protective energy to fend off the hidden arrows. But Jibu was too late. Xiang Hao witnessed an unforgettable sight as dozens of feathered arrows shot through Jibu's back, erupting in torrents of blood. In the next heartbeat, the giant collapsed into a pool of crimson. Xiang Hao quickly channeled his internal energy into Jibu, staunching the flow of blood, and hurriedly retrieved a Jade Harmony pill from his ring for him. Yet, it was too late. Jibu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing at Jibu, lifeless on the ground, Xiang Hao's eyes gradually reddened. The light laughter from above continued to echo, and Feng Tianlai, taken aback, observed Xiang Hao frozen in place, realizing that the lad had evaded his lethal strike. "Ha ha ha, quite fortunate, aren't you, to have escaped my deadly blow," he jeered. Xiang Hao lowered his head. Yet in a deep voice, he posed a question. "May I ask you something?" "Oh, young one, you do not wish to beg for mercy, do you?" "Ha ha. It is too late for that. You have crossed a line that should never have been crossed. Do you comprehend the heinous crime your wretched hands have committed?" Feng Tianlai slowly descended to the ground, a cold sneer upon his lips. "Does this place you have chosen ever see visitors?" Xiang Hao appeared to disregard the taunts, directly inquiring, "Ha ha ha ha, are you truly afraid? That is indeed unfortunate, for this road is quite desolate." Feng Tianlai laughed maniacally, relishing the thrill of tormenting his prey. "Oh, that is truly delightful," he continued. "Indeed, you may cease your struggles. I shall take great care in dealing with you." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Hao discarded the broken weapon in his hand and slowly approached Feng Tianlai. The latter, witnessing this, could only sneer, wondering if he was truly surrendering without a fight. What a foolish wretch indeed. Yet, in the next moment, Feng Tianlai's mirth vanished entirely. Xiang Hao suddenly lifted his gaze, and his once pitch-black eyes erupted with a crimson glow. A peculiar smile spread across his face, revealing a set of silver teeth tightly clenched. "I initially believed you to be different from that boy. However, it seems you are not only akin to him but even inferior." Xiang Hao advanced deliberately towards his adversary, who found himself utterly immobilized, confronted by a scene of unparalleled horror. In Feng Tianlai's eyes, it appeared as though the ground beneath Xiang Hao's feet had been transformed into scorched earth with each step he took, as if he were treading upon a carpet of corpses. The blood-red intensity of Xiang Hao's gaze, his imposing physique, and the bulging muscles across his body all seemed to pulsate with an ominous energy as crimson veins coursed across him like streams of blood. To Feng Tianlai, It felt as though the specter of death was inexorably advancing towards him. He moved at a snail's pace, yet each step resonated like a countdown to his demise. The most terrifying aspect was that his body felt paralyzed, rendering him helpless as the figure drew ever closer. He could only widen his eyes in terror, his entire being trembling violently. Desperately, he began to scream, "Boy, what trickery is this? Your illusions cannot deceive me. You cannot harm me. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The boy you incapacitated is the only son of the Grand Elder. You cannot withstand the wrath of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Spare me, and I shall intercede on your behalf. I am closely associated with that elder. I implore you to let me go. I was merely coerced by Ning Tian." As Xiang Hao drew nearer, the transformation in Feng Tianlia's expression became increasingly dramatic. His once defiant words grew feeble, ultimately dissolving into a pitiful plea for mercy as he teetered on the brink of tears. Xiang Hao approached with a smile, and only when he was close at hand did he slowly utter a remark. "Thanks to you, my curiosity about the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has only deepened. However, since your intellect seems somewhat lacking, perhaps it would be prudent to find a replacement." Xiang Hao, with an almost expressionless face, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Feng Tianlia's face. The latter, engulfed in sheer terror, struggled desperately yet remained utterly immobilized. At that moment, however, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. A pair of slender hands firmly grasped the iron fist that had reached Feng Tianli. Raising his gaze slightly, Xiang Hao beheld the furious countenance of Xiang Hao. Chapter 28. Gradually becoming familiar, Qianren Shui felt a sense of relief for having left someone by Xiang Hao's side. For otherwise, a grave incident would have surely transpired today. Meanwhile, the rescued Feng Tianli lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back in terror, his body weakly kneeling as a pool of pungent liquid began to form beneath him. He had succumbed to fright. "Release me," Xiang Hao uttered in a deep voice. "If you strike again, that brute will truly perish," Qianren Shui remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. His clenched fist gradually relaxed, and the crimson aura of slaughter surrounding him slowly dissipated. "Take that big fellow with me. If we delay any longer, he won't survive." Qianren Shui shook off Xiang Hao's hand and gestured to the surroundings, where several figures emerged from the shadows. "Handle those two and dispose of them outside the academy's forest." Subsequently, several individuals initiated a formation targeting Ning Tian and his companion. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed as the formation vanished, and the group adeptly hoisted the two away, disappearing from sight. This was a mental assault formation. By the time they regained consciousness, they would be nothing more than babbling fools. There are many ways to exact revenge. Killing someone is often the least effective. You should be grateful for my timely arrival. Otherwise, it would be you lying here. With that, she produced two corpses from a corner, both of which were at the Soul King level. "Clean up and leave no traces of the struggle." After issuing her command, she motioned for someone to escort Jibu away, while Xiang Hao awkwardly followed suit. Along the way, he observed the operations of the Spirit Hall, noting a secret passage dug out by them within the Tiando Royal Academy. Before long, the group emerged from the passage, arriving outside the prince's side hall. They entered a secluded chamber within the side hall, laying Jibu down. Several healing spirit masters approached to set up a formation. A pale green spirit energy swiftly enveloped the large man, and the gaping wounds on Jibu's body healed almost instantaneously, his breath gradually stabilizing. Seeing this, Qianren Shui couldn't help but reflect on how this fellow remained unchanged, memories flooding back to her. As Xiang Hao witnessed Jibu's recovery, he too began to calm down. At that moment, Qianren Shui approached him slowly, her tone turning frosty. "Come with me." The two entered the study, and Qianren Shui's demeanor immediately grew cold. "On your very first day, you create such a colossal mess. Are you here to be an undercover agent?" Hearing this, Xiang Hao could only silently apologize, acknowledging that it was indeed his own issue. His inability to control his emotions had intensified, and his earlier outburst caused the dark sphere within him to erupt once more, growing larger as it gradually consumed the golden sphere. However, when Shui Qinghe had intervened earlier, a trace of golden soul power entered his body, instantly scorching away much of his resentment, preventing him from losing control entirely. This peculiar golden soul power he had previously witnessed in the golden-haired girl. The sensation of it burning against him was still vividly etched in his memory. Regrettably, despite his extensive inquiries later, he could not find a similar martial soul. Now, as he listened to Shui Qinghe's admonishment, his curiosity about other matters began to pique. Unbeknownst to Qianren Shui, Xiang Hao's current thoughts were far removed from her own. She only observed him bowing his head in silence, which stirred a pang of sadness within her. From the moment she first met Xiang Hao, her heart had been thrown into disarray. She fervently wished to know everything about him and had arranged for people to be by his side. Upon learning that he had been cornered by Ning Tian, she hastily declined Ning Fingxi's invitation to rush to his side, only to find him uncommunicative. Qian Rinxue was typically an unfeeling person, yet she could not comprehend why she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness every time she faced this younger boy. In his presence, she seemed to forget everything, and her usually composed demeanor would crumble into chaotic fluster. Qian Rinxue was perplexed by her own feelings. A long-suppressed seed within her suddenly began to flourish uncontrollably, branching out and blossoming. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained oblivious to the turmoil within her heart, as his attention was drawn to another matter. Once Qian Rinxue's emotions had settled somewhat, he gradually spoke up, acknowledging, "You are correct, my actions were misguided this time, and I am willing to bear all consequences that follow." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's mood seemed to lift slightly. She raised her hand to signal Xiang Hao to rise, preparing to offer him further instructions. Yet, another question from him caught her off guard. "May I inquire, what is your martial soul?" "I do not wish to pry, but this soul power feels remarkably familiar to me. It might just alleviate the hidden ailment within me," Xiang Hao asked earnestly. At this, Qian Rinxue panicked. Indeed, she was flustered. Had he recognized her? What should she say? No, he mentioned he could eliminate his hidden ailment. Did he perhaps suffer from some discomfort? Xiang Hao's words stirred a tempest within Qian Rinxue's heart. If she were to reveal her feminine identity at that moment, the expression of bashful distress on her face would surely be breathtaking. Alas, no one in this world could appreciate it. This involves the secrets of the spirit hall. But if I can indeed help alleviate your ailment, it may be worth a try, Qian Rinxue responded slowly, striving to calm her racing heart. Upon hearing her reply, Xiang Hao's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. What must I do?" he inquired, bewildered. Xiang Hao firmly grasped Qian Rinxue's hand, urging the esteemed individual to channel their soul power. As he held her delicate hand, he couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite softness. Why do men's hands possess such allure? Perhaps it is a consequence of the royal family's meticulous care. Lost in thought, Xiang Hao instinctively squeezed her hand gently. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue found herself utterly incapable of rational thought. From the moment Xiang Hao took her hand, her mind had succumbed to a haze. How warm his hands are. Wait, why is he still squeezing? Her thoughts spiraled as she felt her head spin, entirely at the mercy of this person before her. "My lord, simply channel your soul power into me. I can manage the rest," Xiang Hao suggested. Dazed, Qian Rinxue responded with a faint "Oh, my lord, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" she inquired earnestly. "Focus," she admonished lightly, hastily channeling her own soul power, though the blush upon her cheeks deepened. "My lord, do you require rest? If it's too much, we can postpone," Xiang Hao persisted, his gaze fixed upon her face. "Be quiet," Qian Rinxue retorted sharply, turning her face away. Upon hearing her command, Xiang Hao fell silent, pondering whether he had misspoken, as he felt the golden soul power gradually infusing his body. The chaotic energy within him began to subside significantly. Chapter 29. The rising warmth. Xiang Hao profoundly sensed the soul power coursing through his hands and into his body, akin to chains binding a dark orb tightly. The turbulent internal energy within him gradually subsided. It was an extraordinary sensation. He entered a state of meditation, reveling in this healing experience, feeling an unprecedented lightness. It was not until Qian Rinxue's hand slipped away that he regained his composure. "The giant has awakened. Perhaps you should check on him," Qian Rinxue remarked with a calm demeanor. Xiang Hao hurried over and discovered that Jibu had been awake for quite some time, gazing blankly at his surroundings, utterly bewildered. "How wonderful! I am truly relieved that you are safe," Xiang Hao exclaimed with excitement. Shortly thereafter, Qian Rinxue arrived, casting a cold glance at the towering figure lost in thought. "You do realize that your life was saved by us, don't you? Now that you are aware of our secret, I must ensure the safety of our future endeavors. Your talents are commendable. Join us, and in due time, I shall ensure your family's name is cleared." To Qian Rinxue's surprise, the giant nodded without hesitation but then added, "I can join you, but before that, I have a personal matter to attend to. If I survive, I will pledge my unwavering loyalty to you." Qian Rinxue, perplexed, responded, "Whatever it is, I can assist you." However, Jibu shook his head, stating, "This is a personal matter. It requires no interference from outsiders." He then solemnly bowed to everyone present. Xiang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This seemingly taciturn giant bore a heavy burden. The two then made their way back through the secret passage to their residence at the academy. The following day unfolded as usual. Yet it was marked by an empty seat beside Xiang Hao. Yesterday, the two individuals had seemingly been carelessly discarded outside the academy's woods, their fates left to chance. At that moment, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the usually imposing and stern elder Ningxuan was weeping bitterly, cradling his beloved son. The protective jade talisman he had entrusted to his son had shattered unexpectedly, and none of the guards could be contacted, filling Ningxuan with profound anxiety and rendering him unable to eat or sleep. Consequently, he personally ventured to the Tiando Royal Academy to inquire about his son's whereabouts. To his shock, he learned that his son had left the academy early after classes and had since vanished without a trace. Panic-stricken, Ningxuan scoured the academy grounds until he finally found his son, bound and helpless, in the woods outside. To his horror, he discovered that another disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had already perished, while his own son still clung to life. In a frenzy, he rushed his son back to the sect for urgent medical attention. After a night of desperate care, his son regained consciousness. But the tormenting reality was that he was now babbling incoherently, reduced to a state of madness. Ningxuan immediately contacted the academy, which conducted a thorough investigation but found no signs of a struggle, and the two guards had vanished without a trace. Who was targeting the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Who has harmed my child and left him in such a state? Ningxuan's furious roar reverberated through the halls of the sect. Meanwhile, the true instigator remained blissfully unaware, attending classes at the Tiando Royal Academy, unaffected by Ning Tian's madness and disappearance. After all, no one knew that Ning Tian had sought out Xiang Hao for trouble that fateful afternoon. At this moment, Xiang Hao was far more preoccupied with the peculiar golden soul power residing within Xiang. Xiang Hao possessed a rather limited understanding of his martial soul's attachment state. However, under the guidance of Elder Yin, he learned that the crimson aura of bloodthirst affixed to him was an exceptionally domineering force. Conversely, the golden light emanating from Xiang had the capacity to incinerate this fierce bloodthirsty aura in an instant. This remarkable phenomenon led Xiang Hao to reminisce about a golden-haired maiden he had encountered in the past, whose soul power was strikingly distinct from his own, exuding an aura that was both sacred and pure. He could feel the small black orb within him, now ensnared by chains of golden holy light. Xiang Hao had never felt his physical condition as splendid as it was now. Ever since he vanquished the golden ape, a fierce aura of slaughter would occasionally surge forth, and suppressing this power had consumed considerable effort. Now, he could finally devote himself entirely to his cultivation. The ensuing days, however, proved to be rather mundane. During his time at the Tiando Royal Academy, Xiang Hao found little of practical value to learn. The academy primarily taught the rudiments of soul master knowledge. But even more so, it focused on the elaborate etiquette of nobility, which Xiang Hao had always held in disdain. Since their conversation on that fateful day, he had insisted that Jibu accompany him daily. Given the soul power levels of both Xiang Hao and Jibu, the ordinary noble offspring in their class dared not provoke them. Yet, another source of vexation arose. Xiang Hao noticed that, with the continual enhancement of his soul power, the small black orb within him seemed to swell incessantly. Gradually, he found it increasingly difficult to contain the murderous energy surging within him. To temper this force, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Xiang once more. Interestingly, Xiang always responded decisively whenever Xiang Hao sought help, yet hesitated during the operation of soul power, requiring Xiang Hao to initiate contact by grasping his hand. Once Xiang Hao held his hand, Xiang would exhibit considerable reluctance. Thus, the two gradually deepened their understanding of one another. Through Xiang's narration, Xiang Hao learned that his family was a highly esteemed lineage within the Spirit Hall. Raised as a successor from a young age, immersed in a world of treachery and deceit for personal gain. However, one individual's selfless rescue, devoid of ulterior motives or concerns for life and death, instilled in Xiang the belief that true affection still existed in the world. In turn, Xiang Hao gradually revealed his own background, from his humble origins in a modest soul master family to being serendipitously taken as a disciple by Bibi Dong. Each time he recounted his tales, Xiang listened with great earnestness, exhibiting a humble demeanor and eloquent discourse. As their conversations flourished, they became confidants, sharing everything without reserve. Nevertheless, Xiang Hao found it puzzling that while his teacher had assigned him to remain undercover, he had yet to receive any tasks from Xiang or anyone else. Perhaps his teacher recognized that his temperament was ill-suited for such covert operations. His daily existence comprised concealing his cultivation within the Tiando Royal Academy, practicing secretly each night, maintaining his physical training, and occasionally traversing secret passages to the prince's palace to converse with Xiang Hao. Chapter 30. Farewell Yet. A source of frustration for Xiang Hao is that his divine martial art had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the 4th level for quite some time. With no signs of breakthrough, the divine martial art's external manifestation of qi possessed a critical flaw. Before surpassing the 4th level, it lacked sufficient power, making it vulnerable to piercing weapons that could easily penetrate it. In his previous life, Tang San had a particular concealed weapon designed specifically to counter such internal qi, the Dragon Whisker Needle. In addition to this, Xiang Hao did not neglect his strength training. The Breaking Heaven Spear felt increasingly weighty in his grasp, and under the rigorous training imparted by Elder Yin, it finally surpassed 2,000 pounds. Elder Yin also taught him a spear technique known as the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear, which consisted of merely 4 forms: 1 thrust, 2 lifts, 3 sweeps, and 4 slashes. This spear technique lacked flamboyant maneuvers, yet it was said that the ancient King Xiang had carved a bloody path through enemy ranks solely through its overwhelming might. Though the technique appeared simple, after 2 years of practice, Xiang Hao had barely mastered the first form, the thrust. The sheer destructive force encapsulated within this singular action left him profoundly awestruck. He once ventured into the woods beyond the academy to test this move, with all his strength. A fierce thrust resonated, unstoppable in its trajectory. Where it passed, not a blade of grass remained, trees snapped mid-trunk, and it pierced through all obstacles, leaving a narrow path in the dense forest. This technique was aptly named Piercing the Stars. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Hao had spent 2 years at the Tiando Royal Academy. Aside from the altercation on his first day, his behavior had been remarkably unremarkable. After all, his unremarkable martial spirit did not suggest exceptional talent for cultivation. To others, he appeared as a diligent student with a mediocre martial spirit, a type of student that the academy had in abundance. Furthermore, during these 2 years, Dugubo had successfully concocted detoxifying elixirs, ridding himself of the lingering poison he had harbored for years. This venerable titled Douluo had, in a fit of emotion, prostrated himself before Xiang Hao, pledging his loyalty. Henceforth, this titled Douluo had completely submitted to the Spirit Hall. Gradually, Xiang Hao's soul power had reached level 40, and he was poised to welcome his 4th spirit ring. According to past experiences, his teacher would meticulously calculate the timing of his soul power breakthroughs and would be by his side to assist him in hunting for the next spirit ring. His unique constitution seemed to present a special experiment in the eyes of his teacher. Bibi Dong had continuously elevated the age limit of the spirit rings Xiang Hao could endure, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his 4th spirit ring was expected to be a 10,000-year-old one. As Xiang Hao anticipated, shortly after reaching level 40, the command from his teacher arrived, instructing him to rendezvous at an outer meeting point of the Star Doe Forest in a week's time, where Bibi Dong would await him. Upon receiving the order, Xiang Hao promptly began to pack his belongings in preparation for the soul hunting a week later. During this process, he reflected on his life over the past 2 years, realizing that the most profound memories were not of Tiando itself, but rather of the astute Prince Xiang Hao. Parting from a friend should indeed be filled with sorrow. They had become confidants over time, and it was only fitting that he bid him a proper farewell. Their separation was for the grand scheme of the Spirit Hall, and this brief farewell was merely a prelude to a better reunion. He only hoped it would not be too melancholic. Additionally, there was the taciturn giant, Jibu, who had always accompanied him, speaking little yet displaying unwavering diligence in all endeavors. After 2 years, Jibu's soul power had nearly reached level 30. Although Xiang Hao could not discern the reason, he could perceive a heavy sense of responsibility in Jibu's gaze, urging him onward. Xiang Hao was uncertain about the events that had transpired within him, yet he knew they were undoubtedly memories steeped in pain, weighing heavily upon this Navi giant. Contemplating this, he chose not to utter much. Before departing, he imparted the techniques of the divine martial arts to Jibu, who accepted them with a solemn nod, silently resolving to forge his own path. That afternoon, as was his custom, Xiang Hao traversed the secret passage to reach the chambers of Xiang Hao, who awaited his arrival with eager anticipation. Their meeting resembled countless others, a gathering of old friends. Xiang Hao had brewed fine tea, offering a cup to Xiang Hao. "You haven't visited recently. Has something occurred at the academy? Surely, at your age, you aren't falling for any young, beautiful maidens? I must remind you, you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall," Seeking love at this juncture may be unwise. Brother Qinghe, you jest. You know me to be merely a martial artist. Devoid of such frivolous thoughts, Xiang Hao replied. Is that so? Then that is indeed a relief. Qinghe's words, while seemingly light-hearted, carried an undercurrent of melancholy, an emotion Xiang Hao had grown accustomed to navigating. Brother Qinghe, I have come to bid you farewell, Xiang Hao declared, setting down his teacup and meeting Qinghe's gaze. Startled, Qian Rinxue paused, her teacup suspended in midair, her eyes wide with surprise. After a brief moment of shock, she slowly responded, Your teacher has sent word, hasn't he? My soul power has reached level 40. My teacher has informed me that in a week, he will take me to hunt for my soul ring in the Stardow Forest. If all goes well, after the soul hunting expedition, I shall not return. As he spoke, a poignant atmosphere enveloped them. Over the past 2 years, Qinghe had become a confidant, a friend with whom Xiang Hao shared an unspoken bond. Though slightly older, their thoughts often mirrored each other's, and throughout the years, he was the first to genuinely listen to Xiang Hao's musings. Xiang Hao had not confided in anyone for quite some time, cherishing this friendship deeply, yet he understood that his journey must continue. Oh, you truly are remarkably gifted. If I recall correctly, you are just 14 years old, and you have already attained the rank of Soul Master, setting a new record for the Douluo continent. Such talent should not squander the present moment here, Qian Rinxue said thoughtfully, placing her teacup down gently. After uttering those words, an emptiness filled her heart. It seemed as though there were unspoken sentiments lingering on the tip of her tongue, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What was it she wished to convey? She truly did not know. After 2 years of companionship, she was uncertain of her own feelings. This farewell could stretch for years to come. Brother Qinghe, I once heard that parting now paves the way for a more splendid reunion in the future. Though I am unaware of your true identity, I recognize that you bear the weight of the Spirit Hall's mission. When we cross paths again, I believe we shall both emerge transformed for the better, Xiang Hao stated earnestly, meeting Qinghe's gaze with sincerity. His words struck a chord deep within her. Resonating with the tenderest part of her heart, the present parting was indeed for a future encounter. Wait for me, Xiang Hao. When we next meet, I shall find the courage to express those unspoken thoughts. I, too, must strive forward. Otherwise, I may find myself chasing after this little man. The farewell was tinged with a bittersweet sentiment. After several heartfelt farewells, Xiang Hao returned to his residence, for come tomorrow, he would embark on a new journey. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with Shrek. The following morning, Xiang Hao set forth, bidding adieu to all that the Tiando Empire held. With his belongings in tow, he departed quietly. The vast empire was never short of students possessing ordinary talents, and so Xiang Hao slipped away unnoticed. Though little did anyone realize that when this young man returned to the Tiando Empire, it would herald a tempest of blood and chaos. Xiang Hao gradually set forth towards the starry forest, reflecting deeply on his journey. Having been born in the Spirit Hall, he had never ventured beyond the confines of the continent until now. Along the way, he passed through numerous impoverished villages within vast and prosperous empires. Beneath the grandeur of these empires lay countless destitute hamlets, where the inhabitants struggled to find nourishment and warmth, all while harboring dreams of becoming soul masters. Little did they know, the reality was exceedingly harsh. The overwhelming majority of them languished in mediocrity, enduring a life of poverty. Moreover, they were burdened with exorbitant taxes imposed by local lords. Throughout this journey, Xiang Hao witnessed many scenes of devastation that were almost too painful to behold. Xiang Hao had been raised within the halls of the Spirit Hall, his unwavering faith in its doctrines rendering him oblivious to notions of right or wrong while executing its missions. In his heart, the Spirit Hall was akin to family. It had nurtured him, and even if it were in error, he would steadfastly accompany it on that misguided path. However, upon reflection, he now perceived that if the Spirit Hall was indeed flawed, then the Tiando Empire was rotting to its very core. With such contemplations weighing on his mind, several days later, Xiang Hao arrived at the designated location within the Stardow Forest, only to find his mentor absent. Left with no alternative, he sought refuge in a nearby modest inn. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation while hunting souls alongside his teacher. The inn, situated near the Stardow Forest, boasted commendable amenities and was bustling with activity. Upon entering the inn, Xiang Hao requested a standard suite and pondered his next course of action. At that moment, a striking group approached from outside, drawing his attention. Leading them was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance and average height, yet his robust physique, adorned with prominent muscles, betrayed his strength. Following closely were 3 youths. roughly the same age as Xiang Hao. One, a golden-haired individual with heterochromatic eyes, donned opulent attire and exuded an air of arrogance. Another, portly and swaying as he walked, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The last, a boy with a face obscured by a beard, grinned broadly, exuding an air of unseemly demeanor. The group swaggered past Xiang Hao, with the golden-haired youth requesting a suite of the Emperor's standard from the innkeeper. Mubai, this outing is not for soul hunting. We VE requisitioned a suite at the Emperor's level. Be cautious upon returning. Flandre will be furious with you, the middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly. Fear not, Teacher Zhao. I shall bear the costs this time. During our last outing, we were all crammed into a single room. That rotund fellow shared a bed with me, and his snoring could have felled a millennium-old soul beast, the golden-haired youth replied, his tone laced with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the portly boy immediately protested, Boss, do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. Oh, is that so? I was not the only one awakened by the cacophony. Wouldn't you agree, Oscar? The bearded youth chimed in, nodding eagerly. You all conspire against me, the portly boy exclaimed. Do not be vexed, my chubby friend. With this emperor-level suite, you shall have a bed all to yourself, the golden-haired youth said, draping an arm around the portly boy's shoulder as he spoke soothingly. Xiang Hao had been listening to the conversation among these individuals for some time, finding it rather intriguing, and he could not help but let out a soft chuckle. He was particularly captivated by a sensitive term that caught his ear, Flandre. If this name had been mentioned 2 years ago, he might have felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. However, over the past 2 years, his homeroom teacher, Qin Ming, had referenced a certain individual and an academy that remained vividly etched in Xiang Hao's memory. This teacher, acclaimed as an extraordinary genius in the Heavenly Empire, had spoken of his alma mater, Shrek Academy, an institution exclusively for prodigies. Notably, he was among the first graduating class of this prestigious academy, and the founder, Flandre, was once a prominent figure, revered as one of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle in the world of soul masters. Hearing the statement that this academy only enrolls monsters and not ordinary individuals piqued Xiang Hao's interest immensely. Genius signifies competition, and Xiang Hao has always yearned to challenge these prodigies, unaware of the chasm separating him from the exceptional talents of this world. Now, upon hearing this remark, he realized that these 3 individuals were current students of Shrek Academy. Kid, do you have a problem with me? The stout boy, upon hearing Xiang Hao's laughter, felt his temper flare and approached Xiang Hao, brandishing his considerable bulk. No, I actually find their words quite reasonable, Xiang Hao replied with a gradual smile. It's one thing for those few to mock me, but who do you think you are, you little brat, to laugh at me? The stout boy was like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung his fist towards Xiang Hao. Stop. The others rushed forward to intervene, but it was already too late. The stout boy's fist had already been unleashed. Dai Mubai, sensing trouble, realized that despite the boy's unremarkable appearance, his spirit power was nearing level 30, making him quite formidable among his peers. The opponent appeared to be no more than a teenager, and the consequences of that punch could be dire. As everyone hurried to stop the impending clash, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The assailant slowly extended a hand, firmly grasping the stout boy's swinging fist, rendering it immobile. Astonishingly, the assailant seemed to exhibit a nonchalant demeanor, as if he possessed no strength at all. Dai Mubai was taken aback. He was aware of the stout boy's punching power and knew he would have to exert himself to block it. Your temper is too fiery. Perhaps I should help you cool down, Xiang Hao remarked, swiftly sweeping his left leg to topple the stout boy and twisting his right arm downward, effectively pinning it behind his back. Xiang Hao then seated himself upon the stout boy, rendering him incapable of movement. How about it? Do you yield? Xiang Hao inquired, calmly perched atop the stout boy. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. In an instant, Xiang Hao transformed from the victim into the aggressor. Dai Mubai, who had intended to intervene, now gazed with admiration at the display of combat prowess. The stout boy, still simmering with indignation, seemed reluctant to concede. Fire practically sparking from his mouth, Dai Mubai hastily approached and delivered a gentle tap on the stout boy's head. What are you doing, you oaf? This is a shop. If you break anything here, I won't cover the damages. Upon hearing this, the stout boy's fury gradually subsided, though his massive frame continued to squirm beneath Xiang Hao's restraint. Chapter 32. Companions. Dai Mubai couldn't help but chuckle, quickly stepping forward to apologize. Brother, I apologize for startling you. This fellow has a bit of a temper due to a flaw in his martial spirit. He meant no offense, I hope you can forgive him. This was not the script Xiang Hao had anticipated. He had expected the haughty nobleman to exhibit the common flaws of aristocrats. Yet Dai Mubai's straightforwardness and rationality were unlike anything Xiang Hao had ever encountered. No harm done. Consider it a spar, Xiang Hao said, promptly rising from atop the stout boy. Dai Mubai's words made Xiang Hao feel as though he were the one at fault. The stout boy scrambled to his feet, casting a furious glare at Xiang Hao before quickly retreating behind the blond young man. Let's get acquainted, brother. My name is Dai Mubai, and I am 14 years old. With that, Dai Mubai extended his right hand in a gesture of friendship. Xiang Hao, not one to be shy, reciprocated with his left hand. I am Xiang Hao, also 14. This stout fellow is Ma Hongjun, and that scruffy man with the beard is Oscar, Xiang Hao introduced, greeting the two in turn. The stout boy reluctantly shook Xiang Hao's hand, still sullen. Oscar, however, wore a broad grin, albeit one that appeared rather insincere. Friend, are you venturing into the Star Do forest alone? Dai Mubai inquired, engaging Xiang Hao in conversation. Not quite. I am awaiting my teacher. Oh, brother Xiang Hao, you are here to hunt for spirit rings, are you not? May I ask what your current spirit power level is? I just broke through to level 30. The group expressed surprise at this revelation. Aside from Dai Mubai, it was their first encounter with someone achieving such a level at this age. Xiang Hao's talent was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Hao was taken aback. The golden-haired man he was conversing with appeared to be of a similar age to himself. It seemed he was already a soul master of the third ring, while the other two individuals appeared somewhat younger, likely around 13 or 14 years of age. However, their aura hinted at an impending approach to the 30th level of soul power. Such extraordinary talent in cultivation was exceedingly rare, in Xiang Hao's memory. Only a handful could boast of comparable prowess, each one a prodigious genius. Now, he found himself in the presence of three such individuals. Particularly striking was the golden-haired youth engaged in dialogue with him. He appeared nearly Xiang Hao's age. Yet there was an unmistakable sense of power that suggested their abilities were closely matched. Based on Xiang Hao's estimation, this golden-haired individual likely possessed soul power at level 35. This realization prompted Xiang Hao to reflect on the veracity of the rumors surrounding Shrek Academy. It seemed that the institution was not merely a name devoid of substance. Yet, he pondered why such a prestigious academy had never come to the attention of the Spirit Hall. Brother Mubai, may I inquire if you and your companions are students of the same academy? Indeed, we are from Shrek Academy, Mubai confirmed, eliciting a sense of surprise from Xiang Hao. It was as he had suspected. Unfortunately, Xiang Hao was now at an advanced age. The academy had an unwritten rule that students must not exceed 13 years of age and must possess soul power surpassing level 21. Xiang Hao's talent would likely have met the requirements, but regrettably, he was already 14. If all goes as expected, you are likely enrolled in another prestigious Soul Master Academy. Then? Yes, I am currently studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing this affirmative response, Dai Mubai displayed a look of disappointment. Otherwise, such a remarkable talent would undoubtedly have been recruited by Shrek. How many students are there in your academy? Haha, do not laugh at me, brother. At present, our entire academy comprises only the 3 students you see before you. We might be the only institution on the continent where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students, Dai Mubai said with a self-deprecating smile. With this revelation, Xiang Hao's doubts dissipated. An academy of such limited enrollment could hardly attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, given that its recruitment scale was virtually negligible. Xiang Hao engaged in a delightful conversation with Dai Mubai, whose demeanor reminded him of Shui Qinghe, although Dai exuded an air of arrogance. His discourse was refined and powerful, devoid of the haughtiness and vanity often found among the aristocracy. Such cultivation is not mere pretense, it is the result of prolonged, deliberate development. This individual likely hails from a distinguished background, yet he lacks the oppressive demeanor typically associated with nobility, which is truly rare. Mubai, I will prepare upstairs, he said, but their enjoyable dialogue was interrupted by the voice of a middle-aged man nearby. Very well, room number 1 of the Emperor. We will be here for the next few days. Should any issues arise during this time, feel free to seek our assistance. Teacher Zhao's capabilities are indeed commendable. After this, Dai Mubai led his companions upstairs. Watching him depart, Xiang Hao mused that he was indeed an intriguing person. He wondered about Dai Mubai's strength and resolved to engage in a friendly duel another day. Another day passed, yet Bibi Dong had still not arrived. With no other option, Xiang Hao continued to wait at the appointed location. 2 days past the agreed-upon time, with no sign of his teacher. However, 2 8th Ring Soul Douluo attendants arrived. By order of His Holiness the Pope, we are here to assist the Holy Son in acquiring soul rings. The Pope has marked the route for this mission. Please review the map. Upon receiving the map, Xiang Hao understood that he was to choose the locations of 3 different soul beasts indicated therein. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared to be passing by. You two, step back and conceal yourselves, he instructed, and the 2 vanished like phantoms. It was then that Xiang Hao recognized Dai Mubai and his companions from the day prior. What brings you here? You are here to hunt soul rings. Are you not? Dai Mubai greeted him warmly, though the portly individual behind him turned away in displeasure. I am waiting for my family elder. But it seems he is late, Xiang Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. Fortuitously, we are heading into the depths of the forest to gather a medicinal herb. Join us. We can assist you, Dai Mubai invited enthusiastically, despite the continued coldness of the portly man. Oscar chuckled amiably, while the middle-aged man nodded slightly in approval. This truly poses a dilemma. Why do they trust me so readily? Xiang Hao pondered as he observed the imposing figure of Teacher Zhao among them. It seemed prudent to accompany them. After signaling the 2 hidden figures in the shadows, he joined the group. I appreciate your kindness. My elder has already exceeded the waiting period of 3 days. Xiang Hao expressed his gratitude. Absolutely, brother, Dai Mubai exclaimed, throwing an arm around Xiang Hao's shoulder. Boss, you just met him yesterday. Don't act so familiar, Ma Hongjun protested, clearly disgruntled by the display. Young man, my previous defeat was merely due to my own oversight. I shall not concede so easily. We shall compete again shortly, he declared. All right. A loss is a loss. No need for so much chatter. Dai Mubai waved dismissively. Thus, the lively group set forth toward the depths of the Stardow forest. Chapter 33, Confrontation with Dai Mubai. Shortly after entering the forest, Xiang Hao observed the remarkable synergy among the trio. Teacher Zhao remained largely passive, while the 3, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, exhibited clear roles. Ma Hongjun, with his avian martial spirit, undertook reconnaissance, while Dai Mubai, wielding a formidable beast martial spirit, forged ahead. Oscar, the somewhat unscrupulous member, utilized a food-based auxiliary spirit to bolster the others' conditions. It was evident that they had participated in many such missions. Their collaboration remarkably seamless. Xiang Hao also showcased his martial spirit, the iron spike spear, and took charge of reconnaissance behind the group. As the 4 of them traversed the forest, they coordinated seamlessly, encountering no significant threats along the way. After a day of searching within the woods, they had found nothing of note. Brother Mubai, since your expedition to the Stardow forest is not for soul hunting, what purpose does it serve? My dear brother, you may not be aware, but recently in Soto City, there has been a high demand for a herb called dragon breathgrass. While it may not be exceedingly precious, it grows deep within the forest, and our journey is dedicated to gathering this medicinal plant. After speaking, Dai Mubai let out a weary sigh. Xiang Hao felt a surge of curiosity. Brother Mubai, may I take a look at our destination? Of course, replied Dai Mubai, handing over the map. Upon examining it, Xiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. The location they were headed to was one of the targets marked by Bibi Dong. How small the world can be. As the day wore on, they covered a substantial distance. In the evening, the group sat together around a campfire, engaging in lively conversation, with the newcomer Xiang Hao naturally becoming the focal point of discussion, particularly Ma Hongjun, who was brimming with pin-up frustration. Kid, if you have the guts, let us do this again. I was he satisfied with that loss, Ma Hongjun declared, glaring at Xiang Hao. Give it a rest, fatty. Take my advice. You'll face a crushing defeat, Dai Mubai interjected, restraining the eager Ma Hongjun. Let us have a match. Dai Mubai then turned to Xiang Hao. That aligns perfectly with my thoughts, Xiang Hao replied with a smile. Really? Then I'm truly honored, he continued as he stepped onto a clear patch of ground. Turning slowly to face Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, a level 35 assault spirit master, I humbly request your guidance. Xiang Hao also rose, approaching Dai Mubai. I'm a level 30 assault weapon spirit master, so I hope Brother Mubai will show some mercy. The 2 took their stances. At that moment, Dai Mubai abandoned his usual jovial demeanor, although he possessed a higher spirit power. He had observed the previous day's battle and recognized that his opponent's strength was formidable. He lacked confidence in defeating the hefty opponent with a single strike. With a serious expression, he felt the surge of energy within him, his anticipation mounting, as such a worthy adversary had not appeared in a long time. Clenching his fists, he felt the bones crackle with intensity. Come on, I'm eager to discover the extent of your extraordinary strength. However, Xiang Hao remained still, prompting Dai Mubai to lose patience. Without any hesitation, he charged forward, throwing a punch. Xiang Hao, unperturbed, effortlessly deflected the incoming fist with his left hand, simultaneously launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Dai Mu Bai's face. Dai Mu Bai swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet the force of the punch still left a stinging sensation on his face. Is this kid naturally strong? That was quite the punch. Good hit. Let us go again. Dai Mu Bai responded, no longer holding back. In the next moment, his spirit manifested, dense fur sprouting across his body, his fingers turning into sharp claws. His visage transformed, taking on a wild and fierce appearance, with a pair of heterochromatic eyes that radiated an ominous aura. At this instant, Xiang Hao comprehended the nature of Dai Mu Bai's spirit, the evil Eye White Tiger, and immediately recognized his royal lineage from the Xinglua Empire. With his spirit activated, Dai Mu Bai's strength and speed surged, resembling a beast as he charged at Xiang Hao with relentless ferocity, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes. Realizing he could not afford to hesitate, Xiang Hao summoned the protective aura of the breaking heaven beside him. The clash of their powers echoed as Dai Mu Bai's claws struck against the spear, sending sparks flying. Surprised by the resilience of this seemingly unremarkable weapon, Dai Mu Bai found himself appreciating his opponent even more. In an instant, they were engaged in a fierce struggle, each displaying their skills without yielding ground. Ma Hongjun observed in awe. He understood his leader's strength all too well. This kid, with a spirit power of only 30, was able to contend evenly with Dai Mu Bai, who had a spirit power of 35. Had he stepped in instead, he would have stood no chance. He had been naive to think that his own spirit would compensate for the difference in power. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao faced a dilemma. He didn't wish to reveal too much of his strength. As Dai Mu Bai pressed forward with a wild, beast-like onslaught, he found himself forced into a defensive position. This cannot continue. I need to end this with one decisive strike. With that thought, Xiang Hao quietly activated the divine martial decision, unleashing a torrent of inner strength that enveloped him and coiled around his spear. I need more power, just a bit more. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai seized the opportunity, intensifying his assault. Xiang Hao employed the Thunder Phantom Step, deftly evading Dai Mu Bai's strikes with an uncanny agility. With each failed attack, Dai Mu Bai's patience began to wane, growing increasingly impatient. Observing the scene, Zhao Wujia remarked, Mu Bai is in trouble. That kid is preparing a big move. Really, Teacher Zhao? It looks to me like that kid is merely defending against our boss, Ma Hongjun replied, puzzled. Just watch and learn, Zhao Wujia instructed. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, Dai Mu Bai's second spirit ring glowed ominously. White Tiger's radiant wave. A blinding wave of energy erupted from his claws, surging directly towards Xiang Hao. This time, however, Xiang Hao did not retreat. He raised his spear, pivoting sharply to unleash a piercing strike that cleaved through the air. One strike, penetrating the stars. The sharp thrust collided with the fierce wave, gradually slicing through it, and surged towards Dai Mu Bai with astonishing speed and intensity, catching everyone off guard. Zhao Wujia, who had been observing closely, widened his eyes in disbelief and prepared to intervene. The violent strike struck Dai Mu Bai with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through the air, creating a deep trench in the ground beneath them. Chapter 34. Ambush Boss, are you all right? Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, leapt to his feet, ready to rush to Dai Mu Bai's aid. I'm not dead yet. As the smoke cleared, a shattered protective barrier emerged, revealing Dai Mu Bai in a disheveled state, his purple and yellow spirit rings flickering ominously. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his previously formidable defense lay in tatters. I concede. Before Dai Mu Bai could finish, Xiang Hao interjected, Brother Mu Bai, you have won. That was my strongest blow, and I believed you would not withstand it. Since you did, I see no chance of victory left for me. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai, despite the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, managed a grin. You kid, you're letting me take advantage of you. Let us call it a draw. Though he smiled, his heart was in turmoil. The impact of that last strike had been overwhelming. He could hardly believe a level 30 spirit master could unleash such power. In his panic, he had to employ both his third and first spirit abilities just to barely deflect that fierce attack. This kid truly is as strong as a monster. The onlookers were left in astonishment. They all recognized Dai Mu Bai's strength, yet here was someone with 5 levels less spirit power and 1 fewer spirit ring, managing to equal him. Quick, hand me some garlic to recover. Dai Mu Bai approached Oscar. This guy hit me hard. It really hurts. Ah, boss. Isn't that a bit inappropriate in front of others? Oscar said, slightly bashful. Stop talking nonsense, Xiang Hao isn't an outsider. Hurry up and recite the spirit incantation. Bai retorted impatiently. Fine, I have a big sausage, Oscar finally conceded. Upon hearing Oscar's flamboyant invocation of the soul incantation, Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle. It was, indeed, the most embarrassing phrase he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. Subsequently, as night fell and the camp settled, Xiang Hao took it upon himself to keep watch in the latter half of the night. Once Zhao Wuji had succumbed to slumber, Xiang Hao quietly withdrew. Meandering a short distance away, there, he beckoned into the shadows, and 2 soul Douluo materialized before him, their presence silent yet commanding. This time, Bibi Dong, having absorbed past experiences, had dispatched 2 of her most capable subordinates to accompany him. The pair were none other than the formidable Xiong duo, Xiong Ming and Ying Xiao, who had long dominated the realm of soul masters. Saint, why must we travel alongside them? Grumbled the sharp-nosed Ying Xiao, his discontent palpable. Fear not, our destination aligns, and their presence may serve to exhaust the strength of that beast, Xiang Hao replied, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. I wish to inquire about a matter. Recently, there has been a surge of merchants acquiring medicinal herbs in Soto City. What is the reason behind this? Saint, you may be unaware, but this initiative was orchestrated by the esteemed Zhu Douluo. It is not limited to Soto City, rather. It extends to various peripheral cities across the continent. Ever since Zhu Douluo began researching a miraculous elixir, he has become increasingly engrossed in his work. The Elder Hall has not seen his presence for quite some time. A year ago, he sought the Pope's permission to covertly procure these herbs throughout the continent. Xiang Ming elucidated. This revelation surprised Xiang Hao. He had not anticipated that Yu Guan was behind this endeavor. Saint, it is worth noting that Zhu Douluo has seldom participated in the tasks of the Spirit Hall of late. It has been ages since we last encountered him. The last time we met, his transformation was already striking. Upon returning to meet the Pope, he appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray, hair unkempt. And he spoke hurriedly before departing once more. In all my years, I have never witnessed Zhu Douluo in such a state, Ying Xiao added, providing further context. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao was profoundly astonished. The alchemical text he had entrusted to Yu Guan seemed to be subtly transforming the very landscape of the continent. He was aware of Yu Guan's deep fascination with the pharmacology of these plants, yet he had not anticipated that such an obsession would reach this level. Indeed, it surpassed even the fervor exhibited by the elders of the Alchemy Hall in his previous life. I understand. Upon our arrival at Qilong Valley tomorrow, you 2 shall remain concealed unless I signal otherwise. I have my own arrangements to make, while you are to heed the directives of the Holy Sun. I beg your forgiveness should circumstances become exceedingly perilous, for we have been instructed by His Holiness to prioritize the safety of the Holy Sun above all else. The 2 elders returned. Xiang Hao waved his hand to indicate his understanding and signaled for them to descend. The following day, the group set off slowly towards their destination. By evening, they finally arrived at Qilong Valley. As they gazed around, they were met with a breathtaking sight. Dragon breath grass flourished abundantly throughout the valley. The blue-purple herbs sprawled across the landscape like wild grass, a scene that even Xiang Hao had never witnessed before. We're going to strike it rich, exclaimed the rotund companion, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the dragon breath grass. Do not rush. If these herbs were so easy to obtain, there wouldn't be so many. Zhao Wujia interjected coolly, though his voice quivered slightly. According to the Dean's intelligence, this valley was likely home to dragon-like soul beasts, some of which might be over 10,000 years old. If that beast appears, I will do my utmost to hold it off while you all swiftly gather the herbs and return along the same path. Understood, understood, Teacher Zhao. Oscar and Ma Hongjun replied, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was worth noting that the dragon breathgrass had recently been selling for 2 gold soul coins per stalk in Soto City. Without further ado, they shouldered their herb baskets and dashed down into the valley. Let us hope the intelligence is false, Zhao Wujia thought anxiously, glancing at the unperturbed Xiang Hao. Go gather some. These herbs are fetching a handsome price lately. My old bones should still be able to protect you, Zhao Wujia chuckled, his eyes gleaming with visions of gold soul coins growing in the valley. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Zhao, Xiang Hao replied with a slow smile. Observing the vast fields of dragon breathgrass, which he recognized as a key ingredient for the formulation of qi-enhancing pills. These pills are renowned for providing a significant boost to combat capability in a short span of time, with minimal side effects, making them one of the most representative mid-grade pills in the alchemical compendium. Unbeknownst to them, the group was thoroughly enjoying their gathering, and soon their baskets were filled. Xiang Hao, come join us. Dai Mubai called enthusiastically. Just as Xiang Hao prepared to descend, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The anticipated beast had indeed arrived. The previously tranquil valley was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, carrying with it a peculiar, foul odor reminiscent of dragons. As they looked up, their worst fears materialized. A pair of colossal wings loomed overhead, and a pair of golden beastly eyes glared menacingly at the group below. Its body shimmered with bright blue scales, thick and tough, adorned with barbed protrusions. Its powerful limbs stretched with ease, and sharp dragon teeth glinted like gold in the setting sun. This is a thunder dragon lizard. Chapter 35. Immovable King Zhao Wujie. The thunder dragon lizard is a distant relative of the thunder dragon lineage, its draconic bloodline far less pure. Nonetheless, it inherited the savage nature and formidable physique of its kin, along with the ability to manipulate lightning. The thunder dragon lineage wields an unparalleled mastery over thunder and lightning. Legends say they can summon storm clouds and unleash bolts from their mouths. A thunder dragon aged 10,000 years would pose an insurmountable challenge even for two soul Douluos. In comparison, the thunder dragon lizard's command over lightning is considerably weaker. However, it remains a formidable opponent for Zhao Wujie. A soul beast with such a powerful lineage is quite the challenge even for a typical soul sage. Quickly, you all must flee and return the way you came. Without looking back, Zhao Wujie commanded, immediately summoning his martial soul, the true body of the great strength diamond bear. In an instant, his martial soul manifested, transforming his demeanor from that of a lazy teacher to a fierce soul sage, with the spectral bear roaring defiantly at the thunder dragon lizard. Come at me, beast, Zhao Wujie thought regretfully, cursing Flander in his mind. It's all that old miser's fault. Does he think money falls from the sky so easily? It turned out the intel was accurate. A thunder dragon lizard, aged 10,000 years, truly resided in this valley. Such a soul beast is typically challenging to deal with. And now he had several young ones to protect. He could only strive to hold the beast back to buy them enough time to escape. Seeing Xiang Hao remain still, Dai Mubai rushed over, urging him to flee. What are you doing? Run. With that, Dai Mubai, along with Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others, sprinted back along the original path, while the thunder dragon lizard paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's taunts, charging directly at the four. Curse this beast, come at me. Zhao Wujie panicked and turned to pursue, activating his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which created a gravitational field. Yet, the lizard's speed remained unaffected. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the group, unleashing a fierce breath attack in an instant. Quick, dodge. As the breath attack hurtled toward Dai Mubai, Xiang Hao pushed him away just in time, and the violent dragon breath forcefully separated the two. In midair, Xiang Hao was caught in the fray and rolled into a nearby haystack, disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai rushed to rescue him. But the relentless attacks from the thunder lizard continued to sweep towards the trio. Xiang Hao, are you all right? Dai Mubai shouted, yet received no response. He made several attempts to rush forward in search of Xiang Hao, but was repeatedly thwarted by fierce gusts of breath that kept him rooted in place. Discard all the dragon breath grass on you, Zhao Wujie shouted from behind. This beast is formidable. Under its gravitational field, it remains completely unaffected. Zhao Wujie felt a sense of frustration. The three hastily tossed their dragon breath grass into the air. Run quickly, and do not look back, Zhao Wujie urged them. But Teacher Zhao, Xiang Hao, Dai Mubai called out. I will take the rear guard. I will bring him back. However, before Dai Mubai could finish his words, Ma Hongjun and Oscar forcibly dragged him away. Boss, you must trust Teacher Zhao. If he says he will bring Xiang Hao back, he will do so. They reassured him as they hurriedly retreated along the path they had come. The thunder lizard observed the discarded dragon breath grass, soaring up and swallowing the herbs greedily, letting out a satisfied roar. All right, beast, now it's just you and me. Let me show you the wrath of the immovable king. A yellow soul ring appeared behind him. Second soul skill, mighty diamond palm. Zhao Wujie unleashed his soul power, striking out with a resounding palm, while the thunder lizard countered with a bolt of lightning. The two energies collided in midair, yet Zhao Wujie's strength prevailed. His palm landed firmly on the thunder lizard, causing blood to splatter and scales to shatter. You've met your misfortune today, beast, Zhao Wujie declared, feeling a surge of pride. However, the injured thunder lizard became even more frenzied, suddenly flapping its wings and summoning a tempest. Energy coalesced around its horns, and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. A furious roar erupted as blue bolts of lightning rained down, turning the earth to ash. Zhao Wujie was unable to evade in time, and two lightning strikes struck him directly. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, Despite his efforts to resist, the intense lightning had shattered his protective armor. "You beast do possess some skill," Zhao Wujie remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as his black soul ring glowed. Fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. A powerful gravitational field descended upon the area, pressing down upon the two combatants. Under the combined effects of the pressure and his injuries, the thunder lizard struggled to maintain its flight, its wings flapping gradually slower, until it reluctantly descended. Zhao Wujie smirked, believing that under his gravitational suppression, the beast could not maintain its speed on the ground. Indeed, the thunder lizard appeared slowed, and Zhao Wujie seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of punches upon it, inflicting several new wounds. The thunder lizard howled in pain, yet its robust physique allowed it to endure. In its wild state, the thunder lizard flailed around, swinging its claws and tail, but under the gravitational field's influence, its movements seemed sluggish to Zhao Wujie. "Beast, behold my fist." As the battle continued, the thunder lizard sustained more and more injuries, while Zhao Wujie's soul power dwindled, leaving him breathless. Finally, the thunder lizard emitted a mournful cry before collapsing. Unable to rise again, its head turned skyward, releasing low, sorrowful roars. Zhao Wujie exhaled in relief. He had finally brought it down. However, the creature's hide was remarkably tough. He had struck it with at least 100 blows to achieve this, and now he lay on the ground, exhausted. After resting for a brief moment, Zhao Wujie arose, determined to find that child, concerned that he might have been struck. Remaining here was perilous. As for the beast, to be on the safe side. Zhao Wujie drew his dagger and approached the thunder lizard to ensure it was finished off. This dragon scale should make excellent armor, but alas, it cannot be taken with me. Just as he was about to act, a sudden wave of danger washed over him. Almost instinctively, Zhao Wujie leaped backward, barely avoiding a ferocious strike that landed precisely where he had stood. Who goes there? Hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack. What kind of cowardice is this? Zhao Wujie bellowed. A chilling laughter echoed, and Xiang Hao emerged from the darkness. "The skills of the immovable king remain as sharp as ever. I almost had you," he taunted. Upon seeing Xiang Hao, Zhao Wujie felt a wave of dread. This man was infamously known in the Soul Master community as the Iron-Winged Eagle, Xiang Hao. The duo of Xiang Hao and Xiang Ming never traveled alone, and with Xiang Hao's appearance, it was highly likely that Xiang Ming was lurking nearby. If both Soul Masters revealed themselves, Zhao Wujie faced certain doom. Desperate to escape, while there was still a glimmer of hope, Zhao Wujie clenched his teeth, lamenting his ill fortune. "If I survive this, I shall demand a raise from Flinder," he vowed, steeling himself for a fight. Just then, a voice behind him shattered his last hope. "Immovable King, you seem to be in good spirits." Xiang Ming had stealthily appeared behind him. Zhao Wujie's fists clenched tighter, cold sweat trickling down his back. "So be it. I accept my fate." As Zhao Wujie prepared to fight to the bitter end, the duo remained strangely still. "My apologies. Immovable King, our target this time is not you," Xiang Hao said with a cold smile, gesturing towards the thunder lizard behind Zhao Wujie. "Leave it, and you may go." Realization dawned on Zhao Wujie. The two had come to hunt the thunder lizard. Without a moment's hesitation, he slowly backed away from the pair. "This was my oversight. I nearly encroached upon the souls of my esteemed seniors. I shall take my leave now." As he offered his apologies, Zhao Wujie slowly retreated until he was 100 paces away, before turning and fleeing at great speed. Once Zhao Wujie had distanced himself, Xiang Hao and Xiang Ming turned to bow toward the shadows. "Saint, your soul beast is within reach." Xiang Hao slowly emerged, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the languishing dragon lizard on the ground. Zhao Wujie's prowess as a henchman proved to be quite remarkable. Approaching the dragon lizard with deliberate steps, Xiang Hao unsheathed his dagger and swiftly ended its life. Almost instantaneously, a soul ring emanating a terrifying black aura materialized before the onlookers. Beside him, Xiang Hao observed with growing concern, "My lord, is it wise to recklessly absorb a soul ring beyond one's years? Might it pose a danger?" "Fear not. My constitution is unlike that of ordinary beings, and besides, this choice has been made by my master. I trust in my master's judgment. You two need only ensure my protection," Xiang Hao replied, before he began the process of absorbing the soul ring. However, contrary to his expectations, this absorption felt distinctly different. It was not the ease he had anticipated. Instead, he found the pressure exerted by the soul ring to be greater than in any previous experience. A tremendous force descended upon him with alarming swiftness, threatening to obliterate every vein within his body. In that moment, Xiang Hao hastily activated the divine martial decision, yet the internal energy at his disposal was scant. crumbling instantaneously under the immense pressure of the soul power. Master Yan, please save me. Xiang Hao cried out in desperation within his sea of consciousness. But his pleas were met with an agonizing silence. At that moment, he felt a sense of despair, as the formidable physique he usually relied upon seemed utterly insignificant. Each muscle, under the crushing weight, was on the verge of tearing apart, blood gushing forth in torrents from his body. My lord! The two onlookers rushed forward, channeling their soul power to assist Xiang Hao in regaining his composure. Yet, at that juncture, Xiang Hao was already engulfed in turmoil. Not a single meridian within him remained intact. His corporeal form appeared to have been shattered by the relentless soul pressure. To make matters worse, the black sphere sealed within his body began to stir restlessly. Xiang Hao found himself powerless against the resurgence. The black orb slowly began to free itself from the chains that bound it, gradually swelling as it devoured everything around it, gnawing away at the last remnants of reason within Xiang Hao's heart, and began to unfurl its brutality without restraint. Ha ha ha, I have finally returned. A thunderous laugh echoed, as Xiang Hao gazed into his sea of consciousness, where a colossal crimson giant was striding towards him. Elder Ring and Elder Xiong watched as the soul ring gradually calmed, sighing in relief, but their expressions turned to shock upon seeing Xiang Hao. Dense blood patterns emerged across his body. Saint Sun. The elders sensed the impending danger and rushed forward to intervene. However, a wave of scarlet energy emanated from Xiang Hao, instantly repelling the two elders. Ha ha ha, splendid. This youthful body is indeed remarkable. Xiang Hao slowly rose to his feet, the black soul ring pulsating rhythmically around him. This lad has honed this body quite well. Xiang Yu gradually raised his hand, surveying the fresh surroundings. He had returned. Ha ha ha. Old Yen, you have chosen a commendable host this time, barely adequate for use. I shall heed the command of King Xiang. The previously vanished Yen Old appeared silently, respectfully bowing at Xiang Hao's feet, gradually dissipating into an ethereal shadow. As he spoke, the blood patterns on Xiang Hao's body radiated with vibrant colors, and his muscles became increasingly firm. With each movement, the surrounding air surged with intensity. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, relishing the long-lost power. You are not the Saint Sun. Who are you? The two elders, witnessing this scene, exclaimed urgently as they summoned their martial spirits. They were unaware of each other's identities, but they were certain he was no Saint Sun. The unleashed energy far surpassed theirs, sending chills down their spines. Ha ha ha. Upon awakening today, I shall use your blood to sacrifice to my breakthrough. Xiang Yu raised his hand, and the breakthrough appeared in his grasp. With a firm stance, he planted the spear before him, unleashing a violent wave of energy that surged towards the two elders. Ying Xiao instantly soared into the air, with iron wings unfurled. The black soul ring ignited, activating his sixth soul skill, Eagle's Strike. Countless purple waves of light surged forth. Simultaneously, Xiong Ming's back erupted in brilliance as he invoked his seventh soul skill, Earth's Breath, summoning columns of stone to surge from the ground. Yet, Xiang Yu remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he traversed through the dense waves of light, untouched, like a crimson lightning bolt weaving through the chaos. Suddenly, he landed atop one of the emerging stone columns, propelling himself into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Ying Xiao. Since you are so eager, I shall take you first. A savage grin spread across Xiang Yu's face as he delivered a simple yet devastating strike, cleaving his opponent in two, blood droplets dancing in the air as the infamous iron-winged eagle met its demise. Xiong Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He was uncertain whether the warmth on his face was his partner's blood or his own tears. An 88th level soul Douluo had been slain with a single blow. No, not just a Douluo, but a super Douluo. Xiang Yu descended gracefully, landing squarely before Xiong Ming. Under the crown, I harbor no intention to offend. I shall take my leave now. Xiong Ming stuttered, struggling to find his words as he stepped back, preparing to retreat. Did I permit you to move? Xiang Yu suddenly glared fiercely, his crimson eyes striking terror into Xiong Ming's very soul. In an instant, the soul rings behind Xiong Ming flickered. He activated his second soul skill, Steel Bear Armor, his fourth soul skill, Earthstone Roll, and his eighth soul skill, Earth Roar, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Xiang Yu as he hastily retreated. A tremendous explosion reverberated, and amidst the smoke, a silver flash surged through the air, piercing through Xiong Ming's back, causing him to collapse in response. Why must you scurry about? Are you unaware that such actions only stir the instincts of a hunter? Chapter 37. The Overlord Xiang Yu now felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Clenching his fists, he sensed the gradual restoration of strength coursing through his body. Waves of formidable inner power radiating outward. In an instant, the creatures within a kilometer radius scattered in terror, though this new body still required some acclimatization. His current power was at 70%, which should suffice for the time being. During the lengthy slumber of over a decade within Xiang Hao, he had inherited memories that provided him insight into this world. His current strength was likely on par with that of the formidable Douluo. Ensuring his temporary safety was not in jeopardy. The formidable beings of this world were no trifling matter. Thus, the immediate priority was to enhance his own capabilities, beginning with the refinement of his physique. Despite the years of training this young boy had undergone, it was still woefully inadequate. As he recalled Xiang Hao's memories from the past decade, a resonant term emerged in Xiang Yu's mind: the ice and fire duality eye. The confluence of the two springs held immense benefits for body refinement practitioners. This young lad, oblivious to such opportunities, would struggle to achieve greatness. Resolute, Xiang Yu decided that the first step towards claiming his sovereignty would lead him to the Sunset Forest. But before that, he would cast aside the remnants of his past. With a casual flick, he discarded the ring from his hand and strode purposefully towards the path he had determined. Days later, upon returning to Spirit City, Bibi Dong was in a state of agitation. The elder eagles she had dispatched to assist Xiang Hao in soul hunting had yet to return, and Xiang Hao's soul guide ring remained unresponsive. This reckless boy was bound to encounter trouble if left unattended. Resolving to intervene personally, Bibi Dong suddenly vanished from the vast expanse of the Pope's Hall. Xiang Yu meandered through the vast starry forest, consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Was this forest truly so expansive? Had he known, he would have surely kept a captive from the previous day. After a day of wandering, he found himself increasingly unfamiliar with his surroundings. Could it be that the unparalleled overlord of his era was to be ensnared in this dense thicket? Having just awakened and stretched his limbs, hunger struck him suddenly. As fortune would have it, he spotted a few robust rabbits along his path. Igniting a primal urge within him to pursue them, the rabbits proved remarkably agile, and after a prolonged chase, when Xiang Yu finally captured one, he looked up to find the environment around him utterly unrecognizable. Yet, it must be said, the flavor of the soul beasts in this world was truly exquisite. All the meats he had savored before paled in comparison. While Xiang Yu harbored few significant hobbies, the enjoyment of food certainly ranked among them, and he found considerable satisfaction in the culinary offerings of this realm. Days passed as he endeavored to find his way out, yet the surroundings became ever more alien. He lamented his predicament, having once contemplated venturing to the Sunset Forest, yet now he could not even escape this small wilderness. How foolish of him to have not brought a map. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained in a deep slumber within the recesses of his consciousness, blissfully unaware of the complaints echoing around him. Resigned to his fate, Xiang Yu ceased his attempts at navigation and sought refuge in a relatively concealed cave. He surmised that soul masters would inevitably venture into this forest to hunt soul beasts, and he merely needed to find someone to guide him out. Indeed, this would suffice, he thought, as he settled in comfortably. Once more, it must be noted, the meat here truly suited his palate. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was in a state of turmoil, following the trail of the soul guide device to locate Xiang Hao's ring. To her dismay, she also discovered the corpses of the eagle-bear duo, and a troubling thought flickered through her mind. She immediately scanned her surroundings, relieved to find no sign of Xiang Hao's body. However, the absence of his remains only deepened her anxiety. The wounds of the two soul masters were clean and fatal, indicating that their assailant possessed formidable prowess, far exceeding theirs, likely a tidal Douluo wielding a sharp weapon. A figure flashed through Bibi Dong's mind: the sword Douluo, Chen Xin. If Xiang Hao had truly fallen into his hands, the situation would become even more dire. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect. It seemed her plans would necessitate alteration. Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she steeled herself with newfound resolve. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Xiang Yu inadvertently brought calamity upon the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, all while he reveled in his cave, feasting on roasted meat and singing merrily. Life in the forest gradually became a source of contentment for him. With little else to occupy his time, Xiang Yu hunted and searched for signs of other souls, and so a year slipped by unnoticed. Xiang Yu found it utterly unacceptable that he had spent an entire year in this forest without encountering a single soul. The once pleasant days spent in isolation had begun to wear on him, and his boredom was becoming increasingly palpable. Despite being confined to this wooded expanse, he realized that his strength had recovered to a remarkable 80%. Resolute, He decided that the following day he would set forth, regardless of whether he could truly escape. Remaining stagnant was no longer a viable option. He believed that even in the presence of the mightiest beings on this continent, he could emerge unscathed. That night, upon returning to his cave, Xiang Yu meticulously packed provisions in preparation for his journey. He recalled that in this world, individuals practiced their cultivation through a unique soul ring system. The identity of that little ghost was rather sensitive, so it was prudent for him to exercise caution. Although the details of his appearance had begun to fade, Xiang Yu distinctly remembered that the boy's master was an unparalleled powerhouse, with whom he was not yet prepared to confront directly. With this thought in mind, Xiang Yu summoned the breaking sky, acknowledging that soul rings were indeed a manifestation of one's strength. If that were the case, it would be wise to conserve some of his inner power. With a flicker of thought, Xiang Yu summoned 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, that quietly adorned his spear. This subtle enhancement would ensure he did not attract undue attention. The design of the soul rings was inspired by Xiang Hao's first 3 rings. While not exceptionally refined, they were indistinguishable to all but the most formidable of warriors. With all preparations in place, he resolved to embark on his journey the following day. After a night of rest, Xiang Yu set forth at dawn. Moving in the direction of the rising sun, he walked resolutely, believing that he would eventually find his way. With his belongings secured, the conqueror strode confidently towards the horizon. However, as the day waned, disappointment settled in his heart. The unfamiliar surroundings confirmed his fears. He was indeed an unremarkable wanderer, hopelessly directionless. At this moment, Xiang Yu was engulfed in despair. He never imagined that the formidable overlord of Western Chu would find himself ensnared in this forest for an eternity. As he gazed at the flickering campfire before him, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Alas, there was still a journey to undertake the following day. With a gentle leap, Xiang Yu ascended to a towering branch to spend the night. In the morning, he instructed Xiao Ao, "Please scout around for any suitable spirit beasts. Zhu Qing, you are in charge of reconnaissance, and Dai Lauda, clear the obstacles ahead." Understood. Awakened from his slumber on the branch, Xiang Yu's eyes flew open in an instant. It was a human voice. He had not misheard. There were indeed living beings nearby. No one could have anticipated that the mighty Xiang Yu would be so stirred by the presence of the living. Xiang Yu remarked, "I never intended for it to be this way, but alas, my aloof persona cannot conceal my navigational ineptitude." Chapter 38, A Reunion with Shrek. Haha, at long last. "I have encountered a living soul," Xiang Yu exclaimed, leaping from the tree and landing softly on the ground. Finally, someone was passing by, judging by the voice. They must be quite close. Xiang Yu hurried towards the source of the sound, elated at the prospect of escaping this dreadful place. However, the Shrek group had become tense. Zhu Qing, who had just been perched in the tree, spotted a figure darting swiftly towards them. Instantly, the group fell into a state of alertness. But as the figure approached, its footsteps abruptly ceased, creating an atmosphere filled with an ominous uncertainty. In an instant, the tension reached its zenith, and suddenly, from the thicket before them emerged a youth clad in leather shorts, his upper body bare. Do not inquire why. Simply know that he had discarded all his spare clothing. "Greetings, my dear brothers and sisters." Xiang Yu beamed a smile he deemed radiant, attempting to make a favorable impression on his newfound acquaintances. When questioned about why he did not resort to coercive force, he replied, "Our noble hero is a civilized individual. We typically extend courtesy before resorting to conflict." "It's you, Xiang Hao. You're alive." As Xiang Yu leaned forward, the leader, Dai Mubai, immediately embraced him, filled with excitement. This unexpected reunion left Xiang Yu momentarily bewildered. What a remarkable coincidence. "You are that golden-haired lad." "No, wait, Brother Mubai, it has been ages." Recovering from his surprise, Xiang Yu reciprocated the embrace with enthusiasm. Tears welling up in his eyes, not feigned, but genuine emotion. He was truly exhilarated to finally be leaving this forsaken place. "Xiang Hao, I thought you had perished." Just like teacher Zhao Wujie returned wounded from that incident, Dai Mubai spoke, his body involuntarily trembling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Witnessing the fervor in the golden-haired youth, Xiang Yu stepped forward to embrace Dai Mubai, his own emotions surging. This past year had been arduous. He reflected on how his once mighty reputation had led to such a predicament. In the depths of their sentiment, the two men embraced fervently, freely expressing their emotions. This display astonished those around them. "Hey, fatty, does Dai Mubai have an inclination towards men?" inquired the girl with braided hair. Her voice tinged with curiosity as she observed the similarly passionate Ma Hongjun. No, he is merely our companion Xiang Hao, whom we encountered a year ago in the Stardow Forest. That incident left teacher Zhao gravely injured, and Xiang Hao went missing in the aftermath, Ma Hongjun replied slowly. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu regained his composure and surveyed the individuals surrounding him. Ah, there comes the bear-like fellow once more. Zhao Wuji also approached slowly, giving Xiang Yu a hearty pat on the shoulder, laughing heartily. You truly possess remarkable luck. Following closely was the portly man, his distinctive features unmistakable. Ma Hongjun also flashed a cheeky grin at Xiang Yu. As he continued to observe, Xiang Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Lo and behold, 3 exquisitely unique young maidens were casting shy glances to the side, one resplendent and regal, another possessing an alluring figure, and the last one delightfully eccentric, each a paragon of beauty in her own right. Xiang Yu prided himself on having encountered numerous beauties, yet these 3 undoubtedly ranked among the foremost he had ever seen. Even the self-proclaimed composed Xiang Yu found himself momentarily flustered. However, nearby stood a man whose presence stirred a sense of displeasure within him. The depth of the young man's gaze evoked memories of certain acquaintances, individuals known for their cunning, a trait Xiang Yu thoroughly despised. As for the last handsome fellow, who might you be? Wasn't there a scruffy old man etched in his memory? The impression of that soul-binding incantation lingered vividly. Golden-haired lad, no, brother Mubai. Where is Oscar? I find myself rather missing his sausages, Xiang Yu quipped, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd, save for the handsome man, who awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Brother Hao, it's been a while. I am Oscar. Ah, Oscar. You are not merely my sausage uncle? Upon uttering this, the laughter intensified to uncontrollable levels. After a joyous reunion and pleasantries, Damubai introduced the remaining 4, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Tang San, and his sister Xiaowu, all newly recruited students of Shrek Academy this year. This is my brother, Xiang Hao, he stated, as each of them exchanged greetings with Xiang Yu. However, the moment Tang San shook Xiang Yu's hand, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him. Gazing at the smiling Tang San, Xiang Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity. What was this sensation? Before he could ponder further, Damubai draped an arm around Xiang Yu's shoulder and led him away. One couldn't help but acknowledge the audacity of this lad. Where was the majesty of the king? It was rather disconcerting to feel overshadowed by this golden-haired youth. Once acquainted, Xiang Yu integrated himself into the Shrek group. Upon learning of Xiang Yu's predicament, the group could only share a bittersweet smile, surprised that Xiang Hao had managed to get lost in the forest. Their original intent had been to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd soul ring, but unforeseen events had unfolded. Tang San had also broken through to the 30th level, thus adding to their mission. Without this, they might never have encountered the lost Xiang Yu. The group meticulously explored the forest periphery, yet after a day, they had yielded little. Nevertheless, Xiang Yu found himself increasingly intrigued by Tang San. The lad, merely 12 years of age, exuded a maturity that suggested 42. Not only was he the strategic mind of the team, but his decisiveness and ruthlessness astonished Xiang Yu, who felt no inclination to regard him as a mere child. Was this the essence of genius? Observing Tang San engaged in lively conversation, a hint of excitement crept onto Xiang Yu's lips. By the way, you may not be aware, but Xiang Hao is exceptionally strong, Damubai remarked, smiling at the group. Beside him, the plump fellow nodded vigorously. A year ago, at soul power level 30. Brother Hao was already evenly matched with Dai Lauda, who had utilized all his soul skills. At this, Oscar nodded in agreement, and the group cast astonished glances at Xiang Yu. They were well aware of Daimubai's prowess, yet this revelation piqued their curiosity. Indeed, Xiang Hao, our new recruits are all extraordinary, particularly Tang San, who has mastered his blue silver grass to an astounding degree. During the freshman exam, he single-handedly withstood teacher Zhao for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Damubai enthused. This introduction ignited mutual curiosity, leaving Xiang Yu bewildered by the intricacies of cultivating blue silver grass. Chapter 39. The Titan Giant Ape. Xiang Yu's curiosity towards Tang San intensified, and Tang San reciprocated that interest. He believed his strength was evenly matched with Daimubai's. However, upon hearing the fatty mention that Xiang Hao had fought to a standstill with Damubai, he noticed a hint of wry amusement at the corner of Daimubai's mouth. This indicated that Xiang Hao was likely superior to Damubai in strength, a capability that Tang San could not afford to underestimate. Xiang Hao, are you eager to exchange a few moves with Tang San? I must tell you, Tang San possesses a remarkable skill, Damubai remarked. Hearing this, Xiang Yu no longer hesitated, adopting an eager demeanor as he faced Tang San. His genuine curiosity was piqued. He was keen to understand what a soul master wielding blue-silver grass was truly like. Observing this, Tang San slowly rose. Reminiscent of a year ago when they had stood by the campfire, ready to spar. Let us engage in mutual practice, but remember to pull your punches. Daimubai excitedly encouraged from the sidelines, his enthusiasm for the duel palpable. With a smile curling at the corners of Xiang Yu's mouth, he pondered the capabilities of the small adversary before him. Meanwhile, Tang San was also probing his opponent. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring illuminated behind Tang San, and countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Xiang Yu completely. Feeling the resilience and strength of the blue-silver grass, Xiang Yu was taken aback. This was far from ordinary blue-silver grass. Notably, it seemed to possess barbs, which piqued his interest. With a mere thought, Xiang Yu effortlessly shattered the encroaching tendrils. This caught Tang San somewhat off guard, yet in the next moment, even more blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions. This rampant growth of wild grass is quite troublesome, Xiang Yu remarked as he summoned his sword, Pation, controlling his strength with precision. With a decisive slash, the blue wave of grass was cleaved apart, leaving an unhealable wound. The attack aimed directly at Tang San. However, Tang San, moving like a wraith, deftly sidestepped the assault, which instead struck the rocky wall behind him, causing the stones to shatter. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Yu's mind seemed to plunge once more into chaos. He could not help but rub his forehead in contemplation. What is happening? This occurrence has transpired twice today. Could it be that my soul power is compromised? At that moment, Tang San, seizing the opportunity presented by Xiang Yu's hesitation, advanced rapidly, launching a relentless barrage of blue-silver grass toward him. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to retaliate with a punch, the world around them suddenly dimmed, a pungent odor wafting in from all directions. The cacophony of soul beasts fleeing in panic filled the air, the ground trembling beneath them. Gradually, the tremors intensified, causing the earth to shake violently, compelling the group to crouch down for stability. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji was particularly vexed. This commotion surely has drawn some unwanted entity. Let it not be the legendary Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, he bellowed. Everyone, retreat immediately. Yet, as the ground quaked, they found it increasingly difficult to move. The sound of monstrous footsteps drawing ever nearer. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, and a colossal figure rose. In the darkness of the night, the creature's form remained obscured, but its immense body blotted out the moonlight entirely. Two crimson eyes, resembling lanterns, loomed ominously in the night sky. Xiang Yu could not help but exclaim, I have resided here for a year, and have never encountered such a colossal creature. The flesh of this beast must surely be delectable. With both hands resting upon his long halberd, Xiang Yu gazed at the monster and laughed with excitement. Oh, great king of the forest! I cannot fathom how we have offended you. We shall depart immediately, Zhao Wuji interjected, though his words were accompanied by a sheen of perspiration. Yet, the gargantuan beast in the sky seemed indifferent to their pleas, extending a massive paw towards the crowd in a sudden onslaught. The abruptness of the attack caught everyone unawares, and as the enormous paw descended, all scattered in frantic escape. Xiang Yu excitedly licked his lips, gazing at that enormous hand with eyes full of brilliance. Yet, in the next moment, he was swiftly carried away by someone. Rest assured, Xiang Hao, this time I will not abandon you, Daimubai declared. Xiang Yu twisted continuously upon Daimubai, exclaiming, Ah, you golden-haired lad, I crave flesh. How could a mighty overlord like me flee? Yet, the individual beneath him seemed entirely oblivious to Xiang Yu's agitation. As a cloud of smoke dispersed, a colossal hand lifted off the ground, simultaneously seizing a person. From a distance, Xiang Yu beheld the scorpion braid girl being captured by that monstrous creature. Zhao Wujia seemingly wasted no time in launching an assault on the beast, but alas, it appeared to be satisfied after capturing the girl and departed without a second thought. By the time the group reconvened, Tang San had vanished. It dawned on them that the abducted girl was his sister, prompting him to pursue her. The remaining members exchanged glances, resolving to search for both individuals. The path of destruction left by the Titan giant ape was unmistakable, leading them deeper into the forest. Xiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He had never encountered such an entity during his year in the forest. The creature's formidable strength invigorated him, reminiscent of the thrill he once felt while hunting leopards and tigers in the mountains. It must be said that Oscar's third soul skill was exceptionally useful, allowing the group to soar through the air at remarkable speed for a minute. However, Tang San had taken several mushroom sausages before departing, and with Oscar's limited daily supply, they soon had to descend and continue on foot after a minute of flight. Approximately half an hour later, they discovered numerous signs of battle in the vicinity. The nearby trees were embedded with a multitude of metal hidden weapons, and at a glance, Xiang Yu's consciousness slipped back into chaos. Damn it, not again, he thought. These are all San Ji's hidden weapons. He must be close, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement. Once more? It was Tang San. 3 times today, Xiang Yu had slipped into nothingness because of him. What on earth was happening? Xiang Hao, are you all right? Have you exhausted your soul power? Dai Mubai inquired, noticing Xiang Hao's persistent gestures of distress. I'm fine, but are these hidden weapons all from Tang San? He replied, yes, but these are typically his lethal techniques, not something he would easily unleash. The situation must be dire, Dai Mubai stated gravely. Thus, the group meticulously searched their surroundings, gradually uncovering more traces of conflict. Hurry over here, a voice called out, and they spotted Tang San seated beneath a tree, bearing injuries, with his purple soul ring pulsating incessantly. Surrounding him was the carcass of a soul beast, and the group gathered to tend to him, while Xiang Yu's curiosity led him to inspect the beast's remains. Upon closer examination, he observed numerous penetrating wounds on the magical spider, seemingly inflicted by some sharp weapon. Following the wounds upward, he noticed an array of peculiar steel spikes embedded in the trunk. Xiang Yu stood frozen in place, his mind engulfed in void, until 2 words finally surfaced: Tang Men. Chapter 40. Awakening Tang Men. A resonant voice echoed within his consciousness. Senior, you have occupied this body for quite some time, surely. It is time to return now. At this moment, Xiang Yu was profoundly astonished. What was happening? Wasn't that boy's soul supposed to have been devoured by him? There is no need for surprise, Senior. My soul has traversed 2 lifetimes, and in terms of sheer soul power, it seems you hold no advantage. Came the calm yet resolute voice of Xiang Hao. Ha ha ha, it appears I have indeed underestimated you, young man. However, I have already claimed this body. There is no way I would relinquish meat that is already in my mouth, Xiang Yu declared with arrogant laughter. Yet, Xiang Hao's voice gradually faded into silence, and Xiang Yu felt the connection to his body weakening continuously. Hey, kid, launching a surprise attack without a word is rather despicable, Xiang Yu remarked, displaying a sense of helplessness, realizing that this young man had greater control over the body than he did. My apologies, Senior, but some truths leave no room for hesitation. With those words, Xiang Yu completely lost control of his body. Xiang Hao was in a state of urgency. After a few seconds in the external world, Xiang Hao's eyes regained their brilliance. He had returned. Without a moment's pause, he meticulously examined the steel spikes embedded in the tree trunk. These spikes were unlike any other. Upon closer inspection, their centers were hollow and their tails adorned with barbs. It couldn't be mistaken. These were certainly the Zhuge nails of the Tang sect, with the barbs designed for use in the Zhuge Divine Crossbow's concealed weaponry. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow could release dozens of steel spikes in one shot, and the hollow centers of these spikes were intended to create gaping wounds, causing significant blood loss. The craftsmanship of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was a closely guarded secret of the Tang sect, and this Tang San. In an instant, a surge of blood rushed to Xiang Hao's heart as he turned to approach Tang San. When Xiang Yu had shaken hands with Tang San earlier that day, Xiang Hao had sensed a familiar internal energy. It was this very energy that had roused him from his slumber. That energy must have been the Tang sect's internal skill, Xintian Gong. With each step, Xiang Hao reflected on the events of the day, recalling the ghostly shadowing technique he had employed to evade and the fleeting glimpse of those violet eyes. Xiang Hao observed Tang San, who was still absorbing the soul ring, and suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over him. Initially, he believed that his year-long absence from the spirit hall would incite considerable anxiety. Yet he now discerned something far more significant. As the wheels of fate began to turn, Xiang Hao contemplated the possibility that he might not be the sole fortunate individual. It appeared that he had encountered a former adversary, which piqued his interest. The members of Shrek Academy continued to encircle Tang San in a protective manner, while Xiang Hao wandered around, retrieving a concealed weapon from the nearby trees. His suspicions were further solidified. The craftsmanship and techniques were unmistakably reminiscent of the Tang sect from his past life. As he delicately examined the dart in his hand, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, evoking memories from another realm. In that moment, Xiang Hao felt an unexpected kinship towards this fellow disciple from the Tang sect, who had also traversed through time and space. Such an intriguing individual surely warranted an introduction. Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle, acknowledging that he had indeed received considerable assistance, for it was the hidden weapons of the Tang sect that had awakened his memories. He had always held the secret arts of the Tang sect in disdain, regarding them as treacherous techniques unworthy of the highest echelons of martial arts. Yet, in his previous life, he had been defeated by the very unorthodox methods he scorned. Are you truly so exhilarated by these concealed weapons? You're gripping them so tightly that your palms are bleeding, came the abrupt voice of Xiang Yu. Xiang Hao suddenly recalled that there resided another being within his sea of consciousness. With lingering past grievances, the two engaged in a gradual exchange within this inner realm. No wonder you were awakened unbeknownst to me. It seems I must exercise greater caution in the future. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. You may be disappointed, for there shall be no one to serve as your intermediary next time. Ha ha ha. Are you still resentful that I deceived you? That was merely a key, one that is no longer needed. That is indeed a relief. For it is quite painful when a long-time mentor and friend suddenly betrays one from behind. After all, the king of Xiang is not one to act in such a manner, Xiang Hao replied slowly. Ha ha ha, you are quite cunning, young man. Unfortunately, I lack the time to display my prowess. Otherwise, this world would be nothing but scorched earth beneath my feet. Young one, live well, should you grow weak. I shall gladly claim your body. Having concluded their first negotiation, Xiang Hao felt a sense of calm, at least ensuring that this dark lord would not wreak havoc within him. Yet, this encounter served as a stark reminder of the peril he had narrowly escaped a year prior in the forest, when the old man Yan's secret technique had swiftly obstructed his meridians, allowing the dark lord to emerge from the corners of his consciousness. For all these years, he had remained unnoticed in that hidden recess. Reflecting on Xiang Yu's actions over the past year, Xiang Hao could not help but feel fortunate. Had Xiang Yu ventured beyond the forest, the continent would most likely be engulfed in chaos by now. Xiang Hao gradually calmed his body. Over the past year, his cultivation had stagnated, remaining at the 42nd level since absorbing the soul ring a year prior. Fortunately, he had broken through to the 4th level of the divine martial art, allowing his chi shield to become perfected. A year had passed, and he wondered how the outside world had fared. Just as he was murmuring to himself, the girl with the scorpion braid rushed back. Xiang Hao recalled her as the girl who had just been captured, named Xiaowu, and the group was filled with joy upon her return. Xiaowu, it's wonderful to see you safe, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The girl, however, completely ignored Xiang Hao and the others surrounding him, running straight to Tang San, who was still absorbing his soul ring. What happened to Sangu? He looks in such pain, Xiaowu said, her heart heavy as she gazed at Tang San's pained expression. Sangu risked everything to absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider to save you. Ma Hongjun and the others comforted her, while Xiaowu remained steadfastly by her brother's side. Observing Xiaowu, who appeared like a weeping willow, Xiang Hao wondered how she had managed to return. He did not recognize the soul beast, but he had heard tales of the Titan giant ape, the ruler of the Stardow forest. It was rumored that this soul beast had reached a cultivation level of 100,000 years. The girl had miraculously escaped from such a creature, truly fortunate. Now, all that remained was for Tang San to absorb his soul ring. The group kept vigil over him through the night, and by morning, the purple soul ring above Tang San gradually stabilized. Shortly thereafter, he awakened. Sangu, Xiaowu exclaimed, immediately leaping into Tang San's embrace. Take it easy, Sangu is still quite weak, Daimobai teased. All right, it's good to see you're fine, Zhao Wujang slowly stood, acknowledging the group's many trials, grateful that they had emerged unscathed. Chapter 41. Shrek. At this moment, Xiang Hao also approached, scrutinizing Tang San closely. This soul guide at your waist is quite impressive. It allows the user to deploy hidden weapons from various angles, perfectly suited for a disciple of the Tang sect. He mused. Having just awakened, Tang San reassured everyone, but he found Xiang Hao's intense gaze peculiar. It seemed excessively fervent, especially considering their lack of familiarity. Xiang Hao, disregarding the gazes of those around him, fixed his fervent gaze upon Tang San, realizing that this individual harbored numerous secrets. The onlookers, seeing that Tang San was unperturbed, soon resumed their journey home. After a year, Xiang Hao was finally on the verge of departing from the Stardow forest. Brother Mubai, given my current circumstances, may I join your Shrek Academy? On the way back, Xiang Hao inquired of Dai Mubai. This was the conclusion he had mulled over for quite some time. At this moment, Tang San captivated all of Xiang Hao's interest. What? Xiang Hao, I must have misheard you. You wish to join us at Shrek? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Of course. I actually left the Tiando Royal Academy a year ago. As for my soul power, it should be at level 34 now. I wonder if that meets your standards. Certainly. We are well aware of your prowess, aren't we, Teacher Zhao? Mubai responded enthusiastically. Your abilities are undoubtedly sufficient. But the enrollment period has already passed, Zhao Wujie remarked, appearing somewhat troubled. What does that matter? The academy struggles to recruit students for years. Does it truly care about this? Mubai retorted angrily. Very well, I shall consult with the dean, but young man, prepare yourself. The dean may demand an exorbitant tuition fee, Zhao Wujie said, shaking his head in resignation. Such matters are trivial, Xiang Hao replied with a chuckle. Haha. Our Shrek Academy will soon welcome its 8th student, Mubai proclaimed joyfully, and the others smiled in welcome to their new member. Thus, the group arrived at Shrek Academy in peace. Upon reaching the academy, despite having prepared himself mentally, the stark simplicity of the facilities exceeded Xiang Hao's expectations. The academy was situated in a remote area, and the few students he encountered were hardly enough to dispel the awkwardness. Even more disconcerting was the fact that although Dean Fland had approved his admission request, he had asked for a substantial fee. Xiang Hao, who had never worried about finances before, instinctively checked the ring on his hand, only to find it barren. In the end, it was Mubai who paid his tuition, and even the spare clothing he had came from Mubai. How embarrassing! Xiang Hao had mentally berated Xiang Yu countless times. Was this fellow unaware that one could at least procure some emergency supplies from the Soul Guide? Otherwise, it would be akin to a bandit raiding for resources. After a long day, night finally fell. The only aspect of accommodation that pleased Xiang Hao was that, perhaps due to his higher payment, Fland had arranged for him a private room, which he found immensely satisfactory. Other concerns were secondary. At least he would not be repairing the nearly half-man-width hole in the ceiling tonight. This evening, he intended to have a serious discussion with Xiang Yu. Xiang Hao had many matters to attend to, and he did not wish for his physical counterpart to be a ticking time bomb. Entering his consciousness, he found Xiang Yu languidly resting his head on his arm, eyes barely open. The disparity between this relaxed demeanor and the imposing presence he had displayed earlier was stark. What is the matter, young one? Are you tired so soon? Shall I take over? Xiang Yu declared, sitting up and mimicking a piercing motion with his hand. How do you know? Xiang Hao replied, his tone serious. His past life was his greatest secret, one he had deliberately concealed. Hey, young man. It seems there's a misunderstanding. Did you think I only began residing within you in this life? I am fully aware of everything about you. You possess no secrets from me. Conversely, I too have no secrets from you, as you have glimpsed my memories from before my demise. Xiang Yu laughed heartily. If that is the case, senior, then there is no need for us to be wary of one another. Let us sit down and converse openly. Xiang Hao realized that all the rehearsed words he had prepared for today had become meaningless. The two of them were now akin to one entity. Xiang Yu, upon hearing this, gradually approached and took a seat beside Xiang Hao. My boy, do you understand why I have chosen to coexist with you in peace? Xiang Hao cast a cold smile as he gazed at Xiang Yu, pondering that even the formidable conqueror Xiang Yu would possess a minimal chance of success in such a forceful usurpation of one's essence. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. No, that is not the primary reason. At the time of my decisive victory at Duel, I did not hesitate. How could I falter now, facing life and death? For me, as long as there lies a glimmer of hope for success, it is worth the attempt. This statement left Xiang Hao in a state of confusion. Xiang Yu's strength far surpassed his own. What was he truly hesitating about? At that moment, Xiang Yu continued, Young man, I am acutely aware of all your memories, your failures, your enemies, everything. To be candid, you are not a strong individual. Those words indeed felt like a condescension to Xiang Wang. Xiang Hao responded, feeling quite displeased by the other's remarks. The failures of his past life were a lingering scar on his heart, and now this person was bringing them up again. However, Xiang Yu's next words struck Xiang Hao like a thunderbolt. But I see your ambition. Your ambition is so profound that it astonishes even me. He then noticed the pair of crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Young man, I must say, your ambition is unparalleled among the heirs of the Overlord. There are indeed many gifted individuals, but none possess ambition as grand as yours. Tell me, do you aspire to become a deity? A single utterance from Xiang Yu laid bare the most genuine desires of Xiang Hao before them both. At that moment, as Xiang Hao gazed upon the menacing visage before him, a flicker of anxiety coursed through him. Yet, in the next instant, a broad smile of exhilaration spread across his face. Indeed, I aspire to become a deity, the pinnacle of this realm, the ascension to divinity at the 100th level. Though elusive, feels palpably real. It is not merely the title of the supreme martial artist of yore. It is the divine, transcending the very laws of heaven and earth. Xiang Hao nearly articulated this declaration word by word, his excitement bubbling over. Observing this scene, Xiang Yu suddenly dispelled his fearsome expression and burst into hearty laughter. Very well. Remember your words today. With that, Xiang Yu extended his right hand, and Xiang Hao, momentarily perplexed, offered his left. Their hands clasped firmly together, and Xiang Yu declared, "Since you possess such ambition, I shall aid you in your quest for divinity." Xiang Hao was instantly perplexed. Shouldn't the other party always be coveting his body? Moreover, with the strength of a hegemon, attaining divinity should be far easier for him. Why then would he go to the trouble of assisting him? Xiang Hao pulled back the left hand held by Xiang Yu and said coldly, "If you do not speak the truth, there is no necessity for collaboration, for I have already been played by you once." Chapter 42. The Agreement. Ha! Have you figured it out, you little rascal? Xiang Yu laughed heartily. Then his expression turned to one of resignation. Indeed, if it were possible, I would prefer to avoid such complications. I am aware of your memory and have come to understand that the power in this world is referred to as soul force. During the year I governed your body, I categorized my strength according to the soul force levels of this realm. Xiang Yu spoke slowly, word by word. However, after 6 months, my power halted at level 99. Unable to advance further. It seems as though this world presents a barrier to me, and I have already touched the ceiling. Thus, my voice remains unheard in this realm. I am not embraced by it. Yet you are different. You are the prodigy of this world. If I cannot become a deity, then I shall create one. Young man, do you dare? Xiang Hao offered a faint smile and willingly grasped Xiang Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Why should I hesitate? Ha ha ha, that is splendid." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu appeared to deflate instantly, the facade of solemnity proving to be quite exhausting. What a spectacle! Was that earlier demeanor merely a pretense? Observing Xiang Yu slumped to one side, the stark contrast with his previous grandeur was astonishing. Gazing at Xiang Yu's blissful, serene countenance, Xiang Hao felt utterly resigned. Is this truly the formidable overlord, Xiang Yu? Or perhaps he has been reduced to a mere 10-year-old version of himself? Xiang Hao mused helplessly. Feigning profundity has proven tiresome. While those ancient historians are eager to depict me as a chaotic demon, how delightful it is now to take a respite. Youngster, you must strive diligently, for you embody my profound aspirations. With that, Xiang Yu made an encouraging gesture. I understand, he said. By the way, can I still utilize the Breaking Heaven Spear? Wait a moment, I shall grant you access. In the next instant, an influx of information regarding the Breaking Heaven Spear surged into Xiang Hao's mind. Goodness! Aside from its inability to alter in size, it is akin to the Rui Jingu Bang. The Breaking Heaven Spear can weigh as much as 108,000 pounds. Observing Xiang Yu effortlessly manipulating the spear with a carefree demeanor was truly remarkable. Xiang Hao was profoundly shaken. The power of this individual was astonishing beyond comprehension. After conversing for a while, Xiang Hao prepared to take his leave, as Xiang Yu's words had left him with much to ponder. As his consciousness returned, Xiang Hao noticed the horizon faintly lightening. Time was indeed slipping away. Gazing at the emerging sun, his thoughts wandered far afield. He had vanished for an entire year, and he could not help but wonder about the well-being of his teacher and parents. The soul mark Bibi Dong had inscribed upon him remained intact, suggesting that his teacher would understand he was unharmed. Once he uncovered the truth about Tang San, he would return. That was of utmost importance. With this thought, Xiang Hao clenched his fists tightly, and the specter of Gui Jianqiu resurfaced in his mind. Over the years, that scene had gradually transformed into a towering mountain in his heart, all because of the Tang sect. Tang San, I am truly sorry. At that moment, within the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong appeared exceedingly agitated. A year had passed since Xiang Hao had gone missing, and she had once believed that this extraordinarily gifted child would lead the next generation of the Spirit Hall to unparalleled glory. Now, this child was nowhere to be found. Although she could still sense that Xiang Hao was alive, he remained elusive. Initially, she had suspected Duel and had disguised herself to ambush Chen Xin. Regrettably, that individual had managed to sever his own arm to escape. The trail had gone cold again. Given Xiang Hao's unique identity, very few within the Spirit Hall had even seen his face, and a large-scale search would only place him at greater risk. At present, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss, left only to wait. She gazed skyward, murmuring, "Howard, where on earth are you?" The following morning, Flinders summoned everyone together. He announced, "From today onward, a new instructor will guide your training. He is a theoretical master in the realm of martial souls and also a dear friend of mine. With that, Flender stepped aside, revealing a scruffy middle-aged man to the crowd. Upon seeing this man, Tang San, who stood beside Xiang Hao, visibly brightened with excitement. I am Yu Xiaojiang. Apart from the newly joined student Xiang Hao, I have reviewed the profiles of all of you. The academy currently has 8 students, and I perceive you as a cohesive unit. Starting today, I will devise tailored training programs based on your resumes. From this moment on, I shall treat each of you equally. You may disperse now. Beginning tomorrow, I will conduct specialized training, and I expect no one to be late. Master Yu's gaze swept over the group before resting on Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao, please stay behind. I need to learn more about your profile. Tang San, you should remain as well. Understood, Master. With that, Tang San and Xiang Hao made their way to the training ground. Master Yu continued. Xiang Hao, I am not familiar with your martial soul and abilities. Since Tang San is my disciple, I would like the two of you to engage in a soul duel so I can assess your strength. It was then that Xiang Hao realized that this individual was none other than Tang San's mentor. Without hesitation, upon hearing the master's words, Xiang Hao swiftly distanced himself, raising his hand to reveal the breaking sky spear in his grasp. Xiang Hao wielded the martial spirit of the iron spear, while Tang San possessed the martial spirit of blue silver grass. The master's voice echoed once more, instructing Tang San not to utilize his third soul skill or those peculiar weapons. Others may have been oblivious, but Xiang Hao understood that this referred to the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, and he felt underestimated by the restriction on his opponent's third soul skill. Xiang Hao, exercise caution, he thought. In an instant, azure light surged from Tang San as countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath his feet. Tang San calmly regarded his opponent, aware that he had engaged in such battles numerous times before, and he anticipated that the outcome would be no different this time. Xiang Hao gazed at Tang San across from him, the broken sky in his hand gently rotating, its weight a formidable 2,000 pounds. As the gun's body swung, its immense mass stirred up a tempestuous gale, exerting an overwhelming pressure. The master beside them appeared somewhat astounded. This martial soul was rather peculiar, though unremarkable in appearance. Its formidable presence was palpably extraordinary. Observing this, Tang San slowly extended his left hand towards Xiang Hao, and countless strands of blue-silver grass seemed to heed a summons, surging forth from all directions. In an instant, innumerable vines blotted out the sky and obscured the sun, launching an assault from both the ground and the air. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao merely smiled, his hands gripping the broken sky tightly, as countless gunflowers erupted from the barrel, their cold gleams slicing through the air, severing numerous blue-silver grasses in half. Fragments of broken branches and leaves cascaded down, leaving only astonishment for the master and his disciple. Under the meticulous planning of the master, Tang San's blue-silver grass had attained an extraordinarily resilient quality, one that even Dai Mubai could not easily escape. Yet, under the brilliance of Xiang Hao's gunfire, this formidable blue-silver grass was as fragile as tofu, effortlessly cleaved apart by him. Chapter 43. Battle with Tang San. Though taken aback, Tang San swiftly unleashed an assault with his blue-silver grass. In that instant, countless blue-silver grasses surged forth from the ground beneath Xiang Hao's feet, their sharp barbs ensnaring his legs. In the next moment, an unprecedented numbness coursed through Xiang Hao's body. The Tang sect remained the Tang sect. Even upon arriving at the Douluo continent, their reliance on poison persisted. How tedious that would be. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, flashed before him. His first soul skill, Barbarian armor, manifested as the thorny armor bestowed by the dragon turtle enveloped Xiang Hao, causing the surrounding vines to recoil, daring not to approach even an inch closer. The barbarian alligator dragon turtle was naturally inclined to feast upon such toxins, thus granting Xiang Hao's first soul skill a remarkable resistance to poison. In this life, every soul ring he chose sought to compensate for the shortcomings of his previous existence. The second soul skill, strength enhancement. This time, Xiang Hao did not bother with pretense. After all, his innate martial soul was unheard of on the continent. Even the master could not fathom that his soul skill emanated from his very essence. A burst of purple radiance erupted from behind Xiang Hao, amplifying his strength immensely in a brief moment. With his feet fortified, he merely trembled to send the blue-silver grass flying. 2,000-year soul rings. The master and disciple gasped in unison. Such a phenomenon was thought impossible in his theory. No one could withstand the pressure of a 1,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring stage. Countless experiments and the painful lessons of countless predecessors had proven this truth. Yet, Xiang Hao stood before them, alive and breathing. In that instant, the master began to question some of his own theories. Tang San, it is now my turn. Be cautious, Xiang Hao declared, his form moving with exceptional speed under the enhancement of his second soul skill, akin to gliding just above the ground. Sparks flew as the tip of his gun grazed the earth, propelling him forward without the use of any elaborate techniques. This was the combat principle Xiang Hao upheld, to obliterate his opponent with an overwhelming force. As Tang San beheld Xiang Hao closing in at an alarming pace, he hurriedly summoned his soul power, a brilliant blue radiance erupting from his hands as countless vines surged from all directions. Tang San could not maintain his composure. His blue-silver grass, honed by both his master and himself, was not only incredibly resilient but also highly toxic. Yet, these once proud traits seemed utterly ineffective against this adversary. As Xiang Hao approached, the multitude of vines hesitated, retreating in surrender as he advanced. No, too close. Tang San exclaimed in alarm, activating Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to create distance. However, in the next moment, he realized that his opponent's steps mirrored his own like a wraith. With Tang San nearly within reach, Xiang Hao raised his gun, circling around him, gripping it firmly as he thrust forward with a seemingly mundane strike. Yet this strike was lethal enough. Second soul skill, Parasitism. As Tang San's second soul ring glowed brightly, numerous blue-silver grasses sprouted from Xiang Hao's body, their roots entwining him and momentarily immobilizing him. Ha ha ha. Interesting, these grasses even scatter seeds, he mused. But alas, it is futile. With a mere tremor, the barbarian armor on Xiang Hao shook off the encroaching weeds. Without hesitation, the gun's venomous tip locked onto Tang San, the serpent's tongue flicking out in anticipation. Stop, the master shouted, perceiving the imminent danger. Tang San appeared flustered. In desperation, he activated his third soul ring, unleashing his third soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. A powerful web shot forth, neutralizing the sharp assault of the gun. However, as the web descended, Xiang Hao effortlessly cleaved it in two with a slight shake. Fearing for Tang San's safety, the master immediately called for a halt to the battle. The outcome was unequivocal. Tang San had lost. The astonishment experienced by both master and disciple was overwhelming. It seemed that Xiang Hao was the antithesis to Tang San, rendering all of Tang San's once proud skills colorless against him. The master recalled Zhao Wuji's words from the previous day. He had initially thought it exaggerated that Xiang Hao could defeat Dai Mubai with a single move at level 30, but now it appeared there was truth in those claims. This time, Tang San had violated the rules by employing his third soul skill. According to the competition stipulations, victory belonged to Xiang Hao. Tang San, do you harbor any doubts? Even with the use of your third soul skill, you have still lost. The master addressed the two. Your disciple concedes wholeheartedly, Tang San replied, clasping his fists in resignation. Although he felt a sense of injustice, he had been utterly overwhelmed in that contest, an auxiliary control-type soul master unable to break free within 10 exchanges. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao slightly clasped his fists, narrowly escaping a perilous fate. Xiang Hao, from whence did you acquire your first soul ring? The master inquired, curiosity piqued, as he contemplated numerous soul beasts, none of which he had encountered bearing such formidable armor. Xiang Hao did not conceal this fact. He is, in truth, a formidable crocodile dragon tortoise. As soon as Xiang Hao's words fell, the master appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder, this soul beast is naturally inclined to consume toxic substances and carrion, characterized by its ferocity and a shell bristling with sharp spikes. It is rumored that this soul beast is exceedingly rare, possessing a formidable lineage that grants it immense power among soul beasts. Your first soul ring is indeed from it. How astonishing. As the master delved deeper into his thoughts, it became evident that Xiang Hao's background must be remarkable. After all, it is inconceivable for an ordinary person to hunt down a man-eater dragon turtle. This soul beast is known for its bloodlust and aggression, and even a typical soul king might struggle to subdue it. Moreover, these creatures are exceptionally scarce, residing only in toxic, marshy areas, leading to a decline in reports about them over the years. This child is extraordinary. And if his soul rings are indeed as the master suspects, they must be between 500 and 700 years old. Countless questions swirled in the master's mind, yet he was unable to voice them. To him, every one of Xiang Hao's soul rings seemed to have been absorbed beyond the usual age limit, implying perilous training. What kind of training could this child have undergone? He could not ascertain, yet he understood that some secrets surrounding this child were not for him to inquire about. Some individuals are born to be in the spotlight. This school now has 2 such prodigies. One could only hope that Xiang Hao would not prove more challenging to train than Ning Rongrong. After imparting a few final instructions to the two, the the master departed. Contemplating a new training path for Xiang Hao, for this child diverged significantly from his initial expectations. Chapter 44. Special Training. Xiang Hao then strode away, leaving only the bewildered duo suspended in the air. Tang San raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his back. The oppressive feeling when Xiang Hao had aimed a spear at him was unprecedented. Tang San doubted his ability to evade Xiang Hao's assault. Master, is my blue silver grass still so inadequate after evolving through the face-devouring spider? He asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master hesitated momentarily. Tang San, you must not allow your mind to waver. There is nothing wrong with your path. The toxicity and resilience of your blue silver grass are lethal to most soul masters. Before he could finish, the master gazed into the distance at Xiang Hao's retreating figure. Contemplating, Xiang Hao is no ordinary individual. Each of his soul rings surpasses my understanding of theoretical age limits. While his soul power may not rival that of Dibi, his innate physical talent is extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, the ability to hunt a top-tier soul beast like the man-eater dragon turtle indicates that this child's background runs deeper than we initially thought. Hearing the master's words, Tang San glanced at his clammy hands, filled with a sense of unwillingness. It seemed to be the first time he felt such helplessness against an opponent since arriving in this world, that individual's soul skills appeared to counter him instinctively. Yet, after a moment, Tang San clenched his fists, urging himself onward. I shall give it my all, with my hidden weapons and external soul bones. Victory is not beyond my reach. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao continued to bicker with Xiang Yu in his mind. Why didn't you just stab that kid to death with one thrust? His teacher is quite weak, after all. Xiang Hao replied irritably. Do you think the dean and the other teachers at Shrek are pushovers? Let me take over. Neither Flender nor Zhao Wujia could withstand a single move from me. Xiang Yu boasted, his words dripping with arrogance. Humph, you wouldn't succeed. If you were capable, you would have acted when you encountered Tang San in the forest. You keep calling yourself a brute, but I know your initial disguise was quite meticulous, Xiang Hao retorted. Ha, have you figured me out? Then this becomes less amusing. How will I provoke you in the future? Xiang Yu said, feigning disinterest as he slipped away. Xiang Hao felt a throbbing headache. The temperament of this tyrant was indeed perplexing. However, he too was unable to articulate his own emotions. Upon encountering Tang San, his feelings were undoubtedly intense. He harbored no affection for the Tang sect, and his animosity towards its disciples was profound. Yet, in the face of Tang San, he found himself unable to act with cruelty. Curiosity piqued within him regarding this reincarnated disciple of the Tang sect. After engaging in combat with his adversary that day, Tang San's identity was firmly established. Xiang Hao was certain he had not misidentified the ghostly shadow technique. And the flickering blue aura surrounding Tang San was unmistakably the Xiantian skill, coupled with the earlier hidden weapons and his violet eyes. This individual had essentially showcased the essence of the Tang sect Xiantian treasure record. Unlike the divine martial hall, the Tang sect maintained a stringent lineage of these techniques. The inner disciples possessed only fragmented knowledge of the Xiantian treasure record. Yet this Tang San had nearly demonstrated the entirety of the Tang sect's ultimate skills within a few days. This was why Xiang Hao's interest in Tang San was growing ever more intense. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had limited insight into the Tang sect. The only lasting impression was of the outer disciple who had ultimately faced him on the cliff. It was only upon arriving in this world that he realized the hidden weapon thrown by that individual must have been the Tang sect's greatest secret, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. That technique had not been produced by the Tang sect for many years, and that outer disciple harbored numerous secrets. As for this Tang San, he ought to run a bit faster. As a hunter, Xiang Hao preferred his prey to be swifter. The following day, everyone gathered early at the dining hall entrance. With no one arriving late, for the Master's reputation in the Spirit Master realm was quite esteemed. Shortly thereafter, a line of 8 individuals stood, and Xiang Hao was singled out, positioned aside. The Master assigned each person a training task, the intensity of which left everyone astounded. Xiang Hao, your responsibility is to oversee the 7 of them while also training yourself, the Master concluded, leaving the others momentarily overwhelmed by the unfairness of it all. Why is that? Master, you cannot show favoritism. If you must, then favor the 3rd brother. He is your disciple. Xiao Wu was the first to protest loudly, and Zhu Xuqing beside her wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased with this decision. Meanwhile, Tang San silently stepped out to begin his training. The boys, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, were not particularly surprised, for they were well aware of Xiang Hao's strength, and thus they dispersed without further ado. Even the typically proud Dai Mubai shifted his stance at this moment. Witnessing this scene, the girls became increasingly unsettled. What was with these boys? They were always the troublemakers. Why were they suddenly so taciturn? Hey, third brother, Dilaoda, what are you doing? Are you going to let a newcomer direct us? Xiao Wu shouted in frustration, but received no response in return. Xiang Hao chuckled softly upon seeing this. You ladies may not be familiar with me yet. If you have any doubts, feel free to challenge me. The three of you can come at me together. If you can withstand 10 moves, I shall consider it a victory for you. And I will double your training intensity, he stated with a smile. His words immediately provoked the three girls. Well, you should know that Sister Xiao Wu is not to be underestimated. After such a provocation, boy, you are destined to lose. I can teach you a lesson all by myself, Xiao Wu declared confidently. With that, the spirit rings behind her shone brightly, and in an instant, she teleported behind Xiang Hao, executing her third spirit ability, instant movement, followed by her first spirit ability, bow and arrow. A swift combination attack ensued as Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick directly to Xiang Hao. Huh, got you. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her pride swelling momentarily, as her strike had considerable force. However, in the next second, she realized that her foot was firmly grasped in Xiang Hao's hand, rendering her utterly immobile due to his overwhelming strength. Panic set in for Xiao Wu, and she activated her second spirit ring, unleashing her second spirit ability, Charm. Pink light flickered in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Xiang Hao, attempting to mesmerize him. Yet, before she could escape, she found herself still unable to move. With a gentle push, Xiang Hao sent her tumbling to the ground. Your charm technique is rather lacking, he remarked with a light laugh, comparing her skills unfavorably to those of his senior sister. It had been quite some time since he last saw her. On the ground, Xiao Wu glared at the smirking Xiang Hao, her frustration boiling over. She raised her hand to challenge him again, only to notice Zhu Zhuqing charging in. Enhanced by an amplification halo, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda grants them a boost in power and speed. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. Xiao Wu, his spirit power exceeds ours. Let's attack together. With a firm nod, Xiao Wu resolved to teach this brat a lesson. Two figures swiftly surged towards Xiang Hao, their combined might, augmented by Ning Rongrong's spirit abilities, appearing formidable to any onlooker. Xiang Hao squinted, realizing he had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong belonged to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His impression of this sect was decidedly negative, as the individuals he had encountered from it seemed rather dim-witted. However, the enhancement effect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was undeniably evident. This little rabbit's speed had indeed increased significantly. You scoundrel, take this, said Xiao Wu as her whip-like leg shot forth towards Xiang Hao. Simultaneously, another graceful figure emerged from behind him, launching a rapid series of claw strikes. It appeared that the two would succeed in their assault, but at that moment, they noticed Xiang Hao standing motionless, a strange smile playing on his lips. In an instant, Xiang Hao's aura surged, and both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu felt as though they had struck a solid wall, the impact jolting them painfully, while Xiang Hao remained utterly unscathed. The onlookers were astonished. Master, witnessing the soul power within Xiang Hao forming a protective barrier in that fleeting moment, marveled at the child's remarkable control. Could it be that this level of mastery surpassed even Tang San? Having engaged in soul power research for many years, Master had been deeply impressed by his disciple Tang San's command over it. Yet, it now appeared that Xiang Hao's proficiency was far superior. Shrouded in an air of mystery and extraordinary talent, rendering all of Master's previous studies futile. In that moment, Master Yu Xiaojiang felt a profound sense of defeat. Three girls. I advise you to give up. Even if you strike me 10 times, the result will remain unchanged, Xiang Hao declared, waving his hands dismissively, entirely uninterested in such adversaries. What are you saying? My sister Xiao Wu has never feared anyone. Come on again, Xiao Wu retorted, kicking towards him once more, while Zhu Zhuqing, despite her full efforts, hesitated noticeably. After a few exchanges, all three girls were panting heavily, their soul power nearly depleted, while Xiang Hao stood firm, his gaze filled with mockery. Since you are exhausted, allow me to take my turn. I shall strive for a swift resolution, so as not to hinder your training today. With that, Xiang Hao began to channel his soul power, a fierce wave of energy surging forth. He crossed his arms and rotated his neck, the sound of cracking bones ringing out. Sensing the shift, Xiao Wu and her companions braced themselves, thinking, I refuse to believe he is as formidable as he claims. Xiao Wu recalled how Tang San had returned home in silence the previous day, seemingly bewitched by his training, neglecting his adorable sister. After much inquiry with Master, she learned that Tang San had lost to Xiang Hao. She had never seen her brother in such a state and was determined to restore his honor today. Zhu Zhuqing's initial confidence waned as she found herself unable to even approach Xiang Hao after several encounters, leading to her growing uncertainty. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was merely a bystander, already preparing to flee at the slightest provocation from that scoundrel. Apologies, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, she thought. Her attention fixed on Xiang Hao. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, and her companions fell. Panic-stricken, she turned to find a familiar face looming before her. Perhaps Xiang Hao's smile was simply too terrifying. It couldn't be helped, as it was primarily due to the influence of an old scoundrel. Ning Rongrong let out a shriek, fainting instantly. In mere seconds, Xiang Hao had concluded the skirmish, leaving Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing incapacitated on the ground, prompting three figures to rush over in haste for protection. Xiang Hao, be gentler. We are classmates, Dai Mubai said, assisting Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed ungrateful. Slowly rising to confront Xiang Hao. I apologize. From now on, I shall heed your guidance, she stated before walking away. Tang San, having just witnessed Xiaowu's injury, rushed over, his anger dissipating upon seeing her unharmed. He understood that Xiang Hao had merely delivered a soft blow to her shoulder, thus calming his resentment towards him. Xiaowu, with great reluctance, approached Xiang Hao to offer her apology. What exasperated Xiang Hao the most was Ning Rongrong. Despite his lack of any wrongdoing, she had fainted, prompting Oscar to mockingly roll his eyes at him. Following this farce, the Shrek members acknowledged Xiang Hao's strength, recognizing him as the one who overshadowed them all, appearing the most relaxed among the group. Each of the 7 members of Shrek had their own distinctive training regimen tailored by master, except for Xiang Hao, who seemed to evade any such scrutiny. However, Xiang Hao was not particularly interested in this supervisory role. He seldom utilized it, as he had his own training to attend to, even if he wished to be idle. The figure in his mind would not allow him such leisure. Boy, I suspect that at your age, you have already carved a path through countless adversities. You remain too naive, the annoying voice of Xiang Yu echoed in Xiang Hao's mind. Xiang Hao had grown accustomed to this. This old man had taken to mocking him for reasons unbeknownst to him. Initially, he would engage in debates, but these often devolved into childish arguments, leading him to simply ignore the old fellow, who would eventually tire of his prattle. Daily strength training remained essential. Xiang Hao gritted his teeth, shouldering the weight of the broken sky. Since acquiring its power, he marveled at the artifact, capable of adjusting its weight at will, eliminating the need to search for boulders in the wilderness. Balancing 3,000 pounds of broken sky, he leaped along a secluded path under the moonlight, believing this method best honed his muscles. Just then, the annoying voice returned. Boy, do you wish to learn the last 3 moves of the Overlord Spear? Xiang Yu chuckled inwardly. If you had said this sooner, I wouldn't have been so vexed. Xiang Hao sprang up instantly, the allure of those words irresistible. Of course. It is my exclusive technique, never to be shared lightly. I had intended to keep it to myself, but since we are now comrades, I shall begrudgingly impart it to you. In the dead of night, Xiang Hao felt invigorated, being a martial arts fanatic. The allure of spear techniques was akin to an addiction. Quickly, I am ready. I can practice all night long. Haha, I shall demonstrate it once. Watch closely. With that, Xiang Yu's presence became markedly imposing, and within Xiang Hao's consciousness, he beheld a different Xiang Yu, the true Overlord Xiang Yu. In an instant, the scene before Xiang Hao transformed. Countless soldiers charged towards Xiang Yu, their battle cries deafening. Xiang Yu stood resolute, wielding his spear, a towering figure amidst the throngs, and Xiang Hao found himself momentarily disoriented. Struggling to reconcile this with the playful Xiang Yu he knew. Boy, pay close attention, Xiang Yu commanded, springing into action. The spear in his hand twirled gracefully before pointing forward, and with that, he bent low, executing the breaking formation move, piercing through the stars, accompanied by Xiang Yu's roar. The great halberd in his hand surged forth with the sheer force of his muscles. In that moment, the fierce gust emanating from the spear tip resembled a roaring dragon, howling forward and instantly tearing a massive rift in the opposing army's formation, causing a shower of blood, armor, and severed limbs to erupt into the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiang Yu withdrew his halberd and plunged its tip fiercely into the ground before him, gripping the end of the weapon tightly. With a technique reminiscent of a quaking ocean, he unleashed an overwhelming force. The heaven-splitting halberd, infused with an aura of terrifying destruction, erupted from the earth. The thrust it generated almost fracturing the ground itself. A sweeping strike accompanied by the earth's relentless cracking obliterated the recently rallied enemy forces. All executed in a seamless flow of motion as Xiang Yu withdrew his weapon, propelled himself off the ground, and turned to unleash his might. releasing explosive power in an instant. With a horizontal stance, he swiftly brought the halberd down, tightened his grip, and harnessed the inertia from its descent. As he pivoted with force, he executed a devastating horizontal slash that almost obliterated the enemy formation, leaving only blossoms of crimson in its wake. Xiang Hao was utterly captivated. His eyes filled with boundless fervor. After 3 moves, less than 30% of the army remained, while Xiang Yu was still preparing his final strike, the DNGZHN style. With a mighty crash, the king of Xiang shattered the cauldron. Accompanied by his last utterance, Xiang Hao witnessed Xiang Yu leap high into the air, wielding the legendary Poxiang spear, and descend upon the enemy ranks. In an instant, the earth fractured, and the shockwave obliterated all foes in proximity, leaving no survivors. Thus, in mere moments, one man, Xiang Yu, had decimated 10,000. Gazing upon the cold and resolute figure amidst the sea of corpses, Xiang Hao was momentarily entranced. This was indeed the Overlord, the slayer of thousands. His mind was consumed by an overwhelming passion. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, the zenith of human strength, a pursuit he had long yearned for, now vividly before his eyes. Suddenly, the scene before him faded, and the blood-soaked Overlord vanished, leaving only the somewhat unremarkable Xiang Yu before him. I am curious, is that slayer of thousands truly you? How is it that I perceive no trace of dominance within you? Xiang Hao mused, somewhat helplessly. What are you saying? I am indeed quite imposing, Xiang Yu replied, exuding an air of grandeur. I simply wish to demonstrate a semblance of the benevolence and generosity of my seniority before you, my junior. As he spoke, he advanced with a commanding presence. You must understand, these 4 moves encapsulate my lifelong dedication to the martial path. Each technique possesses boundless power. As Xiang Yu spoke, Xiang Hao unexpectedly knelt down, expressing his gratitude for the elder's teachings. Though I may be slow-witted, I shall never forget the favor of your instruction in these 4 forms. Those pursuing the martial arts would recognize the immense value of such knowledge. Xiang Hao, a fervent martial artist, understood the significance of Xiang Yu's gesture. This impartation truly bound them together. Observing the devout kneeling of Xiang Hao, Xiang Yu momentarily lost his words, finally breaking into a soft smile after a prolonged silence. Young one, practice diligently. Your journey is still long. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. That old rascal. Xiang Hao lifted his gaze to watch Xiang Yu walk away, gradually revealing a smile. Thus began a night devoid of sleep. Xiang Hao felt as though he had received a treasure. He wielded the heaven-breaking halberd, practicing relentlessly under the quiet night until dawn's first light appeared. His spirit was alight with excitement. A week later, the members of Shrek gathered on the training ground, their training nearing its conclusion, as the master prepared to assess them. Third brother, have you seen that fellow Xiang Hao recently? I don't know what's gotten into him. The master assigned him to supervise. Yet he seems to have taken the opportunity to slack off, Xiao Wu exclaimed, frustrated, as she addressed Tang San and the others. Though she could not defeat Xiang Hao, the thought of his laziness stirred her indignation, prompting her to consider reporting him to the master. No, he was here every day to watch my training a few days ago, but he hasn't shown up lately, Tang San recalled thoughtfully. The master had instructed him to master the 8 spider lances, and Xiang Hao had been present to observe his progress. Yet, each time under Xiang Hao's scrutinizing gaze, Tang San felt a profound unease and discomfort. The unease stemmed from the fiery intensity in Xiang Hao's eyes, while the discomfort arose from the disdain he perceived within them. Unfortunately, Tang San felt utterly powerless in the face of it. There is nothing to be done. The master said Xiang Hao need not participate in training, so he must have his own arrangements. However, after a month of training, I have grown significantly stronger. Little San, let us spar later, Dai Mubai declared, his excitement evident as he waved his fist. The others shared similar sentiments, each having made considerable progress during their training. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing stood apart, lost in contemplation, seemingly preoccupied with other thoughts. Soon, the master arrived, prompting everyone to line up immediately. Xiang Hao is late, Xiao Wu whispered with a light chuckle. The master scanned the group slowly, remaining silent for an extended period, which only heightened the tension among them. The master was known for his strict teaching style, and no one dared to slack off under his guidance. Yet, even as Xiang Hao was tardy, the master remained silent, and the others refrained from speaking, waiting patiently for what felt like an eternity until a figure appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai could not contain himself. Xiang Hao, you've been late for quite a while. Hurry up, he called out. Only then did Xiang Hao leisurely jog a few steps to join the end of the line. Now everyone is finally present. You have trained for a month, and you have proven yourselves worthy of the Shrek name. Each of you has made remarkable progress in such a short time. Today is the time to assess your achievements. There is but one task for today, Xiang Hao. Step forward. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao moved out from the group. The rest of you will work together to defeat Xiang Hao by any means necessary. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was left stunned, while Zhu Zhuqing appeared unsurprised. Master, are you serious? Are we really to take on Xiang Hao as a team? Daimubai asked, bewildered. Surely the master would not resort to such punishment for Xiang Hao's tardiness. Ignoring their questions, the master turned directly to Xiang Hao. As a penalty for your lateness, do you have any objections? None at all, Xiang Hao replied loudly, causing an unexpected silence to envelop the group. Tang San stared intently at Xiang Hao, harboring an inexplicable disdain for the arrogant youth. Tang San was the first to step forward, ready for battle. He had worked tirelessly for this moment, determined to vanquish the arrogant Xiang Hao. Noticing Tang San's movement, Xiao Wu followed suit, ready to support her brother. The pair was the first to prepare themselves. As the others observed, they gradually joined in, with Zhu Zhuqing being the last to step forward, her hesitation palpable. All right. Everyone must give their all. Except for you, Tang San, you cannot use your hidden weapons. You are permitted to utilize the 8 spider lances, the master declared. Igniting a fire within the group. Master, but third brother's 8 spider lances are poisonous. Isn't that a bit excessive for a mere penalty? Ma Hongjun voiced his concern. Well aware of the lethal potential of Tang San's weapons, Tang San was equally astonished. The master had previously cautioned him against using them lightly. Yet now he was allowed to employ them. Master, if this is merely a punishment, it seems rather harsh, Dai Mubai added, discontent evident in his tone. He had not anticipated such measures against Xiang Hao. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Moreover, your dean is not far off, if there are no objections. We shall commence, Flinders said as he stepped forward from behind the group. With the master's command, everyone unleashed their martial spirits. And the training ground was suddenly aglow with brilliance. At this point, no one entertained the notion that the outcome of the battle might differ, in Flinders' eyes. These were the 7 most outstanding students in recent years, and together they could even contend with the Soul King. He could not fathom why Yu Xiaojiang insisted on attending today's match. Xiang Hao gazed upon the assembled individuals before him, who had completed their martial soul manifestation, and raised his hand to summon the breakthrough spear. It was time for a swift resolution. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Xiang Hao surged forward, wielding his spear with remarkable speed, momentarily rendering the onlookers motionless. The first to react was blue-silver grass, which unfurled in abundance from the surroundings, encircling the 2 parties and forming a formidable barrier. By the time Tang San grasped the unfolding scenario, Xiang Hao was a mere 20 steps away from the 7. Quickly disperse, Tang San shouted, his voice breaking the spell of inaction and rousing the others into a state of readiness for battle. With a gentle sweep of the spear in Xiang Hao's hand, the grassy barrier before him was cleaved in 2. Oscar, prepare the mushroom sausages, Tang San shouted, urgency coursing through his voice as there was no time for hesitation. The priority was to safeguard the support spirit masters. Envisioning the mushroom sausages, Oscar invoked his spirit ability, causing a flurry of mushroom sausages to scatter into the hands of his companions. In the next moment, with the exception of Daimubai and Tang San, everyone else soared into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined around their waists like delicate ribbons, instantly establishing the offensive formation of Shrek Academy. Witnessing this, Tang San couldn't help but smile. No matter how immense Xiang Hao's strength, it held no value if he could not land a hit. At that moment, Xiang Hao was merely a target on the ground. Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle at the scene before him. Did this fellow truly believe he could evade the oncoming assault? How naive. It seemed you had yet to witness my 3rd soul skill. A faint smile graced Xiang Hao's lips as the purple soul rings behind him shimmered. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a sense of foreboding. This individual still possessed hidden trump cards. Suddenly, numerous golden orbs materialized behind Xiang Hao, heralding his 3rd soul skill, the Diamond Destruction Cannon. Each orb shot forth, transforming into a piercing beam of light, rendering the airborne spectators mere targets. Despite their speed, the relentless barrage overwhelmed them, and to make matters worse, Tang San discerned that these light waves bore corrosive properties. Wherever they landed, not a blade of grass remained. Gradually, the vines securing the group at their waist snapped, severing their connection. Observing his companions scattering through the air, Xiang Hao smiled with satisfaction, retracting his offensive. Flinder, standing nearby, was already brimming with excitement. Such a domineering 3rd soul skill was indeed a rarity. This ability belonged to the innate talents of the diamond magic ape, a soul beast that naturally countered spider-type soul beasts, rendering even the man-faced demon spider its prey. The master explained, astonished, this soul beast was a paragon among its kin, both rare and formidable. By your reasoning, does that not imply that Xiang Hao completely counters Xiao San's third soul ring? Flender inquired. The counter extends beyond just the third soul ring, the master replied slowly. As the two conversed, Tang San sensed something amiss. The blue silver grass, having evolved after the encounter with the man-faced demon spider, now found its coverage significantly diminished due to Xiang Hao's earlier devastation of the battlefield. The blue silver grass could no longer effectively restrain Xiang Hao's movements. True to form, Xiang Hao did not disappoint Tang San the moment his third soul skill concluded. He dashed to Dai Mubai's side, simultaneously activating his first and second soul rings, delivering an extraordinarily powerful punch that struck Dai Mubai squarely. Caught off guard, Dai Mubai was sent flying, landing nearly 100 steps away before coming to a halt. I'm sorry, Mubai, but it seems you must exit the stage first. This blow not only incapacitated Dai Mubai but also left the others in a daze. Boss Dai. The others cried out in alarm, losing their composure. With the strongest among them dispatched by a single blow, the remaining members dared not linger. The 7 treasures' glazed pagodas shone brightly, and the portly one unleashed a fiery projectile, while Xiaowu unleashed her kicking techniques with ruthless intent, though their attacks appeared fierce. This was the very scenario Tang San dreaded most. Chaotic assaults inevitably left countless openings. Yet, it was too late to halt the onslaught. Tang San unleashed his third soul skill, hoping to regain control. To everyone's astonishment, just as their attacks were about to land, Xiang Hao leaped vertically, evading the near-impervious onslaught. In an instant, he stood level with Ma Hongjun, who gaped in disbelief at Xiang Hao's sudden proximity. Is this still a person? He thought, only to receive a punch that knocked him to the ground instantaneously. Xiaowu fared even worse. As she landed her charged attack, Xiang Hao dashed past her, and Tang San's blue-silver binding arrived just in time, ensnaring Xiaowu securely. In that fleeting moment, 2 more were eliminated. Chapter 48. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts now. No one dared to be careless. The prowess Xiang Hao exhibited in such a short span had utterly astonished all present. Flender was taken aback. He had never anticipated such astonishing strength from the students summoned by Dai Mubai and company. Furthermore, unease arose within Flender's heart, mirroring that of the master. This child possessed extraordinary talent, but the strength cultivated through training was equally formidable. Each of his martial spirits was of the highest caliber. Such significant potential could only stem from the most prestigious sects or royal families. Contemplating this, Flender's furrowed brow deepened. His modest academy could hardly afford to nurture such formidable talents. As Tang San surveyed the battlefield, his typically calm demeanor faltered. The devastation wrought by Xiang Hao had rendered the blue-silver grass utterly ineffective. He was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. His cultivation method relied on the principle of yielding to overcome brute strength, achieving the effect of leveraging 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Yet, how could one counter a force of 10,000 pounds? No matter how resilient the blue-silver grass, it could not shatter adamant stone. Now, only Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Even more unfortunate was that the duration of the mushroom sausage had expired, and the 3 in the air were compelled to descend. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing took an astonishing action. She stepped back a few paces and raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. She had not launched a single attack while airborne and now hastily conceded. Influenced by Zhu Zhuqing's decision, the 2 support soul masters also withdrew from the fray, leaving only Tang San on the battlefield. At that moment, the weight in Tang San's heart grew heavier. The figure before him had gradually become indistinct, reduced to a flickering crimson silhouette. Gradually, 8 spider spears sprouted from his back, and in that instant, Tang San seemed to transform into a monstrous spider. The 8 spider spears advanced rapidly across the ground, moving with the stealth and agility of their arachnid counterparts. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao swiftly moved, conjuring a golden sphere behind him, the diamond destruction cannon. A barrage of concentrated light began to rain down upon Tang San, who darted through the onslaught with remarkable agility. Yet, a moment's inattention caused several of his 8 spider lances to shatter. Staggering but undeterred, he pressed on. Simultaneously, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted around Xiang Hao, regrettably. Tang San's prideful blue-silver vines could not even approach him. As the intensity of the light attacks increased, Tang San's speed began to wane. Despite the enhancement of his ghost shadow perplexing track, he was struck multiple times, with only 3 of his 8 spider lances remaining intact. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained icy, fixed upon Xiang Hao. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiang Hao's face. This individual was indeed relentless, seemingly prepared to engage him in close combat. However, was this not a touch naive? Understanding Tang San's intent, Xiang Hao seized his third soul skill, retracting the heaven-shattering, and readied his fists. Surely, no one would foolishly desire to engage him in melee. Unfazed, Tang San radiated a faint blue light from his hands, charging towards Xiang Hao's fist. With a resounding crash, their fists met, not against each other, but halted by Flander, who intervened to separate them, arms extended to encase both fighters' fists. Enough, let's call it a day, Flander stated coldly, though his right hand trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Xiang Hao's punch. The master, observing this, realized Flander was losing control. Had he not intervened, Tang San's arm might have required months of recovery. As the Shrek members lay scattered, the master declared the match concluded, with Xiang Hao emerging victorious in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The impact of this defeat was profound, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Particularly affected was Daimubai, the strongest among the students, who had been the first to be eliminated. As a fierce assault-type soulmaster, to be knocked out by a single punch from Xiang Hao shattered his world momentarily. The others were not faring any better. The rotund fatty was brought down from the air by Xiang Hao's might, while Xiaowu found herself ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver bind. Trapped at the edge of the arena, Tang San sat pensively on the sidelines, contemplating this rare failure. The atmosphere shifted as Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor drew attention. Her silence sparked inquiries. Zhu Zhuqing, why did you not intervene? Is this the kind of teammate you are? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, recalling that she had neither attacked nor defended, but had surrendered voluntarily. What would be the point of my involvement? Zhu Zhuqing replied icily. This remark ignited Fatty's ire, compelling him to argue, while Dai Mubai shot her a disapproving glare. Do you not comprehend? This was an absolute display of domination. You are blissfully unaware of the futility of your struggle, Zhu Zhuqing continued, her tone still frigid yet tinged with fervor. Your lack of effort may very well be the reason for our defeat. Ponder that carefully, Dai Mubai warned darkly. Indeed, Zhuqing. How could we possibly lose if we united against him? Xiaowu added, perplexed, as the others began to voice their thoughts, only to be silenced by the master's admonition. I am unaware of the nature of your debate, but I must inform you that you have lost, utterly. None among you managed to land a meaningful blow against Xiang Hao. This is the truth. Xiang Hao possesses formidable martial soul power and robust spirit rings, yet he is not invincible. For if you have spirit rings comparable to his. Each word cut like a knife into the hearts of the gathered students. They had lost completely. It began with Dai Mubai, whose blind confidence and poor defense allowed Xiang Hao to seize the opportunity and knock him out with a single punch. Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu failed to exploit their advantages, their attacks riddled with flaws, while the supporting soul masters faltered under the relentless firepower of the enemy. Zhu Zhuqing's passive approach did not help either. The gravest error lies with you, Tang San, as the commander. The master's gaze bore down on Tang San, who remained unresponsive for an extended moment. Your mindset as the battle commander dictates the outcome, yet from the very start, you have been riddled with anxiety. This statement struck Tang San like a thunderbolt. He recognized his own apprehension, the desire to win marred by feelings of inadequacy, compounded by his disdain for Xiang Hao's arrogant demeanor upon victory. His chaos had rendered his own attacks flawed, and when Xiang Hao unleashed his third soul skill, the overwhelming light caused Tang San to confront the reality of their disparity in strength, amplifying his anxiety. Before encountering Xiang Hao, he had never envisioned a peer of his age capable of so thoroughly defeating him. The master, too, had not anticipated such a stark outcome. He had expected Xiang Hao to prevail, but not in such a decisive manner. Yet one figure remained unsurprised, Zhu Zhuqing, who now regarded Xiang Hao with bright, glimmering eyes. Chapter 49. The Limits of the Body. I am thoroughly disappointed with each of your performances. Now, each of you will run back and forth from the academy to Soto City 12 times, with Xiang Hao supervising, the master decreed, his tone stern. The punishment a staggering double of their usual training regimen. The students, left speechless, quietly departed, shouldering their burdens as they began their penance. As the supervisor, Xiang Hao accepted his share of the punishment. He even added extra stones to his own pack, for while 20 laps would prove arduous for the others, it was mere routine for him. At the same time, he placed a large stone in Zhu Zhuqing's pack, stating, "Let this be a testament to your resolve." Without turning to face her, he spoke, and she paused for a moment before resolutely shouldering her burden. "I will prove myself, she declared, and together they commenced their run. With Xiang Hao leading the group as the strongest in terms of stamina, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, determined to keep pace behind him, while the others lagged far behind. Despite the mere distance of several kilometers, Xiang Hao maintained an unchanging expression and steady breathing. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, having already depleted her energy, was propelled solely by sheer will. Her face flushed and breath erratic. Each step became a struggle, precariously close to collapse. Her strength had long since waned. Yet unwavering conviction drove her forward. For the first time, she felt she could grasp her destiny with clarity. Surrender was not an option, even if it meant sacrificing everything. I cannot falter. I am not weak. I can do this. From a young age, Zhu Zhuqing had trained diligently within her family, striving to become a source of pride for them and a jewel in her parents' eyes. She relentlessly sought strength, aspiring to navigate her future with composure. However, she was later informed of her intended marriage and the implications it held. The Zhu family had long-standing ties with the Luo royal family, and her future was all but predetermined. In that moment, she grasped her purpose, yet it felt as if her world crumbled. The husband she sought was a frivolous playboy, leaving her disillusioned and powerless. Had she not encountered Xiang Hao, she might have resigned herself to fate. However, that night marked a profound transformation in Zhu Zhuqing's beliefs. Having once lived a life manipulated by others, she discovered the blade that could sever her bonds. It was an ordinary evening, and Zhu Zhuqing typically stayed awake late into the night. As soon as she closed her eyes, thoughts of her family and Dai Mubai filled her mind, stirring a sense of restlessness within her. Yearning for a breath of fresh air, she decided to take a stroll around the outskirts of the academy. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a hidden path within the woods surrounding the academy. Curiosity compelled her to venture forth, leading her to witness an unforgettable spectacle. There was Xiang Hao, wielding a massive tree trunk under the moonlight, his commanding presence stirring the leaves and conjuring gusts of wind. The moonlight illuminated his figure, revealing muscles that seemed on the verge of bursting, tightly coiled over his frame, with beads of sweat glistening like silver. More astonishingly, the enormous trunk, as he swung it, created a powerful breeze. In a swift motion, he lifted the trunk and executed a fearsome slash, cleaving through the trees and leaving only the deep scars of its aftermath. This strike was comparable to a full-force attack from a Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, struck by the overwhelming display of strength. She recalled her recent foolishness in contemplating a challenge against him. It seemed laughable now. Even the combined strength of the Shrek 7 would prove futile against such a formidable individual. How could someone with a soul power similar to hers be so incredibly powerful? If she could attain such strength, perhaps she could seize control of her own destiny. In that instant, a surge of determination welled up within Zhu Zhuqing, compelling her to step forward. Xiang Hao, I wish to grow stronger. This marked the first exchange between the two under the moon's glow. You are far too weak, he replied. The words echoed in her mind as she persevered through a grueling 10-kilometer run, while Xiang Hao showed no mercy, maintaining his pace without a hint of compassion. Have you reached your limit after just 3 laps? He challenged. I can do it, Zhu Zhuqing managed to utter, but ultimately, she could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed. Observing her plight, Xiang Hao approached her slowly. You've run 10 kilometers more than I anticipated. But this is where it ends. In this world, weakness is indeed a sin. His words struck Zhu Zhuqing's heart with resounding force, igniting a fierce refusal to accept her frailty. With sheer will, she attempted to rise once more. At that moment, Xiang Hao grasped her hand, and an overwhelming surge of heat coursed through her body, instantly alleviating her fatigue. I see your determination, so I am willing to offer you this opportunity. With those mere words, Zhu Zhuqing, rejuvenated, fell to her knees. Disciple pays respects to the master, she proclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. For she understood in that instant that her destiny was now within her grasp. The energy emanating from Xiang Hao restored her strength in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Continue running, do not slow down. This is your first test, he commanded before resuming his rapid pace, with Zhu Zhuqing closely trailing behind. Zhu Zhuqing, do you know why I am so vastly stronger than you? Xiang Hao began, but before she could respond, he answered his own question. In this world, people overly rely on their martial souls while neglecting the power inherent in their own bodies. Martial souls serve merely as amplifiers of the body's strength. The greater the innate power, the more pronounced the amplification. The body's intrinsic strength is the most crucial foundation. Understood, I shall heed the master's teachings. Xiang Hao articulated his understanding. Over the years, the more he comprehended this world, the more he felt it was fundamentally inverted. Without a solid foundation, everything else is but an illusion. He recalled that night when Zhu Zhiqing, as if in a surge of emotion, divulged much about her family and fate. In that moment, he grasped the depth of this young woman's yearning for strength. He was fond of such a pure soul. Her desires were uncomplicated, and he found himself unwilling to refuse her. Thus, their ensuing dialogues emerged, and indeed, Zhu Zhiqing transformed her life. She seized her destiny and, as Xiang Hao initially envisioned, excelled in her endeavors. Subsequent events validated that her aspirations were indeed untainted. Xiang Hao and Zhu Zhiqing continued to lead the way, repeatedly passing by the academy's entrance. However, the master's expression was far from pleasant. He seemed taken aback by the outcome, for the duo had distanced themselves significantly from the 6 others trailing behind. The master could not fathom how Zhu Zhiqing, who was relatively weaker in stamina among them, managed to remain so close to Xiang Hao. He had underestimated the girl's inner strength. As dusk fell, the 2 were the first to conclude this punishment, while the remaining 6 slowly returned, supporting one another. Upon witnessing this, the master gradually allowed a smile to grace his face. This too could be deemed a success. Chapter 50, Soto Great Spirit Arena. From tonight onwards, wait for me at that place every midnight. After issuing this command, Xiang Hao departed. He had no desire to endure any further of the master's ramblings, for his theories held no relevance to Xiang Hao. As for Tang San, this prey had lost its allure. It was time to move on. The torment of the prey had reached its limit. Yet, the final obliteration he would deliver would be without mercy. Why? Simply because he was a disciple of the Tang sect. Having lost to them previously, he resolved to defeat him honorably this time. Now, he merely needed to await the right opportunity. Little did Xiang Hao anticipate that a week later, this opportunity would present itself. As night enveloped the surroundings, Zhu Zhiqing arrived punctually at the designated location, where she encountered the unique training regimen that Xiang Hao had prepared for her, numerous strands of lock fairy vines. These plants bore no extraordinary qualities, yet their remarkable flexibility rendered them a preferred material for rope making. Master, what purpose do these vines serve? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, bewildered. Such common weeds could be found in abundance by the roadside. Just break them, Xiang Hao replied curtly. Master, I seek genuine training. I aspire to grow stronger, truly stronger. Zhu Zhiqing declared earnestly, feeling that Xiang Hao was merely toying with her. These weeds, she believed, could be torn apart with ease. Xiang Hao said little. Securing 2 vines to the trunks of 2 trees, with the other ends tied firmly around Zhu Zhiqing's waist, he made it clear that she was not to use her soul power, for it would only lead her to break free. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing paused for a moment, glancing at the vines encircling her waist. Regardless, she believed she could easily snap them. With a sudden burst, she sprinted forward. But after covering only a short distance, the immense elasticity of the vines restrained her body with unwavering force. Zhu Zhiqing struggled for a long time but could not advance even an inch, while the vines remained intact. Very well. You are to break all of these vines on the ground tonight, he instructed, pointing to a small pile at their feet. At this, Zhu Zhiqing's expression shifted to one of discontent. To grow stronger, one must seek opportunities and endure endless training. Xiang Hao, alongside his training, bore the weight of 3,000 pounds upon his shoulders as he commenced his daily regimen of deep squat jumps. Observing the relentless but fruitless efforts of Zhu Zhiqing, who stood nearby, he was inspired to exert himself further. She had no justification for failure. With another vigorous attempt, she finally perceived the faint sound of cracking vines, prompting a knowing smile as she continued her training. Hey, kid, who knew you possess such tenacity? Training a young girl like this. Aren't you concerned about being too harsh? Came the voice of Xiang Yu. This is her chosen path. She must traverse it alone. And I have never claimed to be benevolent, retorted Xiang Hao coldly. Haha, had you been, you wouldn't have survived to this day. And do refrain from appearing so reluctant when addressing me. It greatly irks me, Xiang Yu replied. Then do not interrupt my training, for I am equally irked. Xiang Hao shot back, leading to a quarrel between them. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. What is your current soul power? It has reached level 46. What of it? Good lad. When you reach level 50, I shall present you with a grand gift, Xiang Yu said mysteriously before slipping away. Xiang Hao could only shake his head in exasperation, for this was his usual behavior. An hour later, as Xiang Hao was nearing the completion of his training, Zhu Zhiqing approached him. Teacher, I have completed the task. Xiang Hao was taken aback. He had prepared a considerable amount of vines, expecting the task to take at least 2 hours. Gazing at the flushed, sweat-drenched figure of Zhu Zhiqing before him, he slowly made his way through the scattered remnants of vines. In that moment, He comprehended the resolve of the girl standing before him. Her eyes blazed with determination. "Very well, I shall teach you a martial art technique. Practice it diligently after your training each day," Xiang Hao instructed, extending his fingertip to send a beam of light into Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness. In her mind, a martial art emerged, bearing the prominent title, Divine Martial Arts. The formidable inner strength contained within it bore a striking resemblance to what Xiang Hao had imparted to her previously. This technique was primarily focused on harnessing the human body as strength, consistently pushing beyond physical limits to achieve transformation. It was a profoundly domineering practice. With that, Xiang Hao waved goodbye and departed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing's fate to her own endeavors. It took her a while to recover from the shock within her consciousness, after which she bowed deeply in the direction Xiang Hao had gone, acknowledging him as her lifelong master, despite the brevity of their time together. In the following days, the master summoned the members of Shrek Academy to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Soto City, a place Xiang Hao knew all too well, was bustling with life. And the arena was the city's most vibrant hub. Xiang Hao had witnessed numerous soul battles there from a young age, many of which left a profound impression on him. The master registered everyone for combat qualifications under their aliases, except for Xiang Hao. The reason was simple. Xiang Hao was no longer a member of Shrek. His objectives had been fulfilled, and he could no longer tolerate the master's hypocrisy. After the master's directive for Xiang Hao to face 7 opponents alone, he understood the master's ulterior motives. However, he later realized that the master had intentionally delayed informing him by an hour. Having lived 2 lives, Xiang Hao despised hypocrites above all. The term represented deception and treachery in his mind. As he prepared for the upcoming battles, he felt he could no longer fight on behalf of Shrek. The pervasive insincerity of the place began to repulse him, and he found himself growing increasingly disdainful of his own duplicity. On the eve of the battles, Xiang Hao and the master had a fierce argument, resulting in his expulsion from Shrek Academy. Fortunately, this incident remained unknown to the Shrek 7. He felt a twinge of regret towards Dai Mubai, as this situation spared him from undue embarrassment. Upon exiting the hotel, Xiang Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. All burdens of duty, hatred, and pretense evaporated in an instant. As he surveyed the familiar city and streets, he was filled with renewed vigor, raising his arms triumphantly overhead, relishing the exhilarating sensation that coursed through him. It was time. The holy son of the Spirit Hall should be returning soon. Xiang Hao strolled along the familiar street. Although his parents had since moved to Spirit City, their previous residence remained intact. As he walked down this pathway, a warmth enveloped his heart. The last time he returned was 5 years ago during the move, yet the scenery here remained unchanged. Gazing upon the beloved courtyard, Xiang Hao entered slowly. For this place harbored his most cherished memories, the initial feelings of confusion and uncertainty, followed by the exhilaration before meeting Bibi Dong, all vividly etched in his mind. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated behind him. "Saint, you have finally returned." Xiang Hao turned around to see 2 deacons from the Spirit Hall respectfully bowing in the courtyard. Chapter 51. Soul Duel. Xiang Hao slowly turned around, addressing the 2 esteemed individuals who had been waiting here for quite some time. "A year ago, we were both here in anticipation," one of them remarked. These 2 were none other than the soul saints who had hunted souls alongside him when he was merely 6 years old. Since the Holy Son is free from any pressing matters, it is imperative that you return to Spirit City at once. His Holiness the Pope has been seeking news of you for the entirety of this year. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao felt a sense of urgency. He had indeed been missing for far too long, but the circumstances had arisen unexpectedly, beyond his control. "I shall set forth immediately, but prior to that, I have another matter to attend to. Please accompany me to the Spirit Hall." The 2, puzzled yet compliant, followed Xiang Hao. By the time they arrived at the Spirit Hall, it was already deep into the night, and the grand entrance had been securely closed. However, the splendid robes adorning the 2 soul saints signified their illustrious status, compelling the guards to treat them with utmost respect as they ushered the trio inside. Shortly thereafter, in the VIP chamber, Xiang Hao encountered a familiar face, Fran. Fran was equally bewildered, wondering when 2 soul saints had arrived in Soto City without his knowledge, leading him to feel remiss in his duties. Rushing over, he realized he was in the presence of even more distinguished company. And this child had been personally recommended by him. "I, Fran, the Bishop of Soto City, pay my respects to the Holy Son," he declared with reverence, his heart brimming with joy. Unbeknownst to him, the Holy Son's disappearance had escaped his attention, and upon seeing Xiang Hao's return, he naively assumed that this Holy Son would bestow upon him some favor and gratitude. Xiang Hao, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He had but one objective for his visit. "Your Grace," he inquired. "It should pose no difficulty for the Spirit Hall to arrange a one-on-one duel at the Seoul Arena in Soto City, correct?" The Pope responded, "Indeed. The matchmaking is not an issue. However, I am uncertain about the attendance of both parties, as there may be absences." Frank, his expression clouded with concern, added, "This should not be a cause for worry. One contender is myself, while the other is known as the thousand-handed Azura from Shrek Academy, who will compete tomorrow." Xiang Hao replied, "Before I depart, I would like to inquire about Tang San's scheduled time and method of participation. I only need to ensure that he is my opponent. I shall compete under the alias of Overlord. With such a declaration from your Grace, there is no cause for concern. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith," Frank concluded. Hurriedly taking his leave, the two individuals who remained behind exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the Holy Son did not return promptly but instead chose to engage in another soul duel. Xiang Hao spoke in a low voice, "Eliminate him." Indeed. He too had not anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Since the master chose to hone Shrek's skills within the arena, he would not hold back. Although Tang San was still quite weak, Xiang Hao had harbored murderous intent ever since he learned that Tang San was a reincarnated disciple of the Tang sect. A skilled hunter never affords his prey a moment to breathe. Moreover, allowing such a character to grow unchecked would be a grave mistake. What solidified Xiang Hao's resolve was the unintentional revelation he overheard regarding the enmity between Tang San's family and the Spirit Hall. In that case, this Tang San could not be spared. The myriad concealed weapons of the Tang sect are notoriously difficult to defend against. And even Xiang Hao felt no confidence in confronting the unpredictable circumstances that lay ahead. The most prudent method of mitigating risk is to eradicate it in its infancy. Frank's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half an hour, everything was arranged. Now, all that remained was to wait, as the prey had already entered the arena. Saint's son, we do not comprehend why such elaborate measures are required for the elimination of one person. Surely, you could simply instruct us to do so, they remarked. No. This individual I must deal with myself. Consider it a resolution for the past, Xiang Hao replied, his gaze drifting as his thoughts returned to the cliff's summit. This dream had lingered in his heart for many years, and he knew he must shatter his own emotional shackles. Before long, evening descended upon Soto City, and the arena remained as vibrant as ever, with every seat occupied. The cheers and roars of the crowd intertwined, as the people reveled in the visceral thrill of combat. Under Frank's guidance, Xiang Hao arrived at the exclusive waiting lounge, seated at the highest vantage point, where he could behold everything, including the arrival of the Shrek group. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was now filled with exhilaration. Xiang Hao was assigned a later turn, allowing him the opportunity to observe several other matches beforehand. The other members of Shrek had their own contests that evening, all of which aligned with Xiang Hao's expectations. These individuals were undeniably gifted, yet each possessed a fatal flaw, all except for Zhu Zhiqing, whose performance truly astonished Xiang Hao. Her speed had nearly doubled compared to before. Despite her opponent wielding a significantly higher soul power, Zhu Zhiqing effortlessly dispatched them in seconds. Was it only a week since then that she had grown to such an extent? Xiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at her progress. The other members of Shrek were equally taken aback. None had anticipated that the usually reticent Zhu Zhiqing had become so formidable. However, Zhu Zhiqing was consumed by fury, for she had just learned that Xiang Hao had departed from Shrek, and that it was the dean who had personally expelled him. In that moment, she found little desire to remain at Shrek, as her aspirations had shifted dramatically. Yet, she recognized her own weaknesses. She was still too feeble to oppose her family or the circumstances surrounding her. Upon deeper reflection, Zhu Zhiqing understood that she must continue to grow stronger. The feeling of abandonment that lingered due to Xiang Hao's silence before his departure filled her with agitation. "Saint, you are prepared," Francois announced. Xiang Hao rose to make the necessary preparations, donning the mask he had ready, and then set off. The next match would be a duel of soul masters, Qianshou Azura against the Overlord. Xiang Hao and Tang San ascended the soul arena from two distinct directions, marking Xiang Hao's inaugural participation in the soul arena. The air was filled with an overwhelming cacophony of cheers, roars, and shouts that reverberated in his ears, igniting a fervor within him. This time, he resolved to shed all pretenses. Xiang Hao pressed his palms together, gradually pulling them apart, and a brilliant golden light erupted from within. As he continued to separate his hands, a magnificent golden spear, the true form of the breaking heaven spear, materialized before the onlookers. At this moment, Tang San fixed his gaze upon his opponent, feeling a tightening in his chest. This was his second soul battle. The initial tension had faded, yet his adversary, like himself, wore a mask, and the oppressive aura of this martial soul was formidable. Tang San could faintly sense the Haotian hammer within him trembling slightly. It seemed this would be a challenging encounter. He clenched his fists resolutely, having developed an inexplicable fear of these long-handled weapons. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao, wielding the breaking heaven spear, felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. He cast a cold glance at Tang San, resolving to use his blood to awaken the spear's true potential. As he brandished the spear, golden light carved ethereal afterimages in the night, the sharp tip resembling the claws of a golden dragon. This dragon danced around Xiang Hao, poised to strike, ready to deliver a lethal blow to his opponent. Observing this, Tang San summoned forth a brilliant blue light, and countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions, resembling venomous serpents seeking their prey. Chapter 52. The Decisive Battle. The tendrils advanced from every angle, seemingly poised to ensnare Xiang Hao in an unbreakable grip. At that moment, Xiang Hao merely tapped the breaking heaven spear against the ground, and the resulting shockwave of golden light illuminated the arena, instantly shredding the advancing vines to pieces. Tang San was taken aback. This marked the second occasion where his martial soul proved ineffective against another. Feeling a surge of urgency, he hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he extended his legs, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged from beneath him. Employing his first soul skill, entanglement, the blue light in his hands erupted, and the blue-silver grass proliferated wildly, transforming half of the soul battle arena into a vast ocean of blue. Under Xiang Hao's feet, chains quietly emerged, each one identical to the last. It truly is a remarkably similar tactic. In this moment, Xiang Hao's patience had worn thin. It was time for him to grasp the stark disparity in strength. He slowly bent his body, wielding the broken heaven spear with unwavering resolve. Only a pair of crimson eyes remained visible through his half-mask as he steadied his rear foot, causing the blue-silver grass entwined around it to shatter into countless fragments before launching forward with a swift whoosh. In an instant, the spear resembled a golden dragon, tearing a straight incision through the opponent's azure ocean. An aura of terrifying destruction mingled in the air as a golden radiance surged perilously close to Tang San's face. Just as the broken heaven spear was a mere step away from Tang San's visage, he swiftly activated the control crane and seized dragon technique, disrupting the spear's trajectory while simultaneously employing the phantom shadow technique to appear quietly at Xiang Hao's side. The thrust of the broken heaven spear was thwarted, prompting Xiang Hao to swiftly assume a horse stance, pulling back the spear with precision, resulting in a muffled grunt. Tang San, who had intended to launch a surprise attack from the side, was utterly unprepared for the opponent's rapid counterstrike. When the golden spear struck him, it felt as if he had collided with a colossal tree. A surge of heat filled his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of warm blood, his body being propelled away as if it were a marionette with severed strings. Tang San, beside him, the master could no longer remain seated, having witnessed the scene unfold with clarity. This strike was undeniably lethal. Who was this formidable adversary? Yu Xiaojiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, urging Flender to inquire about the origins of this overpowering opponent. Flender's expression grew grim as he hurried to find the referee. On the sidelines, Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had just witnessed her brother spitting blood. "Xiaowu, do not fret. Sangu is incredibly strong. He will be all right." Ning Rongrong attempted to console her, holding her back. Dai Mu Bai and the others clenched their fists, while Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Lost in her own thoughts, at that moment, Tang San shakily rose to his feet, blood streaming down his face, one eye tightly shut, presenting a pitiful sight. Why? Despite the purple extreme demon eye, could he not discern his opponent's movements? For the first time, a sense of panic welled within him. Throughout his life, every battle had been within his control, yet in this instance, it felt as though all his actions were rendered ineffective, and he could not fathom the extent of his opponent's strength. This was the most terrifying realization, as it implied that his adversary was potentially far superior. Now, he could only fight with his back against the wall, daring not to hold back any longer. With both hands, he retrieved an array of hidden weapons from the soul guide device at his waist, activating the purple extreme demon eye as he danced upon his feet, executing the phantom shadow technique. The hidden weapons unleashed like venomous snakes, baring their fangs at Xiang Hao. Each weapon was launched from an exceedingly cunning angle, and Xiang Hao once again experienced the formidable might of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, 15 years had passed since their last encounter. With the divine martial decision and the external release of energy, he activated the diamond eye, his feet moving with the thunder phantom step. The hidden weapons of the Tang sect were what Xiang Hao feared most. Facing Tang San's full strength, he dared not be careless. For he was uncertain of the variety of Tang sect's hidden weapons and whether he could successfully defend against them all. The true strength of the Tang sect lay in its hidden weapons, which, even when fired openly, could catch an opponent off guard. Under the enhancement of the diamond eye, the trajectories of countless hidden weapons became discernible to Xiang Hao, allowing him to block with relative ease. Yet, the sheer volume of the projectiles still presented a formidable challenge. He could not afford to be complacent, for according to the Tang sect's customs, these weapons were undoubtedly laced with poison. Consequently, he found himself momentarily pressed back. Meanwhile, in the audience, Flinder returned, having inquired about the identity of this individual, only to find that there was no information available. Both men wore expressions of concern. Such a situation was exceedingly troublesome, with no knowledge of the opponent's background. Observing Tang San, who appeared to have gained the upper hand, the master's expression grew increasingly grave. Xiang Hao continued to evade with remarkable agility. It must be said that this young man possesses considerable skill. The angles and techniques employed in his concealed weaponry were executed with impeccable precision. Moreover, he seemed quite familiar with these tactics, as this concentrated and fierce onslaught felt reminiscent of encounters he had faced in the past. However, there was no time for reflection, for a familiar concealed weapon materialized within his line of sight, the dragon whisker needle. Tang San was enveloped in a profound sense of gravity, for the opponent's agility surpassed his expectations. Despite having launched nearly half of his concealed weapons, he had inflicted not a single scratch upon his adversary. To his dismay, he noticed some of his projectiles being deflected before reaching the foe, evoking memories of familiar opponents from his previous life. Was it the inner energy of the family style? A cold sweat broke out on Tang San's back at this thought. It was a terrifying yet undeniable realization. With a mindset of experimentation, Tang San released his ultimate dragon whisker needles in succession. As anticipated, one needle that had not been intercepted by his opponent began to coalesce into a sphere before him, accompanied by ripples that emerged in response, a manifestation of inner energy. Xiang Hao also perceived the unfolding scene. It was not merely his carelessness, for indeed, the dragon whisker needle could not be thwarted. He could only channel his internal energy with all his might to resist, yet ripples of energy began to manifest. Tang San would surely deduce this, but it mattered little, for today, without a doubt, he was destined to perish here. With this realization, Xiang Hao became even more fearless, unleashing the full force of his internal energy as he surged forward with his spear, transitioning swiftly from defense to offense, a process so rapid that none could react in time. By the moment the spectators on the platform regained their senses, Xiang Hao had already thrust his spear into Tang San's left arm. Splendid, splendid. He had evaded the fatal blow. Xiang Hao gazed at Tang San with a sinister expression, his tone laced with mockery. In that fleeting moment, Tang San had indeed reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through the heart. Yet even so, his mind was tumultuous. His assumptions had materialized. This tyrant hailed from another world, just like himself. Chapter 53, a stroke of luck at this moment. The shock within him far outweighed the pain in his arm, sending chills down his spine. Tang San could not be mistaken. It was the unique energy shield of an internal practitioner. However, why could the dragon whisker needle not penetrate? Tang San had no time to ponder further. For in this instant, he comprehended his opponent's intent. He sought his life. Realizing this, Tang San's entire being tensed, his right hand stealthily extended, releasing a cloud of poisonous powder from his grasp. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xiang Hao quickly sought refuge, allowing his adversary the opportunity to escape. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, Tang San moved with remarkable swiftness, launching an array of poisoned projectiles in a bid to flee the arena. This was his only chance. Xiang Hao sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared Tang San had gleaned some insights into his intentions. Presently, Tang San exhibited no inclination to engage in battle. His sole focus directed towards his escape. Xiang Hao, incensed, realized he could not allow his opponent to slip away this time. With a surge of determination, crimson patterns enveloped his form, his exposed skin transforming to a vivid red, his physique becoming more robust as his martial spirit manifested. Utilizing his second soul technique, he amplified the strength of his legs. The purple soul rings glimmered behind him as his leg power surged, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Like a bolt of lightning, He closed the distance to Tang San, delivering a powerful kick to his back. The events unfolded in a heartbeat. Tang San, about to breach the arena's boundaries, turned to find what appeared to be the gaze of death itself staring back at him, adorned with an eerie mask. In that instant, a profound sense of mortality enveloped him. In his 2 lifetimes, Tang San had never experienced such a brush with death. The instinctive desire to survive surged within him as his 8 spider lances erupted, encircling him tightly. He swiftly pivoted, bracing himself to receive the impending strike. The impact felt as if he had been crushed by a mountain, his surroundings seemingly shattered under the immense force. The 8 spider lances fractured upon contact, and after a muffled groan, a powerful kick struck Tang San squarely in the chest, sending him soaring like a severed kite, trailing a line of blood as he crashed against the arena wall. Xiang Yu, Xiao San. The members of Shrek could no longer remain still, rushing towards the scene. Tang San, embedded in the wall, managed a faint smile. He had survived. Though his bones were grievously fractured, he was still alive. Yet, before he could revel in his survival, he beheld Xiang Hao raising his spear, the golden halberd hurtling towards him. "What do you intend to do?" Flander bellowed as he rushed towards Tang San. But it was too late. Xiang Hao was determined to see Tang San pinned here, realizing that this opponent could not be allowed to live. Much to his shock, however, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. An unexpected hammer materialized, deflecting the halberd, which narrowly missed Tang San's head. Seeing Tang San in such a disheveled state, with the small hammer in his broken hand twitching slightly, Xiang Hao felt a surge of madness. But in the next moment, Flander and Zhao Wujie arrived. And with Tang San, bloodied and barely conscious, slowly gazing at Xiang Hao with a faint smile, the realization dawned on Xiang Hao. Tang San had far more hidden strengths than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, with Flander and Zhao Wujie approaching, he could no longer afford to linger. Retreating swiftly, Xiang Hao left the arena, escorted by 2 soul saints who recognized the futility of confronting Flander and Zhao Wujie on the territory of the Heavendo Empire. The opportunity to eliminate Tang San had slipped away. Once outside the arena, the group departed hastily, the mission having gone awry. As they journeyed back, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Xiang Hao. He had not foreseen the extent of Tang San's concealed power, especially the presence of the Haotian hammer, an element of paramount significance. Was this somehow connected to the reclusive Haotian sect? Such thoughts left Xiang Hao in turmoil. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the arena as the 2 soul saints unleashed their fury, instilling terror among the onlookers. However, upon reaching the arena's edge, Flander and his companions found no trace of Xiang Hao. They hurried to assess Tang San's condition, only to find him unconscious, blood trickling down the wall, leaving behind streaks of crimson. Xiao Yu wept uncontrollably, while Flander urgently took charge, striving to carry Tang San to safety and administer aid. The remaining members of Shrek stood by, their eyes dimmed with despair, each lost in their own thoughts. The shadows cast by this battle would haunt them for years to come, embedding themselves deep within their subconscious. Outside a small clinic near the arena, the group rallied to save Tang San, finding his condition far more dire than anticipated. Almost every bone in his body lay shattered, and the depletion of his soul power and physical strength was severe. The most critical injury was the stab wound to his left arm, where the shoulder had been nearly severed, exposing white bone beneath. A mysterious force seemed to corrode the wound. Xiao Wu, gazing at Tang San's battered form, was on the verge of tears. Just then, Flander and Zhao Wujie returned, their hearts heavy with the urgency of the situation. They hastily gathered all the medicinal supplies available at the academy, but to their dismay, none proved effective, and Tang San's condition continued to deteriorate. His breathing grew faint. "This is the Jade Harmony pill I purchased recently. It works wonders for external injuries. We should give it a try," Flander said, retrieving a round, pale pill from a delicate jade box and administering it to Tang San, hoping against hope. Miraculously, some of Tang San's injuries began to heal, and his breathing became slightly stronger. "The pill is working," Flander exclaimed in astonishment. "There's hope." Zhao Wujie, take all the academy's funds and procure more medicine from the spirit hall. "All of it?" Zhao Wujie questioned, bewildered. "Do you not comprehend?" "Go now," Flander shouted, and without hesitation, Zhao Wujie dashed out. At last, fortune smiled upon them. Flander exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. "Director!" The others rushed to assist him, but Flander only laughed heartily, feeling as though his frugality had finally paid off. The master, his eyes glistening, expressed gratitude to his former companion for saving his aspirations. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, he had inadvertently saved his enemy. He had no time to dwell on the implications as he found himself entangled in a grave predicament. Observing the fallen soul saints, he felt an overwhelming weight of despair. If his existence had been precarious thus far, it now felt as if a blade was poised above his head. The figure in the black robe raised the bloodied Haotian hammer, his voice trembling with a mix of fury and vengeance. Let your life serve as solace for Xiao San. This must be the Haotian Douluo. Xiang Hao thought with a bitter smile. Chapter 54. Haotian Douluo. Xiang Hao never anticipated that the once fearsome Haotian Douluo, known as the God of Slaughter, was actually Tang San's father. Shortly after leaving the city, the group was ambushed, enveloped by an aura of terrifying lethality. The Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, shattering the two soul saints that stood before Xiang Hao with a single blow. This was indeed a dire predicament. Having interacted with these titled Douluos since childhood, Xiang Hao's reverence for such formidable beings had diminished considerably. However, when he faced such an opponent personally, the overwhelming pressure rendered him breathless. Elucidating the true essence of the world's strongest. This was truly unfortunate. To eliminate Tang San, he might have to sacrifice himself. With a bitter smile, Xiang Hao noted that Tang Hao, on the opposite side, had lost all patience. His eyes blazed with fiery intensity as the Haotian hammer in his grasp grew colossal. Without hesitation, waves of crimson killing hammers surged forth. Tang Hao floated in midair, wielding the Haotian hammer like merciless artillery bombarding the earth. At that moment, the ground resembled molten iron, with Tang Hao as the forger of this realm, while Xiang Hao was merely a minuscule insect scuttling through. Xiang Hao's nerves were stretched to their utmost limit. He could not afford another misstep, for a single failure would result in his utter annihilation. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered in this lifetime. Yet, gradually, he began to falter. The thunder phantom step beneath his feet demanded immense stamina. And soon, his movement slowed. Just as he faltered, the hammer behind him fell with devastating force, unleashing a tremendous explosion and tearing sensation. Xiang Hao was sent hurtling through the air, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. In a single strike, he had lost his capacity for action. Collapsing onto the ground, a lengthy stream of crimson trailing before him. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and blood gushing uncontrollably, he realized the true strength of a titled Douluo. How naive he had been. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he contemplated his impending doom. Old man, if you don't show yourself soon, we are all finished, he called out. Wow, you've given up so quickly. It's your first time calling me out. Came the mocking voice of Xiang Yu, who relished this moment, having often been provoked by this young man. Understood, he replied, his tone turning grave once the jesting subsided. I am coming out. By the way, there's one more thing. What? Are you on the verge of defeat? No, kill him, Xiang Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with crimson killing intent. Understood. A faint reply echoed as Xiang Yu prepared to intervene. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically, as Tang Hao gathered his final strike. Little San, father is avenging you, he thought, emotion swelling in his eyes. He cursed himself for arriving too late, as Tang San lay grievously wounded. But seeing Tang San, bloodied and battered, on the back of the master, Tang Hao felt as if his world had crumbled. Yet at this moment, the tide of battle changed. The atmosphere darkened ominously, and the perpetrator on the ground staggered to his feet. Xiang Yu rose slowly, feeling the connection within his body. Just as he stood up, the ominous thunderclouds had already begun to accumulate above him. Curse the heavens. Do you truly look upon me with disdain? I have only just emerged, he thought, bewildered by the swift arrival of divine retribution. He raised his hand to point at the sky, glaring fiercely as he roared, This is none of your concern, so do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you as well. This realm requires a more astute master. Upon hearing his declaration, the thunderclouds surged violently, and even Tang Hao found himself trembling and kneeling under the immense pressure of the atmosphere. Xiang Yu met the thunderclouds with a fierce glare, and after a brief moment, the tumultuous clouds began to dissipate. Indeed, now you are obedient, he mused with a slow smile, turning to face Tang Hao. A terrifying aura enveloped the area as he activated his domain, the Tyrant's Domain. Within this realm, all enemy attributes would be reduced by 50%, and those attributes would be absorbed by Xiang Yu himself. The sky transformed into a crimson hue, revealing countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood before Tang Hao, who felt his strength waning significantly. At this moment, Xiang Yu raised his hands, pulling apart to reveal the golden breaking heaven spear, its sharp presence radiating from him. Observing this, Tang Hao immediately swung his hammer in retaliation, and the powerful clash produced a continuous series of explosive sounds. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, realizing that his opponent had suddenly ascended from the strength of a soul king to that of a titled Douluo. He understood well that there were titled Douluo stronger than himself in this continent, yet this individual did not belong among them. Whoever you are, I implore you not to interfere. This is a matter of personal vengeance, Tang Hao stated coldly. What a coincidence. I too am entangled in personal grievances. Xiang Yu coldly replied, his actions unceasing. The breaking heaven spear in his hand shimmered with a hint of deep purple amidst its golden glow, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. Tang Hao's expression turned grave as he sensed his own killing domain being gradually consumed within his opponent's domain, his power depleting at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, he activated the spirit rings behind him, summoning the true form of the Haotian hammer. A colossal hammer materialized in the air, crashing down to collide with Xiang Yu's strike. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Tang Hao emerged, blood streaming from his arm, which had been nearly severed in half, exposing the stark white of his bone. Yet, he had no time to ponder his injuries, for a horrifying sight loomed before him. This must be how your world delineates power. He heard Xiang Yu's voice as he moved, plunging the breaking heaven spear into the ground before him. 9 red spirit rings danced around the spear, saturating the sky with a terrifying aura. Tang Hao stood frozen, realizing that the being before him was no mere human. He was a demonic god manifested in this world. With no path of retreat remaining, Tang Hao clenched his jaw, enlarging the Haotian hammer once more. Great Sumera hammer. The spirit rings behind him detonated one by one, dramatically increasing his power. After the 6th ring exploded, the might contained within the Haotian hammer was astounding. However, Xiang Yu merely regarded this with a cold smirk, as though observing a cornered beast fighting for survival. Without further preparation, Xiang Yu surged forward, launching himself at the colossal hammer. When the breaking heaven spear met the Haotian hammer, a thunderous explosion resounded, causing the hammer to shatter. Tang Hao spat blood, hurtling backward while Xiang Yu advanced emotionlessly, each step echoing like the ticking of a countdown. I must admit, your strength is indeed commendable, yet regrettably insufficient, Xiang Yu taunted, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Tang Hao. Despite his attempts to resist, Tang Hao's legs thrashed helplessly. With a brutal stomp, Xiang Yu crushed Tang Hao's waist, rendering him unconscious. Raising the breaking heaven spear, he prepared to pierce downwards just as the thunderclouds returned above. Are we truly to engage in battle once more? Xiang Yu did not glance back as his right hand poised to strike, while a voice interjected, You dare. You are not accepted by this world. That man carries its fortune, and you cannot kill him. Oh, is that so? I have always despised being impeded. What does it matter if he possesses this world's fortune? As he spoke, the spear pierced through Tang Hao's chest, aiming for his heart. The voice, witnessing this, grew frantic. You may be unaffected, but what of that young man? He is of this world, and should you continue your reckless actions, while I may not be able to subdue you, I will still make an attempt. This declaration was laced with the fury of a master, causing the thunderclouds to rumble ominously, a swirling vortex of dark clouds forming above, brimming with lightning, poised to strike. However, these words caused Xiang Yu to halt, for he was not prepared for a total annihilation. His current strength had yet to allow him to traverse this realm unhindered, especially with the young man involved. He withdrew the spear, and the thunderclouds began to recede their fury. Yet in the next instant, Xiang Yu swiftly raised his hand, and a shadow of blood shot forth, severing Tang Hao's hands and feet. You! A furious roar echoed. Be grateful. He is the first opponent to survive a battle against me, Xiang Yu proclaimed, his words dripping with arrogance. The voice roared in anger, descending from the heavens a pillar of lightning to express its wrath, yet remained powerless. With a disdainful huff, it seemed ready to depart, but Xiang Yu called out, You shall not leave just yet. Do not be in such a hurry. Startled by his words, the voice paused, and Xiang Yu smirked coldly. You mentioned the world's fortune earlier, did you not? What do you intend? Nothing much, merely that fortune is inherently ephemeral. It can be granted to anyone. You may bestow the fortune meant for you upon that young man. He pointed at himself, his tone brooking no argument. You. Impossible. The voice was filled with indignation, as if deeply insulted. Do not overreach. My very existence is to overreach, Xiang Yu replied with a devilish grin. Do not dally. I possess little patience. Should you refuse, I shall be forced to compel you. These words were delivered lightly, yet the owner of the voice felt a chill of fear at their implications, recalling the formidable power displayed in their previous encounter a year prior. Indeed, during their clash in the Stardow Forest, Xiang Yu had confronted the master of this realm, who had fled in disarray, realizing that this sudden intruder did not belong to their world yet was terrifyingly powerful. A year ago, the master had intended to eliminate him but had been thoroughly bested instead. TCH, came a cold retort, laced with helplessness. Oh, I shall take that as your agreement. Xiang Yu smiled with satisfaction, his goal achieved. Meanwhile, at the supreme heights of countless realms, in a mysterious and powerful place, similar dialogues were unfolding. Xiaolu, what troubles you? The god of destruction turned to the god of life with concern. In recent days, the latter has frequently experienced discomfort, clutching her chest and displaying a visage of terror. Logically, as beings who have ascended to the pinnacle of existence, they should not suffer from any corporeal afflictions. Yet, for reasons unknown, she has been plagued by an unsettling sense of anxiety that has persisted. The countenance of the goddess of life appears grave during these past few days. Her essence has sensed an overwhelming threat, albeit fleeting, that has instilled in her a sense of pressure surpassing even that of the dragon god. I seem to sense that the divine realm is confronting a formidable menace, one that eclipses the dragon god. Upon further contemplation, life is compelled to speak of destruction. The latter is utterly astonished. Having participated in the war against the dragon god, he comprehends the magnitude of its power. Could there be a misperception? Destruction finds it hard to fathom. Yet, life solemnly shakes her head, asserting that there is no error. In recent days, a vivid image has surged within her mind. A man wielding a golden trident stands ready to confront the supreme 5 divine kings. The sacred tree of life embodies the forces of existence and reincarnation, and I possess an inexplicable familiarity with this power. There can be no mistake. Life's resolute declaration prompts destruction to adopt a serious demeanor. What manner of challenge shall the divine realm face this time? Especially considering that only 2 of the original 5 divine kings remain? An entity far surpassing the dragon god. Such a being can only be the creator god in this myriad of worlds. Uncertain, I shall seek out the ancient tree of life. This is of utmost importance. Life hurriedly departs, anxious that this may merely be a product of her imagination, otherwise, recalling the devastation of the dragon god war. The consequences would be dire. Moments later, before the ancient tree of life, the goddess of life finds herself trembling uncontrollably. The leaves of the ancient tree have all turned a vivid crimson, exuding an eerie and seductive aura, as a chilling atmosphere envelopes the entire forest of life. The goddess gazes incredulously at this scene. This impending catastrophe looms far more ferociously than the previous war. Can the divine realm withstand such a trial? She dares not linger any longer and hastens towards the heart of the divine realm. Immediate action is imperative. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu, with his hands hoisting the broken sky, gazes thoughtfully into the distant heavens, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. An end is but a beginning, and indeed, this is quite intriguing. Xiang Yu turned slowly, raising his hand to gesture towards the horizon. Old ghost, remember to deliver on your promise, or I shall seek you out personally. He then ambled leisurely toward the direction of the martial soul hall. Little ghost, I shall be logging off now. Such enthusiasm. Why did I not witness your performance earlier? Xiang Hao's spiritual realm seemed to have been obscured. He had not perceived the events transpiring outside. There are certain matters you need not concern yourself with. And that man has fled. I have incapacitated one of his arms and a leg. He should pose no further threat. Xiang Hao was perplexed. In his recollection, this individual was hardly the type to show mercy or kindness. He was not inclined to believe the tale of the opponent's escape. Xiang Yu did not respond to Xiang Hao's question. Instead, he returned to the sea of consciousness, pushing Xiang Hao away. You need to practice more. You faltered after just one blow. You're far too weak. He left behind a taunt before vanishing. This guy is still the same, Xiang Hao remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 56. Returned to the spirit hall feeling the tearing sensation coursing through his body. Xiang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Had that fellow truly fought using this body? It was indeed commendable. Currently, he was still some distance from the main city. Leaning against a tree, Xiang Hao began to circulate his divine martial art to recuperate. I should continue my journey once I have regained my strength. However, just as he settled into a meditative position, a powerful and familiar figure approached him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was none other than his teacher, Bibi Dong. Before Xiang Hao could utter a word, Bibi Dong swiftly struck with her palm, exclaiming, "Traitor!" The force of her blow was palpable, causing one side of Xiang Hao's face to swell instantly. Xiang Hao, disregarding everything else, slowly sat up. And it was at this moment that Bibi Dong finally noticed the wounds adorning his body. Some of the injuries appeared to have reopened due to the force she had exerted earlier, crimson blood seeping from the dark robe he wore. Just as Xiang Hao was about to pay his respects, Bibi Dong swiftly halted him, immediately channeling her soul power into his body. The seal that had bound him for over a year was finally lifted, and a surge of formidable soul energy was released, bringing immediate relief to Xiang Hao. Subsequently, Bibi Dong offered him a round elixir. After he ingested it, witnessing the gradual healing of his wounds, she slowly inquired, "Who was it?" The question, though brief, revealed to Xiang how the immense restraint Bibi Dong was exerting to suppress her anger. He recounted the events in meticulous detail. Bibi Dong's heart was nearly consumed by rage upon hearing her disciple's account of the past year, realizing that the notorious Tang Hao had resurfaced. "Ah, Tang Hao? It seems that sparing you has only bred a calamity," she remarked, her ire unabashedly evident, unable to contain her emotions any longer. "Master, let it be this time. I was fortunate to escape from that man, but Tang Hao has likely long since departed," Xiang Hao said, having regained some composure. "Sit back and focus on your recovery." "This is not a matter you should concern yourself with," Bibi Dong replied, her tone still icy. Xiang Hao sighed, realizing he needed to provide a thorough explanation to her. However, Bibi Dong refrained from saying much more afterward, her concern for Xiang Hao's injuries evident as she chose not to venture elsewhere. Yet, she remained unsettled for a long time, ultimately deciding to sit across from him. Since receiving news of Xiang Hao that morning, she had rushed to see him, never anticipating such a tumultuous reunion. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, joy, sorrow, and fury intermingled. "Tell me everything that has transpired since your disappearance," Bibi Dong commanded, her voice stern. Xiang Hao recounted a series of events, from his encounter with the two elders, Ying and Xiong, to being rescued by Shrek, and eventually to his expulsion from the academy. He disclosed everything except for his own secret. There was no possibility of concealment. Even if he attempted to hide the truth, Bibi Dong would be able to uncover it. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, grappling with the overwhelming information presented by Xiang Hao. She needed time to sort through it all. Whether it pertained to the unknown titled Douluo who had attacked him or the enigmatic Lei Yun, who ultimately aided Xiang Hao in escaping from Tang Hao's grasp. Most astonishingly, she had not anticipated that her disciple had been lost in the great forest for an entire year. The thought of this becoming public knowledge was enough to evoke ridicule. Moreover, another name struck Bibi Dong like a thunderbolt, Yu Xiaojang. The theoretical master of the spirit master world resided within Shrek Academy. Yet her disciple's description had torn a rift in her perception of him. Her disciple could not be deceiving her. There could be no other Yu Xiaojang worthy of the title of master on this continent. Thus, this Yu Xiaojang must be the one she knew, but no. It was not so simple. A multitude of intricate thoughts collided within her mind, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily dazed and lost in contemplation. In truth, a sense of sorrow began to envelop her. Inexplicably, she felt as though the image of a person she had idealized was suddenly marred. A fissure appearing that allowed a torrent of negative emotions to flood in and shatter that ideal. An inexpressible anguish spread within her heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Opposite her, Xiang Hao observed his teacher's countenance, now etched with bitterness. His heart, too, was stirred by a vague sense of confusion and a touch of sorrow. This sadness, devoid of reason and an outlet, became a weight within him, constricting his breath. Xiang Hao slowly knelt before Bibi Dong, softly expressing, "I have caused you worry. Master, it is my fault." After uttering these words, he bowed repeatedly before her. It was only then that Bibi Dong regained her composure, hastily lifting him up, seemingly reluctant for him to witness the vulnerability she currently felt. Turning away, she uttered, "Let this be the last time," and guided him back on their journey. Silence enveloped them as they traveled, reaching the darkened path. Just as dawn began to break, they returned to Wuhan City. Upon arriving at the palace, Bibi Dong issued a brief command, allowing Xiang Hao to retire and rest. Subsequently, she found herself alone in her chambers, in the desolate room. It wasn't long before the sound of sorrowful weeping echoed softly, revealing that the seemingly resplendent Pope was, in truth, a woman burdened by suffering, left to languish in solitude as she tended to her wounds in the shadows. At that moment, Xiang Hao was suddenly struck by an inexplicable wave of anguish, more intense than before. Clutching his chest, he gradually sank to the ground, unable to comprehend why this agony felt akin to losing something of great significance. Though he could not recall what it was, after what felt like an eternity, the feeling began to dissipate, and he slowly rose to his feet, overwhelmed with fatigue. "What is happening?" he pondered. "Is this the work of that old fool?" Yet, No response came, and he concluded that asking would yield no answers. Standing at the entrance of his chambers, Xiang Hao reflected on the passage of time. It had been 6 long years since he last cleaned and departed from this place at the tender age of 9. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside, his footsteps light. Noticing the pile of clothes in the living area, he couldn't help but chuckle. His senior sister's habits remained unchanged. One by one, he gathered the garments and placed them into the laundry room before retreating to his own room. After a night of travel, he indeed felt weary. However, he was taken aback to find that the bedding had transformed into a shade of pink. Gazing at the spread across the bed, he felt a twinge of annoyance. It was undoubtedly his sister's mischievous taste. Nevertheless, as fatigue washed over him, he had no time to change it. So he simply lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down, surrendering to slumber almost instantly. Indeed, his bed was comfortable, and the mattress was soft. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bed, a figure stirred slightly. In the sunlight filtering through the window, Xiang Hao had overlooked a corner, where a graceful silhouette turned towards him. To his astonishment, the captivating visage belonged to none other than Hulaina. Chapter 57. The Golden Generation. Xiang Hao could only recall being jolted awake by a piercing scream, followed by being unceremoniously kicked out of bed. Upon awakening, he found himself confronted by a disheveled Hulaina, who appeared mortified as she clutched a pillow, avoiding his gaze. "Good morning, senior sister. What brings you to my room?" he inquired, scratching his head, his mind a chaotic jumble. "Good morning? This is my room. Why are you sleeping in my bed?" Hulaina retorted, her cheeks flushed. As she awoke to find an unexpected presence beside her, panic ensued, especially upon realizing it was her junior brother. Xiang Hao's realization of his mistake stirred him from his lingering drowsiness, prompting him to hastily exit. No wonder the layout felt so different, he mused. But the blunder had caused quite the uproar. In a flurry, he rushed back to Hulaina's room to offer his sincere apologies. Just as he entered, Hulaina had set her pillow aside, revealing a glimpse of her modesty, which only added to her embarrassment. "Get out," she exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she glared at the dazed Xiang Hao, who was still fumbling with his apologies. A resounding slam of the door left him on the other side, contemplating his folly. "Who would have thought you were such a skilled tactician?" teased Xiang Yu from the sidelines. "Enough of your frivolity. I hold my senior sister in the highest regard," Xiang Hao replied earnestly, his respect genuine. In the afternoon, Xiang Hao finally met his senior sister in earnest. It had been 6 years since he last departed, and with 9 years since their last encounter. He was struck by how much Hulaina had transformed into a graceful 18-year-old woman. Gone was the youthful girl he remembered. The current Hulaina sported a sharp, refreshing bob and had developed an alluring figure, her long legs and captivating features enhanced by her martial spirit, exuding a beguiling charm with every movement. Seated across from him, Hulaina appeared somewhat uneasy, her thoughts swirling as she recalled their earlier encounter. The tension in the air thickened with their shared embarrassment from that morning. At last, Xiang Hao broke the silence. "It's been a while, senior sister. I must once again apologize for this morning. I swear, I saw nothing." The moment the words left his lips, Hulaina's face turned crimson, a vivid shade of red. "Be quiet," she thought, frustrated. It had always been her role to enchant men, never the other way around. The realization filled her with resentment, and she cast a glance at Xiang Hao that brimmed with unspoken emotions, which he, unfortunately, failed to comprehend. "It's been nearly a decade since we last met. Your soul power must have grown significantly. What level have you attained now?" he continued, oblivious to her silent turmoil. Hulaina felt a wave of frustration. After 9 years apart, he immediately inquired about her cultivation without even acknowledging her transformation. With a sigh, she thought to herself, "I've just acquired my 5th spirit ring." Xiang Hao, however, was not particularly surprised, given Hulaina's innate talent and the resources available at the Spirit Hall. Reaching level 50 was hardly unexpected. He intended to offer her compliments, but was taken aback when Hulaina's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she leaned closer. "How about you test your skills against me, junior brother? I recall that my allure had no effect on you when we were younger. Let us see if you've been slacking off these years." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with an enigmatic pink hue, and for a fleeting moment, Xiang Hao thought he saw a tail sprout from her. In an instant, he was enveloped by a pink haze, despite having recited the Diamond Sutra numerous times. Hulaina's allure exceeded anything he had imagined, pulling him into a mesmerizing illusion. In a daze, Xiang Hao beheld a stunning beauty with purple eyes and golden hair approaching him, reminiscent of the enchanting girl he had met at 6. Now an adult, she appeared even more captivating, like a celestial being. He found himself transfixed, his thoughts spiraling deeper into nostalgia. Meanwhile, Hulaina reveled in her success, observing Xiang Hao ensnared in her charm. In the midst of her illusion, he was struck by clarity. He suddenly longed to see that girl again, to confirm if she matched his memories. However, an unexpected figure intruded upon the dreamlike scene, Shueqinghe. He swaggered into the illusion, embracing the golden-haired maiden, causing Xiang Hao to snap back to reality. "Ah, you woke up so soon. How boring," Hulaina remarked, her earlier delight dissipating as she donned her robe. "When you were resting, the teacher visited. Now, put on your robe and accompany me to see him," she instructed. Xiang Hao, still flustered, nodded and hastily dressed before following her. Yet, a nagging thought lingered in his mind. Could it be that brother Qinghe? Xiang Hao hesitated, unwilling to pursue that line of thought. After this minor interlude, their conversation flowed more freely, shedding the initial awkwardness as they strolled together, reminiscent of their childhood camaraderie. Outside the academy gates, they encountered two familiar figures, Xiang Yu and Yin. Their appearances had changed little since Xiang Hao's last memory, but their mannerisms remained constant. Yin was still eager to engage Hulaina in friendly banter, while Xiang Yu maintained his aloof demeanor, observing silently. This scene evoked a chuckle from Xiang Hao. Despite their transformations, the essence of their interactions remained unchanged. "Welcome back. Have you been training well?" Yin jovially clapped Xiang Hao on the shoulder, assessing his physique. "Your muscles are impressive," Xiang Hao replied with a grin, their bond evidently strengthened after their playful exchanges. "Let us head inside. Today is the assessment at the training hall," Xiang Yu announced. The group tidied themselves and entered the hall, where Bibi Dong awaited their arrival at the main seat. Only then did Xiang Hao notice the arena was already filled with numerous spectators, including Gue and Zhu Douluo, as well as Dugobo and several other honored guests, along with many students from the Spirit Hall Academy positioned on either side of the gathering. Xiang Yu led their group to the forefront of the student assembly. As Bibi Dong acknowledged their presence, she rose slowly. "Greetings, everyone. The selection for the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall will take place among the students present here." Chapter 58, The Wheel Battle. Before the gathered crowd, Bibi Dong outlined the rules for the competition, simple yet profound. As the four individuals with the highest spirit power levels, they were open to challenges from all other participants. Should any of them falter, they would relinquish their positions, allowing for an ongoing cycle until a consensus was reached among the challengers. "The competition begins now," Bibi Dong declared, prompting Xiang Yu and the others to step onto the elevated platform. "I will count to 3. On my mark, we will unleash our spirit rings," Xiang Yu whispered. And the four of them silently concurred, positioning themselves back-to-back at the center of the arena. 1, 2, 3. With a commanding voice, the evil moon summoned forth 19 shimmering soul rings in the arena. The moment 4 ominous black rings emerged, a chilling aura swept over the gathered students. These individuals were already the elite of the Spirit Hall, yet in the presence of these 4, some could not suppress the tremors in their legs. The 4 stood at the center of the arena, basking in the multitude of gazes directed toward them, their faces adorned with proud smiles. Among them, Xiang Hao stood out. Despite possessing the lowest level of soul power, he radiated an undeniable brilliance. His second soul ring was a millennium old, and the fourth one, a decade old, left the spectators in disbelief. Was this truly real? From the distant stands, Golden Crocodile Douluo reclined slightly, observing the scene with a mix of admiration and sarcasm. This disciple of the Pope had indeed been well nurtured. After years of concealment, had she finally decided to unveil her talent? A smile graced Golden Crocodile's face, yet his heart brimmed with mockery. This woman had certainly found a promising pupil, he mused, glancing toward the platform. The boy still hoped to remain inconspicuous, but his physique was too striking to go unnoticed. "What nonsense is this, Elder Golden Crocodile? My disciple is undoubtedly the holy son of the Spirit Hall, destined to bring glory to our esteemed institution," Bibi Dong replied with a smile, recognizing the cunning nature of this old fox from the Qian family. "Let us hope your thoughts align with your words," Golden Crocodile retorted coolly. As the contest commenced, the first challenger, Meng, stepped forth to challenge Xiang Hao. With a command from the officiating elder, a robust student ascended the challenge stage, and Xiang Hao followed suit. The rules of engagement dictated that stepping outside the designated boundary would result in disqualification. Meng glared fiercely at Xiang Hao, declaring, "You boy, I know not whence you came, but today you shall fall. Only I am worthy to stand alongside the Saintess." With a sudden surge of energy, Meng summoned 4 soul rings behind him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, representing a golden ratio. "I am Meng, with the Iron Back Bear as my martial spirit," a formidable level 45 assault-type battle spirit master. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had been away for too long, and his fame had waned. He responded softly, feeling the long-lost sensation as a crimson aura coursed through him. His excitement surged, and as the blood energy flowed, grotesque crimson patterns emerged, gradually enveloping his body and creeping up to his face, transforming his eyes into a sanguine hue. He resembled a beast adorned with blood markings. Xiang Hao, at level 47, elicited a moment of shock from Ming, who had just been stunned by Xiang Hao's martial spirit. Hey, why don't you introduce your martial spirit? There's no need. Is that so? Indeed, it seems unnecessary. You shall soon be defeated. Ming's anger flared as he summoned his ironback bear martial spirit and unleashed his third soul skill, Bear King's Roar. Instantly, a powerful sound wave surged towards Xiang Hao, who merely shifted his feet and evaded the attack with a few swift steps. Among the formidable assault-type soul masters he had encountered, including title Douluo, he had not witnessed any agile techniques. When he faced Tang Hao, he had managed to evade many lethal strikes. Ming's attack appeared exceptionally sluggish in comparison, as did his movements. After dodging the surprise attack, Xiang Hao was taken aback to discover that Ming's third soul skill was persistent. Ming adjusted his trajectory, and the sound wave continued its pursuit. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao circled around the edge of the arena, intent on approaching Ming, with the sound wave trailing behind him. This fellow possessed remarkable lung capacity. Xiang Hao began to suspect that his martial spirit might be a sound frog. However, this skill had yet to land a single hit on him. As the distance between Xiang Hao and Ming closed, Xiang Hao prepared to strike. Just then, Ming's cold smirk and the flicker of his fourth soul ring caught his attention. Fourth soul skill, Iron Spike Charge. Countless sharp spikes erupted from behind Ming as he curled into a ball and charged directly at Xiang Hao. Kid, farewell? No one in this academy can withstand this attack head-on. Oh, that statement seems to insult many. The fierce charge abruptly halted before Xiang Hao, who firmly braced against Ming's assault. To Ming's dismay, many of his proud iron spikes shattered upon contact with Xiang Hao's protective aura. I am quite disappointed in you. As he spoke, Xiang Hao lifted Ming effortlessly and hurled him high into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing out of the arena. Xiang Hao had controlled his strength, but he hadn't anticipated that a level 45 soul master would be so feeble. He hadn't even needed to employ a single soul skill. Xiang Hao wins. The referee declared the bout's conclusion as Xiang Hao slowly descended from the stage. To be honest, he had only just begun to warm up. The spectators below were left in awe, their earlier hopes dashed. Many who had harbored fantasies of victory now lacked the courage to challenge him. The trio of Xiang Yu had long been renowned among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, and no one dared to confront them. Yet, this newcomer appeared far less formidable. After witnessing the match, all doubts were extinguished. Brother Bear has been defeated. What hope do I have? They murmured, reflecting their retreat. Ming's considerable bulk had been as insubstantial as cotton in Xiang Hao's hands. On the stands, the golden crocodile Duel couldn't help but marvel. This young man exceeded his expectations, demonstrating prowess that could rival even level 57. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as everyone acknowledged the strength of their adversary, realizing the battle had been devoid of suspense. Just as they thought the contest had reached its conclusion, one individual leapt high into the air. Zhong Li Mo stepped forward to challenge Senior Yan. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and the students erupted with excitement. Mo Gu is challenging Senior Yan. Go, Mo Gu. He can't touch you. Upon seeing Zhong Li Mo, Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't seen this lad in ages. Zhong Li Mo flashed a grin in Xiang Hao's direction, looking remarkably handsome after 6 years, a far cry from his ordinary appearance as a child. Yan, noticing the exchange, chuckled heartily and patted Xiang Hao on the shoulder. Your little tail has come to seek vengeance for you. Xiang Hao blinked in surprise at Yan, who was clearly unaware of the situation. This remark truly astonished Xiang Hao. Among the Spirit Hall students, he was among the elite, and he had faced numerous challenges over the years, Yan remarked with a smirk before stepping onto the arena. Zhong Liamo, however, had been casting eager glances at Xiang Hao for quite some time, yearning to showcase his growth and prove he could keep pace with his friend. As Yan took to the stage, arms crossed and a playful smile on his face, he remarked, Kid, you've challenged me over a dozen times. You cannot win. I know, but I still want to give it a shot, Zhong Liamo replied coolly, pulling back to prepare himself. He had long prepared for this day, eager to demonstrate his progress. The challenge between Zhong Liemo and Yin commenced as the referee gave the signal. Zhong Liemo immediately summoned his martial spirit. Zhong Liemo, martial spirit Ice Phoenix, level 45 agility type battle spirit master. Yin, was Yan's simple response as the Flame Lord enveloped him, summoning a wave of heat that surged through the arena. Xiang Hao marveled at Yan's martial spirit. The Flame Lord was an exceptional beast martial spirit. Its control over fire vastly superior to Ice Phoenix's mastery of ice. This appeared to be a contest without suspense. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Ice Blade. Zhong Limeo's soul rings flickered as he soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of ice blades that rained down like a tempest. Yin raised his hand, activating his second soul skill, Granite Armor, as thick rock armor enveloped him, shattering the ice blades like glass upon impact. Kid, your strength is still lacking, Yin laughed boastfully. Impervious to the assault, he held a distinct advantage in attributes and soul power, rendering this battle devoid of uncertainty. Yet, Zhong Liemo remained undeterred in the air. Second soul skill, Icewind Howl. With a powerful flap of his wings, he summoned a colossal icy whirlwind that rushed toward Yin. Your ice pales in comparison to my fire. How many times must I teach you this lesson? Yin declared, engulfing his hands in flames as he unleashed a fiery blast to counter the icy tempest. The two elements collided, creating a surge of mist that enveloped the arena, obscuring visibility. Well played, you slippery little rascal. In the midst of the swirling mist, Yin lost sight of Zhong Liemo, only to find him suddenly appearing right before him. Yin hastily raised his hand to defend, narrowly blocking Zhong Limeo's attack, but the latter quickly ascended, vanishing once more into the haze. Moments later, Zhong Liemo reappeared behind Yin for another strike, successfully landing a hit. Yin quickly retaliated, but Zhong Liemo had already evaded. This back and forth continued, with Zhong Liemo landing several hits, yet their impact on Yin was negligible. However, being struck repeatedly was unacceptable for Yin. Kid, don't get too full of yourself. With a roar, Yin unleashed his third soul skill, Hellfire. A torrent of flames erupted, incinerating the mist and revealing Zhong Limeo's form. But to everyone's astonishment, there were now two Zhong Limeos in the air. Third soul skill, Mirage Shadow. Two figures of Zhong Liemo launched their assault on Yin from two distinct directions. The latter, however, exhibited no fear of their approach. He spread his arms wide, parrying one attack with each hand. Just as Zhong Liemo was on the verge of making contact with Yin, his form unexpectedly multiplied into four. Yin found himself momentarily flustered. He was aware of his opponent's soul skill, which typically produced only two phantoms, yet now there were four, leaving him at a loss for how to counter. With a surge of determination, flames erupted around him, encasing his body in a fiery shield just as Zhong Liemo closed in, unable to halt his advance. In the next instant, all four phantoms collided with the flames, yet to Yan's astonishment, they were mere illusions. Where was the real body? Confusion washed over him. The battle was not unfolding as he had anticipated, and he seemed to have underestimated his foe. At that moment, Yan's gaze darted upward, to the most vulnerable point of his defense. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, the Piercing Ice Spear. Zhong Limeo's figure appeared as if conjured from the shadows, hovering directly above Yin, his right foot poised ominously above his opponent's head, emanating an intense chill as if a frigid spear were poised to strike down. Simultaneously, countless versions of Zhong Liemo materialized, each one readying itself to launch an assault on Yin. From the sidelines, Xiang Hao finally grasped the situation. This young man was employing the Thunder Phantom technique. After mastering the fourth level of Thunder Step, rapid movement left behind phantom traces, akin to clones yet not quite. Zhong Liemo had ingeniously combined this technique with his third soul skill, instantly generating a multitude of phantoms and afterimages. Xiang Hao smiled, recognizing the exceptional battle talent of Zhong Liemo. The move he executed was one that Yin could not defend against, enough to keep him occupied for quite a while. Moreover, Zhong Liemo had honed his skills over the years, becoming swifter, particularly with the Thunder Mirage Step, which had reached its fourth level. Such talent was undoubtedly impressive. In the stands, the ghost Douluo also took notice. Zhong Limeo's strike had astonished many. Yin appeared flustered as countless clones and afterimages surged towards him, making it impossible to discern which were real and which were mere illusions. All he knew was that at that moment, a multitude of attacks was directed at him. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Lava Eruption. Fiery magma surged forth, erupting as pillars of flame, significantly diminishing the oncoming threat posed by Zhong Liemo. However, some clones still advanced, seeming poised for victory. As the hellish lava surged, The magma pillars incinerated the remaining clones, and just as Yin began to revel in his triumph, he realized that Zhong Limo's true form had seemingly vanished. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right shoulder. Zhong Limo had reappeared silently, declaring, "Let me inform you. My third soul skill creates mere doppelgangers, while my true self can briefly enter an invisible state." With those words, countless ice crystals erupted from Yan's shoulder, swiftly spreading to his waist. Yan found himself unable to break free, and as Zhong Limo prepared to land another blow, the ice crystals began to crack, releasing torrents of flames that obliterated the ice in an instant. "Kid, I must admit, your performance has indeed been commendable, but do you truly believe this will secure your victory? You underestimate me." With that, the black soul rings behind Yin blazed with intensity as he activated his fifth soul skill, Sandstorm Inferno. Zhong Limo's expression turned grave. He had initially thought that his control with the fourth soul skill was sufficient. Yet, it became evident that the vast disparity in strength could not be compensated for by mere strategies. The colossal sandstorm, intermingled with flames, was a devastating assault on the airborne target. Zhong Limo had no choice but to descend helplessly, and as he touched the ground, pillars of fire erupted around him, trapping him firmly within. "Kid, everyone's eyes are on your performance now. If I don't deliver a fitting response, it would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it?" With that, a massive fiery fist hurtled toward him. Chapter 60, Fourth Soul Skill. At that moment, Zhong Limo could only flap his wings behind him, desperately shielding his body. However, when the gigantic fiery fist struck, the ice crystal wings shattered instantly, scattering numerous shards like blossoms in the air. Zhong Limo was unable to withstand the force, and he was flung backward, soaring out of the arena as Yin wore a triumphant smile. "My 17th victory." Prior to this, Zhong Limo had challenged him 16 times. At that moment, Xiang Hao leaped forward, securely catching the airborne Zhong Limo. And disregarding the latter's astonished gaze, he strode onto the stage. "I cannot always rely on you to cover for me, Senior Yin. It's been a while since we last sparred." This statement only heightened Yan's excitement, a long-awaited opportunity. The referee, momentarily at a loss, was unsure how to handle the situation. Why were these two preparing to battle? He subtly signaled the Bibi Dong, who nodded in agreement. Such a clash was indeed necessary. It was time for Xiang Hao to establish his reputation within the Spirit Hall. Becoming the Saint's son was not solely due to being the Pope's disciple. With Bibi Dong's approval, the referee announced loudly a temporary duel between Xiang Hao and Yan. "Saint's son," Zhong Limo called from the sidelines. "I don't need a hand to help me out." Xiang Hao waved dismissively at Zhong Limo, turning to face his opponent, filled with exhilaration. Yin mirrored this sentiment. "Come, let me witness the fruits of your training outside the Spirit Hall over these years." Xiang Hao chuckled softly, then clenched his fists, the crimson pattern sprawling across his entire body. Yin was equally resolute, his fists colliding with a thunderous sound, an infinite blaze erupting from him, while rock-like armor enveloped his arms and knees. "Today, my teacher is present, so I shall not relent," Yin declared in a deep tone. "Oh, that will not be necessary, for I shall crush you," Xiang Hao retorted boldly. Upon hearing this, Yin erupted into laughter, and with fists ablaze, he charged forward. The sheer momentum of his advance sent scorching flames racing towards Xiang Hao even before he arrived. However, to Xiang Hao, Yan's assaults bore a singular flaw. They were far too sluggish. With lightning crackling beneath his feet, Xiang Hao deftly evaded Yan's strikes with a series of swift movements. Concurrently, he activated his second soul skill, enhancing his fists. Now, a single punch from Xiang Hao boasted nearly 2,000 pounds of force. And with the amplification from his primary spirit in the second soul skill, that blow surged to an astonishing 4,000 pounds. After deftly evading Yan's assault, Xiang Hao swiftly advanced towards him. In response, Yin summoned a granite shield, an imposing mass of rock materializing between them. Simultaneously, Yin plunged his hands into the ground, causing an array of fiery columns to erupt beneath Xiang Hao's feet. Unfazed, Xiang Hao deftly dodged the onslaught, accelerating in speed until he reached the rocky barrier, unleashing a powerful punch that shattered the massive shield into fragments. Yin felt a twinge of anxiety. The Xiang Hao before him was nothing like he had anticipated. The current Xiang Hao seemed not a robust assault-type soul master, but rather a nimble agility type. Yet, as that fist came crashing down, Yin could not help but marvel at Xiang Hao's strength. This fellow resembled a monster. It was utterly incomprehensible. With little time for contemplation, Yin unleashed a torrent of flames from his fists, declaring, "In this sea of fire, I relish watching your movements." As his soul ring shimmered, He summoned a deluge of magma from the Earth's surface, engulfing the arena in an inferno. Xiang Hao, this time you shall not escape. Yin proclaimed with an air of arrogance, his laughter echoing as countless flames surged around Xiang Hao, leaving him with no avenue of retreat while Yan's relentless attacks continued. From the sidelines, Zhongli began to comprehend that the chasm between himself and Yin was far greater than he had previously imagined. He had not exerted his full strength. As he gazed at Xiang Hao, ensnared amidst the flames, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. His perspective had been too narrow. And he remained woefully weak. Just as Yin believed his strike was destined to land, the black soul ring behind Xiang Hao flickered with energy. Fourth soul skill, Thunder God. With a resounding shout, Xiang Hao leapt high into the air, astonishingly walking upon the void. Streams of electricity coursed through him as his feet struck the air with sonic booms. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xiang Hao was walking in midair. This revelation sent chills through the crowd. In the realm of soul masters, a martial soul was one's lifelong talent, and throughout history. Only certain flying or auxiliary martial souls had the capacity for brief flight. Such a soul skill that allowed one to traverse the air was unprecedented. Xiang Hao's fourth soul skill, derived from the Thunder Dragon Lizard, known as Thunder God, remarkably doubles his speed for 3 minutes, infusing his strikes with the power of thunder. This extraordinary technique of soaring through the air was an accidental discovery by Xiang Hao. Observing the astonished Yin at the center of the arena, Xiang Hao did not hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yin, delivering a thunder-infused punch directly to his chest. Despite Yin's prior preparation, he was sent flying a considerable distance, retreating a full 50 steps before finally coming to a halt at the edge of the arena. Gasping for breath, Yin stared in disbelief at the dark imprint left on his chest. Had it not been for the thick rock armor protecting him, he might have been propelled far away. Even so, he felt far from well. The searing pain from the lightning numbed every inch of his body, causing a tumultuous surge of energy within. Xiang Hao was equally astonished. The formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the Flame Lord's martial soul left him deeply impressed. With a cold gaze directed at Xiang Hao, Yin resolved to exert his full strength. He raised his trembling fists, from which innumerable molten rocks erupted, swirling debris around him. This was his fifth soul skill, Scorching Sandstorm. The sky was engulfed in a tempest of yellow sand and flames, swiftly enveloping Xiang Hao in its fiery grasp. In that moment, evading this attack seemed impossible. Tit for tat, Xiang Hao, let you experience my strike. The sandstorm was more than twice the size of the one that had once surged toward Zhongli, with grains of sand slicing through Xiang Hao and leaving bloody trails while scorching his wounds. Activating his first soul skill, Barbaric Armor, Xiang Hao donned a spiked armor for protection. Determined to make a desperate stand, he refused to be consumed by the fiery tempest. The thorn shielded him as he transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the flames. However, upon contact, the fire became even more frenzied. Time and again, Xiang Hao found himself unable to withstand the inferno, being hurled back repeatedly. Very well, if I cannot break through, then I shall blast my way out. He unleashed his third soul skill, the Diamond Destruction Cannon. Xiang Hao clenched his hands tightly, and a wave of light crashed upon the flames. After a single strike, a gap appeared in the fire tornado. There was hope. Countless waves of light surged forth from behind him, each luminous orb colliding with the flames. The sound of explosions echoing incessantly. Amidst the cacophony and smoke, Xiang Hao charged forward. With a look of astonishment on Yan's face, a light sphere struck directly at his chest. With a resounding explosion, Yan's right foot barely retreated beyond the boundary. Xiang Hao triumphed. Chapter 61. The bestowal of honors with the referee's authoritative halt. The curtain fell on this battle. Xiang Hao emerged victorious, yet for him, this victory was far from effortless. The inherent advantage conferred by innate martial spirits is a challenge to surmount through mere diligence. Yan, on the other hand, was favored by the heavens, possessing the supreme beast martial spirit known as the Flame Lord. Xiang Hao approached slowly, extending his hand towards Yin, a worthy adversary. Yin, without hesitation, smiled and grasped Xiang Hao's hand firmly, and in that moment, the students in the audience snapped back to reality from the intense battle. A few bold students began to cheer quietly, and soon, a cacophony of applause and accolades erupted like a tidal wave. They had just witnessed an awe-inspiring duel. And regardless of who emerged victorious, the strength of both contenders was indisputable. Beside the stage, Zhongli felt a surge of fervor in his heart. Xiang Hao had returned, reigniting the fire within him. On the stage, Bibi Dong observed this moment, rising slowly and gently tapping her staff to signal for silence, indicating that the outcome had been decided. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of joy, proud of her exceptional disciple. And she noted that Xiang Hao had returned with greater composure, continually surprising her. Before you stand the 4 individuals who will undoubtedly become the most distinguished members of our spirit hall, destined to lead the next generation towards new glories. Today, I shall bestow upon these for the purple record medals. As she spoke, 4 attendants stepped forward from either side to adorn the 4 with their medals, and it seemed almost preordained that Xiang Hao was the first to receive this honor. After a fierce battle, he had already conquered many with his prowess. Ha! I must congratulate your holiness. This child will surely become a formidable figure in the Soul Master continent over the next decade. The words of Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed to flatter Bibi Dong, yet the tinge of envy in his tone was unmistakable. Had it been possible, he would have preferred this to be his own disciple. Since Xiang Hao is the holy son of our spirit hall, he is destined to become the future pope. The very future of our spirit hall, Bibi Dong replied, articulating her thoughts clearly, as Xiang Hao had already been positioned as the heir apparent. As the ceremony concluded, Xiang Hao and the others were summoned to Bibi Dong's side. Upon approaching, they realized that nearly 10 elders clad in crimson robes surrounded her. This was Xiang Hao's first astonishment at the profound heritage of the spirit hall. Aside from the familiar Yu Guan, Gue Mei, and Du Gubo, there were 6 other titled Douluo, one of whom possessed strength far surpassing that of Yu Guan and the others, an enigma whose power was unfathomable. The pressure emanating from the assembled figures was palpable, leaving everyone breathless. Xiang Hao strained to maintain a rigid posture, his gaze steady as it met Bibi Dong's. Witnessing this, the crowd's regard for Xiang Hao elevated further. As the elders have witnessed today, I wish to designate Xiang Hao as the first heir to the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Is there any dissent? Bibi Dong articulated calmly. This competition was intentionally orchestrated by her, aimed at bringing Xiang Hao into the spotlight. Since Her Holiness has spoken, we shall naturally comply, remarked Yu Guan, an old friend of Xiang Hao. Observing Yu Guan, Xiang Hao found it difficult to recognize him at first due to his current appearance, which evoked memories of the antiquated scholars from his past life, disheveled hair and a monocle perched over one eye. It seemed Yu Guan had become utterly absorbed in the art of alchemy. A wry smile crossed Xiang Hao's lips as he reflected on his own limited knowledge of alchemical practices. During his time away training, he had not engaged in much alchemical study, and the herbs gifted to him by Yu Guan had been carelessly discarded by that rascal, Xiang Yu. The remaining individuals appeared to share no objections, yet seemed to await a response from the formidable figure beside Bibi Dong. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I have no objections. The crowd, upon hearing this, hastily agreed. Clearly, this individual's status was considerable. However, Xiang Hao could not place him. After a moment's thought, he surmised that this powerful figure must belong to the Elder Hall, a place reputed to be governed by an unparalleled powerhouse. Nonetheless, the individual did not linger. He departed immediately after the ceremony concluded. For the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the only unexpected delight during this event was Xiang Hao. Beyond that, he held little interest. Returning to the Elder Hall, he gazed at Douluo, who sat in silence, then spoke slowly. I have encountered that boy. He truly possesses extraordinary talent. Douluo, still with eyes closed, eventually replied, Oh? How does he compare to Shui? As the Golden Crocodile took his seat, his fingers rhythmically drummed against the armrest. Deep in thought, seemingly weighing the situation further. Hearing this, Douluo abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, Do you know what you are saying? Indeed, I do. Although this boy's spirit power is presently below level 50, it appears that his spirit rings were absorbed beyond their age limits, with some exceeding their maximum lifespan by twice as much. Furthermore, his martial spirit is exceedingly unique. While it is indeed a primary martial spirit, it resembles a beast martial spirit more closely. When his martial spirit manifests, he enters a peculiar state, and its amplification effect is even more pronounced than that of a 6-winged angel, the Golden Crocodile Douluo articulated, leaving Douluo in profound contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his head and murmured, It seems this young man indeed matches Shui. Simultaneously, Xiang Hao found himself being guided by Yu Guan through the alchemy pavilion he had established within the Spirit Hall. Yu Guan now spent nearly every waking hour there, surrounded by numerous plant-based spirit masters and pharmacists, sorting herbs and concocting various potions. Xiang Hao casually picked up a freshly produced jade pill, though its quality and texture appeared subpar. These are defective products destined for sale across the continent, Yu Guan informed him. Sell? Xiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. realizing he had never contemplated the vast commercial potential within. Though these may be low-grade pills, they are far more convenient for lower-tier spirit masters than seeking a healing spirit master. Even these defective pills outperform the average healing spirit masters, Yu Guan chuckled lightly. Over the years, I have distributed these medicines across the continent, with prices varying based on their efficacy. Besides affordable products, I have also selected a few mid-grade pills to sell at a premium, yielding excellent results. All these individuals are my trusted allies. I have divided the alchemical text into several incomplete copies for them to refine here, Yu Guan proudly declared, reveling in the fragrant aromas of the herbs. Seemingly intoxicated by them, Xiang Hao had not anticipated Yu Guan's transformation into such a fervent alchemist. Perhaps it was his acute sensitivity to these plants that fueled his current obsession with alchemy. He was not alone in this endeavor. Dugubo was also present in the alchemical chamber, diligently working on a complex potion, with nearly 90 different herbs spread across the floor, including several rare celestial herbs. Observing Dugubo's intense focus, Xiang Hao grew curious and quietly approached to take a closer look. Old Poison is studying the alchemical recipes for celestial-grade pills. His proficiency exceeds mine, Yu Guan remarked. We have successfully refined all the high-grade pills listed in the text, except for the 10 celestial-grade pills, which remain beyond our capabilities. Celestial-grade pills. Xiang Hao gasped in astonishment. The 10 celestial-grade pills listed in the alchemical text were nothing short of unparalleled treasures, demanding exceptionally rare materials and a high level of mental acuity from the alchemist. After all, it required the flawless integration of nearly 100 different ingredients. The chief elder of the Divine Martial Hall had once nearly succeeded in refining the 6th-ranked pill, the Dragon Emperor pill, known to temporarily amplify the user's entire power severalfold without side effects, leaving them imbued with the essence of a dragon in their movements. Unfortunately, during the final moments of the process, a thunderous storm erupted, and a lightning dragon materialized, obliterating the cauldron and claiming the elder's life. From that point onward, Xiang Hao understood that celestial-grade pills could instigate extraordinary phenomena. Now, after 2 lifetimes, he found himself once more witnessing the process of refining such elixirs. Dugubo was attempting to create the final celestial-grade pill on the list, the Vitality pill, which had but one effect, healing, as long as a person still drew breath. Consuming this pill would ensure immediate recovery. It was said that even if a person had passed away less than an hour prior, this pill could bring them back from the brink of death. Watching Dugubo, now drenched in sweat, Xiang Hao felt a surge of tension and excitement. Eager to see if these legendary celestial-grade pills would indeed come to fruition, Dugubo meticulously maneuvered the herbs into the cauldron, and as the intense flames enveloped them, droplets of liquid began to meld together. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, and time gradually slipped away. The liquid within the cauldron seemed to transform under the repeated heating, becoming round and smooth, while an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff, Yu Guan became utterly entranced, resembling a drug addict in rapture. As the alchemical process neared its conclusion, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, Xiang Hao's apprehension grew. Under normal circumstances, such potent elixirs should not manifest so serenely. Just as he pondered this, an unexpected turn of events transpired, not an alteration in the natural world, but rather a dramatic change within the cauldron itself. The golden pill that had been forming abruptly turned black, releasing a foul odor that jolted Yu Guan into action as he quickly covered his nose. The black sphere spun a few times before settling into its final form. There was no doubt about it. This attempt had failed, but thankfully, the cauldron had not exploded. At this moment, Dugubo was utterly spent, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, his right fist pounding against the earth in frustration. Ah! It is but a minor setback, Old Poison. It is not the first time, and now you have allowed your junior to witness your blunders. Dugubo finally noticed Xiang Hao, slowly rising to his feet, his expression grim. The Holy Sun has witnessed my shortcomings. My skills remain lacking, he confessed. Dugubo's words were laden with desolation. This was to be the final attempt, for the essential herb for the life restoration pill had run dry. If memory serves me correctly, the core ingredient should be the glazed jade ginseng. Indeed, the esteemed ginseng, the glazed jade ginseng, yet despite our utmost efforts to seek it, we have found no trace of this celestial herb. Instead, we came across a crystal blood dragon ginseng, which we have decided to substitute. Dugubo remarked that even this crystal blood dragon ginseng was a rare find. He had unexpectedly learned that a small family possessed it. Alas, all diplomatic efforts were in vain, as they were impervious to both persuasion and coercion, and thus, that family vanished without a trace. Now, The last of the blood dragon ginseng has been exhausted. It is no wonder, then, that the blood dragon ginseng is of innate grade 8. While the jade ginseng boasts an innate grade of 9, with the medicinal efficacy differing by several multiples. Xiang Hao spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, the hearts of the assembly grew even colder. Indeed, celestial-grade elixirs are not easily attainable. However, this glazed ginseng typically thrives in frigid extremes. Surely, you have not ventured to the northern reaches of the continent in search of it? Xiang Hao's words seemed to awaken the two who were still mired in melancholy. No one had ever ventured to the north, yet rumors spoke of an icy, desolate expanse at the continent's northernmost point. A place where even birds and beasts could not survive, let alone medicinal herbs. As Diggybo spoke, his voice gradually dwindled. Indeed, if no one had journeyed there, how could they ascertain what lay beyond? This realization appeared to have opened a new realm of possibilities for Diggybo. He resolutely decided to head north. Regardless of whether the sought-after herbs existed, he was determined to behold the land for himself. Xiang Hao observed the visibly excited Yu Guan and the others, feeling a sense of gratitude for having entrusted them with the alchemical texts. Indeed, such knowledge only reveals its true potential in the hands of remarkable individuals. After bidding farewell to Douluo, Xiang Hao proceeded towards his abode. As he exited the gates of the Dan Pavilion, he encountered Zhong Liemo. "Your Holiness." Zhong Liemo greeted with reverence. "Why, after several years apart, do you not recognize your elder brother?" Xiang Hao remarked, finding the title rather grating. "How could I forget? These years, I have tirelessly endeavored to follow in your footsteps," Zhong Liemo replied, his voice trembling with respect. "Then you shall call me Brother Hao," Xiang Hao insisted. "That seems inappropriate. There ought to be a hierarchy." Zhong Liemo began, but was cut off by Xiang Hao's firm hand. "Will you call me that or not? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away, prompting Zhong Liemo to hesitantly utter, "Brother Hao." After doing so, he resumed his respectful stance beside Xiang Hao, almost as if reporting on his duties over the years. Xiang Hao was utterly taken aback. What had started as a casual remark had been taken to heart by Zhong Liemo. Over these years, Zhong Liemo had emerged as a leading figure among the junior students and had discreetly gathered several children fostered by the Spirit Hall and offspring of other families as informants. This revelation astonished Xiang Hao profoundly. As he listened to Zhong Liemo's detailed report, Xiang Hao realized that Zhong Liemo had indeed accomplished significant feats, including the fact that he was aware of Xiang Hao's subsequent journey to the Tiando Royal Academy, a detail that had been classified and known only to a select few. The nervousness evident in Zhong Liemo's speech marked the first time he truly astonished Xiang Hao. "Very well, Brother Hao, I have completed my report." Zhong Liemo exhaled deeply, casting a nervous glance at Xiang Hao. "Did you acquire all this information through your own inquiries?" Xiang Hao inquired gravely. "No. I have established several pawns. The intelligence gathered is extensive, but I have selected only the most valuable pieces," Zhong Liemo clarified. Chapter 63. The Dark Raven. Xiang Hao was perplexed as to how Zhong Liemo had managed to amass such a multitude of followers. Before him knelt dozens of soul masters, all clad in dark robes and wearing peculiar raven masks. "Brother Hao, these are my meticulously selected pawns," Zhong Liemo stated with utmost reverence. "Their martial souls are exceptionally adept at concealment and evasion, making them perfectly suited for espionage. I have named them the Dark Ravens." With that, he led the assembly in a deep bow. At this moment, a tangle of thoughts swirled in Xiang Hao's mind, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "So, you learned of my whereabouts through them?" He gazed upon the individuals kneeling before him, each one possessing a meager level of soul power, with the most formidable among them barely reaching the third ring of strength. It seemed that Zhong Liemo disowned Xiang Hao's confusion, and with a smile, he remarked, "Brother Hao, you may not be aware, but the Spirit Hall adopts numerous orphans each year. Among these children, some exhibit exceptional talent, yet the majority possess only average abilities. Upon reaching the age of 18, they are assigned to various spirit halls across the continent, and these individuals are among the most inconspicuous." Xiang Hao finally regained his composure. If what was said is true, it seems that Zhong Liemo is indeed an orphan raised by the Spirit Hall. He was the steward assigned to Tiando City, who attended the opening ceremony of the Tiando Royal Academy. "It was due to a fortunate encounter with Brother Hao at the Spirit Hall that I learned of your whereabouts," Zhong Liemo continued to explain. Meanwhile, the person who was pointed out raised his head excitedly, only to hurriedly bow it again. With this, Xiang Hao was able to understand. There are many stewards in the Spirit Hall, and those lacking in strength are relegated to the farthest corners of the continent. Most of them possess mediocre talent, and throughout their lives, they will not achieve significant breakthroughs in power. In such circumstances, finding a superior to serve seems a wise choice. These individuals are not serving Zhongli Mo but rather their own futures. However, these people are evidently of little use if I require intelligence gathering in the future. I will certainly have access to those far more capable than them, Xiang Hao pondered with uncertainty. Yet Zhongli Mo smiled and replied, "No, Brother Hao. They are merely responsible parties. The Spirit Hall has a presence across the continent and is in close proximity to some family sections. The pawns I have placed are those seemingly ordinary individuals, perhaps the owners of inns or auction hosts." Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao was truly astonished. Indeed, these most ordinary people seemed to possess the most powerful ears. At that moment, Xiang Hao comprehended why some of the information provided by Zhongli Mo was so precise. For him, this became exceedingly important, and he felt an urge to delve deeper into it, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Very well. I wish to inquire about a particular individual. Mobilize all your shadow ravens to gather as much detailed information as possible about someone named Tang San. For someone who shares his experience as a transmigrator, Xiang Hao must ensure that his knowledge surpasses that of his opponent. He cannot allow Tang San to slip through his fingers a second time after once saving his life." After departing, Xiang Hao gazed at the meeting place chosen by Zhongli Mo, unable to refrain from complimenting it. This tea house, secluded and unremarkable, appeared inconspicuous on the street. Zhongli Mo had indeed provided Xiang Hao with a delightful surprise. Shadow Ravens. What a splendid name. Zhongli Mo quietly observed Xiang Hao's departure from the window of the tea house's top floor. His bright smile gradually morphed, becoming stiff and ultimately transforming into a sinister grin. Zhongli Mo slowly turned, his expression cold and fierce, fixating on the 13 individuals kneeling before him. "Did I not instruct you that my king's words must not be met with raised heads?" His statement seemed to be squeezed from between Zhongli Mo's teeth, causing the kneeling figures to bow their heads even lower, trembling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhongli Mo took slow, deliberate steps, pacing before the group, and suddenly reached out, tightly grasping one man's neck. "Why did you raise your lowly head while my king spoke?" Zhongli Mo gazed at him with a smile, while the latter trembled in fear. "My lord, I was wrong. I was merely momentarily excited. I shall never dare again." As he spoke, he struck his own face with force again and again, until blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. "Enough. This time. Your life is spared. However, the antidote for this month is forfeited." Upon hearing this, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. When the king mentioned Tang San, he was displeased. "You are to immediately go forth and report all connections related to him. The quicker, the better." The group, feeling a sense of relief, responded in unison before hastily retreating. The organization established by Zhongli Mo 4 years ago has now spread across the continent. Utilizing the platform of the Spirit Hall, countless shadow ravens depart from Spirit City each year, continually recruiting new members across the land. For many ordinary people, the words of a steward from the Spirit Hall are exceedingly tempting, especially as the numerous inferior pills in their possession are treasures in the market. The origin of all this lies with Zhongli Mo. At that moment, he danced alone in the empty tea house, his expression filled with joy. With each gesture, shadows of blood flickered around him, and his handsome visage appeared increasingly pale. As he turned, 2 elongated fangs emerged, revealing his martial spirit, bloodthirsty Bat King. In this moment, Zhongli Mo embodied the dark raven of the night. Zhongli Mo possesses dual martial spirits, the second being the bloodthirsty Bat King. Those whose strength falls short of his become his puppets upon being bitten, enduring the torment of bat venom day and night. Thus, Zhongli Mo has ensnared nearly 30 stewards of the Spirit Hall, now scattered across various locales, who in turn control nearly 1,000 individuals of all kinds. A vast web has been woven. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, he remained in awe of Zhongli Mo's capabilities. The bloodthirsty Bat King is an exceedingly ferocious martial spirit that has been extinct on the continent for nearly a century. Its resurgence could bring forth a tide of bloodshed. Zhongli Mo, still lost in the ecstasy of his dance, felt a deep sense of satisfaction as his efforts received the king's acknowledgement, illuminating the lamp in his heart ever brighter. "This tedious world, only my king can save you." 6 years have passed, and Zhongli Mo's fervor for Xiang Hao has reached unprecedented heights. In his world, his king is infallible. Following his accidental second awakening of the bloodthirsty Bat King, He felt no anxiety or fear, only excitement at the prospect of following in the king's footsteps. I shall clear away all of the king's enemies. A glint of malice flashed in Zhang Limo's eyes. Chapter 64. Home. Xiang Hao walked through the familiar streets and returned to his home. It had been 6 long years since he had last seen his parents, and as he stood at the doorstep, he found himself at a loss for words. What should he say first? The images of his parents had become somewhat blurred in his memory. His hand rested on the doorknob, fingers exerting a quiet strength. Yet he found himself unable to turn it, as though the door weighed 1,000 pounds. Just then, the door swung open. "Xiang, you're back," Song Nuan began, but her words faltered as she stood frozen in place. The robust man standing outside was a stranger to her. And it was only when Xiang Hao called out Mom that she felt as if struck by lightning, remaining rooted to the ground. Slowly, Song Nuan took Xiang Hao's hand, scrutinizing him carefully. Tears began to flow uncontrollably as she marveled. "How did you grow into such a man in the blink of an eye? I remember you were only this tall when you left." She gestured to his waist, and Xiang Hao could not help but feel his own eyes moisten. Without uttering a word, he embraced his mother tightly. In 2 lifetimes, he had only truly experienced parental love for these fleeting years. And it was a treasure held dearly in his heart. Once the initial excitement subsided, Song Nuan quickly wiped her tears, pulling Xiang Hao inside. "Hurry, dinner is almost ready. What would you like to eat? Just tell Mom, and I'll make it for you." As Xiang Hao surveyed the familiar furnishings of the house, it felt as if he had left just yesterday. Initially, he had said he would be gone for 3 years for an assessment. But that time stretched on into another 3 years of assignments elsewhere. As Song Nuan busied herself with the preparations, her words pierced Xiang Hao's heart, reminding him of the bittersweet reality. He had brought his parents to Wuhan City, yet the opportunities to meet had become increasingly rare. Soon, the table was filled with an array of sumptuous dishes. Eat up, it's all your favorites," she urged. "All right, Mom, no need to make more," Xiang Hao said, picking up his chopsticks. The familiar flavors flooded his senses, and he couldn't help but feel his eyes grow misty. "I'm back. Ah, the sun must be setting in the west today. Why such a grand spread?" Xiang Qian, having removed his hat, finally noticed Xiang Hao. He stood there, stunned, gripping the brim of his hat tightly, his voice trembling as he asked, "Nuan, who is this guest?" Song Nuan burst into laughter at Xiang Qian's confusion. "It's your son. Who doesn't he recognize him anymore?" Xiang Hao approached and tightly embraced Xiang Qian, who gradually came back to his senses, gently patting Xiang Hao's back and softly murmuring, "It's good to be back, so good to be back," repeating this sentiment for quite some time. The family finally gathered for a joyful dinner, during which Xiang Qian, filled with happiness, indulged in a few drinks. Xiang Hao, too, was coaxed into sipping some, as their father insisted that he, being a man, should drink like one, a remark that earned him a few eye rolls from Song Nuan. Observing his parents bicker brought a comforting sense of familiarity to Xiang Hao. After all, such moments were all too rare. They resembled pearls nestled quietly in the corners of his memory, radiating their luminous glow at all times. Upon returning to his room, he found it as tidy as ever, a testament to his mother's diligent cleaning. In his previous life, devoid of parental love, he had yearned for such affection. In this life, he was blessed with a pair of parents, yet they often found themselves separated. "Your parents are remarkable," Xiang Yu suddenly interjected. "I know. Why do you seem so melancholic? I recall you were an orphan." Xiang Yu remained silent for a moment, then spoke introspectively. "Since my youth, my uncle has instilled in me the belief that I am destined to be the future king of Chu. I bear the profound enmity of my parents. Yet the irony is that I do not even know what they looked like. My childhood was spent amidst the clashing of blades and the chaos of battle. I seek not familial affection. My relatives desire me to ascend as the king of Chu rather than to simply be their beloved nephew. Thus, at times, I find myself envious of you. How rare it is to hear you express such sentiments." Xiang Hao replied with a smile. "Some things, once lost, can never be reclaimed." "Indeed, your mother's cooking was undeniably exquisite," Xiang Yu remarked, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "How do you know that?" Xiang Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued, and he sensed a shift in Xiang Yu's demeanor. "After all, I can access your memories, which grants me some understanding," Xiang Yu explained. "Is that so?" "Your recollections seem fragmented," Xiang Hao observed. "Not quite. I am merely a lingering spirit, having drifted through the currents of time for a millennium," Xiang Yu clarified. "By the way, train diligently. When you reach level 50, I shall present you with a significant gift." "Oh, what might that be?" Xiang Hao asked, intrigued. "It will undoubtedly aid your cultivation. So, focus on your training." With that, Xiang Yu vanished, leaving Xiang Hao puzzled. Logically, Xiang Yu should reside within his consciousness. Yet he could not locate him. After all, as a formidable being, it must be quite simple for him to remain undetected. Contemplating this, Xiang Hao tightened his resolve, curious about the grand gift that awaited him. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Tiando City, Xiang Hao appeared somewhat haggard as she leaned against the railing. No amount of disguise could conceal the sorrow that enveloped Qianren. Ever since Xiang Hao had departed, it was as if he had evaporated from the realm, leaving no trace behind. Aware that he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, she had persistently sought news from the spirit hall, yet no response had come. Xiang Hao had taken her heart with him upon his departure, and Qianren was at a loss to understand her emotions. She merely longed to see him once more. To this end, she had even consulted her grandfather, which had greatly annoyed Douluo. When had his granddaughter begun to inquire about a mere boy? Although Qianren later concocted an excuse to placate him, her demeanor could not deceive Douluo, for in his youth, he had witnessed such expressions before. This girl was clearly smitten. The seed of affection that had sprouted in her heart had grown into a towering tree after Xiang Hao's departure, filling her heart entirely. Qianren realized that she had become accustomed to the moments spent with Xiang Hao. Even in silence, simply listening to him speak was a form of beauty. At that moment, a voice appeared behind her. "Young master, the saint has returned." Those few words ignited a spark within the previously listless Qianren, and she eagerly inquired, "Is it true? When did this happen?" There can be no deception. He participated in the young generation's competition within the hall. And His Holiness the Pope awarded him the Purple Record Medal just this morning. Instantly, Qianren was filled with excitement. She felt joy for Xiang Hao. Though uncertain of his current strength, she was confident it was formidable. After all, she had tested his capabilities in childhood. And it was to be expected that he would excel among the younger disciples of the Spirit Hall. The subordinate was also puzzled. Usually, the young master seems displeased at the mention of the Pope, yet today he is elated at the news of the Pope's disciple. Realizing she had lost her composure in front of her subordinate, Qianren quickly composed herself. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Once alone, she could no longer contain her exhilaration. She was desperate to return and see Xiang Hao at this moment. The mission of the Spirit Hall and her own tasks seemed trivial in comparison. But how should I present myself to him? Qianren pondered, her excitement tempered by the realization of her identity as Xiang Hao. Should she approach him as Qianren? Surely he would not remember her. Turning to the mirror, she slowly revealed her true self. What a captivating visage it was, skin fairer than snow, lips as red as blood, delicate brows, and a pair of enigmatic violet eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of the universe. How favored by fate this woman was to possess such extraordinary beauty, embodying the essence of allure. Now, a faint blush adorned her exquisite face as she gazed into the mirror, feeling an overwhelming shyness. "What am I even doing?" she mused. Perhaps even a girl as proud and composed as Qianren could experience the fluttering of young love, though she remained oblivious to the nature of these feelings. Meanwhile, far away in the spirit city, Douluo understood all too well. He silently observed the direction of the Pope's palace, letting out a long sigh. "Your daughter has taken a liking to your disciple. Let us see how you will manage this." This was the only thought he could conjure to calm his own emotions. "I must meet this boy in person." Thus, on the following morning, Xiang Hao was summoned by Bibi Dong. "Teacher, is there a task for me?" he inquired. "No. You will accompany me to meet someone," Bibi Dong replied, her agitation evident as she rubbed her forehead. She could not fathom why this old man, who had shown little interest in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, suddenly wished to see Xiang Hao, especially since he had not attended the selection of the Golden Generation. When she initially accepted Xiang Hao, it was merely due to his unique martial spirit. She had been conducting experiments on him ever since. This child had proven to be a source of continual surprise. Over time, Bibi Dong had come to regard him as her own, and she was unwilling to let Douluo harbor any ulterior motives towards him. Xiang Hao observed the distressing expression on Bibi Dong's face, an inexplicable wave of sorrow rising from the depths of his heart. What could be troubling her? Is it someone she does not wish to meet? Bibi Dong remained silent for a moment before exhaling softly. "Never mind, he does wish to see you. I will accompany you." With that, she led Xiang Hao onward to a destination he was not unfamiliar with, the Elder Hall. The grandeur of the Elder Hall seemed to surpass even that of the Papal Hall. The dome soared impressively high, rumored to be the abode of the protector of the Spirit Hall. The thought stirred a sense of excitement within Xiang Hao. Could it be that the grand offering wishes to meet me? Bibi Dong offered no reply. Only a quiet sigh escaped her lips as she instructed, "When you enter, maintain your silence." It appeared that the Grand Offering was indeed present, rumored to have a notoriously poor relationship with Bibi Dong. She had never publicly uttered his name in all her years within the Spirit Hall. It was evident that Bibi Dong had summoned considerable resolve to bring Xiang Hao here. As Bibi Dong slowly pushed open the door, Xiang Hao closely followed her into the Elder Hall. The vast hall was adorned with rows of chairs flanking either side, forming a wing-like arrangement around the elevated seat at the center, upon which sat the legendary Grand Offering. This formidable figure, said to reside at the pinnacle of Douluo, appeared to be no more than 30 or 40 years old, his countenance kind and cultured, exuding a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. His striking golden hair seemed unervingly familiar to Xiang Hao. As Xiang Hao scrutinized Douluo, the latter was equally assessing him, though a palpable hostility lingered in his gaze. Could this old man be seeking an excuse to chastise him? After all, he had never offended him. Indeed, they had never even met. Noticing Bibi Dong gripping her staff more tightly, Xiang Hao wondered if this tension stemmed from her presence. Unexpectedly, you would come, Douluo remarked, clearly addressing Bibi Dong. His surprise was evident. He had not anticipated that she would choose to meet him for the sake of her disciple. It was inevitable that we would meet. Bibi Dong replied coldly, her tone sharper than Xiang Hao had ever heard, imbued with an icy intensity that pierced to the bone. Speak. What business do you have with Xiang Hao? I presume it is not out of benevolence. Humph. Since this child is the future inheritor of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, what do I have to hide? Douluo retorted, his words sharp and unyielding, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. Caught in the crossfire between these two super Douluos, Xiang Hao felt the oppressive aura pressing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. Child, step forward, Douluo gestured, disregarding Bibi Dong's animosity. Although her demeanor remained frigid, she did not intervene, turning her gaze towards Xiang Hao with an unexpected softness. For a moment, Xiang Hao was taken aback. It was rare to witness such an expression from Bibi Dong. He approached with measured steps, standing tall and directing his gaze unwaveringly at the exalted figure. Douluo scrutinized the young man before him, his initial hostility dissipating as he recognized that Xiang Hao was indeed extraordinary. As the supreme being of Douluo continent, Douluo emanated an immense aura of pressure. Even seasoned titled Douluos often trembled in his presence. Yet, this child stood resolutely, unflinching, a rare display of courage and intent among his peers. In that moment, Douluo found himself appreciating Xiang Hao, his tone softening. Let me see your martial soul. As the words left his lips, crimson markings began to envelop Xiang Hao's form. And 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, gradually appeared beneath him, enveloping him in a vibrant aura of blood energy. Upon the manifestation of Xiang Hao's martial soul, Douluo visibly trembled, nearly rising from his seat before slowly settling back down. In that instant, he felt an undeniable force drawing him in. This was undoubtedly a supreme martial soul, yet it did not resemble a primary martial soul. As Xiang Hao summoned his martial soul, Douluo sensed a profound resonance with the 6-winged angel. Chapter 66. Resonance of Martial Souls. Douluo deeply felt the close connection between the child's martial soul and the 6-winged angel, as if the two were in communion. The golden and crimson soul energies intertwined invisibly, forming a purplish halo. This spectacle astonished even Bibi Dong. She realized that Xiang Hao's martial soul seemed to be communicating with Douluo's 6-winged angel. A shiver ran through her as she contemplated the child's origins. She had met his parents and found no connection to Douluo. Yet, witnessing Xiang Hao in this moment, she pondered whether it was merely fate. After a long pause, Douluo burst into laughter. Ah ha ha, this is indeed destiny. Young man, you are extraordinary by nature. Stay by my side, and I shall bestow upon you the finest resources of the Elder Hall. With your talent, in 10 years, I can ensure you become the youngest titled Douluo in the continent. As he spoke, Douluo regarded Xiang Hao with fervent eyes, sending a chill down the boy's spine. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, not having anticipated this old rogue would so brazenly claim him. At this moment, Xiang Hao slowly spoke. I apologize, but I already have a teacher, and I find it quite satisfactory to cultivate in the Hall of the Pope. He gazed directly at Douluo, deliberately retracting his martial spirit, halting the resonance of soul power, and firmly rejecting the strongest member of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong observed her disciple with genuine appreciation. She had not misjudged this child. His temperament remained calm and composed, and it seemed that upon his return, he had become even more prudent, speaking less than before. Ah, my child, do not be too hasty in your refusal. You might not yet grasp the weight of my promises. As I cultivate, The offerings of the Elder Hall can be at your command, Dalu said leisurely, his eyes twinkling with a faint smile, his ambition evident. Do not be so arrogant. Xiang Hao is my disciple. Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself. She was present, and the audacity of the other party in attempting to lure her disciple was intolerable. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of soul power surged forth. Dalu remained unperturbed, countering with his golden soul power. Do not rush. Let him decide, he calmly replied. Effortlessly deflecting Bibi Dong's soul pressure and intentionally providing Xiang Hao with a space of tranquility. Unmoved, Xiang Hao continued to regard Dalu with a serene demeanor, his expression betraying no hesitation. I will not change my mind. I am quite content with everything I have. My teacher's guidance has been more than sufficient. Xiang Hao stated boldly, having rejected Dalu twice in a single day. As his words echoed, the soul pressures of both gradually dissipated. Bibi Dong seemed eager to leave, saying, You have seen what you needed to see and understood what you needed to understand. Let us conclude this matter. She then took Xiang Hao by the hand and led him towards the exit. He offered no resistance, merely glancing back to see Dalu smiling warmly at him, a smile that, despite its gentleness, felt chillingly sinister. Indeed, Xiang Hao's assessment was accurate. Dalu had not anticipated such a resolute rejection from the boy, and he felt a flicker of anger. However, the monk may run, but the temple remains. Even though Bibi Dong and Xiang Hao had departed some time ago, Dalu reflected quietly on Xiang Hao's martial spirit, which was exceedingly unique. It appeared not to be a primary martial spirit, but rather resembled a humanoid beast spirit. That martial spirit was ferocious and sanguinary, yet devoid of a heavy aura of sin, exhibiting a stark contrast in its powerful essence alongside the sanctity and purifying attributes of the six-winged angel. They complemented each other perfectly, and this young man's soul power would greatly benefit Shuere's cultivation. It seemed that this old fellow had underestimated the situation. Daolia's hearty laughter resonated through the grand hall, and he summoned 2 attendants from the shadows, instructing them to relay a message to the young master, urging her to return at the earliest opportunity. The 2 attendants exchanged glances before one timidly inquired. But the young master is currently executing a grand plan for the spirit hall. Did the master not say she should not return? Humph. That grand plan is no longer of importance, and besides, she likely lacks the inclination to remain there now, Dalu commanded, and the 2 attendants swiftly departed without hesitation. He gradually raised his hands, as if infinite radiance enveloped him. At last, everything I have awaited is about to be realized. Dalu reverently clasped his hands together towards the sun, standing upright like a sacred statue of a pilgrim. Once outside, Xiang Hao refrained from asking questions. He sensed that Bibi Dong was making a concerted effort to control her emotions. Throughout the years, he could hardly recall a moment when Bibi Dong lost her composure. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she always remained remarkably calm and collected, a master strategist. However, Xiang Hao did not resent her cunning. Although he recognized her initial intentions to use him, he appreciated the opportunities she provided him and accepted the consequences. In this light, it seemed that Xiang Hao's hand was still clasped within Bibi Dong's. Perhaps in her eagerness, she had forgotten to release him, only realizing it after a considerable pause. Hurriedly letting go. Feeling somewhat flustered at having lost her composure before her disciple, she took a moment to regain her poise. Do not speak too much of this person in the future. The mental control of the 6-winged angel spirit is exceedingly potent. Those of lower strength may easily fall prey to its influence. Yet, you managed to refuse him without flinching. It appears the years of training have steadied your temperament. Bibi Dong commended, rarely expressing such praise so directly. Xiang Hao felt a momentary surprise at her words. I understand, teacher. Bibi Dong's remarks left Xiang Hao momentarily stunned. Realizing that the enigmatic figure possessed an element of mental control, he was fortunate not to have fallen into his trap. What a cunning old fox. Reflecting on it now, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had been caught off guard. Thankfully, as a time traveler, his mental strength was sufficiently robust. Xiang Hao also pondered the Grand Elder's martial spirit. Although it had only flashed for an instant, the 6 golden wings seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't the golden-haired girl the one with 6 wings? Moreover, the soul powers they emitted were remarkably similar. Could that girl be a member of the Dalu family? With this thought, Xiang Hao's breathing became noticeably heavier. Chapter 67. Never before had I contemplated a woman in such a manner as this thought took root in Xiang Hao's mind. Countless memories of that girl crystallized, as if he had seen her just yesterday. Yet, he had last encountered her 9 years ago. Her visage appeared etched upon his heart, unwavering through the years. Bibi Dong had already walked far ahead, gazing at her retreating figure. Xiang Hao suddenly entertained a bold idea. Perhaps he could quietly venture into the Elder Hall's vicinity for a brief glimpse. Surely, that would pose no issue. Yes, just a quick look, he mused internally, feeling as though a multitude of ants were crawling within him, a sensation that was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. He wondered what was happening to him. Surely, it would be fine. Thus, on his way back, Xiang Hao stealthily retraced his steps. In Spirit City, the Hall of the Pope and the Elder Hall were situated at opposite ends of the city's central axis, their doors facing the two city gates. With the Hall of the Pope in front and the Elder Hall behind, countless gates stood between them, distinctly delineating the two powerful factions. Cautiously, Xiang Hao navigated through each gate, gradually making his way toward the Elder Hall. At this moment, Xiang Hao proceeded with utmost caution, vowing to merely steal a glance. Douluo had long secluded himself within the Elder Hall, and there were no rumors of any family. If he had one, they would undoubtedly be of noble lineage, likely residing in the vicinity of the Elder Hall. Merely speculating, Xiang Hao felt an involuntary rush of excitement. 9 years had passed, and he was uncertain if his memories were accurate. Perhaps it was indeed the lingering effects of his sister's enchantment that had clouded his mind. Ever since he had been captivated, the image of a golden-haired maiden had lingered in his thoughts, leaving his heart in turmoil. Xiang Yu had even mocked him, claiming he was infatuated. Amusingly, he thought, how could that be? As he argued, his voice dwindled. For the other party had pried into his past, how peculiar it was to dwell on a woman like this. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had been rather obtuse, oblivious to the notion of love. Evidently, he felt somewhat at a loss regarding his present self, while Xiang Yu could only revel in his amusement. Before long, Xiang Hao arrived at the rear of the Elder Hall, where a low wall separated him from the main area. With a simple pull, he could easily leap over. Yet he pondered that more than one title Douluo likely resided there. Thus, he gently perched himself on the wall's edge. He must admit, the scenery behind the Elder Hall was truly breathtaking. Here, the austere atmosphere of the Spirit Hall dissipated, giving way to a landscape lush with flowers and greenery. A crystalline stream encircled a magnificent fragrant tree at the center, a rare plant that took a century to mature yet, once blossomed, would remain ever-blooming for a lifetime. Such a precious specimen was exceedingly rare, and the tree, adorned with delicate pink and white blossoms, created a captivating scene alongside the verdant grass. At this moment, Xiang Hao was oblivious to everything else. He descended softly, employing the thunder phantom step, and lightly treaded upon the ethereal petals, finally settling on a branch. Amidst the floral fragrance, his heart gradually found tranquility. This aroma possessed a calming and soul-soothing effect, as Xiang Yu remarked in astonishment. It was no surprise. These seasoned cultivators would not merely plant ornamental flowers in this space. Xiang Hao calmly responded, as he sat in quiet meditation, channeling his divine martial arts. In recent days, his mind had been restless, yet here, he felt an extraordinary peace. You certainly have the audacity to trespass into that fellow's garden, Xiang Yu jested, amused. The Douluo he had encountered earlier was indeed formidable. Xiang Yu believed that his own strength was only on par with that. Yet, this young man had conversed with him calmly, undaunted by the pressure of authority, a quality that Xiang Yu greatly admired. Most elders in the hall were occupied with their duties, seldom present, and the most powerful among them were in deep seclusion, lacking the time to concern themselves with such matters. With that, Xiang Hao resumed his training. Such an environment should not be squandered. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, within the Elder Hall, Douluo watched the scene with a smile, contemplating that he had yet to devise a plan, yet the fish had swum directly into the net. Inform everyone that Xiang Hao is not to be obstructed. No, he is not to be allowed to encounter anyone in my presence, he commanded. To which his subordinates respectfully complied. Xiang Hao, it seems you have a remarkable affinity with my angelic lineage. Douluo's smile brightened further. Xiang Hao lingered in the tree until deep into the night before he finally departed. It wasn't until he had walked for quite some time that he recalled his intention to seek out the whereabouts of that young girl. Never mind, I shall return tomorrow. He mused, acknowledging that these old-timers indeed knew how to relish life. In just half a day's training, he had made progress that rivaled 3 days of toil in the training chamber. It seemed he would have to visit more often. As he strolled back to his quarters, Xiang Hao made an effort to tread lightly, only to be met with a fragrant breeze upon entering. Hulaina's face suddenly drew near, and she sniffed delicately, questioning his whereabouts. Where have you been? The teacher just designated you as a successor, and yet you neglect your training? Do not try to deny it. I did not see you in the training room this afternoon. A barrage of inquiries left Xiang Hao momentarily speechless. Senior sister, it's a floral scent. He replied awkwardly. Oh? Then enlighten me, which flower as fragrance is it? I have no recollection. Huanxiang. Xiang Hao began, but swallowed his words. Ah, senior sister. Just this once, it won't happen again. He quickly apologized, nearly revealing too much. Well, you truly want to seek out those female students, didn't you? Such a strong fragrance, humph. Hulaina pouted in irritation, yet upon reflection, she conceded that her junior was already 15 and likely entertained such thoughts. Fine. I shall let it slide this time. I want to tell the teacher, now go take a bath. With that, she left, her footsteps echoing loudly on the stairs. I've calculated, your fate is influenced by 1 star, Xiang Yu remarked softly. Were you not a reckless man? Why are you now acting like a fortune teller? Xiang Hao shook his head in disbelief. I have my ways, and it should be accurate, Xiang Yu replied, piquing Xiang Hao's interest, as the old fellow possessed many tricks. Pray tell, what aspect? Romance or career? You're not suggesting I'm fated for romantic troubles, are you? No, you are destined for trouble. Get lost. Meanwhile, in the Tiando royal family, Ning Fingji was preparing to meet his disciple, Shui Qinghe, when the guards abruptly halted him. Sectmaster Ning. The crown prince is not in his quarters. That is fine. I can wait a moment. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, Ning Fingji replied. But the guards remained unmoved. Sectmaster Ning. The crown prince received an urgent summons today and left the capital at noon to attend to a pressing matter in the Fasnuo province. Is that so? Ning Fingji was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time Shui Qinghe had left without notice. Upon receiving her grandfather's command, Qianren Shui hurried back, her urgency causing her to overlook many details, including Ning Fingji's earlier statement that he would visit that night. As their caravan journeyed toward the Fasnuo province, Qianren Shui gradually revealed her true form, 6 golden wings appearing silently behind her. Young master, everything is prepared, said a kneeling figure, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Shui Qinghe. Good. After nurturing you for so many years, it is time. I have arranged everything in the Fasnuo province. Qianren Shui instructed, and the caravan continued onward while she and her companions swiftly flew toward the Spirit Hall. They moved with remarkable speed, returning to Spirit City just before dawn. Yet, Qianren Shui found it strange that her grandfather, eager for her return, did not rush to see her, instead suggesting she rest. Walking behind the Elder Hall, Qianren Shui could clearly see the Pope's hall over a low wall. Ah, I wonder how he is faring. The Holy Son must be diligently training just as I am. Gazing at the fragrant tree behind the hall, her mind drifted back to her childhood, recalling how she had trained beneath that very tree. Her grandfather had been strict, and that person had never shown her kindness. Over nearly 20 years, they had exchanged few words. The only prolonged conversation had occurred when she departed for the Tiando Empire, and she had first experienced genuine warmth from a boy she had only met once. At that moment, her world felt illuminated, but that light also brought her a bittersweet smile. Yet, this little boy had become a tender spot in Qianren Shui's heart, constantly warming her increasingly cold spirit, reminding her that she was still a flesh-and-blood person. She began to yearn for him, inexplicably wishing for one more meeting, though the vast continent rendered such a quest daunting. She was not even certain he was still alive. Each time she contemplated this, a sense of loss would engulf her, but soon enough, she would encounter him again. Unchanged yet matured. At merely 13 or 14, he had grown to the stature of an adult, and their conversations felt devoid of the barrier of age. They seemed to understand one another, sharing a fondness for slightly bitter tea. This feeling, however, left an aching void in Qianren Shui's heart after his departure. During her usual tea brewing, she instinctively prepared 2 cups, only to realize the absence of the companion who had once shared such moments with her. It was in that instant she comprehended that the boy named Xiang Hao had taken residence in her heart since that year. At this moment, Qianren Shui almost could not resist the urge to seek Xiang Hao in the Pope's hall. Alas, the one who spent a year with you was Shui Qinghe, not Qianren Shui. With a soft sigh, she retreated to her quarters, exhausted from the night's journey. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo remained in his corner, peering out the window. Oh, this girl still harbors fears. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Hao was wrestling with his own indecision about visiting the Elder Hall. Having spent the morning in the training chamber, he found his progress painfully slow and felt a restless urge to return to the tree. Yet, the lingering fragrance of the Huanxiang flower proved difficult to dispel. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. In the afternoon, he donned a large robe, hoping that removing it upon his return would alleviate the scent. He could think of no other method and proceeded as such. Familiar with the route, He effortlessly settled onto the tree and began to meditate, seemingly forgetting the original purpose of his visit. With such an ideal environment for cultivation, it would indeed be a pity not to take advantage of it. Watching from a distance, Daolu smiled in satisfaction. Things were progressing more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had initially pondered how to entice Xiang Hao to come. Xiang Hao, you are destined to be a part of my angelic lineage. You were born for this purpose. Meanwhile, the female protagonist arranged by Daolu was still in her chamber, sound asleep. However, when Xiang Hao entered, he made no effort to conceal his presence. This time, Qianren Shui sensed it immediately. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she noted that this aura was unlike that of the individual she was familiar with. Slowly pushing the door open, she spotted a dark figure seated cross-legged beneath the fragrant tree, perplexed by the intruder's unimpeded entry into the elder hall. Such useless guards, she thought. Just as she considered launching an attack, she paused and donned a black robe, for not everyone was entitled to witness her true visage. Thus, with a flutter of wings, it soared towards the figure nestled within the tree, a tree that held precious memories of its own. Regardless of who you may be, a price must be paid. Xiang Hao was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when suddenly, he sensed a fierce murderous intent approaching. He opened his eyes abruptly to see a radiant sword poised to strike. In an instant, crimson soul power erupted from him, yet just as the sword was about to reach him, it altered its course. Qianren Shui, unwilling to allow the blood-scented fragrant tree to be disturbed, landed gracefully. Xiang Hao then beheld another figure clad in a black robe, standing firmly on the surface of the river. This tree is not meant for everyone to approach. The voice from across was cold, devoid of emotion. Xiang Hao realized he had stepped into a perilous situation and quickly offered his apologies. I'm sorry, senior. When I arrived yesterday, no one obstructed me. It was not my intention to offend. I shall take my leave at once. What? You were here yesterday? The opponent's tone was laced with astonishment. Yet the underlying anger was palpable. Sensing the tension, Xiang Hao decided against lingering any longer and attempted to make a swift escape. He dashed across the water's surface. But his adversary was clearly unwilling to let him depart so easily. Xiang Hao had underestimated the situation. Several light blades sliced through the air from all directions, sealing off his retreat with impenetrable precision. In his moment of carelessness, he lost control mid-air and was about to plunge into the water. The time was too brief to unleash his soul technique. Qianren Shui, noticing this, smiled with satisfaction. However, what she did not anticipate was that at that very moment, a wave of crimson soul power emanated from him, and a long arm reached out from behind to grasp her ankle. Qianren Shui smirked coldly, her 6 wings unfurling as she prepared to soar away. Yet, she soon realized that her soul power was being influenced by this red energy. In the next instant, she lost control over her power and could no longer maintain her balance, plunging into the water. Both individuals fell into the water, shock etched on their faces. After a moment, they surfaced, their robes having drifted away. Almost simultaneously, they turned to face each other in alarm. It's you. It's you. Chapter 69. Angels and Demons. Xiang Hao felt an urgency within himself as he sensed the other person also striving to surface. In a state of haste, he ascended. And just as he broke the surface, a piercing sound echoed nearby as a graceful figure leaped from the water. The black cloaks that had concealed both of them had long since dispersed in the water, revealing Qianren Shui's exquisite visage without reservation before Xiang Hao. Her golden strands, drenched by droplets, cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her enchanting violet eyes, tinged with a hint of irritation, regarded him with an intensity that resonated with his memories. After nearly a decade, the beauty that had once captivated him now radiated an even more alluring charm. As if her very existence was designed to ensnare the hearts of all. This moment left an indelible impression on Xiang Hao. Years later, he would often reminisce about that scene. At dusk, when Qianren Shui soared from the water, her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her delicate curves. In his haste, he had lost her shoes to the water, and her dainty feet intertwined gracefully in the air, appearing somewhat anxious. The golden hues of the setting sun illuminated the crystalline strands of her hair, reflecting in her watery eyes, a mixture of anger and shyness that left Xiang Hao entranced. Qianren Shui could not recall her thoughts at that moment, but she distinctly remembered the surge of anger that colored her cheeks upon recognizing the figure emerging from the water as the very person she had longed for. A sudden chill enveloped her feet, stirring discomfort within her. After a startled gasp, an awkward silence lingered between them, but Xiang Hao, ever the oblivious one, remained transfixed for what felt like an eternity until Qianren Shui's face had flushed for too long. Only then did Xiang Hao, with a delayed realization, take a deep breath and plunge back into the water, soon resurfacing with 2 finely crafted white shoes in hand. Qianren floated down slowly, deliberately turning her gaze away from him, while Xiang Hao swam ashore, approaching her with measured steps. I apologize, my lady. It was not my intention to intrude upon your cherished possession, he stammered, holding the shoes with a hint of fluster. Indeed, he felt a sense of panic. Even in the presence of Qian Douluo, he had never felt such trepidation. Now, standing before a lady, words eluded him. He dared not gaze too freely. For the loose garment that Qianren wore had become form-fitting due to the water, and when he inadvertently caught a glimpse, he quickly averted his eyes. Do not look up, came her flustered voice as she hurriedly retrieved a robe from her soul guide device to drape over herself, obscuring her enchanting form. Gradually descending, her delicate feet gently touched the ground near Xiang Hao. Help me put on my shoes, she requested softly, causing a momentary startle in him as he prepared to respond. Do not look up, came another gentle admonition. Qianren, uncertain of her own thoughts, found herself unexpectedly speaking, and by the time she realized the awkwardness of the situation, it was too late. Warm hands had already clasped her feet, and before she could withdraw, Xiang Hao had slipped the shoes onto her feet. As she gradually descended, the air thick with a blend of enchantment and embarrassment, she became acutely aware of Xiang Hao's towering height. Standing before him, her own stature barely reached his chest, and his broad physique appeared impressively solid. A wave of bashfulness washed over her, while Xiang Hao, equally flustered, struggled to maintain his composure. Caught off guard, and with the woman he cherished so close, he dared not meet her gaze, feigning nonchalance as he cleared his throat awkwardly. You, they both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes locking momentarily before they quickly looked away. You go first, Xiang Hao, no longer dazed, recalled the virtues of courtesy, while Qianren cast a furtive glance in his direction. For a moment, words escaped her, and after a brief hesitation, she finally uttered, It has been a long time. Xiang Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would still remember him. It had been quite a while since they last met, and he was pleasantly surprised that he had not been forgotten. How could one ever forget a life-saving grace? Qianren observed Xiang Hao's somewhat dazed expression and was amused, momentarily forgetting the awkwardness from earlier. With a generous demeanor, she extended her hand and said, I have inquired about you for quite some time. Should I address you as Xiang Hao or as the Holy Sun? Xiang Hao was not one to be coy. He gently shook hands and said, Just call me Xiang Hao. In truth, I prefer not to be addressed as Holy Sun. And you, my lady angel? Qianren, with her luminous wings revealing her identity, replied candidly. After their introductions, a silence enveloped them, both parties scrutinizing each other, at a loss for words despite their newfound acquaintance. Qianren felt a pang of urgency. It was not feasible for her to reveal her true identity as Shueqinghe. What kind of tale was this? A brother turned into a woman. Xiang Hao might find it hard to comprehend. Her violet eyes fixated on Xiang Hao, observing how much he had changed in the years since they last met. There was an undeniable allure about him now, captivating from head to toe. Ultimately, it was Qianren who broke the silence. You have not neglected your cultivation over the years. The hand you displayed earlier is an external soul bone, right? I found myself unable to resist it. Intrigued, Xiang Hao did not hold back. He shrugged his shoulders, revealing 4 crimson arms that emerged, drawing Qianren closer for a detailed examination. As she approached, the scarlet soul power surged toward her as if drawn by a magnet. Upon contacting the soul power, Qianren realized it was the source of her interference. The crimson energy seemed uncontrollable as it rushed towards her, prompting her 6-winged angel martial spirit to unfurl magnificently. Countless golden rays emanated, intertwining with the golden soul power. Simultaneously, Xiang Hao's martial spirit was unleashed, enveloping him in dark red energy and blood patterns. As the streams of red power flowed and intertwined with Qianren golden light, reminiscent of the previous day's encounter, Xiang Hao recalled witnessing a similar phenomenon when he met Qian Douluo, where only his soul power had flowed towards Qian Douluo. Was there a connection between his martial spirit and her 6-winged angel? This thought led him to glance toward the elder hall, contemplating the crafty elder. Meanwhile, Qianren remained in awe as the golden and crimson energies spiraled together, forming a vortex in the air. The golden soul power gradually manifested behind her as a 6-winged holy light angel, poised with a sword, while the crimson energy conjured a blood shadow behind Xiang Hao, a towering figure wielding a spear, its eyes radiating a murderous intent. In that instant, the distinct soul powers exchanged within their beings, yet neither experienced discomfort. The overwhelming energy washed over them repeatedly, melting into a mysterious purple energy that bore an essence of annihilation. What is happening? Qian Rinxue pondered, clearly bewildered. If my assumptions are correct, it appears that my martial spirit has resonated with the six-winged angel, Xiang Hao replied, quietly absorbing the force. Seated cross-legged, they felt their cultivation speeds amplify exponentially beneath this energy, their soul power visibly increasing. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo in the Elder Hall observed the purple halo with unrestrained laughter. His hypothesis had materialized. He had never anticipated someone could possess such a brutal martial spirit that harmonized so flawlessly with the six-winged angel, an unequivocally divine martial spirit. The possibility that Xiang Hao's martial spirit could stand toe-to-toe with it was astounding. A true demon of extremes, he exclaimed. Below, Xiang Hao and Qian Rinxue had entered a peculiar meditative state, their consciousness seemingly merging into a wondrous realm. They gazed at each other in silence. Having entered the same meditative space where their mental energies intertwined seamlessly, time passed, and as the moon ascended the treetops, fragrant petals fell upon their shoulders and hair. Gradually, they opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing quietly at one another. Suddenly, laughter erupted from both. They exchanged no words. Yet it felt as if they had communicated extensively within their shared consciousness. The sensation of soul communion enveloped them, barriers dissolved, and Xiang Hao sensed Qian Rinxue's emotional fluctuations. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed the gemstone ring on her finger. This ring is familiar to me. It is the gift Bibi Dong gave me as a token of apprenticeship. You've kept it all this time? I was quite worried when it went missing. Xiang Hao remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? I had instructed my subordinates to search for you, but they only found this ring and some bloodstained scraps. Qian Rinxue replied, sorrowfully removing the ring, intending to return it to Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao pushed it away, saying, No, I gift it to you. This ring is now your memory and holds no significance for me. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's spirits lifted considerably. Reflecting on the years she had spent with the ring, she said, Please wait a moment. With great seriousness, Qian Rinxue rummaged through her soul-guiding device and eventually extracted a plant. Isn't this the fragrant Qilua? Moreover, it appears to be the very one from back then. I have managed to retrieve this celestial herb. It should be of great assistance to you. Xiang Hao gazed upon the delicate sapling of the enchanting fragrant vine, nurtured within an exquisite jade vase. Its leaves and petals appeared lush and vibrant, a testament to the owner's diligent care. It seemed that Qian Rinxue remained oblivious to the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Hao had possessed a celestial product of the fragrant vine, gifted by Yuguan, which he unfortunately lost along with his ring due to the folly of Xiang Yu. Nevertheless, moved by such a thoughtful gift, Xiang Hao gratefully accepted it. In the moonlit solitude, the two silently regarded one another, as if the entirety of the world had shrunk to just the two of them. In the span of a mere afternoon, they felt as though they had known each other for years, and the long-suppressed emotions flowed freely. After a considerable time, they gradually distanced themselves. Well, see you tomorrow, Qian Rinxue said with a smile, tilting her head slightly as she inquired of Xiang Hao. Yes, tomorrow, he replied, momentarily dazed, watching Qian Rinxue walk away, occasionally glancing back with a smile that melted Xiang Hao's heart. In that moment, he saw the golden-haired maiden clearly for the first time, learned her name was Qian Rinxue, and realized she was the granddaughter of Qian Douluo. All the while captivated by her enchanting allure, she was his poison. As he made his way back, the road felt interminably long. He even stumbled over a low wall, his senses dulled by the overwhelming feelings coursing through him. Upon returning to his residence, he found Hulaina waiting for him, her damp appearance only intensifying her ire upon seeing him. She immediately interrogated him about his whereabouts, but Xiang Hao, absorbed in his thoughts, merely offered a casual apology before retreating to his room. You ungrateful little thing. I'm done with you. Hulaina's words echoed in the living room. But Xiang Hao was too preoccupied to reflect on them. He felt as if he were feverish, the day's events replaying in his mind like a recording. His lips curving into an uncontainable smile as he sank deeper into this enchanting whirlpool of emotions. More exhilarating was the sensation that he could sense Qian Rinxue's own excitement, a joyous and uplifting emotion that he could only vaguely discern. What is happening to me? He mused, gripping his hair with both hands as he slowly sank onto the edge of his bed, unable to suppress his happiness. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, deeply ensconced in her blanket, felt her face flush further with every thought. Oh dear, how did I let him touch my foot? Though fleeting, she repeatedly relived that sensation. I was too hasty, but his hand was so warm. What am I thinking? Unlike Xiang Hao, Qianrenxue had meticulously planned their meeting in her mind countless times, yet this encounter had taken her by surprise. It was unexpected, yet delightful. She too sensed that another was equally delighted. Hiki, you silly boy. I'll deal with you tomorrow, she thought, embracing her blanket tightly. Was this the feeling of affection? It was rather pleasant. As for the other silly boy, enlightenment seemed far off. Despite having an elder to guide him, Xiang Yu chose this moment to revel in his amusement. Eager to witness the downfall of the boy who often bested him. What is love, I wonder? Xiang Yu sighed, immersed in his own myriad of regrets. His story was complex, but that is a tale for another time. For now, Xiang Hao remained lost in a haze of confusion, caught between joy and bewilderment. Chapter 71. The Warlord's Soul. After a restless night, Xiang Hao emerged in the morning with dark circles under his eyes. He encountered Hulaina, who, ignoring him completely, stormed off to the training room. Lost in the memories of yesterday's extraordinary connection, Xiang Hao opened his palm to reveal crimson soul power emanating from his hand, tinged with a hint of lavender. Though uncertain about this transformation, Xiang Yu had mentioned that the violet soul power harbored an exceptionally domineering force. He pondered why his martial soul resonated with the six-winged angel, a mystery even Xiang Yu could not elucidate. Your martial soul is quite unique. I cannot discern its origins. But after my awakening, I modified your martial soul to diminish its furious essence, Xiang Yu explained. This revelation clarified many of Xiang Hao's queries, and he felt his martial soul had become significantly more manageable. It no longer merely enhanced his physical capabilities. It seemed to usher him into a new state of being. You have upgraded your martial soul considerably. It rivals even divine-level martial souls without yielding in strength. That is to be expected. I am the Overlord of Western Chu, and I have utilized my Overlord essence to elevate your martial soul to divine levels, Xiang Yu declared with unmistakable arrogance. Listening to his words, Xiang Hao summoned his martial soul for a closer inspection. This martial soul shall be called Warlord, Xiang Hao decided, finding the name fitting for both the soul and Xiang Yu. However, I am not entirely certain about the blood patterns that have appeared on your martial soul. They resemble a mysterious totem and radiate a ferocity that exceeds my expectations, Xiang Yu noted, a hint of apprehension in his tone, an unusual demeanor for him. Xiang Hao had also examined the blood patterns on himself. They seemed to grow more intricate with the increase of his soul power. He had never encountered such designs before, yet they felt inexplicably familiar. When he activated his soul techniques, the blood patterns seemed to surge with his blood, enhancing their potency. Until now, Xiang Hao had not noticed anything amiss, but after his conversation with Xiang Yu, he became increasingly cognizant. He discovered that each time he circulated his soul power, these patterns seemed to integrate his soul power with the divine martial arts, refining and amplifying it. After reaching level 45, his soul power growth had slowed considerably, likely due to these patterns, which seemed to filter and purify his soul power. Had he not trained diligently, his soul power might have diminished instead of increased. I suppose I must intensify my training, Xiang Hao thought, recalling the scenes from the previous day, where both their soul powers had undergone profound enhancement amidst the swirling violet energy. Is she waiting for me? He wondered, sensing a wave of urgency from another presence within the sea of consciousness. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the Elder Hall. Moments after he departed, a graceful figure emerged from behind the door, following closely in his wake. Hulaina's mood was utterly dismal. Her junior had returned the previous day in a daze, and she was determined to uncover who had ensnared him. Just wait until I find out who you are. Xiang Hao, in a state of urgency, was surprisingly oblivious to his pursuit of Hulaina, or perhaps the path was too overt, leading in a straight line directly to the Elder Hall. Upon reaching the end of the path, he encountered a low wall. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he deftly leaped over it. Meanwhile, Hulaina's figure quietly emerged behind him, suddenly realizing the location her junior brother had ventured to, the Elder Hall. It struck her as peculiar. Xiao Hao had never been to the Elder Hall before. What could have compelled him to run here as if enchanted? Filled with doubt, Hulaina pondered the situation. After all, the Elder Hall had scarce female students, and even fewer female elders. Surely, her junior brother did not possess such peculiar tastes. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. At that moment, Xiang Hao arrived beneath a tree and noticed that Qianrenxue seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. Initially striding confidently, he hesitated upon seeing her. Dressed in a flowing beige gown and donning crystal sandals, Qian Rinxue leaned against the tree, her long golden hair intricately braided and gathered at the back of her head. Her enchanting gaze flitted over the wall, and suddenly, it appeared she had spotted her target. With a flirtatious smile, her eyes lingered on him. "Have you been waiting long?" Xiang Hao approached and inquired softly, though he was bemused by the timidity of his own voice. How utterly embarrassing. "Not long, to put it differently. I just arrived as well." Qian Rinxue replied with a smile, extending a finger to lightly touch his heart. "This is something you can sense here." The moment those words escaped her lips, both were rendered speechless, their faces flushed crimson. Qian Rinxue's boldness instantly colored Xiang Hao's cheeks, and they both understood the implication of her words. However, the bluntness of her expression left him at a loss, while she too felt a wave of embarrassment. Why had she uttered such candid words? Perhaps it was the influence of the years spent within the royal family of Tiando, where she had been surrounded by noble women, all too accustomed to speaking so openly. For years, she had listened to their unabashed remarks. Now, articulating such sentiments herself felt utterly foreign. How did they manage to maintain their composure while uttering such phrases? "By the way, I have come to understand the situation regarding our martial souls. Grandpa has informed me," Qian Rinxue said with a light laugh, attempting to ease the earlier awkwardness. "According to him, our martial souls are likely to be inherently complementary. While this may not seem entirely plausible, it remains a possibility." Xiang Hao nodded, recalling that Xiang Yu had previously spoken to him about this matter. Should he attempt once more? As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, a crimson aura of soul power emanating a sanguine glow. Qian Rinxue also raised her right hand, a golden halo appearing, which, like Xiang Hao's, contained a hint of purple within it. The two auras intertwined in the air, gradually forming a vortex that transformed into a purple ring. Had there been others present, they would have clearly seen that the crimson glow dominated the swirling phenomenon. At that moment, atop the Elder Hall, Qian Dalu was laughing heartily, exclaiming that the future hope of the Spirit Hall rested upon them. "Wouldn't you agree, Your Holiness?" he inquired. Beside him, Bibi Dong's emotions were tumultuous as she gazed at the expanding purple halo on the ground, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 72, True Catastrophe of Destruction. Burial of the World Arhut. It was then that Bibi Dong comprehended the profound connection between Qian Daolia's words and Xiang Hao, observing the two merging. She recalled that Qian Dalu had exhibited a similar reaction when he first met Xiang Hao. "Spirit fusion," she uttered, the words seemingly draining her of strength. Gripping her staff tightly, it appeared she might shatter it at any moment. Yet after a prolonged effort, she reluctantly relaxed her grip. "After all, she is your daughter. You must understand these matters. For instance, the bond between these two youngsters runs far deeper than you might assume," Qian Dalu remarked calmly. Within the purple halo, he perceived boundless hope. The purity and extremity of this energy far surpassed his expectations. Bibi Dong surprisingly refrained from countering his assertion. After a long gaze at the two in the distance, she let out a deep sigh. Not long ago, her conviction had developed a significant fracture. And despite her attempts to persuade herself otherwise, recent events had gradually widened this fissure. In that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly felt lost after years of direction. And though consumed by hatred and madness, witnessing her daughter and disciple, she found herself unable to be cruel for the first time. Bibi Dong turned away with a sigh, instructing, "Have her come see me tomorrow. Just say it's regarding other tasks for the Tiando Empire." With that, she departed without a backward glance. Qian Dalu smiled faintly. After all, she was the mother of the child. Meanwhile, Hulaina was also engulfed in shock. A mere glance was enough to compel her to flee. She knew that the martial soul was the six-winged angel, a divine entity beyond her reach. That girl was the daughter of the former pope. The revelation was staggering. And she could not linger within the Elder Hall any longer. She needed to inform her teacher promptly. After their fusion yesterday, the current melding appeared even more effortless for Xiang Hao and Qian Rinxue. Everything flowed seamlessly, and the soul power they exchanged was vastly greater than the previous day. The purple vortex spiraled upward, forming a colossal spiral column that continued to rise in height, yet both seemed to struggle under the exertion. "Can you still hold on?" Xiang Hao inquired with concern, aware that his soul power was nearly depleted. He worried for Qian Rinxue's condition. "What are you thinking? My soul power is greater than yours," she retorted. Xiang Hao suddenly realized that her soul power had exceeded his by nearly 30 levels during their childhood, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. However, Qian Rinxue's condition was not particularly favorable either. Her soul power was nearly depleted. Their attempt at a soul fusion was a testament to the profound connection between their martial souls, suggesting the possibility of an extraordinary fusion level. A violet beam of light ascended dramatically, reaching a height of nearly 10 zhang before it halted. As a mist of purple dissipated, accompanied by their exclamations, a colossal figure emerged, a towering six-armed arhat with a mysterious visage and radiant golden eyes. Each of its 6 arms wielded a different weapon, a spear, a ring, a sword, a tower, a dagger, and a bow, all surrounded by arcs of purple lightning. The phrase destruction true calamity, burial world arhat reverberated in their minds. The violet light from the 6-armed arhat rose almost to the level of the Elder Hall, prompting Douluo to rise from his seat, his figure flashing as he appeared beside the arhat's head. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the illusion made even him, a super Douluo, tremble internally. The commotion stirred by these 2 juniors was considerable. In a blink, golden crocodile Douluo appeared next to Douluo, and soon after, several other figures materialized, revealing the other elders of the hall. The disturbance had roused all the old-timers from their meditative retreats. Douluo smiled faintly, stating, "Let us celebrate, everyone. The future of the continent lies firmly in the hands of the Spirit Hall. Congratulations, Master." The onlookers cheered in unison. Douluo could no longer contain his joy, laughter echoing far and wide. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong watched the scene unfold with a subtle smile, feeling that her objectives had been partially achieved. Although the outcome was unexpected, it seemed fortuitous, a perfect arrangement. At least in this moment, Bibi Dong felt a sense of contentment. "Teacher, I have something to report," Hulaina said breathlessly as she returned. "I am aware," Bibi Dong replied without turning, her tone calm. "Teacher, it concerns Xiang Hao. I understand. You did not conceal it well. Many of the hidden guards have already noticed you," Bibi Dong interjected, maintaining her calm demeanor. Hulaina comprehended. "Remember to keep your junior brother's matters confidential. Do not inquire further," Bibi Dong advised gently. Hulaina departed, having gained clarity on many issues in an instant. "Very well. Consider it a way to clear the path for you." Outside the window, the violet light continued to blaze, illuminating the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, at another vibrant lakeside location on the continent, a green halo radiated continuously from the lake center. Wherever the halo shone, flora flourished, and the fish in the lake became more lively, painting a picture of vitality, all emanating from a figure at the lake's heart. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the endangered Tang San. After the tumult subsided, Tang San leapt from the lake, effortlessly retrieving a basket of fish he had caught along the shore, and walked towards a small wooden cabin. Pushing the door open, he found his father, Tang Hao, resting on the bed. "Dad, I'm back. I'll start cooking right away," Tang San announced, commencing his culinary preparations. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Tang Hao, drawn by the scent of food, slowly turned over, ready to eat. The father-son duo shared a simple meal, a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. When Tang Hao woke to find himself missing an arm and a leg, he was grateful that the rest of his injuries were not life-threatening, and that Tang San had survived. Subsequently, Tang Hao took Tang San away from Shrek Academy, uncertain if their adversary would seek vengeance. His sole focus was on ensuring Tang San's safety. They journeyed to the valley where Ain resided, only to be astonished by a small spring bubbling up from the valley's depths, gradually forming a stream. Along the riverbank, countless blue-silver grasses thrived, transforming into a sea of blue. Eventually, they discovered that the spring was rich in vital life force, nurturing the blue-silver grass and causing the stream to swell into a small lake. They settled by the lakeside, and over time, their injuries healed significantly. Chapter 73. Dusk is also dawn. Tang San served dinner to his father, adding a few drops of a green liquid from a jade vial to Tang Hao's meal. "Dad, this is the life essence I refined today." Tang Hao accepted it without a word. After losing an arm and a leg, his strength had diminished to just over 70 levels, and worse still, he had lost his soul bones. This upheaval had derailed Tang Hao's plans. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Although the miraculous spring healed their wounds, the looming threat of a powerful adversary left Tang Hao restless. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that his son seemed to adapt well to their surroundings. Tang San's cultivation speed in the lake water had drastically increased, and surrounded by the flourishing blue-silver grass, his own blue-silver grass inherited a yin's bloodline, evolving into the blue-silver emperor. Under the influence of this environment, the blue-silver emperor transformed. Once tainted by various toxins, it now blossomed with vibrant green and was imbued with an invigorated vitality. Tang San realized that he had initially strayed from his roots, This environment, rife with life force, was the key to enhancing his power. Confronted by a foe who countered his abilities, he found himself at a loss. Reflecting on this, he recalled that this opponent had not even unleashed their full strength against him. Had it not been for the dean's desperate intervention, he might have already met his demise. Tang San chuckled to himself, acknowledging that his strength was still inadequate. Yet, he felt fortunate to have discovered this wellspring of life. One day, he would repay all that he owed. Clenching his fists, he gazed resolutely into the distance, declaring inwardly, "Spirit Hall, the figures in black, whoever you may be. I shall avenge these grievances one day." This is not a mere coincidence. Simultaneously, various locations across Douluo Star have begun to exhibit such divine phenomena, suggesting that some connections are being fortified. Meanwhile, in a distant, ethereal expanse of the starry sea, a grand assembly has just concluded. By unanimous decision of the Divine Realm Council, it has been resolved that all deities may strengthen their ties with subordinate planes, select successors, and summon new gods to ascend. With two deities coexisting, the power of the divine realm is to be bolstered in preparation for the impending calamity. The goddess of life, typically poised and graceful, spoke with grave seriousness this time. This proposal was indeed her own. Although it may dilute the strength of each deity, it could potentially offer a glimmer of hope for the survival of the divine realm. Her words caused a collective gasp among the assembled gods, as the gravity of the God King's address left them momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, under the guidance of the two supreme deities of good and evil, all gods began the urgent selection of their successors. On Douluo Star, the Blue-Silver Valley stands as the most vibrant locale, which explains the emergence of the Fountain of Life there. Amidst the panic of the deities during the assembly, an inconspicuous second-tier deity, the god of reincarnation, wore a subtle smirk. As the divine realm became inundated with chaos, deep within both the divine realm and Douluo Star, a pair of beastly eyes simultaneously opened, heralding an impending transformation. These tumultuous changes affected countless beings, and already 4 individuals on Douluo continent have sensed this shift. Little do they know, in this era dominated by gods, it also signifies the twilight of the deities. The cataclysm of gods has commenced from this very moment. Qian Daluo incessantly prayed before the angel god, his heart ablaze with fervent zeal, not for any other reason, but because the barriers to his cultivation had gradually begun to weaken. As Qian Daluo became the guide for the angel god, he instinctively comprehended the implications of this role, which caused even this centenarian to tremble with excitement. "My lord, have my sacrifices gained your acknowledgement?" In 2 other realms, similar scenes unfolded. The dynamics of Douluo Star are in constant flux, with new forces intruding upon this world. Meanwhile, all the deities in the divine realm have become preoccupied, unaware of the nature of the impending disaster. Despite numerous dissenting voices, the positions of the 5 god kings remain resolute. They are oblivious to the true horror that awaits them, which surely eclipses that of the dragon god. Recently, Xiang Hao has found himself in a state of leisure, having not seen his senior sister for quite some time. It seems she has moved out, while he frequents the Douluo Palace daily. Qian Rinchu waits for him beneath the tree each time, and as their soul power exchanges increase in frequency, their emotional connection becomes ever more apparent. This mutual understanding might be what true companionship entails. When they meet, Qian Rinchu naturally entwines her arm with Xiang Hao's. "Why are we so late today?" Xiang Hao muses, a hint of confusion in his tone. Just yesterday, Qian Rinchu had asked him to come later, and he is unaware of what transpired. He can sense that her emotions were tumultuous this morning, fluctuating between anger, sorrow, and finally a semblance of joy. Curiosity peaks within him regarding the events of the day. "Nothing much. I went to see your teacher," Qian Rinchu replies, her arms still linked with his as they settle by the tree. At that moment, she resembles a child, speaking animatedly while Xiang Hao listens intently. "In truth, our relationship has been quite poor. She has scarcely exchanged words with me. The conversation we had today surpassed the entirety of the past 20 years. Qian Rinchu continues, her joy evident as she shares numerous revelations that Xiang Hao had previously been unaware of. Grandfather has been in high spirits as well. It is the first time in many years that I have felt such care from so many people." Turning to face Xiang Hao, she gazes at him earnestly. "It seems everything has improved since I met you." The sudden intensity of her gaze catches Xiang Hao off guard. "I haven't done anything," he replies, their eyes intermingling as if they have discovered answers within each other's gaze. This is the first time Qian Rinchu has truly felt happiness. Her life seemingly transformed in mere days. Yet, her expression dims considerably as she adds, "However, I shall be leaving the day after tomorrow. Ah? Where to? Of course. I have a mission. I merely snuck away for a few days, but now I must return, she replies, her tone subdued. In just a brief span, her mindset has undergone a significant shift. Rising abruptly, she walks slowly toward the trees, petals cascading onto her shoulder. Observing this, Xiang Hao also rises and reaches out to brush the scattered strands of hair from her face. Suddenly, she evades him, turning away, and in an instant, a waft of fragrance envelopes him. He feels a delicate imprint of her essence upon his lips, yet she has already darted away, leaving him frozen in a gesture of outstretched hands, lingering in the moment. Chapter 74. Unforgiving killings savoring the lingering scent. Xiang Hao stands dazed in place. The source of this enchantment has retreated far away, laughing blissfully in the distance. In that moment, Xiang Hao finds himself smiling foolishly. Such occurrences had never transpired in his past. He feels as though his heart has been willingly ensnared, immersed in a sweetness akin to honey, though devoid of strength yet filled with delight. As he walks back, lost in thought, the person who lacks romantic sensibility reappears. You young man. I never imagined you to be such a romantic. Quite commendable. You possess a charm reminiscent of my younger days. With a discerning eye, Xiang Yu exclaims. Laughter echoing with genuine joy. What of it? Are you not the same? Xiang Hao retorts, historically, kings have taken multiple wives. You are showered with affection from many. However, Xiang Yu's tone grows increasingly serious. That is a memory I wish to forget, yet you have unearthed it. I remember everything about her vividly, yet I have never wished to recall it. In my past life, I, Xiang Yu, prided myself on never having been vanquished by others, only by fate itself. I harbor no regrets, but... He pauses, his voice growing somber. She followed me throughout my life, and I believed I had treated her well during my rise. However, I ultimately betrayed her. That was never her destined path. All of this stemmed from my own failures, from my inability to triumph over fate. Xiang Yu's voice sharpens with intensity. I once thought this would be the last time I would feel this way, yet I was mistaken. Xiang Yu's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, yet Xiang Hao could discern a profound sorrow that penetrated to the very bones. The tale behind this conqueror appeared to be far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Alas, it was but a fragment of a lingering spirit, and the memories were far from whole. Xiang Hao could only sift through these fragmented recollections in search of some elusive truths. This time, I shall not face defeat again. If the heavens conspire against me, let my iron spear pierce the very skies. Young man, do not hinder my progress. This enigmatic remark left Xiang Hao perplexed. Xiang Hao had grown accustomed to it, yet in recent days, the pace of his fusion training with Qianrenque had accelerated significantly. He could distinctly feel the surge in his soul power, which was now on the verge of breaking through to level 48, bringing him ever closer to his goal of 50. His progress in the cultivation of the divine martial technique was also remarkable. Just last night, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm and had entered the initial stage of the 6th realm. Only upon entering the 6th realm did the divine martial technique truly allow one to embark on the path of martial enlightenment. The transformation into golden light represented a barrier for practitioners of this technique, with only those above the 6th realm being deemed true divine warriors. Regrettably, such days were drawing to a close. After yet another day of training with Qianrenque, Xiang Hao had not yet had the chance to feel sorrow over her departure when he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate, Zhong Liemo. Following their last meeting, Xiang Hao had merely mentioned something in passing, unaware of how swiftly Zhong Liemo would act. Xiang Hao carefully examined the information Zhong Liemo had brought regarding Tang San. If he was not mistaken, Tang San's activities had been rather limited. He had emerged from a small village named Holy Soul Village and subsequently enrolled in the Nuoding City Junior Soul Master Academy, with Shrek Academy being the next significant milestone. Thus, it seemed that Tang San's greatest trump card lay with the Haotian sect and the father behind him. With this knowledge, Xiang Hao felt somewhat reassured. Are these pieces of information accurate? He inquired. They should be correct. A significant portion of this information was provided by Tang San's roommate in Nuoding City. Ensuring a high degree of accuracy, Zhong Liemo respectfully replied, although Xiang Hao had never quite adapted to Zhong Liemo's demeanor. After numerous attempts to alter it proved fruitless, he allowed him to be as he wished. As he perused the documents, Xiang Hao fell into deep contemplation. Although he had long suspected he might not be the sole fortunate individual in this world, the reality of it filled him with unease. The existence of someone who knew everything about him was perilous, and no one would allow their adversary to roam freely without concern, Xiang Hao included. With this thought, his brow furrowed even tighter, a moment that Zhong Liemo keenly observed. He could not comprehend why his master would frown at a youth whose apparent power barely reached level 30. His only thought was that this individual had offended his king. At that moment, a command swiftly spread through the Dark Raven's network following Xiang Hao's encounter. Recently, Wang Sheng had been in high spirits. While attending to matters at the Spirit Hall, he had inadvertently overheard a deacon mention the name Tang San, which piqued his interest. He attempted to inform the deacon that he seemed to know someone named Tang San. Initially, the deacon had shown little interest. But upon learning that the martial spirit was blue silver grass, he instantly became fervent, seizing Wang Sheng and producing several healing pills. Wang Sheng, in turn, lowered his guard and spoke freely about his acquaintance with Tang San, the specifics of which he soon forgot. All he knew was that the deacon subsequently reported to Spirit City, promising substantial rewards for the information. Wang Sheng had been exhilarated for several days, and with time passing, he anticipated that the moment would soon arrive. Today, as usual, Wang Sheng visited the Spirit Hall to inquire about the developments. Indeed, the deacon had returned. Deacon, how did it go? Did the Spirit Hall recognize my friend's talent? That would mean I have contributed significantly. Wang Sheng excitedly recounted his deep connection with Tang San while discreetly gesturing with his right hand, still fixated on the promised rewards. Previously, he had sold the few pills the deacon had given him for several thousand silver soul coins within the mercenary group. Oh, so you're quite familiar with him. That makes things simpler, the deacon replied casually, jotting down an address. Come to this place tonight and wait for me. Some matters are too sensitive to discuss directly. With a gesture of caution, he handed over the note. Wang Sheng, elated, understood the gravity of the deacon's favor and departed contentedly. That night, Wang Sheng arrived at the designated location, his desires clouding his judgment. After a prolonged wait, he finally spotted an individual approaching, clad in black with a peculiar raven mask. As he drew near, he recognized the deacon. My lord, you finally arrived. Why are you dressed like this? I hardly recognized you. Given their setting within the Spirit Hall, caution was advisable. A cold voice replied, Enough. Where is my reward? This is for you. In an instant, a flash of silver light erupted, and amidst Wang Sheng's terror, the figure calmly stated, The Raven Master has decreed that anyone who approaches Tang San shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 75, The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Such events unfolded in countless corners. And at Zhong Li Mo's behest, numerous dark ravens unsheathed their blades, plunging Nuoding City into a state of panic. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained engulfed in sorrow. Today marked Qian Rinxue's return to report, and it was their final day of fusion training. Slowly rising, Qian Rinxue spoke, I must depart today. Time has already lingered too long. Intentionally turning away, she refrained from meeting Xiang Hao's gaze. Goodbyes are always melancholic, especially for two who have only just begun to know one another. In truth, they had only been acquainted for a week since their first meeting. Yet their understanding of each other surpassed that of many years. Xiang Hao remained silent, gently tucking Qian Rinxue's hair behind her ear. Both understood that at times, circumstances were beyond their control. In truth, their conversations over the past few days had been few, yet they could distinctly perceive each other's emotions. The fusion of their spirits had rendered any secrets between them obsolete. I will wait for you. This was the phrase Xiang Hao finally articulated after much contemplation. Qian Rinxue gazed at his earnest expression and let out a soft laugh, realizing that this fool indeed had little else to say. I understand now. But I must take my leave. Do you not have any parting words? Xiang Hao awkwardly scratched his head, pondering how to express his feelings. After a brief moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to step forward and embrace Qian Rinxue. The act was both tense and swift, however, the latter was decidedly displeased. She firmly grasped his wooden head and planted a forceful kiss upon his lips, only then finding satisfaction. While being bullied once could be tolerated, enduring such treatment repeatedly left Xiang Hao feeling like a reckless young man brimming with vitality. Xiang Hao's arm encircled Qian Rinxue's waist, and he responded awkwardly. Both were novices, and the situation rendered them momentarily embarrassed yet delightful. It was not until Qian Rinxue, her complexion flushed, gently pushed Xiang Hao away that they exchanged breathless glances, both breaking into smiles. Qian Rinxue soon embarked on her return journey, and Xiang Hao remained oblivious to the true nature of her mission. However, it appeared to be of utmost confidentiality, as she was accompanied by a titled Douluo. Subsequently, Xiang Hao's task was to immerse himself in rigorous training, as his soul power approached the 50-level threshold, compelling him to strive for a breakthrough. From that moment on, Xiang Hao devoted nearly all his time beneath the fragrant tree until one day, Yu Guan sought him out. It seemed the days were indeed favorable, for His Holiness the Pope had entered a critical seclusion, entrusting him with the imperative task of assisting in the hunt for the fifth soul ring. Thus, Xiang Hao accompanied Yuguan to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon arrival, Xiang Yu could no longer remain still. "Youngster, how many times have I mentioned this place? You have finally made it." For a warrior, both frigid and fiery terrains serve as exceptional venues for body tempering, and the Eye of Ice and Fire, embodying both extremes, is unparalleled, a location that could not be surpassed for you. Regardless of Xiang Yu's enthusiastic discourse, Xiang Hao is acutely aware of the perilous nature of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Should he falter here, it would only fulfill Xiang Yu's desires. "Haha, you still doubt me, young lad?" Xiang Yu chuckled. "There's no choice. Having been tricked by you once, I must remain vigilant. Otherwise, I may become just like you." Xiang Hao shrugged helplessly. "No need for that. This is your life, your journey, and you have your own adversaries," Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Xiang Hao, alongside Yu Guan, stepped into the heart of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Before them lay a pool of water, where boiling hot springs and icy fountains converged. Creating a stark contrast, the rising steam formed a curtain around the spring, where countless rare celestial herbs flourished, each more vibrant than the last. "Haha, Elder Ju. It seems you are more enamored with nurturing flowers than concocting elixirs," Xiang Hao jested, as their long-standing friendship allowed for such banter. "These flowers possess their own spirit. Alchemy is merely the extraction of their medicinal properties, guided by wondrous pharmacology, while nurturing them involves understanding their habits. Both pursuits yield distinct joys, yet hold equal value." Yu Guan said gently, lowering her head to inhale the fragrant aroma of the celestial herbs, resembling a nurturing mother cradling her child. The vicinity of the Ice and Fire spring facilitated the flow of energy for cultivators. Training here would expedite progress severalfold. You may cultivate nearby, but under no circumstances should you enter the spring. The waters are influenced by 2 poisonous herbs, and your current strength is insufficient to withstand them, Yu Guan cautioned again. This was understandable. Bibi Dong had reiterated similar warnings to him, for Xiang Hao seemed prone to attracting trouble during soul hunts. Had it not been for the urgent seclusion, Bibi Dong would have undoubtedly accompanied him. Yet upon hearing this news, Xiang Yu was rather elated, stating that if Bibi Dong were present, his gifts would be ill-timed. This piqued Xiang Hao's curiosity further. In the ensuing days, Xiang Hao began his onslaught towards the 50-level threshold, seated at the convergence of the 2 springs. The contrasting frigid and fiery energies continuously influenced him, yet within such an environment, the flow of his divine martial decision quickened. As Xiang Hao adapted and experimented, he gradually moved closer to the center of the spring, enduring increasing intensity. Simultaneously, he unleashed his martial soul to counter the encroaching cold and heat. The blood patterns on his body flared magnificently, with streams of crimson and violet energies coursing through him, while the blood patterns on his arms seemed to absorb the dual energies, devouring the incessant waves of cold and heat. Xiang Hao's soul power expanded at a remarkably rapid pace, and the bottleneck of 49 was shattered almost instantaneously. He ascended to the 50th level, and the flow of energy around him became increasingly grandiose, sending ripples of aura cascading outward. The immense current of energy swiftly attracted more streams of cold and heat, which surged into Xiang Hao's body. At that very moment, however, his hands became uncontrollable. The blood patterns blossomed wildly. His left arm radiated an intense heat, while his right arm endured a piercing chill. "Quickly, enter the spring. The blood patterns on your body have absorbed too much cold and heat. They must be neutralized, or these opposing forces will explode within you. Hurry," Xiang Yu urged anxiously. At this moment, Xiang Hao could no longer afford to concern himself with anything else. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the spring, immersing his left side in the frigid waters and his right in the scalding flames. Instantly, the explosive sensation in his arms diminished significantly. Before he could even relax, a more intense wave of searing heat and bone-chilling cold surged in from both sides of his body. Xiang Hao, filled with helplessness, could only grit his teeth and endure. Since ancient times, body tempering techniques have harbored an inherent flaw. Their overbearing nature renders it difficult to effectively regulate one's own meridians. More often than not, they emphasize sheer strength. In the current perilous setting of the Ice and Fire Spring, this flaw proved to be fatal. The 2 opposing forces roiled within him, and he found himself unable to achieve a harmonious balance. All he could do was resist with all his might. Chapter 76. The Domain of Tyranny. A battlefield of thousands, countless energies surged within Xiang Hao's body, as the extremes of ice and fire clashed violently. He sensed that the muscles on his left side had grown numb from frost, while those on his right were seared. "Old man, this time you truly might be the death of me," Xiang Hao muttered, gritting his teeth as warm blood seeped from his mouth. "Do not rush. We are almost there." Xiang Yu spoke in a low tone. At that moment, the blood patterns on Xiang Hao's arms began to bloom once more, drawing in waves of cold and hot energy through his bloodstream. Instantly, his body temperature improved significantly. "Kid, change direction every 15 minutes. The blood patterns on your arms possess a remarkable ability to absorb these extreme energies. Utilize them to achieve equilibrium," Xiang Yu instructed promptly. Xiang Hao clenched his teeth and slowly shifted to the other side, immersing his left arm in the hot spring to absorb warmth, while his right arm soaked in the cold spring to draw in chill. As anticipated, the exchange of breath took place, and this oscillation of energies created a harmonious aquatic realm around him. "It is time. Now comes my gift." Xiang Yu articulated each word with precision, suddenly bellowing congeal. A multitude of crimson energies converged from all directions, and a red halo gradually coalesced in the air, transforming into a radiant beam that surged into Xiang Hao's mind. In that instant, the vivid memory of Xiang Yu imparting the spear technique resurfaced before him. Xiang Yu, drenched in blood, stood majestically atop a mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood, as countless foes charged forth, only to fall unerringly beneath his spear. The silver light flashing forth like a dragon's claw, spraying forth a cascade of blood blossoms. One man, one spear, one army formation. This was the might of the Overlord's battlefield dominance. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The specters of numerous fallen enemies flickered around Xiang Yu, their faces twisted with resentment as they lunged toward him. Another flash of silver light severed countless bodies, blood erupting in a violent spray. Simultaneously, the scenery before him began to blur. He still beheld the spring, but distinctively, a soul ring pulsated above his head, drawing his gaze. Upon closer inspection, he found himself immobilized by its formidable presence, the red soul ring. It resembled a ring forged from an ocean of blood, oscillating above him, its immense power unmistakably revealing its nature as a 100,000-year soul ring. "Ha ha, young one, how do you find this grand gift? It aligns perfectly with your desires. Does it not? This embodies the essence of my power, the will of the Overlord," Xiang Yu explained with a chuckle. "Rest assured, the seal I placed upon this soul ring will gradually lift as your strength increases. Additionally, I bestow upon you 2 soul skills, the control technique, grasping the cauldron, and a domain skill, bloodbath of 1,000. As Xiang Hao listened to Xiang Yu's self-satisfied introduction, he could no longer contain himself. The soul rings atop his head swiftly retracted into his body. "Old fool, I am still immersed in this predicament." Feeling the blood vessels in his arms gradually throbbing with pain, Xiang Hao struggled to break free. Fortunately, Yuguan returned just in time. "Indeed, you are quite the troublemaker," Yuguan exclaimed, his tone laced with exasperation and urgency. With a leap, he soared over the surface of the spring, guiding Xiang Hao out. "In just a short while, you vanished into this place. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly be at a loss to explain to His Holiness the Pope." Xiang Hao, devoid of the strength to apologize, remained on the ground, concentrating on regulating his breath. His current condition appeared quite dire. One side of his body was scorched, the skin split and vividly red, while the other was frozen, the blood stagnant and devoid of color, presenting a ghastly pallor. At this moment, Yuguan was too preoccupied to lay blame, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to assist Xiang Hao in unblocking his meridians. After a considerable period, Xiang Hao's body gradually stabilized. Yuguan then made arrangements for him in his quarters before departing. After a lengthy interval, Xiang Hao began to regain consciousness, realizing he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Before he could utter a word, the ethereal voice of Xiang Yu resonated once more. "This time, it is indeed much better than I anticipated. Old fellow, your advice nearly cost me my life," Xiang Hao retorted, irritation evident in his tone. He then sat up, and the blood patterns on both arms suddenly emitted an ethereal glow of blue and red. Gazing at his body, he noticed that countless patches of skin had already decayed and ruptured, yet under the nurturing effects of the divine martial art, new skin had emerged, glistening with a radiant sheen, as if a metallic layer had been applied. "I told you I would not deceive you. After soaking in the ice fire spring, your physical prowess has ascended to a new echelon. A mere mortal cannot ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts," Xiang Yu remarked calmly. "This is indeed commendable. The ultimate test in martial arts hinges on physical strength, for brute force eclipses cunning, and technique loses its significance beyond a certain threshold. Xiang Hao gradually regulated the breath circulating within him, while the crimson soul ring behind him pulsated incessantly. With a mere thought, the surrounding aura shifted dramatically, transforming the area within a 10-step radius into a realm of corpses and blood, a domain of dominion, a slaughterhouse for thousands. Within this territory, all adversaries would experience a decline, or even a complete loss, of their fighting spirit, while their strength would be diminished by 50% and siphoned for his own use. This siphoning lacked a numerical limit, yet it was inherently constrained by Xiang Hao's own strength. It must be said, this was a divine technique. When Xiang Yu faced Tang Hao, it was this very skill he employed. At that moment, when he summoned this ability, the heavens and earth were stained a deep crimson, and the vicinity of nearly a kilometer was littered with corpses and bones. The title of Slaughterhouse for Thousands was certainly not an empty moniker. Regrettably, at present, he found himself far inferior to Xiang Yu's prowess. Ha ha ha, speak your mind. I can read your thoughts. Xiang Yu bellowed with laughter, relishing once more in his moment of triumph. Xiang Hao chose not to respond to him, aware that engaging in conversation would inevitably open the floodgates of his chatter. However, Xiang Yu remained entirely unfazed, continuing to speak to himself. It's perfectly fine. You have only just begun to grasp this skill and have yet to comprehend the essence of this realm. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" One must admit that Xiang Yu possessed a remarkable talent for tantalizing others. Ha ha ha, can you guess? Never mind, I shall tell you. Have you ever taken a life? Xiang Yu's inquiry rendered Xiang Hao momentarily speechless. Indeed, throughout his 2 lifetimes, he had undertaken numerous missions and vanquished many adversaries, yet he had never taken a life. His hands bore no trace of bloodshed. How could such a being possibly be the notorious executioner of a battlefield? Ha ha ha, truly. How could hands that have never been stained with blood befit a proficient executioner? Thus, there remains a vital lesson for you. You must kill, many must perish. The word struck Xiang Hao's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed as he gazed at his hands, as if searching for a means to fulfill this grim requirement. Chapter 77. Ning Fengji's concerned Qian Rinxue returned to the Tiando Empire, resuming her life in Zwiqing, where intrigue and political machinations once again dominated her existence. However, Qian Rinxue no longer felt anxious, for her heart was no longer empty. A formidable power would forever bolster her spirit. "Your Highness, the Master Ning has arrived," an attendant reported, yet Ning Fengji had already entered unannounced. After all, he was her openly acknowledged mentor, and there was no need for pretense in their formalities. "Your Highness Qinghe, was your recent mission successful?" Ning Fengji inquired. Everything went smoothly. However, there were some discrepancies in the taxation of certain cities. Though minor, it would be prudent to inspect them personally. Qian Rinxue replied with a serene smile, her demeanor retaining its refined elegance. Ning Fengji refrained from probing further, for he had other matters at hand. He took a seat beside Qian Rinxue, contemplating for a moment before speaking. In the past 2 years, the miraculous elixirs disseminated by the Spirit Hall have swept across the continent. Their medicinal properties are profoundly intricate. I have summoned the full strength of our sect for research, yet we have yielded no results. Moreover, our elders are more adept in combat than in pharmacology, rendering them equally powerless. Indeed, the elixirs from the Spirit Hall are remarkable, but their exorbitant prices are a concern. If this trend continues, the Spirit Hall will tighten its grip on the continent's economic lifeblood, which may lead to further oppression against us, Qian Rinxue mused, feigning contemplation. Although she was not well versed in the matter of the Spirit Hall's elixirs, it seemed linked to Xiang Hao in some manner. Ning Fengji continued, "Thus, I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo. He is, after all, the only master of pharmacology known across the continent." He finally divulged his intent. To be candid, he had been quite anxious in recent days. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the principal function of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda was to augment and enhance soul masters. However, many of the elixirs sold by the Spirit Hall were designed to provide temporary boosts in strength. Some were even healing potions. Although these lower quality elixirs were not particularly affordable, many soul masters could manage the expense, as it was significantly less than hiring a support-type soul master. This reality not only redirected vast wealth towards the Spirit Hall, but also posed a serious threat to support-type soul masters. In recent days, Ning Fengji had felt this impact acutely. The name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seemed to lose its former grandeur. "I apologize, Master. I truly have no knowledge of this matter. Although the poisoned Douluo is a guest of the Tiando royal family, he is notoriously free-spirited. And he never divulges his whereabouts to us, Qian Rinqiwei replied earnestly. Ning Fingji's expression fell, disappointment etched across his face. Even a glimmer of hope had now vanished. Observing his troubled countenance, Qian Rinqiwei could not help but reflect that if he were to learn of Du Guobo's allegiance to the Spirit Hall, his reaction would surely be quite dramatic. However, she had not anticipated the profound impact of these elixirs. Xiang Hao, it seems, harbors many secrets. Her gaze drifted toward the window, where that individual continued his training amidst the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Presently, Xiang Hao could only harness the power of the fifth spirit ring up to a limit of 30,000 years. Yet the presence of this black spirit ring still exuded an overwhelming aura. Although he had deflected inquiries from Yueguan regarding the origins of his fifth spirit ring, the latter wore an expression rife with skepticism, for the ice and fire yin-yang eyes had been further fortified by him. It was implausible for any spirit beast to penetrate such defenses. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Your excuse remains rather feeble. Yet since this is your secret, I shall not pry. I merely need to ensure that your fifth spirit ring poses no issues. Xiang Hao subsequently demonstrated his proficiency in his field, and the words of Yuguan echoed almost identically to those spoken by Xiang Yu. Does it not seem rather absurd for a practitioner of a slaughter-type domain to have never taken a life? To this day, Xiang Hao can vividly recall the look of bewilderment on Yuguan's face. I have encountered something akin to this domain skill before. Yet your control over it appears to be more potent, was Yuguan's assessment. That similar domain, Xiang Hao recognized, belonged to Bibi Dong's realm of slaughter. Bibi Dong had previously confided in him that, according to her plans, after reaching level 50, he would journey to the city of slaughter, a place teeming with the fallen. Rumors abound that it is saturated with bloodshed and carnage. Those who successfully navigate this city of slaughter are said to acquire a domain, the slaughter domain. Xiang Hao understood this well, but Xiang Yu seemed even more knowledgeable. What he shared with Xiang Hao last night resembled Yuguan's words almost precisely. Moreover, his fifth soul skill, the grasping hand, exhibited extraordinary effects. Within 100 steps, it disregarded spatial distance, conjuring a scarlet hand from the air to swiftly crush his opponent in its grasp. The efficacy of this skill was indeed remarkable. However, opportunities for experimentation were scarce. Once Yuguan realized there were no issues with his fifth soul ring, he seldom visited. Instead, he immersed himself in researching his own formulas. Unlike the poison Douluo, his true passion lay in the Yuxiang Xuanfang pill, reputed for its enchanting fragrance that amalgamates the essence of myriad blossoms, with the singular effect encapsulated in the phrase. One pill dispels 100 toxins. Nevertheless, Xiang Hao understood that this fellow was likely more drawn to the pill's fragrance. In the ensuing days, Xiang Hao remained in the Eye of Ice and Fire for his cultivation, where the pace of advancement exceeded that of the Spirit Hall significantly. This extreme environment seemed to benefit his physical conditioning immensely. Concurrently, Xiang Hao noticed that his martial spirit appeared to have undergone a transformation. The blood patterns on his arms gradually shifted in hue under the constant influence of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The left arm's blood pattern turned a bluish-white, while the right arm manifested an orange-yellow. Xiang Yu was as perplexed as Xiang Hao regarding the origins of these blood patterns on his martial spirit. Yet, during training, these patterns resembled whirlpools, absorbing the surrounding cold air and heat waves. Over time, as Xiang Hao channeled his soul power through his arms, he too was affected. This must be the adage that those who survive great calamities will surely reap future blessings. Immersing in this spring seemingly enabled him to unexpectedly harness 2 additional powers. Aside from his daily training, Xiang Hao did not squander the materials from the Eye of Ice and Fire, while Yuguan kept a watchful eye on the herbs. He noted that other materials seemed to elicit little interest from the 2 titled Douluos. For instance, the abundant deposits of fine iron or growing nearby made Xiang Hao nearly leap with joy upon his first encounter with such a mineral. In his previous life, the skills honed in the Divine Martial Hall and Tang sect bore no resemblance, save for one aspect: forging techniques. Unlike the Tang sect, which required exceedingly precious ores for crafting intricate hidden weapons, the Divine Martial Hall preferred robust, substantial ores for weapon creation. In his past life, 7 of the top 10 legendary weapons in the martial world hailed from the Divine Martial Hall, known collectively as the 7 Great Evils. Their primary forging material was none other than fine iron ore. Chapter 78, the Continental Soul Master Competition now, with an abundance of materials at his disposal. Xiang Hao conceived his own plans. Although he had not mastered forging in his previous life, he was eager to attempt it now. The Forging Heart's decision from the Divine Weapon's 100 forgings should not be in vain. Xiang Hao mused, gazing at the iron ingots around him, feeling a twinge of frustration. After a whole afternoon of labor, he had yet to produce a single satisfactory ingot. Indeed, having transitioned to a different world, he found himself no further advanced. In his past life, Xiang Hao had lacked talent in the art of forging, and in this life, he seemed similarly unskilled. Although the enhancement from his soul power improved his precision in forging, it appeared insufficient. Should he seek out a professional master for guidance? The thought of the 7 great evils filled Xiang Hao with unease. Each of those weapons had left an indelible mark on the martial world, and the intricacies of their crafting were indeed formidable. Reflecting on this, Xiang Hao realized he might have overestimated his own capabilities. With a resigned smile, he stored the fine iron ore back in his ring, acknowledging his inability to utilize these materials, yet he knew there must be someone on this continent who could. The subsequent days were filled with monotonous training. Wuhan had instructed him to remain in the Eye of Ice and Fire, while she seemed to be in seclusion. Building upon the groundwork laid by Dugubo, Wuhan had fortified the perimeter of the Eye of Ice and Fire with additional defensive measures, rendering it impenetrable even to ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts. This provided Xiang Hao with a stable environment for cultivation, while Wuhan remained engrossed in her alchemical endeavors. Though they occupied the same space, their encounters were few and far between. Thus, Xiang Hao diligently cultivated within the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the extreme conditions combined with the operation of the divine martial decision significantly enhanced his physical attributes at a visibly rapid pace. After a year, his soul power had risen to level 53, and his physical prowess had multiplied exponentially. Gradually, he adapted to life here, honing his body until one day, Wuhan delivered the command that he must return. The Continental Soul Master competition was about to commence, and Bibi Dong hoped he could represent the Spirit Hall in the tournament, thereby establishing the illustrious reputation of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. As he sat in the carriage on his return journey, Xiang Hao felt a surge of anticipation. After all, this was the Continental Soul Master competition, where nearly all the young talents would gather, and he was momentarily exhilarated. Having already encountered some of the prodigies of this world, he was curious about the extent of their development in soul power and skills, for he could not truly consider himself a legitimate soul master. At best, he was merely a brash individual capable of wielding soul power. Inside the Spirit Hall, seated upon the highest throne, was Bibi Dong, whom Xiang Hao had not seen in quite some time. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Bibi Dong appeared even younger to him, her aura significantly more formidable. With an air of tranquility, she addressed him. "However, for this Soul Master competition, you will represent the Spirit Hall as the team leader. I do not wish for any unexpected outcomes. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master." In the blue-silver valley, on the surface of a pale green lake, Tang San leaped high from the water, sending a cascade of emerald ripples across the surface. He landed steadily on the shore, the blue-silver grass beside him affectionately curling around his feet. A faint smile graced Tang San's face as he conjured a pale green orb in his left hand. And as the green luminescence faded, it revealed itself to be a seed. Thanks to this seed, his soul power had now surpassed level 50. At this rate of cultivation, he would reach the pinnacle of the continent within 10 years, and then he would settle old scores alongside new ones, Tang San murmured to himself. He casually grabbed the basket by the shore and headed toward a nearby cottage, where Tang Hao was still snoring thunderously. Upon Tang San's return, Tang Hao merely rolled over and continued to sleep, followed by the sounds of Tang San preparing a meal. After serving the food and chopsticks, Tang Hao finished his meal with an impassive expression and suddenly remarked, "Do you wish to participate in the Soul Master competition?" Tang San was momentarily stunned by the question. His expression caught between shock and disbelief. "Do you think I truly sleep all day? I am aware of your communications with Yu Shaojiang," Tang Hao continued, his head still bent over his meal, casually dropping bombshells that left Tang San reeling. Tang Hao continued, "Have you mastered the hammer technique I taught you? I practice daily and have grasped some basics." Tang San spoke with deep respect, bowing down. His soul power had likely reached level 50. Tang Hao picked up a piece of fish and murmured, "Indeed." As he finished the last of his rice, he slammed his chopsticks onto the bowl and said, "You may go now." Tang San suddenly looked up, surprised. He had thought his father would never agree. "Dad, do not be astonished. Recently, I have come to a realization. Neither enemies nor vengeance can justify keeping you tethered to me for a lifetime. After all, you have your own life to lead. This past year has shown me that you, little San, are destined to achieve great things as a soul master and should not remain hidden in these remote mountains." Tang Hao's words brought tears to Tang San's eyes, and he bowed deeply to his father once more. "However, I have one condition. First, during the competition, You must not use the Haotian hammer, not even for a second. Second, regardless of the outcome of the competition, return immediately. I will wait for you here until you come back. As he spoke, Tang Hao pulled out a map, pointing to a marked red dot. Third, you must not disclose your whereabouts or anything about this place to anyone, including your teacher. Tang Hao emphasized the three conditions with a firm knock of his fingers in front of Tang San. Understood? All right, you rascal, now go. With a wave of his hand, Tang Hao pushed Tang San out of the house, along with his belongings. Staring at the closed door, Tang San felt a pang in his heart and bowed once more. Don't act like a woman, I'm not going to die. Came a rough shout from within. Only then did Tang San resolutely step forward, glancing back at the little house by the lake, before moving on. Tang Hao, watching through a crack in the window, observed his son grow farther away until he vanished from sight. He donned his coarse robe, feeling a mix of reluctance and belief in Tang San. This past year by the lake had witnessed many miracles. His son had brought him countless surprises. He was destined to illuminate the world of soul masters and could no longer remain hidden. Little San, you are destined to be a leader of this era. Standing before the world. Chapter 79, Shrek's participation. Upon seeing the now grand and opulent Shrek Academy, Tang San momentarily questioned whether Master had given him the wrong address. When had the academy become so affluent? He recalled that when he left, Flinder had been on the brink of bankruptcy. With a myriad of questions, Tang San stepped through the academy gates, and the sight of a familiar group confirmed his suspicions. Their brother. The voice belonged to his beloved sister, who had been on his mind constantly. After a year apart, Xiao Yu's scorpion-tailed whip had lengthened considerably, and her radiant face was glistening with tears as she rushed towards him. Tang San embraced Xiao Yu tightly, the siblings silently conveying their longing for one another. Around them, onlookers could not suppress their coughs, and Tang San noticed Master and Flinder nearby, along with others who were smiling at the reunion. Zhu Shiqing, however, seemed to possess an even cooler demeanor than before. Master smiled at his disciple. After a year, Tang San's aura had transformed significantly. Gone was the initial sharpness, replaced by a more composed presence. Especially with his long hair, casually tied back, he exuded a gentler charm. Such a change, I can hardly recognize you. Yu Xiaojiang remarked with a smile. You must be Xiao Gang's disciple. I often hear him mention you. He always reads your letters in secret. Tang San finally noticed the beautiful woman beside his teacher. Hello, I am Tang San. May I ask your name? Ah, my name is Lu Erlong. But you may also call me teacher's wife, she replied excitedly. Ah, Erlong, stop teasing, Master coughed, trying to regain composure while the others seemed unfazed by the exchange. Third brother, what level is your soul power now? The chubby Ma Hongjin asked with a mischievous grin as he draped an arm over Tang San's shoulder. He had not changed much, still the same figure, perhaps even a bit rounder. The others cast knowing glances at Tang San. I won't say much. Everyone can see for themselves. Slowly, Tang San's soul rings began to shimmer, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 soul rings in total, with a faint greenish glow emanating from the 5th black ring. Ah, Tang San, you've reached 5 rings. Dai Mubai's exclamation stunned everyone, especially the 6 monsters, who stood frozen in place. How is this possible? I've trained hellishly and yet I'm still so far behind third brother. Ma Hongjuan's expression was one of despair. Little San, your speed is astonishing. We've all trained rigorously. How could we fall behind you? Dai Mubai echoed the sentiment, while Oscar expressed his frustration. Xiao Wu, however, gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling, while Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong appeared more indifferent. Zhu Shiqing was merely momentarily surprised, her expression quickly returning to clarity, while Ning Rongrong seemed lost in thought. Master stepped forward, scrutinizing Tang San and couldn't help but express admiration. His disciple seemed even more outstanding than he had anticipated. With Shrek competing this way, victory is practically assured, Ma Hongjun remarked, and only then did Tang San notice his companions releasing their soul rings, all boasting a golden ratio of 4 rings. With Little San back, it seemed we would have no rivals. Dai Mubai's lazy voice echoed the consensus, declaring Shrek would be one of the strongest teams in the competition. Flinder gazed at the 7 before him, tears welling in his eyes. It had been years since he had seen such a sight. The investment had been worthwhile, seeing Shrek flourish once again, though the team was complete. The competition was merely half a month away, and the 7 who had reunited after a year needed to bond and refine their synergy. In the Spirit Hall, Xiang Hao was listening to reports from his subordinates. Initially, the members of the Evil Moon Group had no intention of attending, their arrogance leading them to dismiss the need to understand their opponents. However, Xiang Hao thought differently. This was a gathering of elite soul masters from across the continent, and he intended to ensure that the championship was secured without any doubt. The participating teams hailed from the Tiandou and Xinglua empires. Aside from the 4 major elemental academies and the 2 royal academies, there were no unexpected teams. Yet the Saint Sun had instructed him to keep an eye on Shrek Academy, which had yet to make an appearance. Xiang Hao was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Shrek would certainly participate. How long until the registration deadline? He inquired anxiously. About 2 weeks, came the response. Oh, what is this? Why is Xiao Hao interested in other academies? What is so special about Shrek? Hulaina laughed. Xiang Hao pondered for a considerable time. If this academy were to participate in the competition, it would undoubtedly be our Spirit Hall's foremost rival. I sincerely hope it enters. However, it appears that disappointment is imminent. Such a formidable opponent, Xiao Hao, do you hold them in such high regard? Xiang Yu, Indian expressed their surprise, as they were seldom accustomed to hearing Xiang Hao speak in such a manner, and his serious demeanor left no room for jest. Indeed, the individuals I am acquainted with possess talents that are hardly inferior to ours, and there are 7 of them, Xiang Hao elaborated. Though he was reluctant to voice such sentiments, he deemed it necessary to sound a note of caution given the current disposition of his companions. As anticipated, the expressions of the 3 grew slightly grave upon hearing his words. It was evident that Xiang Hao was not one to speak idly. If he articulated something with such clarity, the veracity of the matter was beyond dispute. Why have I never heard of such an academy? Yin queried, a note of confusion lacing his voice, while the other 2 cast questioning glances in his direction. This academy comprises merely these 7 students. Naturally, it is not well known. Xiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Oh, then I am quite eager to witness such an institution. I wonder if Shrek truly is as monstrous as they say, Xiang Yu jested. Xiang Hao remained silent, his head bowed in deep contemplation. An unsettling feeling gripped his heart as he pondered the absence of Shrek Academy. Tang San, are you truly dead? This gnawing anxiety left Xiang Hao in a state of agitation. He felt compelled to prepare for any eventuality. 1 week later, the individuals he was concerned about appeared, clad uniformly in green robes, marching towards the Spirit Hall in Tiandou City. Leading them was Daimu Bai, who approached the registration desk, pulling down the hood from his face. Shrek Academy is here to register for the competition. 3 days later, a steward hurriedly made his way to the Spirit Hall Academy. Breathless as he entered, Saint Sun, the Shrek Academy has registered for the competition as you instructed. Xiang Hao, engrossed in a tactical discussion with a few others, perked up with interest. So is it as I described? Indeed, there are 7 individuals matching your description, and the weakest among them has already reached the 40th rank in spirit power, the steward replied slowly. However, there is one notable difference among them. There is already a 5th ring spirit master. This revelation exceeded Xiang Hao's expectations. In his scenario, he had imagined that even with extreme training, those 7 would only reach the 4th ring. Is it the blonde, heterochromatic leader? No, it is another, a strikingly handsome youth with flowing blue hair. It must be him. Tang San. Xiang Hao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Tang San had survived and had experienced such rapid growth in spirit power, as if he had opened the meridians. Despite his extensive considerations, he felt a deep sense of urgency. Gazing out at the scenery, he reflected on their shared journey as traversers, a feeling that intensified his sense of impending crisis. Junior brother, is this the academy you mentioned? Hulaina marveled at the profiles of the 7 individuals before her, genuinely impressed by their innate talent. The eldest among them was merely 15 or 16. A prodigious aptitude that could rival the most gifted across the continent. This only heightens my excitement, Xiang Hao remarked. This time, Tang San, you cannot escape. 3 days later marked Shrek's first preliminary match, and they decided to witness it firsthand. The Tiandou Empire has dispatched 28 teams, with only 5 advancing, Xiang Yu noted. The preliminaries should be quite intense. Yin also expressed curiosity. However, when the 4 quietly entered the Tiandou Empire's competition arena a few days later, they were met with disappointment. As the host of the event, the Tiandou Empire aimed to secure the championship for themselves. Xiang Hao observed that none of the 28 participating teams were significantly weak, and even the ailing Emperor Shui Yi had made an appearance, alongside numerous dignitaries, including Shui Qinghe. The 4 chose seats in the front row to better observe the matches, cloaked to conceal their identities. Their anticipation was met when the first match commenced, Shrek Academy against the Royal Academy of Tiandou. The Royal Academy is likely a seed team prepared by the Tiandou Empire, Xiang Yu inquired. No, this is the second team, and their overall strength is considerably weaker than the first, Xiang Hao clarified. Soon, the teams took the stage, and Xiang Hao focused intently on the Shrek participants. At last, the long-haired youth reappeared before him. His features appeared more refined, yet his distinctive aura remained unchanged. Regardless of any alterations, Xiang Hao could recognize Tang San instantly, a testament to their shared memories from their past lives. Are these seven the renowned Shrek 7? Hu Liena questioned, observing that aside from two individuals with notable strength, the others were rather average. Only those two are official members. The others are substitutes, Xiang Hao replied, having already spotted the other 5 seated in the audience. As Tang San stood on the field, he signaled to his teammates, "Fifth spirit ring, spirit of life vines." In an instant, countless emerald vines surged from the ground, ensnaring the opposing 7 tightly. Within moments, the match concluded as the robust green vines immobilized the opposing team, leaving them utterly helpless. This unexpected display ignited the audience's excitement to a fever pitch, as no one had anticipated such a swift defeat of the Royal Academy by an obscure academy. Emperor Shui Ye's expression faltered, and he leaned over to whisper to Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao remained fixated on the arena, while the attack appeared casual. He recognized it as a meticulously coordinated strike. The vibrant green vines shimmered with a luminescent glow, and although Tang San seemed inactive, the fleeting glimpse of a black spirit ring confirmed his power. Simultaneously, the spirit rings of 2 supporting spirit masters flickered behind him. Yet, despite this, Xiang Hao's expression grew more solemn. The vibrant green aura emanating from Tang San unsettled him, revealing a strength far beyond his expectations. This boy exudes a profound life force. He must have encountered some fortuitous event. His transformation over the past year is nothing short of remarkable, Xiang Hao mused, feeling a twinge of alarm at the potent life energy. I sense it too. However, this life force does not sit well with me, Xiang Hao said, his gaze fixed on Tang San. In that moment, he regretted not taking the opportunity to strike earlier. Your spirit power is characterized by brutality and slaughter. Yet now you find yourself matched against a young man's spirit power of creation. To some extent, your powers counterbalance each other. It will come down to whose strength prevails. Xiang Yu's voice echoed in his ears. Yet, Xiang Hao rose to depart, having achieved his goal. I shall leave Tang San to you. By the way, junior brother, the teacher has instructed that you cannot participate until the finals, Hu Liena called after him. Understood. Xiang Hao waved dismissively and returned to his quarters to rest. He was increasingly vexed. This Tang San seemed a different person altogether, his transformation too pronounced. The blue-silver grass, once marked by purple patterns, now radiated a verdant hue, interspersed with blue lines, its potency immeasurably enhanced. The unknown represents the greatest adversary. Very well, Tang San, let us see who prevails. I shall shatter your vines, or you shall bind my hands. With this resolve, Xiang Hao resumed his training, aware that this singular opportunity may never present itself again. Meanwhile, the Shrek team rejoiced, their astonishing performance drawing numerous gazes. Xiang Hao and Ning Fengji engaged in conversation, with Ning Fengji acknowledging that though he anticipated Shrek's victory, he had not expected it to be so decisive. The expressions of the Tiandou royal family and the headmaster of the Royal Academy shifted instantly. While the second team was indeed weaker, being soundly defeated by an unknown team would soon become a laughingstock. Dai Mubai draped an arm around Tang San's shoulders, teasing, "You little rascal, you were too quick. I didn't even get a chance to make my move." Tang San could only smile sheepishly, his head downcast as if lost in thought. Chapter 81. Spirit of Life. Ning Fengji approached Tang San, drink in hand, having heard much about the boy from his daughter. Yet, upon their first meeting, he was taken aback. At no more than the tender age of 14, he has already ascended to the status of a soul master in the 5 ranks. Such prodigious talent is a rarity across the entire continent, perhaps only rivaled by the fabled 4th member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. You must be Tang San. I am Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji. As Ning Fengji introduced himself, Xiang Hao approached leisurely. This is His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Ning Fengji added, before greeting Tang San. It is an honor to meet you, sect leader Ning, Your Highness. Tang San exchanged handshakes with both gentlemen, having anticipated such a scenario, though he was surprised that the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire had also graced the gathering. I had not realized that our Tiandou Empire harbored such a remarkable talent as Brother Tang San. It seems the championship of this tournament may indeed remain within our empire. Xiang Hao remarked calmly, his expression warm and his demeanor as courteous as ever. This attitude left Tang San astounded, having encountered many arrogant nobles. He never expected the Empire's foremost heir to be such a humble gentleman. Rest assured, Your Highness, we of Shrek will indeed spare no effort. At that moment, Flanders and the Master arrived, bowing to Xiang, thus liberating Tang San from the two gentlemen's attentions. You must be the theoretical master of the Soul Master community. Yu Xiaojing. I have long wished to pay you a visit, but alas, opportunities have eluded me, Ning Fengji said with a smile. His words were not mere pleasantries. He had genuine inquiries, gesturing for Yu Xiaojing to speak privately. Though unexpressed, Ning Fengji felt like an ant on a hot pan. Might the master have any insights into the pills concocted by the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji inquired directly, his patience waning. It seemed that every soul master in the Tiando Empire with even a modicum of pharmacological knowledge had vanished. And it had been a year since there had been any word from Dugubo, whose granddaughter Dugu Yin had withdrawn from the Tiando Royal Academy a year prior, possibly to evade enemies. I have indeed studied it, but my understanding of pharmacology is somewhat limited. Many mysteries elude me, Yu Xiaojing replied. Ning Fengji's countenance fell into a profound disappointment. Although there was but a glimmer of hope, he felt compelled to explore it. If not for the dire circumstances, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. The future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was gradually being consumed by the Spirit Hall. Yet, Ning Fengji could only force a smile and engage in pleasantries with Yu Xiaojing. After a night of festivities, the minds of the gathered were restless. Ning Fengji pondered his path forward, while Qian Rinxue contemplated what set this Tang San apart. She felt an intense aversion upon meeting him. Meanwhile, Tang San reflected on the events of the day. Green Ant, do you think the familiar aura we encountered today is real? The seed-shaped gem hanging around his neck seemed to come alive, and soon a verdant figure emerged, accompanied by a melodious voice. Not just one. The crown prince you encountered today harbors significant hostility towards you, and there are unusual fluctuations surrounding him, and it is a woman. Green Ant's words startled Tang San. The crown prince is a woman. Such news would undoubtedly stir a tempest. However, considering it might pertain to royal secrets, Tang San chose not to dwell on it. Half a year ago, he had seen this luminous seed at the bottom of a lake, and shortly thereafter, he met Green Ant, who claimed to be the spirit of life, born to maintain the balance of life and death on the continent. According to her, a being not of this world had been birthed, and she had come into existence to counterbalance that power. Since then, Green Ant had guided Tang San in his cultivation, directing the waters of the Lake of Life to refine his body. In a mere 6 months, his soul power had risen 7 levels. And Green Ant assisted him in condensing his 5th soul ring, the Life Ring. It was this very preparation that enabled Tang San to confidently partake in the Soul Master Tournament. He was no longer the defenseless youth he had been a year prior. Green Ant, I will strive to eliminate that being, Tang San vowed, clenching his fists towards the ethereal figure above. He was a man who had been on the brink of death, yet by a twist of fate, he had been granted a second chance and faced a relentless foe intent on his life. He had no time for distractions. He must press forward with unwavering determination. That voice smiled softly, and thus is your mission. A similar conversation transpired beside Xiang Hao, who found his brother Xiang Yu particularly talkative that evening. The boy you encountered today has changed. The essence of life emanating from him is rich and pure, not something derived solely from cultivation. It must be that he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Xiang Yu spoke urgently, yet Xiang Hao remained indifferent. He understood the unfolding events, but did not believe they would alter anything. I forgot to mention, this life force counters your soul power. That revelation jolted Xiang Hao from his indifference. Such crucial information should have been conveyed sooner. I did inform you earlier, but you seemed not to notice. The soul powers between you are mutually restraining, Xiang Yu sighed. While the source of this power remains unclear, it is evident that it is specifically targeting you. The world maintains its balance. I am an external force, and for balance to exist, my power must be countered by other forces. Did you not claim to fear no master of realms? Why then do you seem anxious now? Xiang Hao chuckled lightly. The powers of a realm master cannot harm me, but they can mobilize the forces of this world to counterbalance my strength. I did not anticipate being ensnared in this manner, Xiang Yu expressed, troubled. The original blueprint he envisioned had been disrupted by these unforeseen factors. The world is changing, and so too must we adapt. In the depths of the central lake of the Star Do Great Forest, a magnificent dragon radiating silver light suddenly widened its eyes, fixated on a swirling orb of color before it. After observing for a considerable time, it let out a low, resonant chant, a unique dragon language echoing through the cosmos, destined to reach another's ears. Chapter 82. Gu Xin. Deep within the divine forest, lush trees intertwined to create a complex maze, with narrow paths veiled in shadow, leading to various corners. Among them stood an unassuming iron tower, its peak lost amidst the towering canopy, the only discernible feature being a flickering light peeking through the foliage, as if imparting a message to future generations. This is the most enigmatic place in the divine realm, known to only a handful of gods, each bearing a significant mission. At present, an elderly figure, leaning on a cane, emerged from the shadows, arriving at the foot of the tower. Despite being a god, the old man's age was evident. His hair was entirely white, and his form frail. Awaiting him at the tower was the god of war, whose impatience was palpable. "Old man, you are late. I have been waiting for a day. Age has slowed my pace," Gu Xian replied apologetically. "Enough talk. I am leaving," the god of war grumbled as he walked away, expressing his irritation. "I wonder what the god king is thinking, assigning us to guard this wretched place, allowing this old fool to linger here alone." He did not deliberately lower his voice, yet Guxin undoubtedly heard those words. However, he chose to remain silent. After all, he had heard such sentiments countless times before. Moreover, the war god spoke wisely. He indeed wished to remain here, for this place seemed to offer a warmth that the outside world lacked. Guxin strained to push open the iron tower's massive door, leaning on his staff as he made his way toward the subterranean chamber. The primary structure of this tower lay beneath the surface, serving a purpose related to the being before him. The entrance to the underground chamber was not particularly lengthy. And soon enough, Guxin encountered an old friend, a colossal golden dragon bound by numerous chains. "Awaken now, it is a new presence," Guxin said with a smile. Yet the dragon remained unresponsive, its form tightly ensnared by the vibrant chains, its massive head immobilized. No need to hide. I am likely the only deity capable of understanding the tongue of dragons in this world." Guxin continued to chuckle, while the dragon's blood-red eyes widened in astonishment behind him. "The other one should have awakened by now," he mused, as the dragon continued to gaze at him. Finally, it released a strange utterance in dragon language. "Her injuries are severe. The goddess of life has already transferred her legacy. The seed of life now resides within Douluo star, and her wounds will soon heal." The dragon appeared visibly surprised by this revelation, its voice low and resonant. "What is your purpose?" Guxin seemed to find the question amusing, breaking into a wide grin. "For no particular reason, just like you," he replied. "You seem to have the longest lifespan among the deities in this realm. Now, what grievances could there possibly be between us?" The dragon appeared somewhat astonished. From the moment it met this god, it had been unable to fathom his thoughts. Even while it was still in slumber, he had declared his intent to awaken it, a notion that had seemed ludicrous at the time. With 5 divine seals affixed upon it, it was no simple task for a secondary god, not even for the god of reincarnation. It was this elder who had roused it in an unexpected manner. Consider it avenging another. This time, I must assist him in finding some companions, Guxin mused, delving into his thoughts. Ever since he had begun offering a divine secret to the goddess of life, he had initiated this game. Guxin sat before the golden dragon, separated by a seal. "My affairs are of no concern to you. I merely need to ascertain whether your wrath is sufficient to incinerate this divine domain." Suddenly, Guxin's expression darkened significantly, his tone turning grave. The golden dragon shifted slightly, a surge of crimson fury erupting forth. "You are the first deity with whom I can converse calmly. There is no need for you to worry about anything else." Guxin smiled contentedly. The moment was drawing near. In Tindo City, the selection matches were fervently underway. Over the past month, 28 teams had been embroiled in chaotic battles, among which Shrek Academy had emerged as a startling dark horse. Within this team, 7 individuals shone the brightest, collectively referred to as the Shrek 7. For the past month, Xiang Hao had not ventured anywhere else. As long as there was a Shrek match, he would attend. However, he was disappointed to find that Tang San had not participated since then. Nevertheless, the performances of the other members were indeed impressive, particularly Zhu Zhuqing. Although her soul power level still seemed to lag behind, what truly astonished him was that her physical prowess had multiplied several times compared to a year prior. After her martial soul manifested, her speed was astonishing. In the last match, she had outmaneuvered her opponent, a swift attack-type soul master, with remarkable agility, showcasing significant progress in both combat skills and awareness. Today marked the first match of the Shrek team competition, where they faced off against the Blaze Academy. This academy was intriguing, as all its members possessed fire-related martial souls. Although this gave them an advantage over Tang San, the disparity in soul power was too great, placing Blaze at a disadvantage. This promises to be a rather dull match, Xiang Hao thought, stifling a yawn. As the match commenced, both teams sprang into action. From his spectator's seat, Xiang Hao could not discern the details clearly, but he observed that Dai Mubai had already clashed with the opposing team's leader. The difference in their soul power was negligible. Aside from Tang San, Dai Mubai's soul power ranked the highest at level 43, while the opponent's power was similarly comparable. And their martial soul was a fire dragon. The audience could only witness a fierce clash of energies. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu launched rapid attacks from both flanks. Engaging two fiery shadows in combat, green vines clashed with the fire net, and Xiang Hao, watching from the stands, sensed that this battle was somewhat different. Though he could not pinpoint the exact issue. However, it diverged from his previous impressions of Shrek. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing managed to shake off her opponent and swiftly targeted the support Soul Master. While Tang San had already elevated the two support Soul Masters behind him into the air, with the opposing Fire Swan in hot pursuit. Dai Mubai was still somewhat suppressed by his adversary, unable to break free, while Zhu Zhuqing faced yet another barrage of fire, which momentarily stalled her progress. Everything appeared as it had before, yet there was an undeniable difference. Although the Shrek 7 exhibited remarkable teamwork, their combat lacked structure. The enemy's flames repelled wave after wave of assaults, hinting at a potential counterattack. Xiang Hao had not anticipated such a scenario, and his interest was piqued. He sat up, focusing intently on Tang San, eager to see how he would respond to the current predicament. The verdant vines of life advanced relentlessly, and contrary to expectations. The control-type Soul Master from Blaze Academy, who wielded fire, failed to fend off the encroaching vines. They surged through the flames and into the battlefield, intertwining countless hues of green with blazing fire. This maneuver felt familiar. Simultaneously, the other 6 members charged forward once more, and this time, the Shrek team showed no restraint. Various soul rings shimmered behind them, and Dai Mubai exchanged a powerful blow with the opposing assault-type Soul Master. Unfortunately, he faced some pressure in terms of strength. However, Tang San's spirit vines had already ensnared the adversary, and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her soul technique, creating numerous afterimages that left her opponent overwhelmed. The support Soul Master, seemingly terrified, was soon knocked out of the ring by Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly bringing the battle to a close. The final strike came from the control-type girl, who unleashed a fiery dance of sunlight. Her mastery over flames was exquisite. A massive fireball gradually formed in her hands, its power wholly contained. Not a hint of energy released. She then hurled the final blow at Tang San, but in an instant, countless vines erupted from all sides, wrapping tightly around the Shrek 7. Following a thunderous explosion, it became clear that the 7 remained unscathed. Their opponents faced a thorough defeat, yet Xiang Hao smiled, realizing that this Shrek was not what he had initially thought. The match's coordination revealed numerous issues, as they had primarily relied on brute force to secure victory. This was particularly evident in Zhu Zhuqing's performance, who singularly breached the enemy's defenses during the counteroffensive. Furthermore, Tang San's blue-silver grass exhibited a noticeable transformation compared to before. Although it had grown sturdier, its speed and quantity had diminished. This presented an opportunity. Xiang Hao cast a cold glance at Tang San before rising from his seat in the audience. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San subtly directed his gaze in return. Green Ant informed him that the individual had arrived, and though uncertain, Tang San's heart began to speculate. The pills spreading across the world were undoubtedly the handiwork of another. The Divine Martial Hall. When Tang San realized that this person might be the reincarnation of the Divine Martial Hall, everything began to make sense. The Divine Martial Hall and Tang sect were sworn enemies, and the unique skills he cultivated from the Tang sect were imperceptible to the people of this world. However, if the adversary was a foe from a past life, they would undoubtedly recognize it. Despite the bizarre nature of the situation, it was indeed logical. Tang San couldn't help but think of the Divine Martial Hall. He seemed to have discerned the identity of his opponent. Likely the prodigy who had fallen into the abyss 3 years prior, the pride of the Divine Martial Hall. As he walked back, Tang San's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. This time, when he participated in the competition, it was inevitable that Xiang Hao would appear, yet he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. The man in black watched every match of Shrek, and reflecting on this, Tang San felt a deeper weight upon his heart. He was uncertain if he was truly prepared. Yet there was no retreat in this battle. It was an old grudge as well as a new enmity. With this thought, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. Kid, that Tang San seems to have noticed you. Before leaving, he cast a glance in your direction, Xiang Yu remarked. Is it that quick? Well, I haven't made a concerted effort to hide myself. If he has discovered me, so be it. There are no secrets between us. Xiang Hao replied nonchalantly. It was merely a matter of time before Tang San deduced his identity, especially since he had fully revealed the skills of the Divine Martial Hall during their previous encounter. Now that the Jade Harmony Pill and the Clear Spirit Pill had nearly permeated the entire continent, there was no reason for him to be unaware of it. This time, I shall let absolute strength convey to him what the true path of martial arts is. During the subsequent matches, Xiang Hao ceased to pay attention. He had already comprehended the familiar routine. Meanwhile, the Martial Soul Hall Academy had advanced to the finals with overwhelming superiority, now awaiting the commencement of the final battle. In Martial Soul City, news had reached him that Shrek had entered the finals. Xiang Hao gazed at the report, smiling silently for a long time. Apart from this Tang San, the sole power of the others in their team is rather mediocre. Our starters are bound to hold an advantage. Yin casually glanced over the details and remarked, no team could possibly surpass the Martial Soul Hall in this competition. The championship has always belonged to the Martial Soul Hall, and this time will be no exception. Xiang Hao's thoughts were evidently more intricate than those of the other two individuals. Among them, Tang San was the most unpredictable element, and Xiang Hao eagerly anticipated the surprises Tang San might unveil. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to vanquish Tang San completely. The finals were held as scheduled in the Spirit City, with countless elite spirit masters and formidable forces converging upon this locale. The opening ceremony was exceptionally grand, attended by numerous elders. Apart from Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall featured the presence of the Golden Generation, including Ju Douluo Yueguan, Ghost Douluo Gueme, and two other titled Douluo from the Elder Hall, as well as other titled Douluo from various factions. The ceremony reached its zenith upon Bibi Dong's appearance, drawing a myriad of complex gazes from the crowd directed at this master of the continent's fate. Emotions ranged from derision to anger and fear, rising to a crescendo as the ceremony concluded. Bibi Dong proclaimed the commencement of the competition, with the Spirit Hall Academy's team facing off against the Royal Academy of Tiando. The trio did not allow Xiang Hao to take the stage. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Xiang Hao composed himself, quietly watching from the sidelines. Little San, when the Spirit Hall Academy takes the stage, pay close attention to the three individuals at the forefront. They are hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and will become your greatest adversaries, the Master cautioned Tang San. The prowess of the Spirit Hall Academy was astonishing, with all participants at the fourth ring, their soul powers nearing the 50th level, while Hulaina and her companions were even more formidable, being fifth-ring soul masters. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall comprised 4 individuals, yet the most gifted among them had not yet made an appearance. That individual poses the greatest threat. It is rumored that he has defeated these 3 in internal matches within the Spirit Hall, Flender added. Oh, why had I never heard of such a person before? Tang San inquired, intrigued. This individual is the son of the Spirit Hall, kept hidden by Bibi Dong, likely to shine in this competition and make his name known. Flender explained, his gaze towards the Spirit Hall Academy revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Are we truly to pit the little monsters against them? Chapter 84. Old friends. Although most spectators had already discerned the outcome of the match, the Spirit Hall Academy's strength exceeded all expectations. They fielded only 3 participants, and with a soul fusion technique, they ensnared their opponents effortlessly, culminating in the elimination of 7 by the formidable Xiang Yu. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, as the Spirit Hall once again asserted its supremacy. Countless gazes were fixated on the 3 members of the Golden Generation, and amidst a few enthusiastic voices, the quiet venue gradually erupted into cheers. Flender's expression tightened as he observed the adversaries at the center of the arena, while the members of the Tiando royal family displayed grim visages, unable to utter a single word. The master gently patted Tang San's shoulder, acknowledging, our opponents are far stronger than we anticipated. Tang San nodded in agreement, massaging his throbbing forehead, realizing that he had no clear strategy against this new enemy, especially after witnessing that surprising move. Do not dwell on it. Your match is tomorrow. Perform to the best of your abilities, the master reassured, mindful not to burden his disciple with excessive pressure. Meanwhile, as Hulaina and her companions descended from the stage, Zhong Liemo remarked, where has the sun gone? He left without a word, claiming he was going to meet an old friend. Someone responded, at such a critical moment in the competition, how could he run off without a word? The teacher is too indulgent, Hulaina expressed her frustration. Observing that this young man seemed increasingly unworthy of being her junior disciple, his previous compliance now appearing deceptive. Do not be upset, Nana, when he returns. I shall assist you in disciplining him, Yin said cheerfully, though Xiang Yu showed no mercy, leaving the outcome uncertain. The trio continued their banter, while Xiang Hao had quietly made his way to the audience section, humming a tune as he strolled leisurely. He positioned himself behind Shrek's seating area, where the audience had mostly departed after the recently concluded match. Only Yu Xiaojang and the Shrek 7 remained, engaged in a discussion about tactics, leaning against the railing. Xiang Hao smirked derisively, his emotions swirling with loathing and anger upon seeing Yu Xiaojang after such a long absence. Suddenly, he could not help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the group in front of him. A familiar figure stood there, laughing unabashedly. Friends, it has been a while. Xiang Hao waved energetically, his face adorned with a smile that seemed insincere to any observer, perhaps due to the fervor of his greeting or the sheer shock of his presence. The Shrek group momentarily stood in silence, unable to respond. Xiang Hao was clad in the same distinctive deep red robe adorned with gold thread that Hulaina and her companions had worn before taking the stage, an unmistakable emblem of his identity. Xiang Hao, you are with the Spirit Hall now, Dai Mubai uttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. The revelation struck him harder than the encounter itself. Upon Xiang Hao's departure, he had quarreled with Flinder over it. And now the unexpected twist of fate left him momentarily speechless. Xiang Hao did not respond. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing his body to lean further down, his face clearly exposed to the gaze of the crowd. This was a silent proclamation. I am who I am. Tang San reacted first, swiftly stepping forward to shield several individuals behind him, glaring coldly at Xiang Hao. For a moment, he thought, you have arrived on my territory first. I must extend the courtesy of a host. Rest assured, I will only strike on the battlefield. With a playful smile, Xiang Hao raised his hands. Who are you, exactly? Tang San shouted in anger, questioning whether the person before him was truly the classmate he had known a year ago. The ferocity and coldness in his eyes were unlike anything Tang San had ever witnessed. Who am I? I am simply myself, Xiang Hao. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, he declared, lightning flickering at his feet as he teleported to stand before the crowd. You've trained well over the past year, Xiang Hao said softly to Zhu Zhuqing. Only then did the crowd notice that Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes as she tightly covered her mouth, fearing she might cry out loud. Ning Rongrong stood beside her, comforting her gently. Xiang Hao quickly made a gesture for silence, attempting to calm her emotions. He was also taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's intense reaction. It has been quite a while since we last met. We may face each other on the battlefield the day after tomorrow. And to ensure that our emotions do not interfere with the competition, I have come to greet you all. You've infiltrated our Shrek. It seems we hold considerable weight within the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojang remarked. This sparked fury in Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who stepped forward, ready to confront Xiang Hao. No. That incident was truly an accident. I apologize, Brother Mubai. I never intended to use you. It was merely that a certain well-dressed individual took a disliking to me. As soon as Xiang Hao uttered these words, Tang San's hand was already reaching for his collar, only to be firmly grasped by an iron grip. To insult my mentor is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Tang San glared at Xiang Hao, his expression ablaze with fury. Do you know what I despised most about you? It was your incessant talk of justice and duty. He then leaned closer to Tang San's ear, whispering like a member of the Tang sect. In an instant, Xiang Hao vanished from sight, and countless concealed weapons flew from Tang San's hand, striking fiercely where Xiang Hao had stood. Maintain your anger. I eagerly await your victory tomorrow, he said before disappearing from the crowd's view. Yu Qing, what are you doing? With Xiao Wu's sharp voice and a sudden clash, everyone realized that Zhu Zhuqing's claws had collided with Xiao Wu's leg. He has been kind to me. You wish to kill him? Zhu Zhuqing's tone had turned icy. Even her reference to Tang San had changed, her attack appearing relentlessly cold, while Xiao Wu struggled against her. Without hesitation, Tang San summoned forth a brilliant green light, preparing to assist Xiao Wu. Everyone, cease this at once. Master Yu Xiaojang's roar brought the crowd to a halt. Tomorrow is the competition. Squabbling among ourselves today is truly unbecoming for a team. Yu Xiaojang nearly shouted at Tang San, dismayed that his proud disciple had been so easily unsettled, threatening the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall before a crowd. If anything went awry, they would all bear the consequences. Chapter 85. Ziji and Xiangjun. The situation was far more complex than Yu Xiaojang had anticipated. He had not foreseen that the initial manipulation would sow such significant discord later on. That night, as usual, Yu Xiaojang imposed penalties on the two. But the subsequent reconciliation session was markedly different. Both individuals believed their actions were justified, particularly Zhu Xing, whose demeanor had grown chillingly cold, leading to a rather unpleasant conclusion. The following day, they would face the Star Luo Empire in battle. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be deliberately provoking each other. Tang San exhausted all his soul power, unleashing his fifth soul skill, the Vines of Life, summoning a vine as thick as a colossal tree that shattered the opponent's phantom white tiger. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clone bewildered the opposing team members, ultimately sending her sister to elimination. Shrek emerged victorious, triumphantly, yet Yu Xiaojiang's mood darkened. He had never encountered such severe issues within the team. As he observed the scattered teammates exiting the arena, the deafening cheers and roars only sounded like noise to Yu Xiaojiang. The situation had deteriorated to its worst. Inside the Shrek resting room, the victorious members were surprisingly quiet, the 7 of them sitting in silence, the heavy atmosphere making everyone want to flee. The first to break the silence was Daimubai. He sought to see his brother. Zhu Shiqing, too, departed without a word, prompting Ning Rongrong to chase after her. Oscar and Ma Hongjun excused themselves to grab a meal, leaving only Tang San and Xiao Wu behind. "Brother, what is troubling you?" Xiao Wu asked with concern. Observing Tang San's unusual silence since that day, his gaze dark and foreboding. She offered gentle words of comfort for some time but received no response. Eventually, she quietly walked away, realizing that perhaps Tang San needed time to think. Xiao Wu stepped out of the room, intending to return to her own, but noticed no one around and quickly slipped into the adjacent room. How is the matter progressing? As soon as Xiao Wu entered, a lazy yet alluring voice greeted her. A woman clad in purple sat gracefully in the center of the room, her alabaster legs crossed elegantly, her skin almost ethereal, and her striking golden eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Beside her stood a robust man, arms crossed, observing coldly. Xiao Wu immediately knelt before them. "Demon Queen, Xiong Jun. I have not found any objects related to vitality for Brother San." "Oh, is that so, little rabbit? Do you not know that lying is not a wise choice, especially in front of the master?" The purple-clad woman's languid voice echoed through the room, causing Xiao Wu to bow even lower. "Your Excellency, I'm not lying. It is the truth. This time, Brother San has changed significantly, and he has not shared many things with us. Just yesterday, he had a falling out with the team, and he hasn't spoken a word since." Xiao Wu's urgency was evident, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman and the muscular man exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. In the world of soul beasts, certain rules were absolute. For instance, the instinct to obey embedded within their bloodlines. A month prior, when they first encountered Xiao Wu, she had instinctively knelt before them. Recognizing the legendary presence of the Dragon King, the Demon Queen and Xiong Jun, once mere legends, now stood before her in flesh and blood. The instinct coursing through her veins compelled her to tremble and bow at their feet. They had given her a necklace to shield her from the watchful eyes of human powerhouses. Otherwise, upon entering Spirit City, she might have been besieged by countless strong beings. They had come with a mission. With the emergence of the Seed of Life, the Master needed it to restore his strength. The Master had foretold of an impending great war, and if successful, the history of Soul Beast would be rewritten. "Little rabbit, you must understand that if the Master regains his strength, resurrecting your mother will be a simple task. All it requires is your brother to reveal the location." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's body visibly trembled. The thought of reviving her mother brought tears to her eyes. She gently wiped away her tears, vowing resolutely, "I will do my utmost for my mother." As Xiao Wu pushed open the door to leave, the expressions of the two darkened significantly. "The Master is anxious. Shall we simply wait here?" Xiong Jun shouted angrily, his fervor for battle igniting within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward and confront Tang San, demanding to know the origin of life itself. "Indeed, you should not have emerged," the cold voice of the Demon Queen Ziji reprimanded. "There are nearly 10 formidable human warriors within this city. If we fall into encirclement, our escape cannot be guaranteed. This is the most prudent course of action. I have just shared another plan with that little bunny. Its success will depend on tomorrow," she continued. "What plan? Why was I not informed?" Xiang Jun grumbled, rubbing his head in dissatisfaction. "Given your temperament, it is only fitting that you remain unaware. Tomorrow, simply heed my command," Ziji replied icily, showing no regard for his feelings. Clenching his fist in frustration, Xiang Jun sulkily seated himself aside. Ziji gazed out the window at the bustling spirit masters, observing the occasional glimmer of soul rings. An unspoken fury welled within her. "Humans, you are not inherently superior to all other beings. After all these years, this hierarchy must change." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu emerged from her room, taking a considerable time to calm her emotions. Recalling the Demon Queen's words, she felt a moment of hesitation, yet her resolve quickly firmed. I am truly sorry, third brother. The fact that I am a soul beast remains unchanged. This is my mission and my desire. At this moment, Tang San stepped out of the lounge, noticing Xiao Wu's tear-streaked face. Guilt and remorse flooded his heart. I am sorry, Xiao Wu. I have been preoccupied with my thoughts lately. I did not mean to upset you. Please do not be sad. Tang San clumsily attempted to comfort her, to which Xiao Wu responded with a gentle smile, naturally linking her arm with his. It's all right, brother. As long as you are happy. By the way, brother, if one day my actions anger you, will you forgive me? What nonsense are you speaking? I am your brother. I will never be angry with you. Tang San affectionately ruffled her hair. Yes, brother. Xiao Wu replied earnestly, skipping alongside him, secretly whispering, I'm sorry, brother. She could not reject her fate. The instincts of a soul beast and the guidance of her soul made it impossible to defy her creator. Please forgive Xiao Wu this time. She truly misses her mother. Chapter 86. The final battle at Shrek at last. The day of the finals arrived. The Wuhan Hall Academy faced off against Shrek Academy. The venue was exceptionally crowded, filled with powerful individuals from all corners of the continent, occupying every available seat and spilling into the aisles and entrances. This year, Shrek Academy emerged as the dark horse, garnering immense anticipation. Historically, the competitions had been dominated by the absolute strength of the Wuhan Hall Academy, but this year promised potential upheaval. After a month of competition, Tang San's name became widely known. This 14-year-old genius soul master, adorned with 5 rings, was unparalleled and extraordinary, drawing the attention of many influential factions. As the hosts signaled the start, the teams took to the stage. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Tang San led the 6 members of Shrek into the arena. All eyes fixated upon these children, questioning if they could forge history. With a commanding shout, Dai Mubai summoned 29 radiant soul rings. And as Tang San unleashed his martial spirit, the crowd's emotions surged to a crescendo. I bet 10 gold soul coins on Shrek Academy, 20-fold. You must win. Voices echoed from various corners of the arena. The Wuhan Hall will surely triumph. The Golden Generation has 4 participants, and I hear the Holy Sun's strength surpasses that of the other 3. Dissenting voices emerged from the crowd. As discussions swirled, the 7 members of Wuhan Hall Academy entered the arena. Among them was Zhongli Mo, along with a sensitive attack soul master whose martial spirit was a golden bird, and a support soul master, each possessing a soul power level no less than 46. The atmosphere was charged, particularly when Xiang Hao took center stage. Crimson soul power erupting from his body, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, pulsating ominously. Hyena and her companions followed suit, each adorned with 5 soul rings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wuhan Hall Academy had revealed 4 soul kings at once, instantly imposing a powerful pressure upon the 7 from Shrek, diminishing their momentum. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated Xiang Hao concealing such strength. Tang San, are you prepared? Xiang Hao sneered, observing Tang San's increasing calm demeanor with growing excitement. Thanks to you, Tang San retorted coldly. Of course, I never imagined you would encounter such fortuitous circumstances. I have not harmed you, but rather saved you, Xiang Hao taunted. Silence. Tang San clenched his fists, refusing to allow further distractions from this adversary. While the 2 exchanged barbs, the remaining participants remained silent, their gazes flickering with contemplation. Zhongli Mo fixed his stare on Tang San, determined to engrave the young man's visage into his memory. As the countdown began, both sides unleashed their soul power. Countless emerald vines sprouted from Tang San's feet, while blood seeped from Xiang Hao's body, both preparing for battle. With the audience's cheers rising, the countdown reached its climax. 3, 2, 1, and the match commenced. In that instant, Xiang Hao unleashed his second soul skill, combining it with Thunder Step, creating a sonic boom as he rapidly approached Zhu Zhuqing, determined to strike first. Xiang Hao did not exert his full strength, yet his force was sufficient to send the still unresponsive Zhu Zhuqing tumbling off the stage, instantly reducing the number of participants from Shrek Academy. Witnessing the recent turn of events, a cold sweat broke out among the onlookers, for Xiang Hao had just dispatched 3 individuals from the front row without any apparent effort. The previously hopeful expressions of the Tiando royal family shifted from joy to somberness. The crown prince lamented that they had done their utmost, yet their adversaries from the spirit hall were simply too formidable. Observing the crown prince's terrifyingly dark countenance, The others hurried to soothe his troubled spirit. "Oh, how considerate of him. Your Highness, what do you mean? It's nothing. Considerate?" Silence. The competition raged on. And it must be acknowledged that Shrek's strength had indeed seen considerable improvement. Following Zhu Zhuqing's elimination, the remaining 6 swiftly initiated their counterattack. Tang San's spirit vines acted like numerous tentacles, effectively thwarting the onslaught from the spirit hall. Seizing the moment with precise coordination, he rapidly maneuvered Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun behind the auxiliary soul masters of the spirit hall. With a fiery strike infused with the essence of the phoenix, they sent an opponent tumbling to the edge of the arena, and then Tang San's vines delivered the final blow, securing another elimination. Upon encountering the spirit vine, Xiang Hao truly realized its unparalleled nature. Although the quantity of these blue-silver grass vines had diminished, their resilience had increased exponentially. Even after enhancing his wrist strength, Xiang Hao could barely break them. However, assistance was already too late, and the other members of the spirit hall found themselves at a loss against these vines. Unable to devise a means of escape, only Yin managed to break free with all his might shortly thereafter. When had these once mighty elites ever faced such setbacks? Finding themselves ensnared by the blue-silver grass, Vajra destruction cannon, Xiang Hao clasped his hands together, conjuring a massive orb of light between them. Subsequently, waves of energy radiated outward, turning Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, who were suspended in midair, into prime targets. Just as Xiang Hao believed he had succeeded, countless vines intertwined in the air, weaving a colossal green canopy that deflected the onslaught. "Green vine barrier," Tang San remarked with a mocking glance at Xiang Hao. He was no longer the same Tang San from a year ago. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Hao's fury intensified, unleashing a barrage of fiery attacks. At that moment, the individuals ensnared by the vines finally extricated themselves. Yin brandished his colossal fiery fist and hurled it towards Daimu Bai, exclaiming, "My temper is quite formidable now." Simultaneously, Zhong Liemo ascended into the air, his figure flickering, creating 2, 3, 4 afterimages that darted toward Ma Hongjun. "What kind of skill is this? Third brother, assist me." Ma Hongjun expelled a stream of fire, only for the 4 afterimages to pass through unscathed. What is going on? Are they not the real body? Of course, they were not. At the moment Ma Hongjun pondered this, Zhong Limeo's foot had already landed upon him, instantly encasing half of his body in ice. Piercing ice spear. With a resounding declaration, Ma Hongjun's form plummeted from the sky. Just as the onlookers expressed their concern, an abundance of flames erupted from the icy shell, transforming into the Phoenix of Flames. Zhong Liemo was taken aback. It was the first time someone had managed to counter this technique. "I am a phoenix. Your little icy bird cannot compare." Ma Hongjun unfurled his fiery wings and charged forward, not forgetting to taunt Zhong Liemo. "Very well, you have provoked my ire." With that, the two collided once more in midair, while Tang San and Xiang Hao continued their fierce battle. The vines within the verdant barrier lashed out like sharp spears towards Xiang Hao, narrowly missing him on several occasions. Xiang Hao gazed at Tang San before him, his heart heavy with the weight of the situation. Tang San's strength had far surpassed his expectations. In Chapter 87, Fierce Battle. Although the numbers on the field remained 6 versus 6, the disparity in soul power levels placed Shrek at an unequivocal disadvantage. Hulaina had already engaged in combat with Xiao Wu, and aside from Tang San, the remaining fighters were being suppressed. Yu had directed his blade towards the 2 auxiliary soul masters behind him. This was a confrontation devoid of suspense. Before the match commenced, Xiang Hao had specifically cautioned Yu and Hulaina against employing their martial soul fusion techniques. For the Tang Sect's purple extreme magic, I was inherently effective against such illusionary skills, as Xiang Hao had anticipated. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a purple ethereal light from the very beginning. As Yu lunged towards Ning Rongrong, Tang San decisively retracted his green barrier. The dissipating blue-silver vines unfurled like wings, blocking the two from advancing. The clash of blade against vine echoed as Yu was once again halted by those infernal blue-silver grasses. Cursing under his breath, Yu unleashed his soul power in a bid to sever the vines before him. Yet, the vines, imbued with resilient life force, rapidly regenerated. With each strike, the vines multiplied, and soon Yu found himself unable to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar seized the opportunity to ascend into the air. It appeared that the aerial advantage was indeed safer than the ground. However, before they could stabilize themselves, a golden figure surged towards them. A swift attacking soul master from the Spirit Hall Academy. With razor-sharp wind blades cutting through the air, The two were forced to evade incessantly. At that moment, Xiang Hao approached Tang San, remarking on the astonishing changes he had undergone over the past year, yet asserting that this was where it would end. With a surge of power, he reinforced his wrist, his hands gripping the vines before Tang San with the strength of iron, shattering them instantly. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the magnitude of Xiang Hao's strength exceeded his imagination. Was this individual a monster? With his fourth soul skill, blue-silver thrust, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from beneath Tang San's feet, intertwining in a dazzling display of blue energy, forming a colossal spear that hurtled towards Xiang Hao. The proximity of the attack caught Xiang Hao off guard. The emerging vines ensnared his feet, locking him in place. Without hesitation, he activated his barbarian armor, donning it instantaneously. His hands braced firmly to catch the incoming blue-silver giant spear, which, despite its formidable power, he managed to withstand with great effort, propelled backward several steps, leaving deep gashes along his arms. Though somewhat disheveled, Xiang Hao remained fixated on Tang San's triumphant smile, while Tang San remained unfazed. His right hand glimmered with azure soul power, and the spear in Xiang Hao's grasp seemed to come alive, bursting apart as if it had transformed into a monstrous maw. Countless blue-silver vines unfurled, engulfing Xiang Hao entirely. Simultaneously, the vines twisted like serpents, striking down the golden bird in the air, inciting a wave of astonishment among the spectators. The dynamics of the battle shifted almost instantaneously, and Bibi Dong, observing from the platform, furrowed her brow. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, we cannot afford to lose this match, Hao, she silently urged. On the sidelines, the Tiando royal family appeared elated, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating in an instant. Your Highness, Shrek is counterattacking. Why are you not pleased? Silence. The situation in the arena remained precarious for only a moment. Tang San was aware that this confinement would not hold Xiang Hao. Mere seconds later, torrents of lightning erupted from the green fissures, accompanied by a deafening explosion as the green cage shattered. Xiang Hao, akin to a reborn thunder god, hovered in midair. In a flash, his fist struck Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who were instantly rendered unconscious and hurled from the arena, leveling the numbers once more. Without a moment's respite, Xiang Hao dashed downwards. Swiftly reaching Tang San, he delivered a solid punch, but once again, it met the resistance of the blue-silver grass. The thunderous impact scorched the vines, the acrid scent of charred foliage spreading rapidly. Yet, Xiang Hao's fist became increasingly swift, compelling Tang San to defend with mounting difficulty. With his second soul skill, Parasite, verdant seedlings sprouted upon Xiang Hao's body, accompanied by a piercing sensation as the vines took root in his skin. As he prepared to strike, his right arm was suddenly overgrown with lush blue-silver grass. This time, the sensation was markedly different. Unlike the previous encounter, the parasitic vines rapidly spread across his torso, momentarily ensnaring him in place. With the manifestation of the 8 spider lances, Tang San aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Xiang Hao noted the transformation of the venomous lances. The 8 spider legs appeared elongated and sharper, a symphony of green and black-purple hues. The combined lances aimed directly at Xiang Hao's heart. Just as Hu Laina and the others reacted to intervene, they found themselves lost within the labyrinth of blue-silver. How daring! Bibi Dong bellowed from the platform. Yet her words came too late. Six-armed thunder god. At that moment, with a roar from Xiang Hao, for purple iron arms extended from behind him, firmly grasping the 8 spider lances. The purple lightning coursed through their connection, and Tang San felt the full force of the electric strike, blood surging into his mouth as he staggered backward. The assembled soul masters were left in stunned silence, witnessing such extraordinary treasures, external soul bones, no less. And 2 of them, laid bare before them. Even the titled Douluo present could not suppress their wry smiles, as the once coveted relics now seemed almost trivial. Tang San chuckled bitterly, blood seeping uncontrollably from his wounds. You have concealed yourself well. As Xiang Hao gradually regained his composure, he mused on the Tang sect's affinity for poison. With a hint of blackened blood trickling from his lips, he questioned, why do you hold such a fascination with venom? Each word dripped with suppressed fury, memories of a fateful night flooding his mind. He advanced step by step, oblivious to the shifting hues of the world around him. Crimson energy surged from the blood coursing through his veins, and with each step, the realm transformed, the very fabric of existence bending to his will. The sanguine landscape replaced all else, enveloping everyone in its ghastly embrace. The field was now a blood-soaked sea, and the air thick with the scent of death, a slaughterhouse for 10,000 souls. Chapter 88, Creation and Annihilation. The crimson domain swiftly enveloped the arena, halting the advance of the blue-silver vines. The once vibrant green life force wilted under the overwhelming stench of blood, compelling Tang San to halt his every movement. Feeling the drain of soul power coursing through him, Tang San offered a rueful smile. As his support faltered, Shrek fell into disarray. Zhong Liemo had once more unleashed his piercing ice spear, sending Ma Hongjin out of the competition, while Hulaina dispatched Xiao Yu with a sweeping tail strike. Daimyo Bai struggled against Yan's relentless assault, retreating step by step until he crossed the boundary, the vast gulf in power rendering Shrek's strategies futile. In the blink of an eye, only Tang San and the 5 from the Spirit Hall Academy remained on the field. With Xiang Hao pressing forward directly in front of Tang San, the outcome of this contest had become painfully clear. Tang San, do not resist, Xiang Hao declared. As Xiang Hao approached slowly, the bloodlust emanating from him intensified with each measured step. Xiang Hao subtly waved his hand behind him, signaling them to keep their distance. This was his battle alone, requiring no interference from others. Hulaina restrained the impulsive Yan, urging him to let Xiang Hao handle it himself. Tang San, let us decide the victor of this fight, Xiang Hao declared, his fist clenched tightly. His upper garments tore apart, revealing a multitude of gruesome blood patterns writhing across his body, as a dense aura of blood continuously coalesced within the arena, forming a swirling crimson vortex around him. Very well, Tang San replied emphatically, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He clutched the necklace at his chest with his right hand, while the black spirit rings behind him pulsed with energy. Countless blue-silver grasses surged forth from all directions, and under a radiant green haze, the blood-red domain gradually receded, giving rise to a verdant field that stood defiantly against the crimson expanse. The arena was now split in half, one side red and the other green. Tang San appeared to gain further strength within this vibrant domain, as countless blue-silver grasses entwined around him, transforming his eyes to an emerald hue and altering his hair to reflect a brilliant green. It seemed as if a cloak of life itself enveloped him, an embodiment of renewal. Onlookers, Ziji and Xiang Jun, were captivated by the spectacle, their eyes gleaming with realization. The words of their master rang true. This battle was destined to be etched into the annals of history, a breathtaking contest between two extraordinary talents, offering a magnificent display to all soul masters present. The clash of domains was unprecedented in the history of the continent's competitions. At this moment, the outcome of the battle seemed insignificant. What mattered was that from this day forth, two soul masters would forever be remembered by all. That's more like it. This time, I shall utterly defeat you. Xiang Hao laughed wildly, and the surrounding blood aura responded, thickening into a swirling mist that coalesced into a monstrous figure in the air, roaring as it prepared to strike. In response, Tang San raised his hand, commanding the blue-silver grasses to weave together into a colossal green shield, which withstood the beast's ferocious assault without yielding an inch. Under the illumination of the life domain, the blue-silver grasses exhibited a remarkable sentience, their numerous tendrils intertwining freely, scattering their seeds with abandon. In this arena of slaughter, Xiang Hao reigned supreme, directing the countless blood energies to propel the fallen bodies toward their adversaries. As he channeled his inner force, the blood energy surged anew, manifesting as a colossal blood hand in the air. The blood patterns on Xiang Hao's body shimmered, resembling a multitude of demonic eyes amidst the thick mist. Fifth soul skill, Blood Grip. The blood hand, akin to a massive iron claw, lunged toward Tang San, bypassing all defenses at such a short distance and forcing a 5-second control. Indeed, the enormous blood hand swiftly ensnared Tang San, immobilizing him. Lightning crackled around Xiang Hao as he unleashed the Thunder God Fist, a devastating strike that hurtled toward Tang San's face, before he could revel in his triumph. For thick tendrils emerged from behind him, and in an instant, both their attacks collided, sending them hurtling in opposite directions. A solid lash struck Xiang Hao's back, leaving a glaring crimson mark, and after much struggle, he managed to rise unsteadily. Shitty. Do not approach. After repelling Hulaina, Xiang Hao stood tall once more. Though the wound he sustained still harbored poison, he concentrated his inner strength, activating the fire ice on his arms, allowing the mingling energies of ice and fire to flow within him, suppressing the toxins. The extraordinary effects of the ice and fire dual eyes became evident at this moment. Having endured 2 potent poisons, Xiang Hao's immunity to toxins had significantly heightened. Tang San was not faring any better. The thunderous impact had struck his chest, leaving a dark mark, while the 8 spider lances behind him lay shattered, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to regain his footing. The two stood merely a few paces apart, fixated on one another, when suddenly, Tang San smiled. I am aware that the people of the Divine Martial Hall look down upon the Tang sect's hidden weapons, yet it seems you frequently find yourselves bested by them. This remark sounded particularly derisive to Xiang Hao's ears. Devious methods, and yet you take pride in them. Tang San, though blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, could not suppress his laughter. Fool, how can mundane practices be deemed supreme? The Tang sect is far more profound than you imagine. Allow me to enlighten you today. With arms outstretched, he drew in the shards of the 8 spider lances, unveiling the Tang sect's secret technique, the 10th of the Tang sect, Bat Wing Reincarnation. In an instant, innumerable shards shot forth from various angles, spinning through the air with intricate trajectories. Tang San's hands moved with astonishing speed, and Xiang Hao barely had time to gauge the angles of the incoming shards. Divine martial aura. Xiang Hao thrust his left foot forward, grounding himself in a solid stance, and unleashed his overwhelming aura, creating an invisible barrier at his side. The shards continued to bounce off his shield, and Xiang Hao cast a scornful glance at Tang San, convinced that his divine martial aura was sufficient to counter such hidden weapons. However, Tang San wore a peculiar smile. Suddenly, Xiang Hao recalled something. Turning around to see that Hu Liena and the others had already been injured by the shards, Zhang Liemo had been eliminated, while the other 3 appeared to be barely holding on. After all, this is a duel between the 2 of us. It would be best for outsiders to withdraw. Tang San declared with a triumphant grin as the last of the shards flew from his hands, ricocheting off Xiang Hao's barrier. The 2 locked eyes, both utterly drained of soul power, rendered incapable of executing their next soul skills. It seems the final confrontation is between the Divine Martial Hall and the Tang sect. Tang San remarked, raising his left hand to reveal the half-man High-Houten hammer before him. Xiang Hao smiled at this sight, spreading his arms wide as the golden great halberd appeared in his grasp. Chapter 89, The Chaotic Cloak Versus. The breaking formation halberd. Upon witnessing the emergence of the golden halberd, both Flander and Yu Shaojing gasped in astonishment. This was the same figure in black robes who had once pursued Tang San. It was indeed Xiang Hao. It appears he has been fixated on Xiao San for quite some time. They mused, the silence stretching on as they contemplated this revelation. They had anticipated such a result, for Xiang Hao had previously demonstrated a gun-type martial spirit during his time at Shrek, yet no one had expected his second martial spirit to be a body martial spirit, akin to Tang San's dual martial spirits. Furthermore, the attacking power of that golden halberd was likely on par with Tang San's Haotian hammer. Concern etched on Yu Shaojang's face. He remarked that the more secrets unveiled from Xiang Hao, the greater his anxiety grew. On the main seat, Bibi Dong felt a chill in the atmosphere as the Haotian hammer manifested, her demeanor instantly growing colder. The surrounding elders displayed expressions of dread, for the Haotian hammer had historically been a formidable adversary to the Spirit Hall, inflicting substantial losses. Ghost Douluo was reminded of the terror governed by a deity of death, and the gazes directed at Tang San were now imbued with hostility, if not outright murderous intent. The appearance of the Haotian hammer sent ripples through the hearts of all soul masters present. The continent's foremost assault weapon spirit had been shrouded in silence for many years, now re-emerging alongside 2 prodigious individuals wielding twin spirits. The significance of this battle transcended its mere outcome. However, for the 2 combatants on the field, the situation was diametrically opposed. The conflict was merely commencing. From this moment, it became a confrontation between 2 sects, their soul power nearly depleted. Henceforth, it would evolve into a pure martial arts contest. Tang sect's ultimate techniques against the divine martial arts, with the halberd expertly wielded in his grasp. It danced with the grace of a dragon in flight. Simultaneously, a flicker of lightning pulsed at his feet as Xiang Hao moved, conjuring 3 afterimages by his side. All 4 figures, brandishing their halberds, surged forth in unison. Tang San raised the Haotian hammer with his left hand, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes. The purple extreme magic I was particularly adept at countering illusionary skills, rendering your afterimages utterly superfluous in my sight. As Tang San spoke, he swung the mighty hammer towards one of his opponents, a violent shower of metallic sparks erupting upon impact. After the strike, he felt a tingling in his palms, rebounding heavily. With a smile, Tang San swung again at the same spot, this time leaving Xiang Hao with the same sensation of numbness. Feeling the numbness in his hands, Xiang Hao was taken aback. The current breaking sky halberd weighed an astonishing 3,000 pounds. Contrary to his expectations of Tang San being pushed back by the impact, he witnessed Tang San deliver 2 swift strikes at the same spot. It was Xiang Hao who found himself struggling to endure. As the 3rd strike approached, he felt as though he were in the midst of forging iron. However, Sensing the greater force of the impending blow, Xiang Hao's demeanor grew serious. Relying solely on weight was no longer sufficient to subdue Tang San. Xiang Hao swiftly distanced himself, withdrawing his spear, realizing that he could no longer confront Tang San head-on. The hammer technique was indeed peculiar, with each strike amplifying in power. In that moment, Xiang Hao comprehended why the Haotian sect was hailed as the #1 sect in the world. Even with just this hammer technique, it was sufficient to dominate all. Tang San continued to increase the frequency of his hammer strikes, his speed growing ever more frenetic. At this juncture, he abandoned his usual caution and planning, adopting an aggressive and oppressive style of combat that was undeniably effective. With the ghostly shadows of his movements, each of Tang San's hammer blows relentlessly pursued Xiang Hao. For this day, Xiang Hao had labored for an entire year to master this hammer technique. Tang San's voice echoed in his ears as a terrifying blow landed beside Xiang Hao, instantly creating a massive crater. The battlefield was composed of specialized pressure slabs from the Spirit Hall, impervious even to a full-force punch from a Soul Emperor. Yet, under the Haotian hammer, it crumbled like tofu. "You shall be disappointed," Xiang Hao declared, his Vajra eyes widening as he brandished his spear, evading continuously. The break formation spear technique consisted of only 4 forms, and he needed to seize every opportunity. The swift movements of Thunder Shadow and Ghostly Charm intertwined on the field, each side closely following the other. Neither had the luxury of time to marvel at the other's agility. For them, the opportunity was singular. Finally, Tang San brought his hammer down heavily onto the ground, disregarding the stones that splashed onto his face. Xiang Hao bent low, pivoting sharply to unleash a spear thrust that pierced the stars. The unadorned thrust surged forth with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Tang San's face. As Tang San's hammer descended, he was prepared for Xiang Hao's counterattack. With a swift motion of his right hand, he executed the control crane and capture dragon technique. The thrust momentarily hesitated, and in that fleeting instant, Tang San had already lifted the Haotian hammer, unleashing the 21st strike. The collision of their formidable weapons sent shockwaves through both combatants, causing their arms to tremble visibly, every muscle straining under the exertion. After being forcefully repelled, they swiftly readied themselves for the next strike. Tang San's Haotian hammer spun rapidly under his control, while Xiang Hao was still recovering from the last impact. The 22nd hammer was already upon him, forcing Xiang Hao to retreat as Tang San's hammer imprint relentlessly pursued him, dust and debris swirling before his face. After retreating dozens of steps to the very edge, Tang San faltered for a moment following a hammer strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Hao decisively plunged a spear into the ground, gripping it tightly as he thrust upward. The sharp spear tip, along with the flying debris, shot forth to meet Tang San's 51st hammer. Under the immense pressure, the ground beneath Xiang Hao cracked, causing him to sink slightly. Yet, in this exchange, he gained the upper hand. The break heaven spear pressed against the ground, relieving much of his burden, while Tang San was thrust backward, landing nearly 50 steps away at the boundary. With a surge of momentum, Xiang Hao swung his great spear in a circular motion, his right hand firmly gripping the rear of the break heaven spear while his left pressed against the front. The horizontal strike unleashed a tremendous force that traversed all directions. With no retreat left for him, Tang San charged forward with the Haotian hammer, delivering 3 consecutive strikes that barely countered Xiang Hao's blow. However, once stabilized, his right hand began to tremble uncontrollably. The exertion had pushed him to his limits. With just over 10 strikes remaining, Tang San fought with desperation, his hammer-wielding speed accelerating. The final few strikes bore extraordinary might. Xiang Hao's Vajra eyes were fixed upon Tang San's movements, searching for a flaw, while Tang San desperately sought out Xiang Hao's misstep. Both were intensely focused, their mental energies nearing depletion. The moment for the final strike was the shared sentiment of both warriors. Suddenly, the ground beneath them quaked violently, a deep fissure opening from the intense hammer strikes. As the arena trembled and threatened to collapse, they both roared in unison. Xiang Hao leapt high, spear in hand, while Tang San gripped the hammer tightly, unleashing the 81st strike of the chaotic cloak. The clash of their weapons erupted in a deafening sonic explosion, the magnitude of which was unfathomable, leaving countless powerful figures stunned in silence. Chapter 90, 10,000 Years of Soul Beasts in the Aftermath of the Strike. The entire audience held their breath, the smoke lingering in the center, shrouding the outcome in mystery. Following a resounding crash, everyone awaited the result of the match. Who would remain standing on the stage? Who would be the victor? As the dust began to settle, one figure remained upright amidst the haze. With the anxious gazes of the spectators upon him, the outcome was revealed. Xiang Hao knelt on one knee, struggling to support himself with the break heaven spear. Fortunately, he was still on the field, while Tang San had been propelled far beyond the boundary, dragging the Haoyan hammer along the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind. A deep wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth, clearly indicating Xiang Hao's victory. After a moment of silence, a tumultuous eruption of cheers ensued. The anticipation of the crowd rendered insignificant as their jubilant voices crescendoed. Yet, the true nature of what had transpired was known only to them. As Xiang Hao recalled the moment, a chill ran down his spine. Clutching his abdomen, blood flowed freely from his wounds. In the final instant of their clash, Tang San had launched the last shard of the 8 spider lances, striking Xiang Hao at such close range that there was no doubt of its impact, leaving a trail of crimson droplets in its wake. This man sought to perish alongside him. Tang San's gaze, reminiscent of the infamous ghostly encounter, filled Xiang Hao with an immense sense of relief. The projectile was not another of Tang San's hidden weapons. Instead, this fellow had concealed a shard and unleashed such a ferocious 81st strike. Finally, the host declared the victory of the Spirit Hall Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao could no longer maintain consciousness, having endured for far too long. The lingering toxins within his body surged forth, overwhelming him. The moment the prince's aide rushed down to the arena, he produced the antidotes he had prepared to alleviate the poison, leaving Xiang Hao oblivious to the subsequent events. Qian Renxue stood up almost instantaneously, sensing that Xiang Hao's mental fortitude was nearly exhausted. It was evident that he had sustained grave injuries. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. We have done our utmost," she implored, gripping the railing tightly. She longed to rush down and embrace Xiang Hao, who lay on the ground, his blood staining the earth, a reflection of the anguish in her own heart. Observing the prince's fingers deeply embedded in the wooden railing, her subordinates wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing his fervor for the nation. At that moment, Ning Fingji arrived to heal the members of Shrek Academy. Under the radiant 7-colored light, they gradually awakened, their injuries healing significantly, save for the ghastly scar on Tang San's chest that remained a stark reminder of the battle. However, he remained indifferent. Even as he slumped against the wall, the corners of his mouth betraying a smile, both he and Xiang Hao lay defeated before him. The weight that had burdened his heart for over a year lifted in an instant. In that moment, Tang San felt an extraordinary lightness. Without uttering a single word, he struggled to his feet, blood still oozing from the scar on his chest, and began to walk slowly outward. Though the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, never had he perceived it as so refreshing. The Shrek Academy has indeed lost. Yu Xiaojiang supported Tang San, and as the Shrek team prepared to leave, the customary celebration for the victors was about to commence. The Pope would personally bestow the prizes upon the winners, yet this year might prove to be an exception. Although the Spirit Hall had managed to purge the poison and were no longer in grave danger, they had all succumbed to a deep stupor, necessitating that the celebrations be postponed. Just as they were about to depart, a voice, resonant and authoritative, echoed through the arena. "You may leave, but Tang San must stay." Bibi Dong's voice carried the weight of a long-standing authority directed at Tang San. With the Haoyan hammer now in play, it was inconceivable for the Spirit Hall to allow their adversary to simply walk away. Tang San slowly turned to face Bibi Dong, his gaze unwavering. "I wonder what further arrangements the esteemed Pope has in store? Regardless, I cannot acquiesce to any of it, for my current condition is rather unseemly." Each word was pronounced with clarity. The formidable individuals present could not help but admire the courage of this youth. Ning Fingji, observing the disheveled boy below, was equally astonished. In that moment, Tang San shone brightly in the eyes of the onlookers, embodying hope. Clearing his throat, Ning Fingji stood and spoke. "Young brother Tang San has just emerged from a fierce battle and is likely feeling quite weak. If there are old grievances to settle, this is hardly the time. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has always been known for its integrity and will not trouble young brother Tang San here." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened significantly. The head of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had spoken, and in the glaring gaze of the crowd, it would be inappropriate for her to confront Tang San directly. At that moment, Yu Yuan, the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, also rose in agreement, and the assembled soul masters echoed their support, creating a tumultuous atmosphere that became increasingly difficult to control. Seeing this, Bibi Dong had no choice but to relent. She gripped her staff tightly, her gaze icy as she surveyed the crowd below. In the stands, the disguised Ziji and Xiang Jun exchanged knowing glances, having waited a long time for this moment. The time for chaos had finally arrived. Xiao Wu had been closely observing their actions. Upon receiving the signal, she hesitated only for a moment before decisively removing the necklace from around her neck. In an instant, she felt countless piercing gazes directed at her, sharp enough to feel like daggers to her heart. Unconsciously, she clutched tightly to Tang San's sleeve. While Ziji observed this scene with a satisfied smile, this was precisely what she had hoped for. Suddenly, Bibi Dong laughed, as if relishing the dramatic turn of events that were unfolding. Today would be etched in the annals of Douluo continent's history. Before she could utter another word, numerous titled Douluos cast greedy glances toward the arena. Tang San, this time you shall not escape. The sword Douluo, Xiang, whispered something into Ning Fengji's ear, causing the latter's expression to darken considerably. Turning to look, he saw that the old rogue Yuan was indeed fixated on Xiao Wu. Scoundrels. They are no different from the Spirit Hall, he thought bitterly. Xiang remarked nonchalantly, 100,000-year soul beast must yield soul bones. That old dragon still lacks several pieces. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. Not only the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, but countless formidable figures now bore similar expressions. The opportunity that was both rare and coveted lay right before them, proving irresistibly alluring. Ziji and Xiang Jun exchanged cynical glances as they surveyed the crowd, their eyes filled with derision at humanity's unchanging, grotesque nature. Hold your rage. There will come a time for that, Ziji admonished as she grasped his hand tightly. Chapter 91. Pursuit. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, gracefully leaping into the center of the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Tang San's teeth clenched in frustration. What was this woman plotting? Had she not indicated that he could leave? Bibi Dong approached slowly, her staff striking the ground with a heavy resonance that echoed in the hearts of those present. Flinder, steeling himself, stepped forward. Today, he would risk everything to ensure the safety of the children. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Tang San is gravely wounded. I implore you to allow us to take him for treatment. Flinder bowed respectfully, cautiously voicing his request, prepared for the worst. To his surprise, Bibi Dong replied immediately. Of course, you may leave now. Flinder hastily expressed his gratitude and helped Tang San toward the exit, while Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were astonished by Bibi Dong's unexpected benevolence. However, before they could take a single step, Bibi Dong's cold voice rang out once more. You may go, but she must stay. The abrupt shift in her demeanor extinguished the smiles from the faces of the crowd. The Spirit Hall would never permit a soul beast to be integrated into human society. Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. Tang San tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's hand, bewildered, recalling their conversations from childhood and recent days. It dawned on him that Xiao Wu had been subtly hinting at something all along. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao Wu behind him, confronting the icy Bibi Dong. Do not struggle, Tang San. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. In this world, humans are humans, and soul beasts are soul beasts. As she spoke, her right hand rose sharply, poised to seize Xiao Wu. In that moment, an enraged roar echoed, and a dark figure appeared above the arena. The ghost Douluo, who had been wearing a mocking expression, suddenly transformed, his face contorting in terror. Yuguan's expression darkened as well. The old madman had arrived. A figure familiar to all seated in the Spirit Hall, a perpetual source of pain for them. Yet, Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that today's events no longer require the intervention of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. He was not yet prepared to openly antagonize the Spirit Hall. Although the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were present, he hoped this situation could reach a peaceful conclusion. Tang Hao floated quietly above, observing the crowd below. Today, I shall take all of you away. Bibi Dong shot a cold glare at Tang Hao, surprised by his prompt arrival. Should this old madman cause a scene today, it would indeed be difficult to stop him. In the entire continent, Tang Hao is among the few who could confront the Spirit Hall with such ferocity. However, Bibi Dong was unwilling to yield. Her movements remained unhalted, and a forceful pull surged toward Xiao Wu. At the critical moment, Tang San stood protectively in front of Xiao Wu. Suddenly, the Haotian hammer descended from above, landing squarely between Bibi Dong and Tang San, whisking them both away. Bibi Dong laughed, commanding, Yuguan, Ghost Douluo, pursue Tang Hao. The two complied, grinning with a murderous intent as they sped away, leaving the gathered powerful beings in shock at the display of one of the continent's peak powers. Tang Hao, with one arm and one leg missing, appeared almost comical as the transparent arm of his spirit power took shape before the eyes of the crowd. In a secluded corner, two figures swiftly pursued an unseen target. Ning Fengji, momentarily dazed, inquired of the sword Douluo, whether there existed a formidable being on this continent capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon Tang Hao. Chen Xian pondered deeply, affirming that indeed there was, yet if it were him, Tang Hao would not have survived. Who? Queried Ning Fengji, to which the reply came. The high priest of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo. It is rumored that he has reached the zenith of the 99th rank Douluo. Ning Fengji fell into a prolonged silence at Chen Xian's words. The spirit hall's power was ever expanding. Initially, he believed that as long as the three sects united, a balance could be achieved, but now the spirit hall's dominance permeated all aspects of life, compelling them to devise their own means of survival. Your Holiness, since our grievances have been resolved, might you allow the others from Shrek Academy to depart? Ning Fengji respectfully addressed Bibi Dong, prioritizing the safety of his comrades. Naturally, she replied coldly, turning away without a flicker of warmth in her gaze. The moment Yu Xiaojing met her chilling stare, he was overwhelmed by a piercing chill. She had changed, becoming even more aloof. Lu Erlong quickly supported Yu Xiaojing, who was nearly drained from the confrontation. The remaining 5 members displayed a myriad of expressions, revealing a complex mix of anxiety for their companions, resignation, and other unspoken thoughts. Since Tang San's return, he had transformed into a different person, speaking less and exhibiting a greater detachment, while his companions, the spirit beasts, made it difficult for the children to accept this change. The Shrek team departed the battle arena, their silhouettes steeped in melancholy. Yu Xiaojing regretted allowing Tang San to participate in the competition, wishing he could showcase his talents, but the reality diverged from his expectations. With a soul power of 50, Tang San evolved beyond recognition, his blue-silver emperor and miraculous life force becoming enigmas he could not decipher. From that moment, Yu Xiaojing regretted his choices, realizing only today that irrespective of whether he had written to Tang San, he would have entered the competition to seek the answers he had pursued for a year. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaojing's stature seemed to diminish, as if witnessing the shattering of his ideals, feeling the invisible distance growing between him and his disciple. Your Highness, shall we extend our condolences to Shrek Academy? Although they did not clinch the championship, they displayed remarkable prowess. From this day forth, the name Shrek will surely resonate across the continent. The messenger beside Qian Rinxue reassured her. No, it is only Tang San who has gained notoriety, Qian Rinxue replied, her fists tightening. Outside the spirit city, the ghostly laughter echoed ominously as Tang Hao bore several wounds, his pace diminishing. Tang Hao, I have dreamed of this day. Ghostly and Yu Egwan pursued him relentlessly, with Yu Egwan trailing closely behind, his years of alchemy sharpening his caution. Although they were within the spirit hall's domain, the possibility of intervention from the other sects loomed, for they understood the meaning of the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Chapter 92. Yu Egwan's speculation, however, this time he was evidently overthinking. As the leaders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were pinned down by Bibi Dong, making any attempt to assist akin to waging war against the spirit hall. The only potential savior, Bon Duel, remained within the confines of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After sustaining injuries and still carrying 2 individuals, Tang Hao was soon caught up by Ghostly, whose countless phantoms ensnared him like a vice. Tang Hao, you cannot escape. How naive to think you could flee with 2 little ones in my grasp. Ghostly's boisterous laughter lingered in the air as Tang Hao, as Ghostly predicted, reached his limits. His wounds multiplying, blood trickling down his face. Father, Tang San's voice trembled uncontrollably. Man, do not shed tears. Do not worry about me, just run. Xiao Wu, clinging to Tang Hao's side, could no longer stifle her sobs, gazing at the man risking his life for her with teary, dazed eyes. Hurry, Tang Hao exerted himself, propelling the 3 of them far away. Tang San tightly embraced Xiao Wu, their forms vanishing through the forest gaps. Tang Hao brandished the Haotian hammer, prepared to fight to the death. Ghostly, even if I'm missing a hand, this hammer will still hurt when it strikes your face. He gasped heavily, wielding the hammer with fierce determination. Ghostly, however, merely mocked him, while Yu Egwan began to stride toward Tang San, dismissing the grudge against him. A taunting remark drifted past Tang Hao's ears, igniting his fury as he swung his hammer down, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by Yu Egwan with one hand. Your strength has indeed diminished, he remarked lightly, sending Tang Hao tumbling backwards, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Eliminate him. I shall pursue that boy, Yu Egwan declared, swiftly departing, leaving Ghostly to fixate on Tang Hao with a grotesque expression. Ghostly advanced step by step toward Tang Hao, his features contorted in a frenzy of emotion, reminiscent of an unbridled joy long suppressed. Tang Hao, to slay you with my own hands is my greatest aspiration. I once thought it to be merely a dream. Yet, thanks to you, it has become a reality. I shall cherish this opportunity, making you endure all the torment I have faced over the years. Before Ghostly could finish his monologue, he was abruptly interrupted by a colossal fist. Xiong and ZG had arrived. ZG sniffed the air, detecting the children in another direction. You handle this. I will ensure their safety, she instructed Xiong before swiftly departing. The unexpected reinforcements left Tang Hao in a tumultuous state of emotions, simultaneously surprised by the rescue and embittered by his own helplessness. Today, it was already a stroke of luck for Tang San to escape. He no longer harbored hopes of surviving. The force behind Xiong punch was terrifying, with Ghostly barely evading it. Yet the overwhelming aura felt as though the Haotian hammer had narrowly missed his face. I do not know your esteemed title. I request that Spirit Hall's affairs do not interfere here. Rest assured, there will be ample compensation afterward. Ghostly forced down his rage, attempting to negotiate. Xiong disdainfully spat. You are not worthy to know my name. I care not who you are. Today, this human shall not perish. Human? The term felt jarringly out of place. In any case, this man is still of use to me, and none may harm him. Prepare yourself. Without further explanation, Xiong swung his fist with all his might. A seemingly ordinary strike that sent Ghostly trembling, realizing the disparity in their strengths. Meanwhile, Yueguan discerned Tang San's whereabouts. Tang San had done his utmost to evade capture. Yet the vast difference in power rendered his efforts futile, with Yueguan effortlessly seeing through his illusions. The two concealed themselves behind a large tree, holding their breath, unaware that Yueguan had sensed their presence from 100 paces away. In the face of strength, all clever tricks appeared utterly superfluous. As Yueguan approached leisurely, a swift claw strike assailed him. ZG had arrived, her purple veil billowing, revealing a pair of rare golden eyes. Oh dear, what unfortunate timing. I shall protect these two children today. In a blend of gentle laughter and unspoken coldness, this was Yueguan's initial appraisal of ZG. As fleeting thoughts danced through his mind, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of such a formidable presence on the continent. Even a titled Douluo would be duly registered at the Wuhan temple, receiving the respect and reverence they deserved, irrespective of their allegiance. Judging by their recent exchange, his opponent seemed to possess the strength of a titled Douluo, potentially exceeding his own in soul power. Why, then, did he have no recollection of such a formidable figure? Unlike the elusive Guimei, Yueguan understood that engaging in dialogue outside the Wuhan temple with someone of this caliber would be futile. A powerful entity unknown to the temple likely harbored animosity towards it. Testing the waters, Yueguan unleashed a flurry of petals towards his adversary, who appeared utterly unfazed. With a graceful lift of her hands, her nails elongated like 10 sharp blades, effortlessly deflecting the petals. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Yet Yueguan discerned an unsettling truth. Many petals had grazed the opponent's skin, leaving it unscathed. Although he hadn't exerted all his strength, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his petals. Even the likes of Chen Xin would have been wounded by such delicate touches. Yet this opponent's skin resembled steel, impervious to harm. When Yueguan struck with a palm, the response from ZG served as a stark warning. The sheer force of her counter sent him hurtling backward, landing 100 paces away before he came to a halt. In that moment, the calm demeanor he had initially maintained dissipated entirely. He felt no fluctuation of soul power in her strike, only raw, unadulterated strength. The nature of her attack was peculiar, defying the conventional flow of soul power. Could it be? A chilling legend from the Douluo continent flickered through his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The legend was too terrifying to contemplate. After 2 exchanges, Yueguan realized he was outmatched and yearned for confirmation. Could the legend truly be real? Without hesitation, he vacated the battlefield, sensing that engaging further would yield no advantage. His instincts warned him that ZG was far more powerful than he had anticipated. As he retreated, he collided with Guimei, who had been sent flying. Before him stood a towering figure, Beijun, whose golden eyes mirrored the unusual hue of ZG's. Let us go. Quickly. Yueguan, now devoid of calm, seized Guimei and made his escape. Beijun was poised to pursue, but ZG intervened. Do not follow. There are many other human powers present. Alerting them will complicate our retreat. Just now, that human seemed to have discerned something. Returning him would jeopardize our master's grand design. Beijun expressed his concerns. The return of our master is inevitable, Even if they are aware, it changes nothing. The reckoning for humanity will come, and none can avert it. Ziji's voice rose in intensity, her golden eyes gleaming with fervor and rage. After a long slumber, the soul beasts were now under human dominion, and if this pace of hunting continued, countless soul beasts would face extinction within 10 millennia. In this world, desire was the root of all sin, and humanity embodied that very desire. Having distanced themselves, the focus shifted to the core of their mission, discovering the location of the seed of life, for their master's injury depended upon it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Tang San remained huddled together, the battlefield not far from them. The residual chaos of the fight had still reached them. Tang San, tense and vigilant, observed Yuguan and Gue Mei's departure, feeling a momentary sense of relief, only for it to be shattered when he noticed warmth spreading from his left hand. To his horror, Xiao Wu had fainted, a petal from Yuguan's earlier onslaught piercing through a tree trunk and emerging from her abdomen. Despite clutching her stomach in silence, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang San felt as though countless thunderbolts had struck his head, leaving him reeling. In that instant, he cast aside all thoughts of self-preservation and summoned the scant soul power remaining to heal Xiao Wu. The effects were minimal, merely stanching the bleeding. Yet her complexion showed no signs of improvement. In that crushing moment, despair engulfed him as he held Xiao Wu tightly, tears streaming down his face. With his father's fate uncertain and Xiao Wu gravely injured, he found himself utterly depleted. The journey to Lanyin Valley would take an entire day and night, and he feared for Xiao Wu's survival. In a fit of rage and helplessness, he struck the ground, lamenting his own impotence. Man must never concede. A familiar voice echoed in his despair. Startled, he looked up to find Tang Hao standing before him, and scathed. From his pocket, Tang Hao produced a vial. "I brought some spring water for you." Tang San hastily administered the potion to Xiao Wu, and a green luminescence enveloped her wound, astonishingly sealing the gash. "This should sustain her for a while, but we must hurry," Tang Hao urged, cradling Xiao Wu as he prepared to leave. "Follow closely behind." With that, he vanished into the night sky, leaving Tang San to chase after him, questions swirling in his mind, yet all that mattered now was Xiao Wu. After a harrowing battle, Tang San could no longer feel his legs, but pressed on in a singular direction. He was unaware of when he had lost consciousness, yet upon awakening, he found himself near Lanyin Valley. Next time, remember to conserve some soul power. If you deplete it entirely, I too will fall into a slumber. Even if I wished to assist, it would be futile. That girl is in dire condition. The voice of Green Ant reached him. She had awakened only after a long while following his unconsciousness. Fortunately, Tang San had regained some soul power. Otherwise, he would have been left on the ground to be taken by soul beasts without anyone the wiser. With gratitude, Tang San expressed his indebtedness to Green Ant, acknowledging the invaluable aid she had provided throughout the past year, which had not only saved him but transformed him. He surmised it was likely connected to the peculiar stone resting against his chest. After steadying his breath, he hurried towards Lanyin Valley. Xiao Wu's well-being was now his utmost priority. Stumbling into the valley, he found Xiao Wu lying peacefully by a tree, his father vigilantly watching over her. And a great weight lifted from his heart. "Dad, how is she?" he inquired, approaching cautiously. "She has been soaking in the lake for a night. Her breathing has stabilized significantly and she is improving," Tang Hao reassured him. Tang San examined Xiao Wu closely, noting that her wound had healed completely and her complexion had regained its vitality. However, behind him, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. In an instant, Tang Hao seized Tang San by the neck, his immense strength threatening to snap it. Before Tang San could grasp the warning from Green Ant, the luminous seed of life was already in Tang Hao's possession, radiating a brilliant emerald glow. "Do not struggle. Becoming a part of my master is your honor." "Dad, what are you doing?" The sudden upheaval caught Tang San completely off guard. He observed Tang Hao tightly gripping the life stone, his eyes shimmering with an unusual golden light. As the shape of his pupils subtly transformed and his hair lengthened dramatically, amidst uproarious laughter, Tang Hao's coarse voice gradually shifted to a higher pitch, while his robust physique became increasingly slender. In an instant, Tang Hao morphed into a stunning beauty clad in purple, revealing none other than the enchanting Ziji. At that moment, another brawny figure emerged from the side, Xiang Jun, who was shouldering none other than Tang Hao. "The man who had saved me last night," Tang San thought, remembering the striking impression Ziji had left on him while he observed the battlefield. "I was initially counting on you. Yet it seems this old fellow possesses quite a treasure trove." Xiang Jun chuckled with pride, and together they discovered several vials of life geyser on Tang Hao. With her heightened sense of aura, Ziji instinctively sought the right direction, having devised numerous clever schemes, and now the life seed was effortlessly within her grasp. Under Tang San's astonished gaze, Ziji walked confidently towards the center of the lake, her every step leaving the water undisturbed. She raised the life seed high, and a peculiar radiance enveloped it, conjuring a massive symbol in the air. "Tremble, mortals, and welcome the arrival of my sovereign," as Ziji and Xiang Jun fervently called out. The aerial symbol collapsed into a vast, gaping void, shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, a fierce gale erupted, unleashing torrents of energy that roared and ravaged everything in their wake, churning the lake into chaos. In that moment, the life seed in Ziji's grasp radiated a brilliant green light, slowly drifting towards the ominous black hole, vanishing in an instant. Concurrently, the life-giving waters of the lake began to spiral upwards, inexorably drawn into the black abyss, and in mere seconds, the lake was completely drained, revealing only a bed of mud and stones. Along with it, Tang San's shattered dreams, broken hatred, and fragmented soul were swept away, everything he had ever lost. Chapter 94. Legends of the Forest. Tang San watched helplessly as the black hole consumed all that he was. Ziji and Xiang Jun departed with Xiao Wu, leaving behind a life laden with irony. Just a day prior, he had been filled with hope for the future. Now, it felt as though all his aspirations had crumbled to dust. Perhaps this was the catalyst for Tang San's eventual transformation into a cold and unfeeling being, for his heart, riddled with wounds, no longer permitted him the luxury of excess emotion. Within the spirit hall, Yuguan knelt before Bibi Dong, momentarily at a loss to explain the reasons for their mission's failure. However, upon witnessing the fury etched across Bibi Dong's face, he cautiously ventured, "Your Holiness, are you aware of the soul beast kings that slumber in the core lake of the Stardow Forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python? I shall deal with them in due time." Bibi Dong dismissed him with disdain. "No, there exists an even older legend regarding that lake. It is said that deep beneath its waters lies the true king of the soul beasts, each one possessing powers far surpassing that of the sky blue bull python." "What do you mean?" Yuguan continued. "Forgive my candor, but the two powerful beings who came to rescue Tang Hao and his son do not appear to be human." His words resonated like thunder in the ears of the assembly, and the other elders present exchanged wary glances, hesitant to affirm his claim. "Yuguan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" A volatile elder slammed his hand on the table, the absurdity of such reasoning evident to all. "Even if you seek to absolve yourself in the ghostly charm of responsibility, you ought to devise a plausible excuse." Voices of dissent echoed within the hall. "Enough." Bibi Dong struck her staff forcefully, silencing the room. "Yuguan, is this merely your speculation, or is there substance to your claim?" "Your Holiness, I am certain. During my confrontation with that individual, I sensed no trace of soul power from him. However, his strength and speed were extraordinary. Strangely, both of them possessed golden eyes. While it is only my conjecture, there are records of such legends in a confidential scroll from the library of the hall." Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd. Dissenters hesitated, as the golden crocodile Douluo spoke up. Since his encounter with Xiang Hao, he had frequented the Pope's hall, having observed the battle the previous day. There is indeed such a legend. It is said that the true rulers of the Stardow Forest slumber deep within its core, several top-tier soul beasts with cultivation surpassing hundreds of thousands of years, lying in secret slumber for reasons unknown. Their true state is now beyond comprehension. The golden crocodile Douluo's words quelled all dissent, shifting the focus from the two individuals' mission to the unprecedented threat they could pose if the legend were true. "Yuguan, the ghostly charm has dispatched you two to investigate the Stardow Forest. This time, there must be no errors." Xiang Hao's injuries were not severe. After Yuguan administered the healing medicine to everyone, Xiang Hao awoke that very night, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, although it appeared that he had emerged victorious, in truth, he had suffered defeat. The memory of Tang San's triumphant smile before his unconsciousness lingered in his mind. In the final moment, he had been caught off guard by his opponent's concealed weapon. The piercing shards that traversed his body converged with the haunting memories of that fateful night. In a fit of rage, he pounded his chest, the violent blows causing his healing wounds to reopen. He could accept his defeat. Yet he could not tolerate his own impotence. His arrogance had not led to victory. This young man from the Tang sect had brutally awakened him to the truth. Did he comprehend the root of his failure? It was his underestimation and negligence. No, it was because he still harbored feelings of compassion in his heart. The tip of his spear could have closed the distance by another inch, yet he hesitated. That fleeting moment of indecision granted his opponent the opportunity to counterattack. Xiang Yu's sharp words pierced him like a dagger, striking at his very heart. Indeed, he had hesitated. In the previous encounter, he had also faltered. In that moment of uncertainty, his adversary had seized the chance to retaliate. For reasons unknown, a hint of softness emerged within him, leading him to believe that he should not take a life. Your resolve is insufficient. It has not yet been tempered by the fires of battle. And you are still unworthy. Xiang Yu's words brimmed with indignation, yet he soon exhaled a long sigh, as if recalling something profound. Alas, this seems to be fate. Were you not as you are, I would not have chosen you. Xiang Hao yearned to articulate more, yet Xiang Yu vanished once again, leaving him to ponder in solitude. Rising from his bed, he noticed a note on the table, elegantly penned, seemingly by a female hand, accompanied by a jade vial. 1 grain a day? The brevity of the message left Xiang Hao perplexed. Was it sent by his senior sister? He stepped outside. Realizing he was in the resting quarters of the Martial Soul Palace Academy, with Hulaina's room situated nearby, curiosity led him to approach, where he found Yin and Xiang Yu already waiting inside. Is she all right? He inquired. She has awakened yet, but she has nearly recovered, Xiang Yu replied. Yin, upon hearing this, clenched his fist in frustration. Damn Tang San, how dare he harm my Laina? He had better not cross my path again. Keep your voice down. Xiang Yu quickly admonished, stifling Yan's indignation. Do you recognize this character? At last, Xiang Hao presented the note for their scrutiny. Recalling that his senior sister would be unable to assist, and he was unfamiliar with others. Xiang Yu took the note, examining it closely, his face a mask of confusion. I don't recognize it. Yin, do you? I can't recall. I only recognize Laina as handwriting. However, regarding this note, you could directly inquire with Elder Chu. Yin suggested, handing the note back to Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao smacked his forehead, ready to depart, yet the expressions of the two individuals observing him were rather intriguing. Unfortunately, the awkward truth was that Yu Guan had already set out on a mission, leaving Xiang Hao empty-handed. That girl would be quite heartbroken to see you in such a state. Xiang Yu could no longer bear to watch. For that girl had kept vigil by your side throughout the night. With the conversation reaching this point, Xiang Hao undoubtedly realized that Qian Rinxue had returned. However, she had entered discreetly and left before dawn. Xiang Yu's words swiftly dispelled Xiang Hao's thoughts. The latter now felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Qian Rinxue had returned, yet he had not even caught a glimpse of her. Observing Xiang Hao's current demeanor, Xiang Yu shook his head repeatedly, noting how much the boy resembled himself, even in his emotional obliviousness. At that moment, he recalled a saying, reincarnation is merely an encounter with another self. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue was seated in the carriage on her way back, unable to resist the drowsiness that overcame her, yawning incessantly. The subordinate officer, noticing her fatigue, quietly exited the carriage, instructing the driver to proceed slowly and steadily, as the princess was resting. As the carriage slowed its pace, Qian Rinxue gradually succumbed to sleep. The officer, satisfied with this outcome, smiled to himself, acknowledging that the princess had labored excessively for the empire in recent days and deserved a proper rest. Indeed, Qian Rinxue had been worn out, having only managed to doze off briefly by Xiang Hao's bedside. Chapter 95. The Silver Dragon King Xiao Lu, what troubles you? Destruction asked anxiously, looking towards life. The connection to the life legacy has been severed. I can no longer sense the core of life. Life responded solemnly. Just moments ago, her life legacy had abruptly vanished, completely severing her connection to the lower realms, leaving not a trace behind. This is not the doing of an ordinary individual. I have scanned the Douluo continent with my divine consciousness and found no sign of it. Upon hearing this, both fell silent. The ancient tree of life bore a seed only once every 600,000 years, containing boundless life divine power, often cast into the lower worlds as a legacy. Such a situation was unprecedented. The loss of such a divine entity in the mortal realm would surely incur the wrath of the two divine kings. Let us refrain from reporting this for now. Perhaps in a few days, we may uncover something. Destruction reassured. However, life's expression grew even more troubled, aware of the impending crisis in the divine realm and the magnitude of the blunder that had occurred. Meanwhile, at the core of the Stardow forest, deep beneath the central lake, a silver cocoon trembled incessantly. The individuals meditating around it swiftly rose to their feet. Among them were Ziji and Xiangjun, along with 3 others, a green-clad woman whose beauty rivaled that of Ziji, a slender man with a sinister visage, and a mysterious leader with pitch-black wings unfurled behind him, his demeanor stern and unsmiling, golden light glimmering in his eyes, akin to Ziji's. The five anxiously fixated on the silver cocoon, when suddenly, a beam of white light burst forth from a crack, scattering 7 colors of radiant light into the air. Instantly, the dark underground chamber was illuminated as if it were day, with more light emanating from within. The five could no longer remain standing, and the one who appeared most composed, the leader, was the first to be overwhelmed with excitement. He knelt respectfully, exclaiming loudly, "We welcome our master. Congratulations on your recovery." The other 4 quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. As the crowd's cheers intensified, the crack widened, and amidst the blinding light, the silver cocoon gradually vanished, revealing a figure emerging from within. Silver hair cascaded freely, and as a pair of eyes opened, 2 beams of purple light shot forth. The 5 closest to her felt their hearts race, drenched in sweat, as an ethereal and cold voice resonated, and a shadow stepped forth from the brilliance. "Dition, your efforts in this matter have been commendable." Upon hearing this, the leader dared to lift his head, pledging, "For the great plan of our master, I would plunge into fire and water without hesitation." The transformed Silver Dragon King, clad in silver dragon armor adorned with 7-colored gemstones, concealed her visage within a silver helmet, leaving only her purple eyes shimmering with a mysterious glow. As she gracefully walked past each individual, she sighed softly, "Are you all the elite of the spirit beasts now?" Caught off guard, the others hesitated, save for Dition, who faced the Silver Dragon King and replied, "Master, all I know is this. But there are 2 young juniors still within the Stardow Forest, albeit with only a cultivation of 100,000 years. 100,000 years of cultivation?" The Silver Dragon King chuckled self-deprecatingly. "There are but a few spirit beasts exceeding this age. During the Dragon God War, these were merely the most ordinary pawns." She sighed, reflecting on the years that had passed since the Dragon God fell. "The times have changed. Master, as long as you remain, you can surely lead us spirit beasts back to our former glory. We have recently ventured out to gather intelligence, and humanity's strength is still insufficient to pose a threat to you," Dition stated respectfully. "Foolish." The Silver Dragon King's rebuke caused Dition to lower his head immediately. "Do you understand why I am here healing?" To evade the pursuit of the divine realm, Dition realized, burying his head deeper in understanding. "I fear not the current Douluo continent. However, the entire continent is rife with the divine realm spies. I must remain hidden. Having already stolen the life goddess's seed of life, any reckless actions will soon invite divine retribution, and how shall we withstand the divine realm's blade then?" The Silver Dragon King chided the others while gazing at the jade orb in her hand. "From this day forth, everything shall return to normal, but you must disperse." She produced 5 silver scales and distributed them among the group. "This is my Dragon God order. My resurrection must remain clandestine. I need you to spread out across the continent to gather spirit beasts. Additionally, I have infused the Dragon God's blessing into these orders, which will accelerate the spirit beast cultivation. This is a war, and we must amass our strength." With her commands issued, all present accepted their duties and departed, ensuring to keep their movements concealed, for the time to reveal their hand had not yet arrived. The 5 scattered from the underground palace, each bearing a significant mission, with no room for complacency. ZG remained in the Stardow Forest. Bai Ji headed south, the king of 10,000 beasts ventured west, Xiang Jun moved east, and Dition journeyed to the far north. Within the palace, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, sat alone upon her throne, idly spinning the jade orb before her. After a long period of contemplation, she seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, gripping the orb tightly before vanishing into the void. At that moment, the Golden Dragon King, still in the divine realm, abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, regarding the still chattering Gu Xen before him, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Seemingly sensing the Golden Dragon King's unease, Gu Xen took the initiative to speak. "What troubles you? Has she sent you a message?" The Golden Dragon King nodded in confusion. "Though our relationship is fraught with conflict, she should have no reason to deceive me under the current circumstances." Gu Xen struck his staff firmly on the ground, his previously jovial demeanor abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. "I care not for your relationship. All I desire is the outcome. I do not wish to see you falter when the time comes." The Golden Dragon King slowly lifted his head, his blood-red gaze locking onto Gu Xen's. "You must trust in the will of the Dragon God and the wrath of the Dragon God. I shall crush all that stands in our way. You need not worry on that front. Instead, consider how to break the seal that binds me. There is no need for you to be anxious. I have assured you that I will release you, and I shall indeed keep my word. By now, You ought to have faith in my capabilities," remarked Gu Xian with a cheerful smile. "The most feeble of spirit beasts in the Dragon God War could effortlessly rend you asunder," the Golden Dragon King retorted with disdain. "Huh? Who decrees that combat must rely solely on fists? In that regard, she is far more astute than you," Gu Xian teased, stroking his beard. While the only response he received was a chorus of dragon roars and thunderous sounds. Chapter 96. The secret pact night once again cloaked the earth in a shroud of darkness, with the moon's light exceedingly dim, leaving only a few faint stars to adorn the sky. The spirit city had long extinguished all its lights, the silent windows whispering tales of their inhabitants' deep slumber. Yet, in one room, the heavy sound of breathing persisted, the flow of soul power stirring the already loose window panes into a cacophony. The individual in question was none other than our protagonist, Xiang Hao. After returning from the competition, it seemed that the intense battle had triggered a profound awakening within him. Subsequently, his cultivation appeared to have shattered a barrier, causing his soul power to surge like a tidal wave, and within just a few days, he had already advanced to the 53rd level. Such rapid progress left the other three in astonishment, shaking their heads in awe of Xiang Hao's innate talent. As he felt the soul power coursing through his meridians once more, Xiang Hao gradually exhaled the impurities from his body, placing his hands upon his knees to conclude his evening's practice. Sitting in meditation, it was but a short while before slumber overtook him. Yet, at that moment, he opened his eyes again, though the brilliance within them appeared considerably dimmed. Quietly, Xiang Hao rose, pushed open the creaking window, and with a single leap, descended from the second floor, landing steadily upon the ground. Xiang Hao meticulously surveyed his surroundings, and upon turning back, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a silver-haired maiden. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age, with violet eyes reminiscent of Qianrenxue. Her long silver locks danced freely behind her, while her flowing white gown swirled gracefully around her enchanting figure. Her beauty was truly breathtaking, rivaling even that of Qianrenxue and surpassing that of Zhu Zhuqing and others by a degree. With a smile illuminating her face, the girl approached Xiang Hao, her laughter ringing out like crystal chimes, strikingly different from what one might expect. A greeting, both foreign and familiar, escaped her lips as her steps drew ever nearer, revealing that she was barefoot upon the gravel. "You and I have differing perceptions," Xiang Hao replied coolly, his gaze unwavering, as if the stunning beauty before him were merely a figment of the air. Observing his demeanor, the maiden ceased her playful probing and turned serious. "Are you not afraid of making the wrong wager? With the wisdom of the dragon god, you should comprehend that my actions are entirely beneficial to the soul beasts. Your presence here indicates that you have made a choice." Xiang Yu explained with composure, and it appeared that Gu Yunnan was quite pleased with his response. "Very well. However, I must add a condition. Once the task is accomplished, I require your assistance in devouring the power of the other half of the dragon god." "Haha. Truly a scheming silver dragon king. I shall grant you your wish." Gu Yunnan seemed rather displeased with the term scheming. "From the moment you cast this orb into the lake of life, were you not aware of all that would transpire thereafter? Am I correct, god of reincarnation?" Upon hearing that name, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he revealed a wry smile, indicating it had been quite some time since anyone had called him that. "This treasure shall return to its rightful owner," Gu Yunnan stated as she extended the orb towards Xiang Yu, who, however, shook his head in refusal. "It is not yet the right time. You may safeguard it for now." Gu Yunnan offered a bittersweet smile, understanding Xiang Yu's current state. After carefully securing the orb, she cast another worried glance at him. "At this juncture in the story, you should not be in this predicament. Regardless of what transpires, do not falter at the critical moment, the instigator." With that, Gu Yunnan turned and departed. As the space trembled, Xiang Yu emerged from the small realm, marveling at Gu Yunnan's meticulousness. She had arrived even earlier than anticipated. With a gentle leap, he returned to his chamber, resuming his meditative posture and drifting into slumber, allowing the night to pass quietly. Upon rising, Xiang Hao rubbed his sore and fatigued muscles, reflecting that he could not afford to sleep in such a manner frequently. It left him feeling utterly exhausted, as if he had been constantly running about. He donned his ceremonial robe, aware that his teacher wished to see him today. Based on past experiences, he anticipated that he was soon to receive a task. Pushing open the grand doors of the papal hall, he noticed that, unlike before, he was alone. After observing the customary formalities, Bibi Dong promptly addressed him. "Hao, allow me to see your domain abilities." Xiang Hao immediately complied. As the black soul ring shimmered, A sanguine aura spread forth, saturating the ground with blood and bones, staining the sky crimson, and the scene of a slaughterhouse materialized before Bibi Dong's eyes. This was Bibi Dong's first meticulous observation of this skill. While she marveled at its potency, a growing tension knitted her brow. This ability was formidable, yet it had yet to reach its ultimate potential. As Bibi Dong's thoughts whirled, a domain of black and red began to swirl beside her. An overwhelming intent to kill and destructive power surged towards Xiang Hao, making him feel as though he were staring death in the face, his limbs turning icy cold. However, do you sense the disparity? The intent to kill, boundless and profound, escaped Xiang Hao's lips. Indeed, this domain is known as the domain of the god of slaughter. Yet your domain, the slaughterhouse of 10,000, is evidently superior, albeit it requires the tempering of blood. Do you comprehend? This was something Xiang Yu had initially conveyed to him, and now, with Bibi Dong articulating it, her subsequent words aligned closely with his thoughts. I shall send you to the city of slaughter for your training. Bibi Dong's words harmonized perfectly with Xiang Hao's inner voice. The ordinary training within the spirit hall could no longer facilitate significant progress for him. Although the city of slaughter was fraught with peril, she was willing to believe he could withstand its trials. Teacher, I am eager to go. Such a coveted opportunity was met with Xiang Hao's enthusiastic agreement. Far more readily than Bibi Dong had anticipated. The notorious reputation of the city of slaughter had caused her much hesitation before making this decision. Teacher, I am ready to depart at any moment. I shall not fail your expectations. Very well, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall personally escort you. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Xiang Hao hurriedly began to gather his belongings, packing elixirs, materials, a cauldron, and other necessary supplies. Perhaps accustomed to such travels, he felt little attachment to the room he had inhabited for barely a week. The next day, Bibi Dong set forth with Xiang Hao. Unlike previous journeys, this route was shrouded in secrecy. Any ordinary traveler would surely become lost amidst the numerous forks in the forest path. By the time they departed in the morning, it was already evening when they reached their destination. Before them stood an ancient stone wall, adorned with countless thorns and creeping vines. The thickness of the stems and leaves suggested that no one had visited in quite some time. Intricate patterns were carved into the stone surface, and at its base, a small, relatively new circular groove sat, the stone visibly smooth. Drop your blood into it, Bibi Dong instructed. Chapter 97. The city of slaughter. Xiang Hao sliced open his palm and clenched his fist tightly, crimson blood dripping from his palm into a circular groove. In an instant, the blood vanished, absorbed by the stone wall. The next moment, countless crimson patterns began to spread across the stone surface, converging into a brilliant display of bloodlight that illuminated the entire wall. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Xiang Hao surged restlessly. Tender green grass morphed into rich soil, which, as it heaved, gradually unveiled the dark depths of an underground cavern. A chilling air emanated from the abyss, accompanied by a foul stench of blood that assaulted their senses. This marked the entrance to the city of carnage. I can only escort you this far. The rest of the journey lies in your hands, Bibi Dong urged, her voice laced with apprehension. Despite her numerous warnings along the way, she remained uneasy at the moment of parting. After all, the inhabitants of this place could scarcely be described as merely evil. It was a paradise for the fallen, where she preferred to refer to them as beasts clad in human skin. The rules here are as I have conveyed, she continued. Remember that the sole path to emerge lies in achieving 100 victories within the arena of the city of carnage, thereby earning the right to challenge the Hell Road. Only through this can you hope to escape. With her final admonition, Bibi Dong watched as Xiang Hao descended the steps, gradually fading into the shadows. The ground then resumed its tumultuous upheaval, green grass enveloping it once more, and the blood patterns on the stone wall gradually dissipated until they returned to their original state. Thorns and verdant vines, fallen leaves and dense thickets, everything appeared as if newly arrived. Bibi Dong turned away, silently repeating in her heart, "Hao, you must survive." In the secret passage, only a few torches flickered with faint light, the ground soaked with damp blood and muck. With eyes wide open, Xiang Hao tread cautiously along the path, his instincts warning him of the complexity of the environment. After walking several dozen steps, he encountered a sharp corner, where the stench of blood intensified. Bibi Dong had repeatedly cautioned him about the nature of the city of carnage. Such a place seemed to demand some form of welcoming ritual, lest one offend its fearsome reputation. Xiang Hao halted at the corner, empowered by the essence of the indomitable. On the other side of the wall, the heavy breaths and appearances of several individuals were evident. Bloodstains adorned his body, and a more pungent scent of blood emanated from him. His skin, flushed and steaming, unleashed a straightforward yet powerful punch against the corner, instantly shattering bricks and sending debris flying, striking everyone behind him. His solid fist resembled a gluttonous python, accurately sinking into one man's waist, accompanied by a sickening crack of bone. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, breaking the blind spot. Xiang Hao's crimson gaze flickered amidst the smoke. Those who had been scheming to encircle the newcomer were instantly filled with dread upon witnessing the scene. The most formidable among them, who had been closest, found his spine crushed in an instant. The vast disparity in strength compelled one individual to flee without a glance back, while two others grit their teeth and charged forward, one wielding a curved blade, the other revealing claws akin to a cat's. Clearly, their capabilities barely exceeded the 30th level. Xiang Hao unleashed two punches aimed directly at their faces, and a mist of blood enveloped the air, droplets splattering across his visage. Yet, he remained unfazed as he stepped over their lifeless forms. In his heart, there was no turbulence at having taken a life for the first time. His emotions seemed colder than he had anticipated. He leisurely withdrew a handkerchief from his ring, wiping his hands with a calm demeanor before advancing further. The atmosphere ahead grew increasingly intense, and he could faintly perceive a glimmer of light at the end. As he approached, he discovered the lifeless body of the recently fled individual at the passage's exit. Standing before him was a woman veiled in black. Upon seeing Xiang Hao emerge, she respectfully presented a plaque engraved with a skull, inscribed with the numbers 8973. This appeared to be the codename for his life hereafter. Mr. 8973. You are indeed the victor of this group. I shall now guide you into the city of slaughter. The woman stated with reverence as she led Xiang Hao through the exit, arriving at the city's gates. Upon entering, he was immediately aware of numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sensation was still unsettling. It seemed they had yet to discern who was the prey and who was the hunter. Xiang Hao was perplexed as to why such words escaped his lips. Yet, curiously enough, the nauseating stench of blood surrounding him did not incite panic. Rather, it invigorated him, causing his veins to swell with a fervor that made him feel truly liberated for the first time. The crimson patterns on his body pulsated with vitality as he flexed his limbs, the crisp sound of cracking bones resonating around him. The woman in black gauze beside him gazed at him with a dazed expression. Having escorted many newcomers, she had never encountered one so conspicuously bold. Very well. I comprehend your rules. Lead me to the arena of slaughter, Xiang Hao interjected, interrupting the woman's introduction. He had already heard all this from Bibi Dong, and his singular aim was victory. The Hell Arena is located within the inner city. During your protection period as a newcomer, I can only ensure your safety elsewhere in the inner city. What transpires in the arena is solely up to you. Furthermore, even the protection of the inner city lasts only 12 hours. Are you prepared? Let on. The Hell Arena, situated in the inner city of the City of Slaughter, was considerably smaller compared to the outer city. However, as they crossed the city gates, the chaotic frenzy of the inner city unfolded before Xiang Hao's eyes. Unlike the cautious atmosphere of the outer city, the beasts of the inner city welcomed newcomers with fervor. He could distinctly perceive the crimson glint in their eyes. And despite the incessant attempts of the Reapers of Slaughter to ward them off, the veterans surged towards him like moths to a flame. Their discussions and excitement resonated clearly in Xiang Hao's ears. Look at the firm flesh on him. He must taste delectable. Such a robust physique. And not unattractive. He could serve as a release for my pin-up frustrations. Ha ha ha. These voices echoed persistently, their intentions manifesting through their actions. Observing the scene, a Hell Reaper raised his hand and swiftly dispatched one of the assailants, which quelled the fervor somewhat. Not many are as popular as you, he remarked. This is quite convenient. It saves me the trouble of dealing with each one individually. Under the astonished gaze of the woman in black, a crimson and violet aura swirled around Xiang Hao, the blood patterns on his body blossoming. His powerful arms swung outward with a sudden force, silencing the laughter and roars in an instant. In the eyes of the woman, many of these individuals were familiar faces. Seasoned fighters who had achieved consecutive victories in the arena. Their bodies seemed as fragile as matchsticks, crumbling under Xiang Hao's seemingly mundane strike, resulting in a gruesome splatter of flesh. After executing this display, Xiang Hao nonchalantly removed his coat, which was soaked with blood and speckled with remnants of flesh. Disgusted, he discarded the garment and said calmly, "Let us proceed." The woman in black, regaining her composure, continued to lead the way, though her mind was far from tranquil. Chapter 98. First victory upon arriving at the Hell Arena. The scale of this combat venue exceeded Xiang Hao's expectations. It was comparable to the grandest Soul Arena he recalled. the Royal Soul Arena of Tiando. As the woman in black prepared to launch into an elaborate exposition of the rules, Xiang Hao raised his hand to interrupt her again. I am already aware. Simply inform me how to enter the competition. Accustomed to being interrupted, she felt no resentment this time. After just one battle, she had bestowed upon him the title of a formidable warrior, someone who would command respect in the City of Slaughter. Simply register with your identity token. Each match commences once 10 participants are gathered. However, no combat is permitted before the match begins. Additionally, the cost of spectating is a Bloody Mary. Though I presume you have little interest in that. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiang Hao had already produced his identity token to register for the competition. Xiang Hao's inaugural competition commenced with remarkable timing, as he happened to be the 10th participant in this group. After registering, he was swiftly ushered into the lineup. He required no extraordinary preparations, save for donning the ominous mask he had crafted himself. The ferocious fangs of the malevolent spirit mirrored the tumult within his heart. He was ablaze with fervor, his body trembling with excitement, every pore roaring with an insatiable thirst for blood. The other 9 competitors, witnessing Xiang Hao's unwavering composure and the pristine state of his identification badge, erupted into raucous laughter, evidently considering him a mere spectator in their midst. Kid, I strike swiftly and will spare you the agony. One of them taunted, teasing the blade of his weapon against Xiang Hao's mask. His soul power already at the soul sage level. Nice mask. Did you wear it for the festival? Quite terrifying. As the laughter of his adversaries echoed, a subtle smile crept across Xiang Hao's lips beneath the mask. Soon, the 10 were segregated into separate entrances, plunging into the infernal arena. The deafening cheers from the audience resonated like a tempest, and Xiang Hao struggled to conjure other descriptors for such uproar. Each participant entered in turn. And when the provocateur made his appearance, the uproarious welcome was markedly louder. Xiang Hao discerned his name, Ghost King. He vaguely recalled that the man's badge bore over a dozen marks, signifying more than 10 consecutive victories in the hellish arena. Very well, let your blade strike first. He murmured. The Ghost King, fixated on Xiang Hao, eagerly licked the edge of his blade, viewing Xiang Hao as a lamb ripe for slaughter. Yet, the roles of predator and prey are often obscured. Once the 10 were poised, the contest began. The Ghost King surged forward, his martial spirit resembling a specter. Teleporting with ghostly speed and formidable soul power, his thrust seemingly unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Xiang Hao. The audience's roars reached a fever pitch. They anticipated witnessing the Ghost King rend his opponent's heart from his chest, indulging in his grotesque proclivity. However, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The Ghost King halted abruptly before Xiang Hao, and to the astonishment of the crowd, his head was obliterated in a single punch. Reduced to mere fragments, this formidable contender, ranked among the top 100, was vanquished in an instant. The remaining 8 competitors beheld a scene far more harrowing than that witnessed by the audience. The eerie mask was half drenched in blood, and the hollow eyes of its fanged visage glowed with a crimson light. They realized that the Ghost King had not merely faltered. They had watched in horror as his weapon shattered upon contact with Xiang Hao. Fear gripped their hearts, and one voice called out, "Let us surround and eliminate him." The others, shaken from their stupor, summoned their martial spirits in unison to attack. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao calmly stepped into the arena's center, his hands clasped at his abdomen. As an immense force gathered within him, this burgeoning energy was relentlessly compressed and coalesced into an increasingly potent form. Although the others were uncertain of Xiang Hao's current strategy, their instincts screamed for them to dispatch him without delay. The glimmering silver of their blades flashed ominously above the ghostly mask, and in that moment, Xiang Hao's tightly clasped hands slowly unfurled. A fierce and dreadful surge of energy erupted outward, akin to an impenetrable wall, crashing into each of them, and instantly causing blood and flesh to splatter. Xiang Hao raised his hands, removed his mask, revealing a remarkably handsome visage, and proceeded to wipe the blood from the mask and cleanse his stained right hand. Then, under the astonished gazes of his foes, he departed with an elegant grace. The entire process unfolded with a fluidity that belied the guilt of having slain 9 opponents. Rather, he was more concerned with the bloodstains marring his attire, which unsettled him greatly. The cacophony of the audience's frenzied roars became irrelevant to him. After Xiang Hao made his entrance, he encountered the woman clad in black once more. Both were taken aback by the unexpected meeting. Xiang Hao pondered why she lingered in this place, while the woman was astonished at his swift emergence. Less than a mere incense stick's duration had passed. The insignia on the tag suspended from his chest unmistakably attested to his triumph in a recent contest. You need not follow me any longer. I am well aware of the matters at hand here. Your guardianship concludes at this juncture, Xiang Hao stated, exasperated. For he had no desire for her company throughout the day. The woman offered no retort. Indeed, he did not require it. In every realm, admiration for the formidable prevails. And even in this den of iniquity, Xiang Hao's several remarkable feats had already garnered her favor. If you require lodging for the night, you may find me over there. She indicated towards a nearby red cottage, simultaneously removing her veil to reveal a captivating smile before gracefully departing. Xiang Hao, however, turned away with indifference. In this world, each day oscillates between life and death. Humanity teeters on the brink of madness, instinctively pursuing corporeal pleasures to alleviate their burdens. This holds true for the majority. Yet Xiang Hao remained an anomaly. Moreover, an elderly voice incessantly taunted him in his ear. From the moment he entered the city of slaughter, he exuded palpable excitement. A fervor solely directed at the anticipation of blood and violence. While others become ensnared in the intoxicating chaos of bloodshed and relentless bloodlust, the Overlord thrives amidst the carnage, drawing life from the very essence of death. Each act of slaughter represents a rebirth for him. Do you grasp why I named the domain I bestowed upon you the Slaughterhouse of 10,000? You are the invincible Xiang Yu. I am already aware, he replied. Incorrect. Each life you extinguish will become an enduring spirit within the domain, each specter amplifying its terror and exerting pressure upon adversaries. The ultimate limit of this realm is a slaughterhouse filled with 10,000 restless souls. Your 100 victories will enable you to slay 900 foes, and at that juncture, your power will surge immensely. Let me tell you, my unique skill is. Xiang Hao paid no heed to Xiang Yu's subsequent words. For whatever he spoke of was undoubtedly a boastful account of his own past. Initially, he was merely a passive listener, but even he could not endure such incessant self-aggrandizement. At this moment, Xiang Hao was more concerned about his accommodation for the night. Perhaps he should consider taking it by force. Chapter 99, The Strange Neighbor. Xiang Hao wandered aimlessly through the streets, occasionally surveying the surrounding residences. After all, it was his first day in the inner city, and it would be prudent to remain low-key for the time being, at least until he had secured his own property. Upon reaching the end of the street, he stumbled upon a rather charming location. Unlike the grand and bustling main thoroughfare, the houses here were modest single-story dwellings, which suited Xiang Hao's taste perfectly. As there was also a blacksmith shop nearby, this establishment stood out among the nearby cottages, adorned with an opulence that contrasted starkly with the surrounding simplicity. Even the heavy hammer used for forging cast iron was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Instinctively, Xiang Hao felt that such a disparity hinted at the uniqueness of its owner. He resolved to make this place his residence. As he pushed open the door to a nearby cottage, he prepared for his first negotiation. Only to be met with disappointment, the house was vacant. Curiosity piqued, he tried several other cottages, all of which were similarly unoccupied. Resources in the inner city were exceedingly scarce, with many forced to sleep in the streets, so the presence of so many empty houses seemed incongruous compared to the cutthroat competition for space on the main street. Sensing something amiss, Xiang Hao quickly stepped back, only to find a few individuals nearby mocking him. In a swift movement, he seized one of them, whose half-conscious state revealed blood bubbling from his mouth. Why are these houses uninhabited? Xiang Hao demanded. The man, unable to contain his blood, stammered, "This is the domain of the ghost blacksmith. Those who take residence here disappear the next day." With those final, faltering words, he breathed his last. Xiang Hao grasped the situation. It appeared that this place truly was deserted for a reason. It seemed imperative for him to confront this blacksmith, after all. His skills in forging were commendable, and he would surely find ways to pass the time in the days to come. Approaching the blacksmith shop, Xiang Hao reclined comfortably in a wrought tin chair at the center, awaiting the arrival of its owner. He scrutinized every detail of the shop, noting the proprietor's refined taste. The establishment was filled with an array of classical collectibles, creating an atmosphere that made one forget they were in a blacksmith's workshop. On the workbench lay the unfinished masterpieces of the master, intricate components scattered across the table, while the minerals in the forge remained resolute, indicating the owner had not been away for long. This individual seemed self-assured, surrounded by luxurious artifacts, yet remained calm as he stepped outside, leaving the door wide open. After waiting for about half an hour, the owner finally returned. Xiang Hao first heard the sound of his footsteps, slow and deliberate. Each step was measured, yet the sound of his leather shoes striking the ground resonated ominously, as if warning intruders to depart post-haste. Xiang Hao seemed to be responding to him, the creaking of the rocking chair beneath him growing louder, a sound he was certain the other person could hear. The footsteps paused momentarily, then resumed at an unhurried pace, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the next instant, Xiang Hao laid eyes on the man himself. This was Xiang Hao's first encounter with Yuzuki, and aside from all else, the other's demeanor and eloquence still left Xiang Hao in awe after all these days. His light yellow hair was neatly parted to either side, and his deep brown eyes held an intense gaze that seemed to reveal his very soul. A pair of spectacles rested upon his prominent nose, while the well-groomed beard beneath it added to his refined appearance. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black woolen trousers, with polished black shoes that gleamed, the only indication of his profession was the immaculate work apron that adorned him, which was strikingly clean. Upon their first meeting, Yuzuki smiled with a certain timidity, hastily washing his blood-stained hands in a basin. His expression was one of sincere apology, for he had not anticipated the arrival of esteemed guests. "My apologies," he said. "I should have prepared delightful refreshments and fragrant tea, but unfortunately, I had to chase after a thief, which is why I returned late. I hope you can forgive me." After washing his hands, he extended his right hand earnestly for a handshake with Xiang Hao. Taken aback by the familiarity of this stranger, Xiang Hao found himself perplexed. In a city rife with hidden dangers, this individual was particularly inscrutable. However, Xiang Hao acted on impulse, extending his left hand to meet the other's in a confident handshake. After but a brief clasp, he expected a contest of strength but found none. Instead, he was promptly welcomed as a guest. "Today is my oversight," Yuzuki declared, gesturing for Xiang Hao to take a seat. He then busied himself, manipulating a few hidden compartments in a cabinet behind him. As the wooden structure opened, a uniquely designed lounge appeared before them. Yuzuki pulled out chairs and prepared tea, while Xiang Hao stood in stunned silence, observing the scene. Suddenly, Yuzuki seemed to recall something and playfully tapped his forehead, enthusiastically urging Xiang Hao to sit. "Brother Xiang, there's no need for formality. I must apologize once more." This statement jolted Xiang Hao back to reality, prompting him to withdraw his arm, realizing he had yet to introduce himself. Yet Yuzuki appeared unfazed, awkwardly adjusting his spectacles. "In this place, one must possess certain skills to survive. I spend my days assessing ores, and I can see through the internal patterns and impurities of stones at a glance. People are no different. Some are uncut gems while others are mere dirt and grime. It is essential for me." "Oh, so I can be considered a gem in your eyes then," Xiang Hao remarked, unfazed by Yuzuki's explanation. He sensed no hostility from his counterpart and chose to sit down. "Brother Xiang, feel free to choose any room you fancy. I will tidy up shortly." Adjusting his glasses, Yuzuki seemed to discern Xiang Hao's lingering surprise. "There is no need for astonishment, Brother Xiang. It's quite easy to deduce. Your identity badge is pristine, suggesting you have recently arrived in the city. And my establishment is rather secluded and notorious. Surely you came here seeking lodging?" Upon hearing those words, Xiang Hao was instantly intrigued. "As you mentioned, many have come to gaze upon your room, yet none have chosen to reside within it. How amusing. How could they be worthy neighbors to me? Clay and lime ought to demonstrate their true worth only in the furnace," Yuzuki unabashedly proclaimed. Embodying the notorious mad blacksmith of the city of slaughter, a privileged individual granted a perpetual pardon by the king of carnage, despite never stepping foot in the hellish arena. "However, you do not resemble a blacksmith. Rather, you appear akin to a connoisseur of exquisite artifacts. Humans are often deceived by mere appearances, my dear Xiang. You have let your guard down. Take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao scrutinized the items anew, and to his surprise, he discerned that each exquisite artifact seemed to be composed of numerous tiny iron pieces intricately assembled. "Brother Ziki, you elevate me far too high. With your skills, there is no place in this continent where you cannot thrive. What brings you to consort with the fallen?" Xiang Hao mused, admiring each piece. It was no exaggeration. The level of Yuzuki's craftsmanship was beyond Xiang Hao's imagination, as even nails of iron were fashioned into a myriad of forms. "Oh, it is merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. If you find something to your liking, feel free to take it," Yuzuki said with a gentle push of the lens before him, smiling warmly. Their conversation flowed well into the deep hours of the night. In this world rife with depravity, both appeared remarkably distinct. In terms of demeanor and character, Yuzuki exuded a comfort that put Xiang Hao at ease. They quickly became familiar over just a cup of tea. Yuzuki possessed keen insight and remarkable predictive abilities, making their dialogue all the more enjoyable. Xiang Hao loathed the need to maintain an air of superiority, and it was refreshing that Yuzuki had nearly deduced his background with precision. In a spirit of balance, Yuzuki shared his own lineage. "Brother Xiang, Have you heard of the renowned craftsman Lu Gao? Of course, how could I not? I intend to pay him a visit once I leave this place. Ah, I am. In fact, Lu Gao's eldest disciple, Yuziki remarked nonchalantly, nearly causing Xiang Hao to spit out his tea. The future of Lu Gao's foremost disciple was boundless. Why then had he come to this treacherous locale? At Xiang Hao's inquiry, Yuziki's hand trembled slightly as he poured tea, but he quickly smiled, responding mysteriously, I shall tell you tomorrow. Their camaraderie deepened as the night wore on. Yuziki prepared a room for Xiang Hao, who found this neighbor to be the most comforting aspect of his day since arriving in the city, especially given that he was an exceptional blacksmith. It was a delightful surprise. To be honest, he despised the sensation of blood staining his hands. As the night deepened, Xiang Hao chose not to continue his training and gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Yuziki reclined in a wicker chair, swirling the wine in his glass, the flickering candlelight casting a dim, crimson glow. On his first night in the city of slaughter, Xiang Hao encountered an unusual alarm service. Years of habit dictated that even in slumber, he maintained a vigilant awareness. He had set numerous threads connecting the door and windows to bells within the room. Yet, scarcely an hour after he drifted into sleep, all the bells began to tremble violently, their frantic ringing startling Xiang Hao and seemingly alarming any intruders. Instinctively, Xiang Hao rolled out of bed, simultaneously kicking the bedding aside as a makeshift barrier. Had he delayed even a moment longer, a massive hand from outside would have shattered the bed into splinters. It was then that Xiang Hao discerned the creature, a being covered in crimson fur, undeniably not of human origin. Its dark red eyes fixated on him from the window. And just as bewilderment clouded his mind, a searing beam of red light burst through the opening, emanating from the creature's maw, flames licking perilously close to his nose. In a state of desperation, Xiang Hao hastily broke through the wall on the opposite side, leaping onto the rooftop where he finally beheld the monstrosity in its entirety. Towering at twice the height of a man, the creature's massive form appeared somewhat clumsy, adorned with two stout horns atop its head. Its body, cloaked in a vibrant red fur that undulated like living flames, was complemented by long whiskers beneath its sinister eyes. Amusingly, it seemed to don a uniform of sorts, while in its right hand it wielded a black and red hammer. Xiang Hao could not comprehend why the city of carnage was not solely inhabited by the fallen. Why were the so-called enforcers allowing such a monstrous being to invade the inner city? Even more perplexing was the fact that Xiang Hao had no recollection of this creature. Was it not a soul beast? He murmured to himself, only to witness the beast expelling flames that instantly turned the hammer a fiery red. Before it was hurled directly towards him, Xiang Hao dared not underestimate his formidable opponent. Activating the Thunder Phantom Step, he narrowly evaded the oncoming fire hammer with a flash of lightning. Before he could regain his composure, the hammer exploded in the air, scattering countless fiery sparks. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge, numerous burns marred his arms, igniting a fury within him. His muscles tensed, bloodlines surged forth, and the crimson veins on his right arm transformed into a chilling blue-white hue, emanating a piercing cold. Around him, an array of tiny ice crystals began to form, elongating and morphing into a flurry of ice daggers that shot towards the red-haired beast. Unperturbed, the creature expelled a viscous liquid from its mouth, iron broth. The droplets solidified rapidly in midair, deflecting the ice daggers, while a barrage of iron pellets hurtled towards him at high speed. Xiang Hao unleashed a protective aura that deflected the incoming attack, and then surged forward. An endless chill enveloped his fists, forming a thick layer of icy armor. In a deft maneuver, he positioned himself before the monstrous foe, which casually lifted its hand, its fist instantly shrouded in molten lava. The clash of ice and fire produced a rising mist. At the moment of impact, Xiang Hao realized he was at a disadvantage. It felt as though his fists were submerged in searing flames. However, the blood patterns on his arms surged fiercely, a continuous stream of cold emanating from the source at his shoulder, enveloping his right arm until it appeared a striking blue-white. The creature possessed an astonishing strength. The two engaged in a test of power for nearly half a stick of incense. The opponent maintained a remarkably relaxed expression, while Xiang Hao struggled more than he had in a long time. Yet, neither party could afford to relent. The first to falter would undoubtedly invite a barrage of retaliatory strikes. The proximity rendered evasion impossible, and Xiang Hao had no desire to be struck by such a fist. He imagined that even the most resilient flesh would yield a savory scent when scorched, and this thought sent a shiver down his spine. Accelerating the flow of blood throughout his body, countless muscles swelled in response. With a resounding rip, Xiang Hao's shirt burst open, revealing the vivid blood patterns on his chest. abdomen, back, and arms, all pulsating with brilliant crimson light. Just as he was about to exert his full strength, an uncanny scene unfolded. The previously dull and lifeless eyes of the red giant suddenly ignited with fear, and its body uncontrollably retreated, withdrawing its fist and turning to flee. As if it had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Though astonished, Xiang Hao did not hold back. He delivered a piercing icy punch that struck the monster from behind. The creature collapsed not solely from the force of Xiang Hao's blow, but because it had already fallen before the punch even connected. Xiang Hao gazed in astonishment as the crimson-haired monstrosity collapsed to the ground, gradually transforming into the familiar visage of Yuzuki. In that moment, he comprehended the significance of the ghost fire artisan. Observing the fallen Yuzuki, his heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. As dawn's first light filtered into the blacksmith's workshop, the metallic creations glimmered under the sun, casting an array of vivid reflections that danced around the room. These rays fell upon Yuzuki's face, prompting him to instinctively turn away in discomfort. Raising his hand to shift, he discovered himself immobile. The weight pressing down upon him was unbearably heavy. Upon glancing up, he realized he was securely bound to a wrought-tin chair by chains as thick as his wrist. The only part of his body he could move was his head. A smile broke across Yuzuki's face, initially stifling his laughter, which gradually erupted into a maniacal cackle, starkly contrasting with the calm demeanor he had exhibited the previous night. If Xiang Hao had witnessed this transformation, the ensuing events could have taken a different turn. After a considerable time, Yuzuki finally managed to regain his composure. He turned to face the rising sun, for the first time appreciating the beauty of daylight. At that moment, a chilling sensation brushed against his neck. Xiang Hao had arrived. Brother Xiang, you must have encountered Aeon, just as I imagined. You are the first to escape its grasp. In a state devoid of soul techniques, even a soul fighter would meet their demise at its hands, yet you are different. Yuzuki, with his back turned to Xiang Hao, could not see his expression and continued his soliloquy. It is a demon, but you too possess that essence. As the pressure of the sword drew closer to his neck, Yuzuki elaborated, only you can subdue it. I do not seek to manipulate you. We are akin. I understand the nature of the blood markings on your body. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao abruptly turned the chair around. Speak truthfully. This is no secret, Yuzuki replied. I was present during your contest yesterday. Although I could not see clearly, I am certain that was the demon's essence, for I bear it as well. As he spoke, a surge of flame erupted from his forehead, revealing a bizarre blood marking. Although different, the pattern bore a striking resemblance to the one on Xiang Hao's body. Consider me convinced. What of that crimson-haired behemoth? That is the demon I have suppressed within me. The hammering demon, Aeon. Yuzuki answered decisively, then sank into his memories. In truth, Brother Xiang, we differ in one aspect. You arrived in the city of carnage for training, while I am a true fallen one. As you mentioned, I was once the esteemed eldest disciple of the divine artisan pavilion, with a bright future ahead. After turning 20, I departed Gingshin City to seek my fortune. Though I gained some renown as a blacksmith, I remained merely a blacksmith, yearning to forge a weapon that would etch my name into history. Thus, I relentlessly sought the most precious materials, processing countless ores, ultimately gathering the components I envisioned. However, I failed. I toiled endlessly, pouring my heart and soul into my craft. Yet still I faltered. It became clear to me that the fault lay not with me, but with the pavilion. They must have concealed teachings from me. Their forging techniques were insufficient for me to create a weapon of unparalleled greatness. Thus, I set forth once more, traversing the continent for several years, until I finally discovered the long-sought artistry in a secluded wilderness. Listening to Yuzuki's narrative, Xiang Hao began to grasp the nature of this technique. Observing Xiang Hao's contemplative expression, Yuzuki smiled, instinctively adjusting his glasses. If life were to grant me a second chance, I would still make the same choice. It was then that I first encountered Aeon, whispering temptations that drew me closer. At that time, it was merely a fragmented soul on the verge of shattering. In that wilderness, beside the molten lava, it imparted to me the most exquisite forging skills, and I chose to barter my soul in return. The blood sacrifice technique necessitates the fresh blood of a living being as an offering. Only then can the crafted weapon possess divinity. The closer the sacrificial donor and the creator, the greater the divine essence. Thus, I returned to Gingshin City overnight and, that very evening, I took the life of my junior with his blood. I forged my unparalleled masterpiece. Consequently, the name Yuzuki became a legend of demons in Gingshin City. Now I understand why you have been able to reside here for so long. That weapon, if all goes as expected, lies in the hands of the King of Carnage. Indeed, Brother Xiang is astute. Weapons forged in such a manner are deemed unworthy by the world. They revile me, hunt me down, and in my desperation, I sought refuge here, obtaining permission to reside in the city of Carnage with that weapon as my bargaining chip. The name Yuzuki has long since faded from mention. Xiang Hao listened quietly to his words, raising his hand as a flash of silver light appeared, causing the chains binding the other party to snap and fall to the ground. You can no longer control that monster, can you? It had been out of control for a year, but Aorn, being a master blacksmith, only captured one person at night for the purpose of forging. Thus the King of Slaughter had never imposed any restrictions. As for me, fearing the further impact of the sanguine scent, I have not lit the forge for a long time. The blacksmith can only amuse himself by crafting trivial trinkets. How lamentable. Yuzuki paced back and forth, occasionally sighing, which prompted Xiang Hao to recall that he had heard the name Ghost Craftsman long ago. It seemed that in the blacksmith shop of Spirit Soul City, he had overheard the proprietor mention the two craftsmen of gods and spirits, always expressing fear when speaking of the latter. Reflecting upon it now, it appears I have heard your name long before, but the descriptions of you are less than human, more akin to a creature with a maw full of fangs. Yuzuki laughed heartily in response, then said calmly, "They were not mistaken. I am indeed a creature with a maw full of fangs. However, all of this is about to change, Brother Xiang. Aorn fears you, and with your presence, I can resume forging. Please, do not call me brother. You must be at least 10 years my senior. And what is the story behind this demonic tattoo? Do not concern yourself with it, Brother Xiang. The demonic tattoo is merely a blood mark that harbors the soul of a demon. I am unclear about their origin and purpose, but to this day, you are the second human I have encountered bearing such tattoos. Yours are numerous, each pattern more intricate than Aorn's, indicating that they belong to a demon even more powerful than he, still slumbering within you," Yuzuki explained, leaving Xiang Hao momentarily speechless. 7 such blood marks dwell within him? The thought of 7 red-haired monsters residing within him sent a shiver down his spine. He called out to Xiang Yu in his consciousness, hoping for an explanation, but no response came. That old fellow was always absent when Xiang Hao sought him. Yet when he first entered the city of slaughter, he had been whispering incessantly in his ear. Why the sudden silence now? But no one could answer Xiang Hao's confusions. Demons? He felt his understanding of the world entwined with newfound knowledge. Chapter 102. Thoughts on publication at noon today. My work was officially published. Unbeknownst to me, I, a mere drifter, have embarked on this journey. As my first book, I stumbled upon numerous pitfalls while brainstorming ideas. And I sincerely thank the many friends who have supported me. The framework of this novel will be expansive, with divine battles possibly appearing early on. I intend to write with dual protagonists, but this may evolve with the plot. However, the single female lead will remain unchanged, and the protagonist will assume the position of the god of destruction, or perhaps not a god at all. Time will tell. Finally, I genuinely appreciate everyone's support. Today we'll see at least 5 updates. I will give it my all. Chapter 103. Rage and the request for initial subscription. So, I understand now. You anticipated my arrival here from the very beginning. I had not considered that, but even if you hadn't sought me out, I would eventually come looking for you. I require your assistance. I noticed the rough calluses on your hands. Such hands are surely the result of frequent weapon handling. My reward to you will be an unparalleled weapon. Yuzuki poured 2 cups of tea, calmly gazing at Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao took a sip and readily agreed. He indeed needed a weapon. The broken sky halberd was not that he did not wish to wield it, but upon entering the city of slaughter, its resonance had vanished. Had it not been for this, Xiang Hao would not have resorted to barehanded combat. Before he could inquire about Xiang Yu, that slippery old man had vanished once more. This was not the first occurrence. Only when Xiang Yu sought him out did he feel at ease, for that fellow should still be within him, one would hope. It's a deal, but I already possess the blueprints for this weapon. As Xiang Hao spoke, he rummaged through his ring and produced a design, tossing it to Yuzuki. Despite being unable to forge anything substantial at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he had retained a clear memory of weapon designs and had sketched one from memory. Yuzuki unfolded the design, revealing a striking crimson blade that seemed to leap off the page. Unlike ordinary designs, the back of the blade was straight. The body curled inward, adorned with 5 massive tiger spikes, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. This blade was known as the blood-drinking tiger fang, one of the 7 evils of the divine martial hall, before Xiang Hao's arrival in this realm. This blade had been wielded by the law enforcement elder of the divine martial hall, who had used it to slay countless foes. Its true fame was established in a great battle where he had cleaved through 8 incoming weapons with a single strike. After careful consideration, Xiang Hao concluded that this blade was indeed the most suitable for him at present. From the moment Yuzuki received the design, he could not tear his gaze away. His eyes grew misty, and he repeatedly adjusted his spectacles to examine it closely, occasionally exhaling long sighs. The exquisite design was regrettably somewhat rudimentary. Achieving a perfect reconstruction would be challenging. Since I honor your title as Ghost Craftsman, I trust you completely. You have the freedom to create. But I have but one request. What is it? This blade must weigh 5,000 pounds. Xiang Hao chuckled, extending a hand with 5 fingers displayed before Yuzuki. 5,000 pounds. That necessitates sourcing the right materials. The heaviest material available is meteorite iron, yet it is exceedingly rare. Gathering enough in the City of Slaughter may take some time. Yuzuki frowned. In the City of Slaughter, the scarcity of materials posed the greatest obstacle to weapon forging, and his stock of meteorite iron was far from sufficient. Consider it a trivial matter. A flash of light emanated from Xiang Hao's ring, causing a cascade of ores to tumble down. Yuzuki watched in disbelief as the rare meteorite iron piled up before him like common iron ore, creating a small mountain. This was perhaps the first time Yuzuki had lost his composure in front of Xiang Hao. His glasses rolled off his face and onto the pile of ores. He excitedly crouched down to retrieve his glasses, putting them back on, and picked up a piece to examine closely. In his eagerness, his hand trembled, causing his glasses to fall once more. Xiang Hao found the scene amusing. How's that? Sufficient, indeed, quite ample. This is not merely iron ore. It is clearly iron rock mother. Iron ore forms under extreme pressure and temperature over the course of centuries, while iron rock mother emerges in even harsher conditions, making it exceedingly rare. In his lifetime, the old man Liu had only encountered it once. That will suffice, Xiang Hao remarked, waving his hand before departing. The day's work was to commence as usual. He gestured goodbye to Yuzuki with his back turned, stepping out onto the main street. The instant Xiang Hao set foot on the thoroughfare, he felt countless gazes piercing through him. He was the first to emerge from that ominous alley unscathed. He had miraculously survived the hands of the ghostly craftsman without being captured for the furnace. Nearby, 2 individuals whispered in awe, casting admiring glances his way. In the entire City of Slaughter, if there remained a place that could be deemed a sanctuary, it would undoubtedly be that secluded alley. Anyone who entered it, regardless of their prowess, had never walked away alive. The ruler of that street was merely a soul saint, yet over time, a myriad of mysterious rumors had spread, and gradually, no one dared to tread there any longer. Xiang Hao's unscathed exit was undoubtedly the most sensational event in the inner city that day, igniting curiosity among some who could not resist stepping into the demon's lair, with results that were all too predictable. Xiang Hao paid little heed to the murmurs around him as he made his way to the Hell Arena for today's trials. Unfortunately, his hands were already stained with the blood of the weak, who remained tragically oblivious to their own frailty. Just 2 streets away, he encountered 3 would-be assailants, whom he generously dispatched with a swift blow to the head. Clad in a ghost mask, he joined the fray among 10 combatants, unleashing yet another wave of carnage. In this City of Slaughter, a realm steeped in unrestrained vice, no matter the heights of their soul power, Xiang Hao's physical prowess surpassed theirs by a significant margin. After today, the sight of his ghostly mask would offer a brutal spectacle to all spectators at the Hell Arena. His strikes were cold and merciless, unlike others. He did not indulge in taunts or theatrics to sway the crowd. The only sounds that accompanied him were the sickening cracks of bones as his fists tore through flesh. Even those seated in the stands could feel the raw power and speed radiating from him. On this day, a Soul Emperor, a Diamond Mammoth, sought to challenge Xiang Hao directly. However, upon colliding, Xiang Hao forcefully burst through the opponent's body, leaving the vanquished in a state reminiscent of shattered paper. Following this encounter, 2 new marks adorned his chest, and as expected, he was immediately besieged by dozens upon exiting. In this world, formidable foes could easily become 1's executioners in the arena. Among the 20 or so attackers were several soul saints of considerable strength, making this battle far from effortless for Xiang Hao. In the aftermath, it was revealed that the fates of all those who had attempted to assail him were horrifically grim. Half were reduced to ashes, while the other half were encased in ice. In the days that followed, Xiang Hao relished a period of tranquility. With each match he participated in, his winning streak ascended to 16 victories, prompting the management to reluctantly impose limits on his participation. Remarkably, he had only been in the City of Slaughter for a month and had already secured a place among the top 100 in the Hell Arena. With each encounter being a one-sided massacre, many competitors, aware of his unyielding morning schedule, hastily rescheduled their bouts to the afternoon, creating quite the stir throughout the city. Chapter 104. The Dragon Blood Crystal seeks its first subscription. What? You say Xiang Hao has gone to the city of slaughter? Qian Rinxue, in that moment, disregarded everything else, roaring in her chamber with a voice that echoed her fury. The subordinates kneeling before her were visibly shaken, trembling as they reported that, upon the Pope's return, he had instructed several of his attendants to ensure the safety of the son due to his need for seclusion. In the entire history of the city of slaughter, only 8 individuals had ever emerged alive, and Xiang Hao bore wounds. What was this woman thinking? Though seething with rage, Qian Rinxue managed to regain her composure. She gestured for her subordinates to leave and quietly approached the window, which faced the direction of Spirit City. Frequently, she stood there, reminiscing about that one person. Now, reflecting on their brief time together, merely 10 days, she felt as if her heart had been entirely filled by him. Upon returning to the Tiando royal family, her longing had driven her nearly mad, with her lapses in composure increasing as his shadow haunted her vision. Alas, she must have been poisoned by her feelings. She fervently wished for his safety. Meanwhile, as Xiang Hao conversed with Yuziki, he sneezed several times in succession. What is wrong, Xiang? Have I neglected your hospitality and caused you to catch a chill? Stop calling me Xiang. You're at least 10 years my senior. I could just as easily call you uncle. Haha, since Aeon recognizes you as his elder brother, I too shall acknowledge you as such. Ever since that fateful night, Yuziki had appeared particularly exhilarated, as he had truly begun to master Aeon's powers. With Xiang Hao beside him, Aeon had not lost control since, genuinely recognizing Xiang Hao as his elder brother, despite the oddity of the title. Today marks your 20th match, doesn't it? You must exercise caution. The rules of the Hell Arena state that those who achieve 20 victories will be matched against one another. From this point on, your opponents will be formidable, not mere drunks and fools. Many possess soul power at the level of Soul Douluo, Yuziki kindly warned. The true terror of the Hell Arena lay in the matches that followed the 20th victory, as the disparity in soul power would become glaringly evident. While Xiang Hao remained unfazed, he drained his cup of tea and, as usual, waved goodbye. Quickly prepare my weapon. Through the lenses, Yuziki's eyes glimmered with self-deprecating amusement. Indeed, Xiang Hao was no ordinary individual. It was not that he was neglectful. Xiang Hao's weapon still required a vital material, presenting a significant challenge for the ghost craftsman.